Jiang Hao, you have gone too far. Go and apologize to Brother Su immediately. And you must present a top-grade Earth Deer treasure as compensation for Brother Su. Otherwise, I shall never speak to you again for the rest of my life. Lu Rushue's furious reprimand jolted Jiang Hao back to reality. He looked around in confusion, realizing he was in an ornate, resplendent ancient mansion. What is happening? Where am I? Before he could grasp the situation, a torrent of memories surged into Jiang Hao's mind. He had traversed into a fantastical world rife with demons and monsters. His predecessor was the Lord of Tianyan City, a hero who had rescued countless citizens from peril. The Jiang family was one of the most prestigious families in the Great Flame Dynasty, wielding immense power and influence. However, an unfortunate accident led to his father's untimely demise, and his mother, consumed by grief, soon followed him to the grave. Logically, as the son of a great hero, he should have lived a life of celestial ease. Yet, this individual had become a sycophant. What an absurd beginning. The object of his predecessor's infatuation was none other than Lu Rushue herself. Under his father's guidance, Jiang Hao had entered the Tianxian sect for cultivation. It was there that he had fallen head over heels for Lu Rushue. Yet, at that time, Lu Rushue's heart belonged to another, her beloved white moonlight, Su Yu. Regrettably, during a trial mission, Su Yu had fallen into an endless abyss, vanishing without a trace. Everyone believed Su Yu to be dead. In her profound despair, Lu Rushue discovered Jiang Hao. She noticed that Jiang Hao bore a striking resemblance to Su Yu and began to view him as a substitute. Coincidentally, Jiang Hao had long harbored a secret affection for Lu Rushue. After some time together, they officially established a relationship. Over the years, he had gone to great lengths to fulfill Lu Rushue's every wish, even leveraging the Jiang family's resources to bolster the Lu family. Thus, this once insignificant family had risen to prominence as a leading clan in the region. In simple terms, everything the Lu family possessed was bestowed upon them by the Jiang family. However, not long ago, while pursuing a demonic adversary, Lu Rushue was taken by surprise when Su Yu suddenly returned. No one had anticipated that the Su Yu who had fallen into the abyss years ago had not perished. Instead, he had gained extraordinary opportunities. His years of seclusion had honed his skills to an unparalleled level. Originally betrothed to Jiang Hao, Lu Rushue's affections shifted back to Su Yu upon his return. Jiang Hao became insignificant in comparison. Su Yu was her true love, her idol. Consequently, she heartlessly annulled her engagement with Jiang Hao. Yet, the predecessor was a devoted sycophant, persistently clinging to Lu Rushue and even hurling insults at Su Yu. Lu Rushue, incensed, believed Jiang Hao had sullied her beloved Su Yu's reputation. Thus, she had come to chastise Jiang Hao and demand recompense. Damn it! What is this nonsense? Jiang Hao sorted through the memories in his mind, feeling a wave of speechlessness wash over him. At that moment, Lu Rushue, standing before him, displayed an expression of impatience. Jiang Hao, are you deaf? Did you not hear me speaking to you? Lu Rushue exclaimed angrily. I demand that you apologize to Brother Su at once. And furthermore, we have called off our engagement, so kindly refrain from pursuing me any longer. Now, Brother Su has become the holy son of the Tianxian sect, holding a position of great prestige. I, too, have earned significant merit by eradicating the demonic forces and have been conferred the title of Holy Maiden by the sect leader. Brother Su and I are a match made in heaven, a divine couple. If you truly love me, you ought to support my happiness and allow me to soar alongside Brother Su. Jiang Hao was already displeased with being thrust into the life of this foolish sycophant. Lu Ruxu's words only served to infuriate him further. What the hell are you shouting about? Do you really expect me to apologize to Su Yu, or even compensate him with a low-tier magical treasure? Lu Rushue, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Do you truly believe you are a little fairy? You are nothing but a worn-out shoe. Jiang Hao did not indulge Lu Rushue, retorting with fury. Ding! Host has been detected insulting the beloved Lu Rushue. The evil deed system has been successfully activated, granting an initial reward of 3,000 evil points. In this fantastical world, the strong prey upon the weak, the powerful should ruthlessly humiliate the foolish weaklings. The host can acquire evil points by committing acts recognized by the system. Evil points can accelerate the cultivation of martial arts. Current cultivation progress. Changchun technique. Minor completion 12 sky-shattering blade technique. Minor completion 25 spirit wind step. Minor completion 13 current evil points. 3,000? Is this my system? Jiang Hao was not surprised as a transmigrator. Possessing an extraordinary ability was quite normal. System, I must first correct you on one matter. Lu Ruxue is not my beloved. She is merely a discarded shoe I have no use for. Ding. Host request acknowledged beloved has been changed to vile woman. Ha, splendid. A slight smirk crept upon Jiang Hao's lips. In this day and age, who still aspired to be a paragon of virtue. Embracing the role of the villain was indeed appealing. At that moment, Lu Ruxue stood in shock, her mouth agape. You dare to insult me? She could not fathom that Jiang Hao would speak to her in such a manner. Her anger twisted her features into a grotesque expression. Ever since agreeing to date Jiang Hao, he had behaved like a devoted lapdog, following her around and catering to her every whim. No matter what she desired, Jiang Hao would go to great lengths to fulfill her wishes. He had never shown her any anger, let alone publicly humiliate her as he did today. Lu Ruxue could hardly accept this, and immediately retaliated. Jiang Hao, you are nothing but a useless waste. In a fit of extreme rage, she struck down, and the wooden table before her was instantly reduced to dust. I am the exalted holy maiden of the Tianxian sect, and you, a mere waste who has barely entered the qi condensation realm, are utterly unworthy of me. This holy maiden would never consider marrying someone of your caliber. If you weren't the son of the late city lord, you would be nothing. I care not for your thoughts. I am withdrawing from this engagement. Withdrawing from the engagement? Jiang Hao remarked with a cold smirk. Very well, I shall oblige you. From this day forth, you and I are utterly severed. With that declaration, Jiang Hao decisively produced the marriage contract with Lu Ruxue and unhesitatingly tore it to shreds. Well then, Jiang Hao, this is your promise. Do not regret it. Although Lu Ruxue did not receive any compensation, at the very least, she successfully annulled the engagement with Jiang Hao. This way, she could chase after her true love. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruxue turned to leave. Yet, before she could take more than a few steps, Jiang Hao's voice called out from behind her, "Stop." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruxue furrowed her brow, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Jiang Hao, are you not yet finished? I have never harbored feelings for you. Why must you cling on so? In her view, Jiang Hao must surely be regretting his decision and seeking to apologize. She then sighed softly. Jiang Hao, if you truly cannot bear to part with me, let us refer to each other as siblings. After all, we have shared so many years of camaraderie, we could still interact as a family. But you must compensate Brother Su with a low-grade magical artifact. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you. Before Lu Ruxue could finish her statement, Jiang Hao rudely interrupted her. Shut your mouth. Do you think I'm trying to keep you? What nonsense! How dare you still call me your brother? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Hao's gaze was icy as he pointed at the shattered table. Do you presume that my possessions can be so carelessly destroyed? This table was crafted from superior spirit wood. Rest assured, it is not excessively costly, merely 50,000 spirit stones. Should you fail to compensate me today, you shall not leave the Jiang residence even a step. Chapter 2. You wish to compensate me with the gift I bestowed upon you? What audacity! You expect me to repay 50,000? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruxue felt as though struck by lightning. She gazed at Jiang Hao with incredulity, momentarily at a loss for words. A humble wooden table, worth 50,000 spirit stones? Such absurdity. To Lu Ruxue, this was evidently a deliberate ploy by Jiang Hao to vex her. In that instant, her countenance darkened, fury causing her fists to clench tightly. Years of Jiang Hao's adoration and indulgence had rendered Lu Ruxue arrogant and haughty. She now regarded Jiang Hao, the ever-obsequious sycophant, with utter disdain, unwilling to entertain any notion of compromise. Jiang Hao, you are truly despicable. Do you believe such tactics will compel me to remain within the Jiang family? Lu Ruxue declared with palpable revulsion, pointing at him. Let me make this clear, it is utterly impossible. 50,000, is it? This saintess is more than capable of such compensation. With that, she began rummaging through her storage pouch at her waist. 50,000 spirit stones equated to 50 high-grade spirit stones, as a saintess of the Tianxian sect and the daughter of the Lu family. She certainly had the means to procure them. However, as she searched for the stones, her expression shifted dramatically. not long ago. She had given all her high-grade spirit stones to Su Yu to complete a formation he was setting up. Now, she found herself devoid of even a single spirit stone. In this predicament, the thought of yielding to Jiang Hao was utterly out of the question. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and produced a dragon-patterned jade pendant, tossing it to Jiang Hao. This earth-grade treasure, crafted from dragon marrow stone, was valued at 1,000,000 spirit stones. It was more than sufficient to cover the cost of your wooden table. From this moment forth, we share no ties. This dragon-patterned jade pendant, when worn, would accelerate her cultivation speed. Lu Rushue was reluctant to part with such a precious artifact, but in her desire to extricate herself from Jiang Hao, she cast her reservations aside. As long as she could be with Su Yu, that was all that mattered. She decisively turned to leave. Hold on. Who permitted your departure? Jiang Hao waved his hand casually, summoning several powerful guards from the Jiang family to block Lu Rushue's path. What more do you want? Lu Rushue shouted in exasperation. I find you even more foolish than I anticipated. If my memory serves me correctly, that dragon-patterned jade pendant was a gift from me to you, was it not? Now you dare to use my gift as compensation? Jiang Hao's icy gaze bore into her. I now present you with two choices. Either repay the debt, or remove all your clothing and perform a striptease in the street, threatening a woman to dance provocatively. Maleficence points, 100. So this is how one can accrue maleficence points, it seems. Listening to the voice resonating in his mind, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. Although it was merely a paltry 100 points of malevolence, it enlightened him on the means to acquire such points. In essence, it could be encapsulated in 8 words: bullying the weak and indulging in one's whims. Jiang Hao, you have gone too far. Lu Rushue could hardly fathom that Jiang Hao would utter such words. Anger coursed through her, causing her entire body to tremble. I once thought you were a person of integrity, but now you reveal yourself as a despicable scoundrel. How could I, Lu Rushue, have been blind enough to become engaged to someone so vile? 50,000, is it? I shall repay you. I shall repay you. Ignoring everything else, Lu Rushue began rummaging through her storage pouch, extracting one by one the spiritual items she had treasured over the years. This should suffice. These spiritual items are all my own discoveries. They are in no way connected to you. Their worth has long exceeded 50,000. From this moment forth, do not let me lay eyes on you again. After casting the spiritual stones onto the ground, Lu Rushue stormed out of the Jiang residence. This time, Jiang Hao did not attempt to stop her. However, this did not signify that he would let her off the hook. Everything had merely begun. He promptly retrieved a communication talisman. Second uncle, I have called off the engagement with Lu Rushue. I demand the return of everything given to the Lu family. What? At that moment, the voice emanating from the talisman was filled with astonishment. Howard, are you serious? Weren't you about to marry Lu Rushue? Why would you suddenly declare your intention to break the engagement at such a critical juncture? Could it be that you had a quarrel with her and, in a fit of pique, uttered such words? Second uncle, I am entirely serious. Jiang Hao replied coldly, the marriage contract has been destroyed, and I have no further ties with her. Lu Rushue, that wretched woman, is utterly unworthy of entering the Jiang family's gates. Since I have chosen to break the engagement, I must reclaim all the betrothal gifts bestowed by the Jiang family. After a brief silence, Jiang Feng's excited voice resounded through the talisman. Howard, you have finally come to your senses. Over the years, you have been mesmerized by Lu Rushue, losing your clarity of mind. I have repeatedly urged you to find your way back, yet you remained oblivious. You are right. A woman like Lu Rushue is utterly unworthy to set foot in our Jiang family. I will bring the Jiang family's guards along with Steward Zhang to accompany you to the Lu residence to reclaim the betrothal gifts one by one. With that, Jiang Feng, Jiang Hao's uncle, took on the responsibilities of the family after the unfortunate passing of his elder brother, Jiang Bin, becoming the lord of Tianyin City. Over the years, without a son of his own, he regarded Jiang Hao as his own child, showering him with affection. He had conducted a discreet investigation into Lu Rushue's character. Fully aware of her insincerity toward Jiang Hao, she merely viewed him as a substitute for Su Yu, even going so far as to forcibly alter his hairstyle, clothing, and mannerisms to mimic Su Yu. Even a fool can discern that Lu Rushue views Jiang Hao merely as a substitute for Su Yu. Yet, curiously, Jiang Hao appears quite content with this arrangement. At long last, he has resolved to sever all ties with Lu Rushue, much to Jiang Feng's delight. Uncle Zhang, you heard that, right? Gather the guards and wait for me at the entrance. Jiang Hao called out to the outside. The butler, Zhang Chun, acted without hesitation. immediately springing into action. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao calmly accessed the system panel. Current cultivation progress. Changchunju, minor completion. 12. Breaking air blade technique. Minor completion. 25. Spirit wind step. Minor completion. 13. Current evil value. 3,100. Since the evil value can enhance the progress of cultivation, I am eager to see how much I can elevate my skills with a total of 3,000 evil points. With a mere thought, the evil points began to deplete rapidly. Beep. Consumed 1,400 evil points. Superior grade Xian level technique. Changchunju has reached major completion. Consumed 800 evil points. Inferior grade Xian level martial skill. Breaking air blade technique has reached major completion. Consumed 900 evil points. Intermediate grade Xian level martial skill. Spirit wind step has reached major completion. Beep. During the retreat, your comprehension deepened, and your cultivation level has ascended to the 8th layer of Qi condensation. Current remaining evil points, 0. A series of system notifications flashed before Jiang Hao's eyes. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of immense energy surged into his body. As if he had truly undergone years of arduous training, his martial skills not only saw remarkable enhancement, but his cultivation level also advanced dramatically. All without a hint of discomfort. He felt an unparalleled state of well-being. Elated, Jiang Hao could hardly believe how effortless the cultivation process had proven to be. He then rose and exited the room, accompanied by a contingent of Jiang family guards, heading straight for the Lu family. The spectacle was only just beginning. Chapter 3. Annulment of Engagement. Return of Betrothal Gifts. At this moment, in the Lu family of Tianyuan City, Lu Shui exclaimed, "What did you say? You have called off the engagement with Jiang Hao." A slightly portly middle-aged man abruptly stood from his armchair, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Have you lost your mind?" Even if Jiang Hao is considered a waste, he remains the sole heir of the Jiang family. With Jiang Feng, the current head of the Jiang family, having no son, Jiang Hao will inevitably ascend to the position of family master. Marrying him brings only advantages, never disadvantages. How could you be so foolish? The man speaking was none other than Lu Xian, the head of the Lu family, who was exceedingly furious at his daughter's decision. He was acutely aware of the substantial support the Jiang family had provided to the Lu family over the years. Losing the Jiang family would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the Lu family. Yet, Lu Ruxue remained unfazed. Even in her gaze, there was a palpable dissatisfaction and anger directed towards Jiang Hao. The events that had transpired just moments ago were etched in Lu Ruxue's memory for eternity. With a cold tone, she spoke, "Father, you are unaware, Jiang Hao is nothing but a scoundrel, a despicable little man. Moreover, I harbored no affection for him whatsoever. I refuse to face someone I do not love day in and day out. In my heart, there has always been only Su Gij. Su Gij is not merely the holy son of the Tianxian sect. He is also the sole direct disciple of the Grand Elder. The sect leader has no direct disciples, and the Grand Elder has already nurtured Su Gij as the future sect leader. Compared to being the wife of the Jiang family's young master, I would much prefer to be the sect leader's wife. After all, our Lu family is already a first-rate clan and does not require any support from the Jiang family. Furthermore, the Jiang family has seen a decline in its glory over generations. All I desire now is to soar alongside Su Gij." A glimmer of hope for the future shone in Lu Ruxue's eyes, as if she had already envisioned herself standing atop the Tianxian sect. Sister is right. At that moment, Lu Ruf, her brother, swaggered into the room, declaring, "What is Jiang Hao even worth? He is merely a waste who has barely entered the Qi condensation realm. How could he possibly be worthy of my sister? The Jiang family, entrusting their affairs to such a fool, will inevitably see their downfall. Better to choose the formidable Su Gij. With Su Gij as my brother-in-law, I too could thrive within the Tianxian sect. Who knows? Perhaps I might even become a vice sect leader someday." Lu Xian remained silent for a moment, and his worries seemed to dissipate. A satisfied smile began to grace his face. After all, his precious daughter possessed an extraordinary vision. However, just as the Lu family basked in this delightful fantasy, mocking laughter suddenly erupted from outside. "Ha ha! Since when did the Lu family become such daydreamers? Sect leader's wife? Vice sect leader? How utterly ludicrous!" This unexpected derision caused the expressions of the Lu family members to darken instantly. Soon after, Jiang Hao, accompanied by a throng of Jiang family experts, strode into the Lu family hall as if it were his own domain. "Impudent!" Lu Xian rebuked sharply. "Jiang Hao, you are exceedingly arrogant. This is my Lu family. Who permitted you to intrude so shamelessly?" Jiang Hao merely chuckled coldly. Lu Xian, are you truly confused or merely feigning ignorance? Since when has this place been your Lu family's territory? With a casual motion, he produced a deed from his storage ring. The entire Lu family estate, including the land, belongs to my Jiang family. Now that Lu Ruxue and I have called off our engagement, is there any issue with me reclaiming what is rightfully mine? Oh, and let us not forget the betrothal gifts originally given by my Jiang family. The celestial-grade Fengming sword, the earth-grade Xianyu armor, the Millennium Ice Crystal, the 9, the barrier-breaking pill, and various other rare treasures, including 30 million spirit stones. You must return everything that belongs to the Lu family. Jiang Hao, what do you mean by this? Lu Ruxue was profoundly infuriated by Jiang Hao's actions. She was acutely aware that he would undoubtedly come to the Lu residence, pleading for her forgiveness as he had done in the past. However, this time was entirely different. Lu Ruxue could not fathom that Jiang Hao would exhibit such despicable behavior. The items that had been given away could not simply be reclaimed. Moreover, Lu Ruxue did not consider these items to be a dowry. They were gifts that Jiang Hao had initially presented to pursue her. All the treasures had already been consumed. The Fengming sword and Xianyu armor were particularly significant to Lu Ruxue. After returning them to Jiang Hao, what would she have left? She could not possibly return them under any circumstances. Observing Lu Ruxue's exasperated demeanor, a mocking smile crept upon Jiang Hao's lips. What do I mean? You, this impudent woman, initiated the dissolution of our engagement. What issue is there with my reclaiming the dowry? Or do you intend to renege on this arrangement? Lu Fei, unable to contain his fury any longer, bellowed, Jiang Hao, are you even a man? How can you be so shameless? Once something has been given, it cannot be taken back. Previously, out of respect for my sister, I addressed you as brother-in-law, but in my eyes, you are nothing but a worthless sycophant. A mere lapdog to my sister. Lu Fei, emboldened by the fact that his future brother-in-law was the esteemed Su Yu from the Heavenly Shin sect, regarded Jiang Hao with utter disdain. At that moment, he brazenly declared, those items have entered the Lu family. They now belong to us. Dream on if you think you can reclaim them. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Jiang Hao flashed forward, appearing before him like a specter. Without affording Lu Fei any opportunity to react, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The impact was tremendous, sending Lu Fei sprawling to the ground. Publicly striking another. Evil deeds value. 100. Lu Fei clutched his swollen face in disbelief, staring at Jiang Hao. You dare strike me? What is there to fear? You foolish pig. I shall strike whenever I please. Jiang Hao is unrelenting, retorting without hesitation. Insulting another. Evil deeds value. 30. Even the leg of a mosquito is still meat. Though it may be little, for Jiang Hao, these evil deeds were crucial to his empowerment. Why not strengthen oneself by casually hurling insults? The Lu family members present were utterly astonished, a wave of commotion rippling through the gathering. Jiang Hao, you scoundrel! Lu Fei rose to his feet, roaring in fury. No one has ever dared strike me in my life. You are courting death. As the scion of the Lu family, he had been coddled since childhood and had never endured such humiliation. Jiang Hao first struck him across the face and then verbally insulted him, which Lu Fei could hardly tolerate. Immediately, he unleashed his aura from the 5th layer of the condensation realm. In his eyes, Jiang Hao, a mere waste who had just stepped into the condensation realm, could be easily defeated with a single punch. Yet, before Lu Fei could make his move, Jiang Hao brandished a crimson 9-ring blade that blazed like fire. With a casual swing, a fierce wave of red blade energy shot forth. The blade energy grazed the tips of Lu Fei's hair, stirring up a gust of wind. Boom, accompanied by a deafening crash. The blade energy struck a mural in the center of the hall, cleaving it in two. The mural fell with a thunderous crash, leaving a shocking crack in the wall. Lu Fei was instantly paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground, his hair disheveled and his face a mask of terror. He even soiled himself with a foul yellow liquid. He was scared to the point of losing control. Chapter 4. No dowry, no family. Scaring someone to the point of losing control is truly wicked. Evil deeds worth 300. Oh, such a generous reward. Had I known earlier, I would have swung a few more times. Perhaps I could have scared the fool into losing more than just his composure. Jiang Hao looked at the urine-soaked Lu Fei and found it utterly laughable. How could such a simpleton dare to boast in his presence? This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone present, especially Lu Fei's father, Lu Xian, whose eyes widened in disbelief. He could distinctly feel the tremendous power of Jiang Hao's previous strike. Lu Fei had narrowly escaped death. Even the guards of the Jiang family, who had initially prepared to intervene, were taken aback. No one expected that the so-called waste, Jiang Hao, possessed such astonishing strength. This single strike of blade energy could not have been executed without years of rigorous training. How could this be? Lu Ruxue was filled with horror. He was clearly a waste. As Lu Ruxue grappled with his own doubts, Lu Xian was already seething with rage. Jiang Hao, you wretched scoundrel, he shouted furiously, his anger erupting. It is one thing for you to create trouble in my Lu family, but how dare you lay a hand on my son? Your father is dead and has left you unrestrained. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in place of your deceased father. Before Lu Xian could finish, a middle-aged man standing beside Jiang Hao bellowed furiously, how dare you? As he stepped forward, a torrent of overwhelming aura from the law manifestation realm surged forth, shaking the very space around them. If you dare to harm a hair on my young master's head, I shall ensure that not a single member of the Lu family remains. Zhang Qin's voice was deep and powerful, each word resonating with immense weight. He was the chief steward of the Jiang estate and, aside from Jiang Feng, the foremost expert of the Jiang family. Having followed Jiang Hao's father since youth, he now bore the solemn responsibility of protecting Jiang Hao. For any threat posed to Jiang Hao, he shall eradicate it without a trace. The realm of Fa Xiang. How could a mere steward possess such formidable strength? Lu Xian's countenance turned pallid in an instant, though he stood on the precipice of the Fa Xiang realm. That single step felt like an insurmountable chasm, forever beyond his reach. The aura emanating from Zhang Chun instilled an unprecedented terror within him. The Lu clan members present were equally paralyzed by this overwhelming and suffocating presence, their faces etched with fear, their bodies rigid, as if ensnared by invisible shackles, rendering them immobile. You, an old dog, dare to discipline me in place of my father? Have you even taken a moment to reflect on your own worth? You speak incessantly of the Lu family. This is evidently Jiang family territory. When did it become yours? If you truly cannot comprehend human speech, I could bring a dog over for a more fitting exchange. Jiang Hao nonchalantly seated himself in the main position of the Lu family hall, propping his leg up casually. Insulting one's elders. Evil deed value, 50. Jiang Hao, you have gone too far. You have caused me great sorrow. Lu Ruxue, crushed by Zhang Qin's terrifying aura, knelt helplessly on the ground. Her expression was one of profound disappointment as she gazed at Jiang Hao. I concede that the matter of our annulled engagement has greatly impacted you, but after so many years of shared affection, how could you come to my Lu family and wreak havoc, disregarding our family's dignity? Have you ever considered my feelings? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. Your feelings and the dignity of the Lu family are of no concern to me. My only interest lies in the bride price. I have no time for idle chatter. Either return the bride price, or I shall annihilate the entire Lu clan. As he uttered these words, the Jiang family's guards, led by Zhang Chun, prepared for battle. They were indifferent to the consequences of obliterating the Lu family. With but a command from Jiang Hao, the Lu family would be reduced to ashes. No, please no. Lu Xian, terrified by the scene before him, hastily implored, Jiang Xianshi, let us discuss this. There is nothing to discuss with you, old dog. I am granting you but a day to prepare. If the bride price is not returned by tomorrow morning, the Lu family shall have no reason to continue to exist. Bullying the weak. Wishing to annihilate the entire Lu clan. Utterly despicable. Evil deed value. 1,000. Jiang Hao cast a cold gaze around the Lu assembly before departing with his subordinates. Jiang Xianshi, wait. Lu Xian, in a state of urgency, attempted to pursue but was halted by Zhang Qin's threatening glare, sending a shiver down his spine. The oppressive force of a Fa Xiang realm expert rendered his legs weak, and he slumped helplessly to the ground. This is all your fault. Lu Xian's fury ignited within him as he abruptly stood, trembling finger pointed at Lu Ruxue. Had it not been for your unwarranted withdrawal from our engagement, how could the Lu family have fallen into such dire straits? Let us set aside the discussion of those rare and precious materials. The mere sum of 30 million spirit stones is beyond our means to bear. Even this magnificent mansion must be reclaimed by the Jiang family. Do you wish for our entire family to return to that dilapidated old residence? I, Lu Xian, am a person of some repute in Tianyun City. How could I endure such humiliation? Ruxue, you must hasten to the Jiang family and apologize to Jiang Hao. Why should I apologize? Lu Ruxue retorted indignantly. Do I not have the right to pursue my own happiness? Father, you have witnessed with your own eyes what a shameless scoundrel Jiang Hao is. Do you truly wish for your daughter to leap into a pit of fire? A pit of fire? Jiang Hao is a golden son-in-law. How can you dare to call it a pit of fire? Lu Xian's beard trembled with ire. Now that Jiang Hao demands a betrothal gift from us, how do you propose we fulfill such a request? Would you have me part with the foaming sword and the Xianyu armor? Upon mentioning these two treasures, Lu Ruxue instinctively reached for the storage pouch at her side. These are mine. Both the foaming sword and the Xianyu armor are of utmost significance to her. Even when Jiang Hao demanded compensation at the Jiang residence, she could not bear to part with them. Yet the strength of the Jiang family far exceeded Lu Ruxue's imagination. Even an ordinary old steward was a formidable figure in the realm of law manifestations. If they did not comply, given Jiang Hao's current temperament, the Lu family would surely face catastrophic consequences. At that moment, a vision of a handsome young man suddenly appeared in Lu Ruxue's mind. It was none other than her white moonlight, Su Yu. Yes, Brother Su must have a way to resolve this. Brother Su is the holy son of the Tianxian sect and a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. His cultivation has already reached the realm of spirit transformation. Moreover, I am now the holy maiden of the Tianxian sect. The sect leader would never allow Jiang Hao to act with impunity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Ruxue calmly declared, "Father, I will find a way to address the Jiang family's demand for a betrothal gift. You had better truly find a solution. Otherwise, for the future of the Lu family, I will have no choice but to sacrifice you." Lu Xian's gaze flickered with a cold light as he spoke. For him, Lu Fei was the true heir to the Lu family. Lu Ruxue was ultimately just a woman. Jiang Hao had given them only one day. If by tomorrow Jiang Hao's wrath was not quelled, Lu Xian would have no option but to resolutely escort Lu Ruxue to the Jiang residence, relinquishing her to Jiang Hao's disposition. Rest assured, Father, Brother Su will surely assist me. Besides, I have recently accomplished a great feat by slaying a demon from the demon race, and the sect leader has promised me a substantial reward. If all else fails, I can use these rewards to appease Jiang Hao. With that, Lu Ruxue turned and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, after leaving the Lu family, Jiang Hao did not return to the Jiang residence, but instead made his way directly to the Tianxian sect. At this moment, atop the majestic main peak of the Tianxian sect, within a tranquil hall, an extraordinary middle-aged man sat with his eyes closed, seemingly isolated from the world. Just then, he suddenly seemed to sense something and abruptly opened his eyes. Following that, Jiang Hao slowly stepped into the grand hall, as if entering a realm devoid of any presence. "You rascal, what brings you here again? Surely you haven't come to solicit something on behalf of that girl Lu Ruxue, have you? She is now the holy maiden of the Tianxian sect, enjoying a position of great esteem within the sect. I have nothing left to offer her." The person speaking was none other than Lin Mo, the sect leader of Tianxian. Yet, this was merely one of the identities known to the world. Lin Mo held another title. He was Jiang Hao's third uncle. Chapter 5, Third Uncle. The leader of Tianxian sect. Many years prior, a young Lin Mo had been brutally attacked by a beast, leaving him orphaned and clinging to life. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's grandfather happened to pass by, intervened, and took him in as a foster son. From that moment on, Lin Mo's fate underwent a profound transformation. Subsequently, he demonstrated remarkable talent for cultivation, catching the eye of the old sect leader of Tianxian, who took him as a direct disciple. After the demise of the old leader, Lin Mo resolutely assumed this heavy responsibility, becoming the 17th sect leader of Tianxian. Presently, his cultivation level is unfathomable, ranking him among the pinnacle of powerhouses in the Great Flame Dynasty. Lin Mo devoted himself entirely to cultivation and had no offspring. Following the accidental death of his elder brother Jiang Bin, Lin Mo naturally took it upon himself to look after Jiang Hao, treating him as his own. This grand hall served as Lin Mo's sacred retreat for meditation, a place where no disciple of Tianxian was permitted to intrude. Jiang Hao, however, was the sole exception. "Third uncle, you misunderstand me. I have not come to see you regarding Lu Ruxue. To speak candidly, I have already annulled my engagement with her." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's brow furrowed immediately. "Annul the engagement? Are you serious?" "Of course," Jiang Hao asserted with conviction. "There is no longer any connection between Lu Ruxue and me. You need not concern yourself with her on my account. She is simply unworthy." Although Lin Mo did not pursue the matter further, he had a rough understanding of the situation. It was likely due to Su Yu. After Su Yu's disappearance, Lu Ruxue had turned to Jiang Hao. Initially, Lin Mo was quite displeased, yet Jiang Hao's deep affection for her made it difficult for him to interfere. Over the years, Lu Ruxue thrived within the Tianxian sect, even ascending to the position of Holy Maiden, all thanks to Jiang Hao discreetly facilitating Lin Mo's assistance, hoping only for her happiness. He even extended his care to her brother, Lu Fei. Now that Jiang Hao had relinquished his feelings for Lu Ruxue, Lin Mo felt no obligation to continue watching over them. After all, he had never held any fondness for Lu Ruxue from the start. I am aware of this matter. Lin Mo nodded gently. Do you have any other business? Yes. Jiang Hao did not beat around the bush and directly stated his true intention for coming. Third uncle, I wish to join the inner sect of Tianxian. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo abruptly rose to his feet. A look of incredulity etched upon his face. However, while I am indeed the sect master of Tianxian sect, I cannot make exceptions for you, for that would undermine the rules of our sect. To become an inner disciple of Tianxian sect, one must at least possess a cultivation level of the 8th layer of qi condensation. Before Lin Mo could finish his words, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in Jiang Hao's aura. To his astonishment, Jiang Hao had already attained the 8th layer of qi condensation. How could this be possible? Over the years, you have been preoccupied with Lu Ruxue, neglecting your training. How could you elevate to the 8th layer overnight? Have you consumed some elixir that promotes hasty growth? However, how could you be so reckless? With a hurried expression, Lin Mo approached Jiang Hao, repeatedly sensing his aura. Fearful that his momentary oversight might lead Jiang Hao down the path of self-destruction and reckless ambition. Such a fate would render him a lifelong sinner in the Jiang family, leaving him unable to face his late elder brother, Jiang Bin. Fortunately, after thorough scrutiny, he found no abnormality in Jiang Hao's aura. On the contrary, his cultivation at the 8th layer of qi condensation appeared exceptionally stable, clearly not the result of blind haste. Third uncle, you need not worry in the slightest. I have not yet become the pinnacle of strength in this world. Why would I engage in self-destructive behavior? My 8th layer of qi condensation is genuine. Though I have neglected my training over the years, it does not mean I am devoid of potential. I will not allow the glory of the Jiang family to fade under my watch. As Jiang Hao spoke, his demeanor radiated confidence. Possessing the system of malevolent deeds, he found joy in gaining strength through unorthodox means. Lin Mo did not doubt Jiang Hao's words, for he bore the bloodline of the esteemed Jiang family, inherently gifted. When Jiang Hao first entered Tianxian sect, he had already showcased extraordinary talent. Within less than a month of practicing the sect's foundational technique, the Eternal Spring Scripture, he had achieved considerable progress. If not for the interference of Lu Ruxue, which had disrupted Jiang Hao's resolve, he would not have wasted years in his cultivation. Now that Jiang Hao was determined to resume his training, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. Excellent. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. I am truly pleased to see you with such resolve, my dear nephew. However, to become an inner disciple of Tianxian sect, merely possessing the 8th layer of qi condensation is insufficient. After all, your current status is that of an ordinary outer disciple. You must secure a top 3 position in the outer disciple assessment to gain entry into the inner sect. At this juncture, Lin Mo's tone grew grave. Tomorrow marks the outer disciple assessment of this year. I advise you to consider waiting until next year to participate for your own safety. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled lightly. Third uncle, I appreciate your good intentions, but I am determined to achieve victory in this year's outer disciple assessment. Lin Mo gazed at Jiang Hao's resolute and confident demeanor, momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! Indeed, you are the son of my elder brother. If you achieve the top score in the outer sect, your third uncle will reward you handsomely. It is a promise. Jiang Hao readily agreed without hesitation. However, just as he turned to leave, Lin Mo suddenly called out to him, Wait. However, since your father's passing, I have been discreetly investigating that matter. Your father's death was certainly no accident. Upon hearing this, the smile on Jiang Hao's face instantly froze, a glimmer of cold intensity flashing in his eyes. Third uncle, do you mean to say that someone has secretly harmed my father? Lin Mo spoke solemnly. I have yet to uncover the full truth. However, your father was extraordinarily powerful. It is inconceivable that he would fall prey to a demonic beast without reason. There must be something amiss. Your return to the Tianxian sect is indeed a fortuitous event, for it allows me to safeguard your safety at all times. Jiang Hao clenched his fist upon hearing this. Yet he refrained from uttering a word and silently exited the grand hall. The vengeance for his father's death was a matter of utmost gravity. He vowed inwardly to unearth the truth behind the conspiracy. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand was to enhance his strength. The outer sect examination would present countless disciples. Undoubtedly a splendid opportunity to accumulate merit points for his future endeavors. After Jiang Hao's departure, Lin Mo immediately summoned the second elder of the Tianshan sect. Shortly thereafter, a graceful woman clad in azure entered the grand hall with a light step. "Brother, what brings you to seek me?" The woman who spoke was Chun Yulian, the leader of Qing'an Peak within the Tianshan sect. Besides the main peak, the sect also boasted the peaks of Liyan, Qingyun, and Huiyan, each presided over by the first, second, and third elders respectively. Lu Ruxue was the direct disciple of Chun Yulian. Upon seeing Chun Yulian, Lin Mo spoke coldly. "Yulian, Lu Ruxue does not possess the qualifications to be the saintess. Immediately revoke her title." Chapter 6. Annulment of Engagement and Dowry, Justifiable and Reasonable. "What?" Chun Yulian responded, her delicate brows furrowing. "Brother, what do you mean by this? It was you who personally decreed Lu Ruxue's appointment as saintess. Now, to strip her of that identity is perplexing. Could it be because of Jiang Hao? Given her close relationship with Lin Mo, Chun Yulian was well aware of the affairs surrounding the Jiang family. Initially, she had little regard for Lu Ruxue. Her acceptance as a direct disciple was solely due to Lin Mo's influence. The mere fact that Lin Mo would choose to revoke Lu Ruxue's title as saintess must be linked to Jiang Hao. She understood her sect leader far too well. Indeed, Lin Mo replied tersely, "This girl possesses an unworthy disposition. Should she become a saintess, it would likely tarnish the esteemed reputation of our heavenly Xin sect. Moreover, she has yet to step into the spiritual transformation realm, which disqualifies her from the criteria of becoming a saintess. There is no need for you to inquire further about the specifics. Simply follow my orders." "Very well, since this is your command, I shall comply." Chun Yulian said little more and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, upon returning to the heavenly Xin sect, Lu Ruxue made her way directly to the Liyun Peak in search of Su Yu. With a look of grievance, she stood before Su Yu and lamented, "Brother Su, Jiang Hao is truly despicable. I had no feelings for him to begin with, and I ended our engagement to avoid holding him back. Yet this shameless scoundrel seeks to reclaim all the gifts bestowed upon the Lu family, claiming they were his betrothal gifts. Now that the engagement is dissolved, he insists on taking them back." As Lu Ruxue spoke, her distress deepened. It was evident he was deliberately creating trouble. "Those items were offered to me willingly during his courtship. How could they be deemed betrothal gifts? Now he inexplicably demands their return, which I simply cannot provide. Brother Su, what am I to do? You must help me." Upon hearing this, Su furrowed his brow in anger. How infuriating. Is Jiang Hao even a man? He then shouted fiercely, shattering a nearby boulder with a single strike. "Gifts once given cannot be retracted. How utterly shameless. The city lord Jiang Bin was a man of distinction. How could he have such a disgraceful son?" Su Yu turned and embraced Lu Ruxue, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I will resolve this matter for you. I will not allow anyone to harm those I cherish." Lu Ruxue felt a surge of gratitude in her heart, holding Su Yu tightly. "Brother Su, what do you plan to do about this? Jiang Hao is cunning and treacherous. I fear he may act against the Lu family tomorrow. Rest assured." Su Yu gently patted Lu Ruxue's head. "As we are destined partners, your father is naturally also my father. I will not allow Jiang Hao to lay a finger on the Lu family." Just then, a robust man rushed towards Su Yu, exclaiming, "Holy Son, Jiang Hao has arrived at the outer gate of the heavenly Xin sect." "Ha! How fortuitous," Su Yu replied with a cold smirk. "I was just looking for him, and he has conveniently presented himself." With that, Su Yu took Lu Ruxue's hand and swiftly made his way towards the outer gate. Meanwhile, within the outer gate elders hall of the heavenly Xin sect, an elder in charge, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? You wish to register for the outer gate assessment the day after tomorrow?" Jiang Hao, undeterred by the elder's astonishment, calmly responded, "Is that not permissible? Although I do not frequent the heavenly Xin sect, I am still a disciple of the outer gate. It is entirely reasonable for me to sign up for the assessment." The elder, incredulous, thought to himself, "This is quite intriguing. I never anticipated this wastrel would suddenly return to the heavenly Xin sect. Very well, since you wish to enroll, I shall naturally grant you the opportunity. However, I must caution you that the external assessments are fraught with uncertainties regarding life and death. As a pampered young master, it would be wise for you to prepare thoroughly before participating." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao donned a calm smile and expressed his gratitude to the elder, stating that he was already well prepared. With that, Jiang Hao resolutely departed. As he stepped out of the Hall of Elders, two familiar figures suddenly materialized before him. Besides Lu Ruxue, the other man was none other than the illustrious holy son of the Tianxin sect, Su Yu. Before Jiang Hao could utter a word, Su Yu immediately confronted him. Jiang Hao, are you still a man? Is there any reason to reclaim what has been given away? Su Yu's unexpected appearance in the outer sect had already stirred quite a commotion, and now, publicly confronting Jiang Hao left many disciples of the outer sect astonished. What was happening? Why had both the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden come to the outer sect? It seemed that they were targeting Jiang Hao. This was puzzling. Was not Lu Ruxue Jiang Hao's fiancée? How could she be with Su Yu? What you fail to understand is that Lu Ruxue had long ago pledged herself to Su Yu. It was only after an unforeseen incident that Su Yu went missing, allowing Lu Ruxue to be with Jiang Hao. Speaking of Jiang Hao, he was indeed a lovesick fool, as he had been utterly devoted to Lu Ruxue over the years, earning the envy of many. What a load of nonsense. This was nothing but sycophancy. After so many years of devotion, in the end, with Su Yu's return, he had lost everything. It was truly pitiable. Disregarding the gazes of those around him, Su Yu approached Jiang Hao directly. From the very beginning, Ruxue never loved you. She chose to break off the engagement to avoid holding you back. Yet you took the opportunity to claim what rightfully belonged to Ruxue. Is that not an utter disgrace? At these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. Good heavens! Lu Ruxue and Jiang Hao had broken off their engagement. When did this happen? Although Su Yu held the esteemed title of Holy Son of the Tianxian sect, one must admit that Jiang Hao's standing was also quite significant. What on earth was Lu Ruxue thinking in breaking off her engagement with Jiang Hao? It was no wonder Su Yu had suddenly come to the outer sect. He was here to defend Lu Ruxue. Yet something felt amiss. What did Su Yu mean by that? Jiang Hao was the young master of the Jiang family. What could he possibly lack that would lead him to covet Lu Ruxue's belongings? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How utterly ridiculous. Su Yu, did you damage your brain when you fell into the abyss? I have ended my engagement with Lu Ruxue. What is wrong with reclaiming the betrothal gifts given to the Lu family? To assert that those treasures rightfully belong to Lu Ruxue is sheer folly. Do you not feel the slightest shame in uttering such words? With that, Jiang Hao angrily pointed at Lu Ruxue. Enough of your nonsense. Return to me the Fengming sword and the Xianyu armor at once. Having annulled the engagement, yet still clinging to the betrothal gifts of the Jiang family, do you not feel a shred of shame? Initially, the crowd was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. However, upon hearing Jiang Hao's remarks, enlightenment dawned upon them. So, this is what transpired. Young Master Jiang speaks with utmost clarity. Since the betrothal has been dissolved, the gifts must be returned. I had believed the esteemed lady to be pure and virtuous, yet I never imagined she could be so disgraceful. To have called off the engagement and still refuse to return the gifts. How utterly contemptible. The surrounding jeers echoed in Lu Ruxue's ears. Once exalted within the Tianxian sect, she now faced open ridicule from all around, leaving her unable to bear such humiliation. She glared furiously at Jiang Hao and exclaimed, Jiang Hao, how dare you be so shameless? When we were engaged, did you ever declare that the Fengming sword and the Xianyu armor were the betrothal gifts? You willingly bestowed them upon me. Instinctively, Lu Ruxue clutched her storage pouch at her waist, her expression fraught with panic. Absurd. Jiang Hao scoffed and continued. Whether it be the Fengming sword or the Xianyu armor, both are treasures of immense value. Had it not been for our impending nuptials, would I have ever gifted you such precious artifacts? Lu Ruxue, do you truly consider yourself a celestial being descended to earth? You are but a worn shoe. A discarded trinket I no longer desire. Publicly insulting a woman. Malicious act valued at 100. You dare insult me? Lu Ruxue trembled with rage, her spiritual energy surging around her. What? Are you, the lofty saintess, intending to lay hands on a mere outer disciple? If you truly desire these two artifacts, then you should kneel and beg for them. If you humbly bow and plead, perhaps I might be in a generous mood and grant them to you. To my Jiang family, these treasures are but a trifling matter. Jiang Hao observed Lu Ruxue's furious demeanor and found it amusing. Ladies and gentlemen, do weigh in. Am I in the wrong for acting thus? As soon as Jiang Hao spoke, many disciples in the crowd echoed in agreement. Indeed, annulment and the return of gifts is a matter of course. What difference is there between Lu Ruxue's actions and those of a bandit? How laughable that such a character could serve as a saintess. Both Jiang Hao's words and the crowd's sentiments stripped Lu Ruxue of her dignity. This is infuriating. Jiang Hao, you vile scoundrel, I shall end you. At that moment, Lu Ruxue, consumed by fury, charged recklessly at Jiang Hao. Yet, Jiang Hao was swifter. Before she could react, he had already appeared before her, raising his hand without a word to deliver a resounding slap. Chapter 7. I shall return these items on her behalf. The sudden slap left Lu Rushue stunned, her hand pressed against her reddened cheek as she gazed at Jiang Hao in disbelief. You dare strike me? Indeed. Apart from her anger, Lu Rushue was predominantly in a state of shock. She had already reached the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm. Even though she had yet to enter the spirit transformation realm, her strength should have been sufficient to overpower Jiang Hao. Yet, Jiang Hao's speed exceeded her wildest imaginings. Is this reasonable? Even Suyu, who stood nearby, was unable to react. It was at this moment that the aura emanating from Jiang Hao, who stood at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, suddenly erupted. Only then did Lu Rushue realize that Jiang Hao might have been concealing his true power all these years. Seeing this, Suyu roared with uncontainable fury, Jiang Hao, you shameless wretch, how dare you strike a woman? As the holy son of the Tianjin sect, he found himself powerless to stop Jiang Hao. Instead, he allowed Jiang Hao to publicly strike Lu Rushue. Although the slap landed on Lu Rushue's face, it felt as if it had struck him. Suyu's aura instantly became exceedingly ferocious. However, he refrained from recklessly taking action, fully aware that intervening against Jiang Hao under such circumstances would have dire consequences. Observing Suyu's impotent fury, Jiang Hao scoffed. What of it if I strike? You think I'm not entitled to demand the betrothal gifts? Lu Rushue, I warned you when you were at the Lu residence. If the gifts are not returned by tomorrow morning, the Lu family shall meet a disastrous fate. Publicly striking and threatening others. Evil act value, 200. You wretched Jiang Hao, you are even more despicable than I imagined. Suyu gritted his teeth in anger. Very well, since you demand the betrothal gifts, I shall take full responsibility for them. 3 days. I will return everything to you in 3 days. In Suyu's eyes, Lu Rushue was his woman, and her public humiliation was also his disgrace. Now, with everyone watching, if he forcibly took Lu Rushue away, both would become the subject of ridicule. Having only just ascended to the position of Holy Son, he could not afford to lose face over this matter. Oh, I did not expect you to possess some sense of responsibility. Very well, I grant you 3 days. But heed my warning. Should you fail to return the betrothal gifts after 3 days, not only shall the Lu family face calamity, but I shall not spare you either. After delivering this ultimatum, Jiang Hao swaggered away. He was quite eager to see what Suyu would offer as repayment for such exorbitant betrothal gifts. Once Jiang Hao departed, Suyu seethed with rage, bellowing at the surrounding crowd, get the hell out of here. If anyone dares to utter another word, do not blame me for being impolite. With his fury having no outlet, Suyu could only vent his frustrations on the onlookers. The Holy Son is so impressive, isn't he? You only dare to bully us ordinary outer disciples. Though the outer disciples stood in silence, they inwardly cursed and grumbled. Brother Su, are you truly going to help me retrieve these items? Given Jiang Hao's temperament, if he fails to deliver in 3 days, he is capable of anything. Lu Rushue, filled with anxiety, looked at Suyu with a sense of grievance. Since I dare to act this way, I possess absolute confidence, Suyu declared, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Jiang Hao had already registered for the outer sect assessment, and the day after tomorrow, he would undoubtedly clash with other outer disciples. Should Jiang Hao meet an untimely demise, these matters would naturally be rendered moot. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushue was taken aback. Sugu, what do you mean? Do you intend to harm Jiang Hao? That simply cannot happen. After all, he is the heir of the Jiang family. Before she could finish her thought, Suyu interrupted, rest assured, I shall not act personally. After all, I am the exalted saint son of the Tianjin sect, the future leader of our sect. To slay a scoundrel like Jiang Hao would only tarnish my hands. I will ensure his demise appears justifiable. Without casting any suspicion upon myself, I will not tolerate anyone who dares to harm or humiliate my woman. Upon hearing these words, Lu Rushue felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. She embraced Suyu tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Sugu, you are truly wonderful to me. Once this matter is resolved, I shall marry you and do anything for you. At that moment, as the two shared a tender embrace, Jiang Hao had already departed from the Tianjin sect and returned to the Jiang family. Without delay, he activated the system panel. Current cultivation progress. Changchun formula. Major achievement 0. Void breaking blade technique. Major achievement 0. Spirit wind steps. Major achievement 0. Current malefic value 1780. Generally, reaching major achievement in a technique or martial art signifies its pinnacle. But what if one were to continue refining beyond this? A playful smile crept across Jiang Hao's lips. With ample malefic value at his disposal, why not give it a try? After a brief contemplation, he decisively invested all his malefic value into the cultivation of spirit wind steps. Ding! Consumed 1,700 points of malefic value. Mystic grade mid-tier martial technique. Spirit wind steps has reached its zenith. Ding! During your seclusion, your insights have deepened. And your cultivation realm has ascended to the peak of the 10th layer of chi condensation. Current remaining malefic value, 80 points. At the moment the system's voice echoed. A torrent of formidable energy surged into Jiang Hao, instantly saturating his entire being. It was as if he had truly labored for years to master spirit wind steps. Bringing the technique to its pinnacle, it felt as though he had originated this martial art himself, every detail and secret already known to him. How fascinating. It turns out that reaching the pinnacle is the true summit. As Jiang Hao executed spirit wind steps, each step left a faint afterimage in the air, which vanished into nothingness in an instant. His figure flitted about like a ghost, elusive and difficult to grasp. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. This is precisely why Jiang Hao chose to prioritize mastering the spirit wind steps to perfection. After all, possessing unparalleled agility allows one to navigate the treacherous world with greater ease, both in preserving one's life and vanquishing foes. Just then, a robust middle-aged man hurried into Jiang Hao's room. Hao, I have heard that you are to participate in the outer sect assessment. The visitor was none other than Jiang Hao's second uncle, Jiang Feng, the current lord of Tianyan City. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Jiang Hao, he was momentarily taken aback. What? You have already reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the chi condensation realm? Over the years, Jiang Feng had been frustrated with Jiang Hao, believing he had become infatuated with Lu Rushua, leading to a neglect of his cultivation and a squandering of his innate talent. Yet, the aura radiating from Jiang Hao now left him utterly astonished. He distinctly recalled that before the annulment of the engagement, Jiang Hao was merely at the first layer of the chi condensation realm. But now, it was as if he had undergone a complete transformation, soaring directly to the pinnacle of the 10th layer. Howard, have you taken drugs? Chapter 8. Depriving Lu Rushua of her saintess title. Jiang Feng's reaction mirrored that of Lin Mo. He immediately approached Jiang Hao, repeatedly sensing and scrutinizing him. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's aura was steady, showing no signs of abnormality. The 10th layer of the chi condensation realm was solid and genuine, allowing Jiang Feng to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Second uncle, why do you, like third uncle, think I have resorted to drugs? Such self-destructive actions are not in my character. To be frank, I have been concealing my strength all these years. Jiang Hao briefly explained before swiftly changing the subject. Second uncle, I have annulled my engagement with the Lu family. Thus, from this moment forth, the Jiang family shall no longer provide any assistance to the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's expression darkened. Rest assured, this matter has long been instructed by me. Our Jiang family was able to elevate the Lu family, and now we can just as easily dismantle them. Lu Rushua dares to treat my Howard this way. She shall face the consequences she deserves. Jiang Feng harbored no doubts regarding Jiang Hao's claim of concealing his strength. Years ago, his elder brother, Jiang Bin, far surpassed him in both cultivation and talent. As Jiang Hao was his brother's son, inheriting his bloodline and gifts was only natural. The only reasonable explanation for Jiang Hao's meteoric rise in cultivation was indeed that he had been hiding his true capabilities. Jiang Hao nodded slightly and then spoke. Second uncle, unless there are other matters, I intend to resume my cultivation. Very well, then cultivate. I shall not disturb you further, Jiang Feng replied before turning to leave. With Jiang Hao's current level of cultivation, passing the outer sect assessment would be a mere formality. He had no cause for concern. Meanwhile, atop the Qingyun peak of the Tianxian sect, Lu Rushua gazed at Chun Yulian in disbelief. Master, what are you saying? You intend to strip me of my identity as the saintess? On what grounds? This is unjust. She had anticipated that her master's summons would be to commend her for her valor in vanquishing demons, only to be met with the chilling decree of her expulsion from the saintess position. It is not I who wishes to revoke your title, but rather the esteemed sect leader. Moreover, you have yet to reach the realm of transformation, which disqualifies you from being the saintess. I am about to enter seclusion for cultivation and can no longer guide you as before. You must fend for yourself, Chen Yulian remarked before hastily turning away. Left alone, Lu Rushua stood in stunned silence, her countenance a portrait of shock. When she finally regained her composure, the surroundings were already devoid of life. Master, you cannot treat me this way. I am but a step away from the realm of transformation. Grant me a little more time, and I shall surely ascend to that exalted state. I implore you to advocate on my behalf to the sect leader to preserve my position as the saintess. Lu Ruxue cried out, kneeling on the ground in the direction of Qin Yuyan, but received no response. Just yesterday, she had been the cherished disciple of her master, a revered saintess of the Tianxian sect. Yet today, her master had forsaken her, retreating into seclusion, and her title had been stripped away. This sudden upheaval struck her like a bolt from the blue, sending ripples through her heart that she had never before experienced. The agony of plummeting from the heights of glory to the depths of despair nearly suffocated her. Why has this happened? Lu Ruxue collapsed onto the ground, her body trembling slightly. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Qin Yuyan observed Lu Ruxue's distress without a hint of emotion. Her decision to take Lu Ruxue as a disciple had merely been out of respect for sect leader Lin Mo. From the beginning, she had never found any satisfaction in Lu Ruxue's abilities. Had it not been for their long-standing master-disciple bond, she would have expelled her long ago. In another part of the Tianxian sect, within the outer sect's alchemy chamber, Lu Fei arrived as usual to collect his elixirs, but was unceremoniously ejected by the elder in charge. Lu Fei, every outer sect disciple is permitted to receive only 3 spirit-gathering pills per month. What gives you the right to demand special treatment? Lu Fei, seething with anger, retorted. What do you mean? Just because my sister is the saintess? How dare you, a mere outer sect elder, obstruct me? Do you want me to have my sister teach you a lesson? His frustration had already been boiling over due to the recent incident with Jiang Hao, and now he sought to obtain elixirs to secure a better ranking in the upcoming outer sect assessment. Additionally, he aimed to swiftly enhance his cultivation to confront Jiang Hao. In the past, he could take whatever he desired from the alchemy chamber without opposition, and even the outer sect elders would turn a blind eye. However, now he has been expelled by the outer sect elder, a reality that Lu Fei simply cannot accept. How outrageous. The outer sect elder bellowed, Lu Fei, who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? I must inform you that Lu Ruxue is no longer a saintess. The sect master has decreed the revocation of her saintess status. I advise you to leave at once, or I shall exercise my power to cast you out of the Tianxian sect. In the past, his leniency towards Lu Fei was not only due to Lu Ruxue's status as a saintess, but also the covert indications from the inner sect elders. Now that Lu Ruxue has lost her title, the inner sect elders have made it clear that there is no longer any need to show Lu Fei any mercy. Thus, he could naturally target this prodigal. This pent-up resentment had been brewing for far too long. What did you say? My sister is no longer a saintess? Lu Fei was initially taken aback, but then erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. You're spewing nonsense. My sister is undoubtedly a saintess, and furthermore, my brother-in-law is a holy son. How dare you, old fool, speak to me in such a way? I will ensure that you. Before Lu Fei could finish his sentence, the outer sect elder delivered a brutal kick to his chest. With mere cultivation at the 5th level of qi condensation, Lu Fei stood no chance against the outer sect elder, who possessed the strength of the spirit transformation realm. This kick was as forceful as a tempest sweeping away leaves, sending Lu Fei flying. He crashed against the nearby rock wall, promptly spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained his garments. You insolent wretch! Who gave you the audacity to insult me so? As an outer sect elder, I hereby expel you from the Tianxian sect. Leave at once. Otherwise, I shall slay you on the spot. Had Lu Fei chosen to depart quietly, it would have sufficed. Yet this scoundrel dared to insult him so. After all, he was one of the elders of the outer sect. How could he endure such humiliation from Lu Fei? The fact that he had not killed Lu Fei outright was already a sign of his restraint. Lu Fei intended to retort, but his injuries were too severe, and he lost consciousness. Observing this, the outer sect elder shouted furiously, "Someone, throw this ignorant fool out of the Tianxian sect." Chapter 9. Crawl out of the Jiang family like a dog. In a single day, Lu Ruxue was stripped of her saintess title, and Lu Fei met a dismal fate, being expelled from the Tianxian sect. Such shocking news immediately stirred a tempest within the sect. Have you heard? Lu Ruxue has been deposed. This was indeed unprecedented in the history of the Tianxian sect since its establishment. How absurd. If I were Lu Ruxue, I would have no face left to stand in the Tianxian sect. What on earth happened? Could it be related to Jiang Hao? Strangely enough, that seems plausible, especially since Lu Ruxue has called off her engagement with Jiang Hao. Did you not hear? Our esteemed sect master has significant ties to the Jiang family. I am aware of this matter. It was conveyed to me by my grandfather. It appears that the esteemed leader is the adopted son of Grandpa Jiang. This revelation elucidates everything. No wonder Lu Rushue has ascended so rapidly in recent years. It was all due to Jiang Hao's covert assistance. How foolish of her to relinquish such a remarkable golden opportunity. I fear the Lu family shall also suffer the consequences. In the vast expanse of the Tianqian sect, Lu Rushue has undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. At this moment, atop the Liyan Peak, Lu Rushue, with tears streaming down her face, sought out Suyu. Brother Su, what am I to do now? The esteemed leader has stripped me of my status as the saintess. I am unwilling. Seeing her distress, Suyu hurriedly spoke to comfort her. Rushue, take heart. This is merely a temporary setback. The occurrence of this event must be the result of Jiang Hao's scheming. That scoundrel is truly despicable, and I shall not let him escape unscathed. I assure you, on the day of the outer sect assessment, it shall be Jiang Hao's downfall. With that, Suyu gently embraced Lu Rushue, promising, once the matter with Jiang Hao is resolved, I will assist you in breaking through to the spirit transformation realm. At that time, I shall advocate for you before the esteemed leader, ensuring your reinstatement as the saintess. After all, I remain the favored disciple of the Tianqian sect. My master has explicitly stated that the esteemed leader has no direct disciples. The position of the holy son of the Tianqian sect has always belonged solely to me. Becoming the holy son also signifies that the future leadership of the sect shall undoubtedly be mine. I guarantee that you will become the esteemed leader's consort. Naturally. So you had heard of the affairs concerning Lu Rushue and Lu Fei. Beyond his anger, he was profoundly shocked. He never anticipated that the esteemed leader, Lin Mo, shared such deep connections with the Jiang family. However, Suyu did not dwell too much on this revelation. In his perspective, the Grand Elder was the true linchpin of the Tianqian sect. In terms of seniority, the Grand Elder was even Lin Mo's senior. Even Lin Mo must show some respect to the Grand Elder. And he, as the Grand Elder's sole direct disciple, was the holy son of the Tianqian sect. As long as he devoted himself to cultivation, he would surely one day replace Lin Mo and become the new leader of the Tianqian sect. With Suyu's words, Lu Rushue felt a modicum of relief, yet her heart still burned with resentment. She did not regret her decision to sever ties with Jiang Hao. Rather, she loathed the sheer shamelessness of these individuals, especially the lofty esteemed leader, Lin Mo. Originally, Lu Rushue held him in high regard, but now she regarded him with disdain. Throughout, Lu Rushue never believed that her current achievements were bestowed by Jiang Hao. She considered them the fruits of her own labor. Yet the esteemed leader, because of Jiang Hao, had stripped her of all her deserved glory, inciting her profound fury. She silently vowed to one day trample these individuals beneath her feet. Meanwhile, the gravely injured Lu Fei was hurriedly carried back to the Lu family. Lu Xian hurried over upon hearing the news. After understanding the entirety of the situation, his expression changed dramatically, filled with sheer terror. How could this happen? Although Lu Fei was in a deep coma, there was still hope for his recovery. What truly plunged Lu Xian into despair was the expulsion of Lu Fei from the Tianqian sect. Most critically, even Lu Rushue had been stripped of her status as a saintess. This upheaval coincided precisely with Lu Rushue's annulment of her engagement to Jiang Hao. Undoubtedly, this was intricately connected to Jiang Hao. Damn it, it is all that foolish girl Rushue's fault. Consumed by fury, Lu Xian struck the table before him, reducing it to mere dust. Yet, no matter how infuriated he felt, it was futile, for the sake of the Lu family's future. He had no choice but to seek Jiang Hao's aid. After a brief contemplation, Lu Xian instructed his servants to take good care of Lu Fei and hurriedly set off for the Jiang residence. Before long, Lu Xian entered the spacious hall of the Jiang manor. The city lord, Jiang Feng, sat expressionlessly in the main seat, not even casting a glance at Lu Xian. Coldly, he spoke, Lu Xian, what brings you here? The city lord has numerous affairs to attend to and no time for idle chatter. Lu Xian paid no heed to Jiang Feng's indifferent demeanor and hastily replied, My lord, all the blame lies with my daughter. She was misled by that Suyu, which led to her decision to break off the engagement with young Master Jiang. Now, she has come to her senses and does not wish to sever the bond with young Master Jiang. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. My daughter and young Master Jiang are indeed well suited for one another and should wed without delay. What nonsense is this? Jiang Feng frowned upon hearing Lu Xian's words. Before he could respond further, a mocking laughter echoed from the side. "Ah, Lu Xian, do you not feel embarrassed uttering such words?" At that moment, Lu Rushue was lost in sweet affection with Su Yu at the Tianshan sect. When had she ever realized her mistake? Just a worthless girl. Does he truly think I would cherish her? At his age, how can he be so foolish? With this, Jiang Hao swaggered in, his demeanor exuding arrogance. "I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, I will make you crawl out of the Jiang family like a dog." Seeing Jiang Hao's figure, Lu Xian quickly approached him. Despite the previous words that had pierced his heart like daggers, filling him with uncontainable rage, he forced himself to suppress those feelings for the sake of the Lu family's future. "Cousin Jiang, I thought you were not at home. You are unaware. My daughter has indeed recognized her mistake. Rest assured, I will ensure she obediently marries you. If necessary, I could even bring her here tonight for your disposal." Lu Xian managed a strained smile, attempting to placate Jiang Hao. However, upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Jiang Hao burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha." Immediately, Jiang Hao revealed a chilling gaze, fixating on Lu Xian. "As the scion of the Jiang family, what sort of woman can I not procure? Is it necessary to obsess over a tarnished shoe? It is utterly ludicrous. Had you departed from the Jiang residence with decorum, it would have sufficed. But I find you to be far more shameless than I anticipated. Thus, relinquish your humanity. Crawl out of the Jiang family like a dog." Chapter 10. Without the Jiang family's support, the Lu family is doomed. With Jiang Hao's command, Butler Zhang Chun and a cadre of Jiang family guards surged in. Lu Xian, who had already suffered the indignity of personally apologizing, was further humiliated by Jiang Hao's scorn, which he could scarcely endure. However, his strength was insufficient to contend with the Jiang family. Thus, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Feng, the city lord, and implored, "I, Lu Xian, am a person of some repute in Tianyan City." Before Lu Xian could finish his plea, Jiang Feng interrupted sharply. "Lu Xian, are you deaf? How commanded you to crawl out like a dog? Did you not hear? If you utter another word, do you believe I cannot end your life this instant?" Jiang Feng's words were as piercing as ice, leaving Lu Xian stunned. He could hardly fathom that even the city lord treated him with such disdain. Fury surged within him, his spiritual energy raging. Yet, Jiang Feng's power was overwhelming, and in the heart of Jiang territory, how could he possibly retaliate alone? Despite his simmering anger, he could only endure the humiliation in silence. Ultimately, he crawled out of the Jiang residence, feeling as though he were a dog. Bullying others and forcing them to crawl like dogs is utterly despicable. Evil deed score, 300. Seeing this, Jiang Hao smirked slightly. "Everyone, listen carefully. From this moment, a wooden sign shall hang at the entrance, inscribed with, 'No entry for Lu family members and dogs.'" Jiang Feng remained silent, tacitly approving of Jiang Hao's actions. With Jiang Hao's father deceased as the second uncle, he could not help but dote on him, especially since Jiang Hao was the sole heir of the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Lu Xian crawled out of the Jiang manor in utter disgrace, drawing a crowd of onlookers. "Look, isn't that Lu Xian, the head of the Lu family? How is he crawling out like a dog? Isn't it evident? He must have offended the Jiang family. Have you not heard? The Jiang family and the Lu family have called off their engagement." "What? When did this happen? Didn't young Master Jiang adore Lu Rushue?" Indeed, young Master Jiang had deep feelings for Lu Rushue, but it seems she is not of the same mind. I heard it was Lu Rushue who initiated the breakup. Yes. I have also heard that it was due to the holy son of Tianshuanzong, Su Yu. The tumultuous whispers surrounding Lu Ruoxue pierced Lu Xian's heart like sharp blades. Once a prominent figure in Tianyan City, now reduced to a mere object of ridicule following the annulment of his engagement. Lu Xian could scarcely bear the weight of his disgrace. With the support of the Jiang family severed, the Lu family seemed poised for ruin. In a fit of desperation, Lu Xian returned to his family estate, only to be met with an even more devastating revelation. All families and merchants that previously engaged in business with the Lu family had resolutely withdrawn their collaborations. Those who had invested in the Lu family's enterprises were demanding to retract their shares. This relentless barrage of setbacks overwhelmed Lu Xian, and he felt a surge of blood rising in his chest before he collapsed, blood spilling from his lips. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon the annual outer sect disciple assessment of the Tianshan sect arrived. 64 disciples had registered to participate, engaging in one-on-one battles determined by a lottery system. Victors would advance until a champion was crowned. Jiang Hao arrived early at the outer sect training ground, eager to observe the strength of the disciples. Though he possessed the capability to claim victory with ease, understanding the competition remained essential. At that moment, Lu Ruoxue stormed towards him, fury igniting her voice. Jiang Hao, do you find amusement in your actions? You may target me, but why must you also torment my brother? Why humiliate my father and coerce merchants to sever ties with the Lu family? Your actions clearly aim to bring about our demise. How can you be so despicable? Lu Ruoxue shouted, convinced that the long-standing business relationships between the Lu family and others could not have been severed without Jiang Hao's clandestine orders compelling them to do so. Dear Lu Ruoxue, I must admit you are even more naive than I anticipated, Jiang Hao retorted. The Lu family is but an inconsequential clan. Do you truly believe that without the Jiang family's backing, those profit-driven merchants would willingly collaborate with you? How absurd. Jiang Hao had foreseen the Lu family's plight long before. The moment the engagement was annulled, he had instructed his uncle Jiang Feng to broadcast the news throughout the city. Previously, merchants and families in Tianyan City had chosen to ally with the Lu family solely because of Jiang Hao's influence. After all, as the heir of the Jiang family, the Lu family's connection to them promised potential prosperity. They had previously invested in the Lu family, and in due course, they were bound to reap substantial rewards. However, the engagement between the Jiang and Lu families has now been dissolved. What, then, is the Lu family worth? Furthermore, the conspicuous sign at the entrance of the Jiang residence stating that no one from the Lu family or dog shall enter has made it abundantly clear to all that the Jiang family has irrevocably severed ties with the Lu family. Who would dare to collaborate with the Lu family now, when that would mean opposing the Jiang family? Consequently, those clans and merchants have been hastily distancing themselves from the Lu family. Indeed, the words of young Master Jiang ring true, without the support of the Jiang family. The Lu family is merely an obscure little clan. Having called off the engagement, they still cling to the bride price without returning it. How can one expect such a character to be regarded as a saintly maiden? No wonder the esteemed leader stripped you of your title. Lu Ruoxue's face turned pale with rage, her body trembling uncontrollably. You speak such nonsense. Just wait. I shall reclaim everything that belongs to me. As soon as Lu Ruoxue uttered these words, Jiang Hao erupted into laughter. Reclaim everything that belongs to you? Lu Ruoxue, was it not I who bestowed everything upon you? Do you truly believe yourself formidable? At this juncture, Jiang Hao surveyed the area, noticing the absence of Su Yu. He continued, What? Has your precious brother Su gone missing? According to our agreement, he is to return all the bride price I gave to the Lu family by tomorrow morning. Could it be that he cannot gather it and has fled? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, the onlookers, disciples from the outer sect, burst into laughter. Jiang Hao, you scoundrel. Do not tarnish my brother Su's reputation here. You will regret this. Lu Ruoxue trembled with indignation, yet she resolved not to engage further with Jiang Hao, turning to leave. After all, Su Yu was fully prepared. Today's outer sect assessment would surely allow him to vanquish Jiang Hao. As for the Lu family's current predicament, while it was indeed dire, Lu Ruoxue believed that Su Yu would undoubtedly lead them out of their troubles. Just as Lu Ruoxue turned to depart, the voice of an elder from the outer sect suddenly rang out. The next duel will be Jiang Hao versus Chen Kong. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxue halted, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Here it comes. Jiang Hao, you're doomed. Chapter 11. A blade severing an arm, Jiang Hao displays astonishing power. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Jiang Hao slowly stepped into the arena. His opponent, Chen Kong, stood out among the many disciples of the outer sect of the Tianxian sect, possessing formidable strength. His cultivation had already ascended to the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, making him the most promising contender for entry into the inner sect among this cohort of outer disciples. Moreover, Chen Kong shared a rather amicable relationship with the sect's esteemed son, Su Yu. The moment Chen Kong entered the arena, his eyes, filled with hostility, locked onto Jiang Hao with unwavering intensity. You should not have provoked Su Yu. Chen Kong spoke in a frigid tone. Heh. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Hao's lips. From your tone, could it be that you wish to defend Su Yu and teach me a lesson? How dare you spout such nonsense before me? Why not do yourself a favor and surrender outright, lest you endure some corporeal suffering? Surrender to you? Jiang Hao scoffed disdainfully. Do you even think you deserve such a demand? Indeed, in terms of family background, I may not rival you. However, in terms of strength, you are to me as insignificant as an ant. Before Chen Kong's words could fully settle, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy erupted from him. emanating from the 9th level of qi condensation. What? Chen Kong has actually reached the 9th level of qi condensation? When did he break through? Truly, he is the most formidable among this generation of outer disciples. What do you think? How much chance does young Master Jiang have? Chance? I would say he has none at all. Let us not forget, Jiang Hao seems to have only just entered qi condensation. Your information seems rather outdated. Young Master Jiang has already attained the 8th level of qi condensation. What nonsense! The 8th level of qi condensation? That is impossible. I am not speaking in jest. Just a few days ago, during a dispute with Su Yu, I distinctly sensed his cultivation level. Not long ago, he had merely stepped into qi condensation. And now he has soared to the 8th level. Does that make sense? The crowd held no doubts regarding Chen Kong's cultivation surge. Instead, they were filled with skepticism and confusion over Jiang Hao's seemingly implausible advancement. Standing in a corner, Lu Rushue spoke coldly. Of course it is unreasonable. Jiang Hao is clearly consuming vast amounts of medicinal pills to forcefully elevate his cultivation. Such reckless behavior is utterly foolish. Jiang Hao, you will never again step into the spirit transformation realm. Lu Rushue recalled vividly that at the time of their engagement's dissolution, Jiang Hao was merely at the 1st level of qi condensation. It was inconceivable for him to leap to the 8th level in a single day. Even if he had previously concealed his strength, such a rapid enhancement was implausible. This could only indicate one thing. Jiang Hao had consumed excessively potent medicinal pills, thereby undermining his foundational cultivation. This conviction further solidified Lu Rushue's belief that her decision to call off the engagement was indeed correct. A fool like Jiang Hao could never compare to Su Yu. Her words instantly stirred a tempest among the crowd. The many outer disciples present, including the outer elders, gazed at Jiang Hao in astonishment. How could the esteemed young master of the Jiang family commit such a foolish act? Was it perhaps a result of the immense shock from his engagement's annulment with Lu Rushue? One cannot deny, there is indeed such a possibility. Alas, what a pity. Truly a pity. In the face of the crowd's murmurs and Lu Rushue's scornful jabs, Jiang Hao appeared utterly unfazed. His gaze remained contemptuous as he fixed it upon Chen Kong. You claim my strength is as insignificant as that of an ant? Such audacity. He exclaimed. Come, let this young master witness the true might of the so-called strongest outer disciple. Chen Kong, however, paid no heed to Jiang Hao, his eyes glinting with a fierce murderous intent. Had it not been for Su Yu's timely intervention, Chen Kong would have perished at the hands of a ferocious beast, and would never have had the opportunity to join the Tianxian sect. Just days prior, with Su Yu's assistance, he had successfully broken through to the 9th layer of qi condensation. To Chen Kong, Su Yu was not merely a friend, but a benefactor. Now, as Su Yu urged him to eliminate Jiang Hao, he felt compelled to comply, even if it meant facing the wrath of the Tianxian sect or sacrificing his life. Chen Kong was resolute. Jiang Hao, your demise is inevitable. He bellowed, his figure launching forward like an arrow released from its bow. Flame-burst fist. Chen Kong's right fist ignited with a raging inferno, mercilessly striking towards Jiang Hao's chest. In his mind, there was no way Jiang Hao could evade this blow. A useless individual who relied on pills to artificially elevate his cultivation could not possibly withstand such a force. Even if Jiang Hao survived, this punch would surely incapacitate him. At that moment, Chen Kong intended to seize the opportunity to end Jiang Hao's life and repay Su Yu's kindness. However, just as the fist was about to collide with Jiang Hao's chest, he vanished like a specter before the eyes of the onlookers. Chen Kong's powerful, poised strike met only empty air. What? Where is he? Before Chen Kong could react, Jiang Hao had silently appeared behind him. In the next instant, a blade of crimson light sliced through the air with deadly precision. Chen Kong's right hand was severed cleanly. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the ground beneath him. Ah, my hand, my hand. Chen Kong cried out in agony, clutching the gaping wound on his severed arm. Listen well, Chen Kong. Jiang Hao's eyes were icy as he glared at him, his murderous intent palpable. I do not care what benefits you have garnered from Su Yu, but dare to provoke me, and you shall have committed the gravest folly of your life. Severing your right arm is merely my mercy. Otherwise, your head would surely have been forfeit. The scene left all present in utter shock. Did anyone witness Jiang Hao's movements? That was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, Chen Kong's right arm was severed. For years, Chen Kong had diligently honed his right fist, striving to amplify the power of the flame-burst fist, and now, with his arm lost, he was rendered crippled. How had Jiang Hao become so formidable? The aura surrounding Jiang Hao is not what it should be. He is not merely at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, but rather at the pinnacle of the 10th level. My heavens, his cultivation surpasses that of many inner sect disciples. How has he accomplished this? The crowd's expressions grew increasingly astonished. Even the outer sect elder responsible for the assessment stared wide-eyed in shock. Meanwhile, Lu Ruxue was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. No, this is impossible. How could he possibly be at the peak of the 10th level? He is clearly a useless individual. Chapter 12. Jiang Hao's dominant victory shocks the entire sect. Initially, Lu Ruxue believed that Jiang Hao had consumed an excessive amount of medicinal pills to forcibly elevate his cultivation. Such a method of hastily promoting growth is akin to self-sabotage, rendering any future progress unattainable. Yet now, Jiang Hao had effortlessly defeated Chen Kong, who was at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, showcasing such remarkable strength. This could not be attributed to mere reckless advancement. It only serves to indicate that Jiang Hao's abilities far exceed her imagination, perhaps even surpassing her own. This overwhelming blow left Lu Ruxue a feeling as though her heart had been cleaved in two. She sat despondently on the ground, as if her very soul had been stripped away. Elder, this individual can no longer continue the fight. Jiang Hao's voice resonated. According to the rules of the competition, I should be considered the victor. As for the injury to his hand, that is merely the consequence of his own actions. He initiated the lethal strike against me, so I am not to blame. Furthermore, I had offered him the chance to concede, which he foolishly disregarded. As Jiang Hao spoke, he swaggered out of the arena. In this round of competition, Jiang Hao emerged victorious. The elders overseeing the outer sect's assessment were aware that Jiang Hao's actions had been rather ruthless. Yet none dared to voice their concerns. After all, Chen Kong's earlier punch had indeed been formidable. Had it not been for Jiang Hao's timely evasion, the consequences could have been dire. They had prepared to intervene against Chen Kong, yet they never anticipated Jiang Hao's swift maneuver. Jiang Hao's speed was so astonishing that even they struggled to catch a glimpse of his figure. Given that Chen Kong had initiated the lethal attack, Jiang Hao's counterattack was entirely justified. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Hao approached Lu Ruxue with a disdainful expression. Look at you. Are you utterly stunned by my prowess? Or perhaps your plan with Suyu has failed, leaving you in despair? Although Jiang Hao was unaware of the specifics of Lu Ruxue and Suyu's scheme, the murderous intent from Chen Kong had been palpable. The entire sect was aware of the close relationship between Chen Kong and Suyu, while Jiang Hao held no grudge against Chen Kong. In a typical assessment of sect disciples, Chen Kong would never exhibit such intense hostility towards Jiang Hao. To Jiang Hao, it was evident that Suyu was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. You speak nonsense. I have no idea what you are talking about. Upon hearing his words, Lu Ruxue snapped back to reality, rising to her feet. Jiang Hao, do not become too complacent. What exactly am I being complacent about? Jiang Hao let out a cold laugh, questioning why she was so flustered. I am not flustered, Lu Ruxue retorted before hastily turning away. She felt compelled to inform Suyu of the matter at once. Observing Lu Ruxue's panicked departure, Jiang Hao made no attempt to impede her. Instead, he called out, Lu Ruxue, tomorrow marks the final deadline. If your brother Su cannot repay those debts, the Lu family shall face annihilation. You had best prepare yourself. With Jiang Hao's boisterous laughter echoing, Lu Ruxue's expression grew increasingly grim. At this juncture, she could only hope that Suyu would assist her in overcoming this crisis. Deep within her heart, a faint sense of regret began to stir. Yet, her remorse was not for abandoning Jiang Hao for Suyu, but rather for the impulsive decision to annul their engagement. Had she not acted so rashly, she would not be in such a vulnerable position now. Among the outer disciples, Chen Kong was considered the most formidable. Even he fell to Jiang Hao's blade, leaving no one daring to challenge him thereafter. This led to a scenario where any competitor facing Jiang Hao would promptly surrender, fearing a fate akin to that of Chen Kong. Consequently, Jiang Hao faced no obstacles and effortlessly claimed the championship of the outer disciple assessment. This news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Tianxian sect. Upon learning of this development, the sect leader, Lin Mo, was filled with unrestrained joy. Excellent. This lad has truly exceeded my expectations, he exclaimed within the grand hall of the sect's main peak. Previously, upon discovering that Jiang Hao had reached the 8th level of Qi condensation, he was already astonished. In his view, given Jiang Hao's prowess, passing the outer assessment was a foregone conclusion. However, he had not anticipated that Jiang Hao would achieve such victory with such ease, even defeating the top outer disciple, Chen Kong, with a single strike. Jiang Hao's cultivation had even ascended to the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi condensation. Lin Mo had to concede that he had once again underestimated Jiang Hao. Within the hall, aside from Lin Mo, there were also elders Lai Yun, Qing Yun, and Hui Yun from the Three Peaks, all displaying expressions of profound astonishment. Typically, they would not be overly concerned about an outer disciple. However, this individual was the young master of the Jiang family, previously regarded as a waste. No one had anticipated that this once deemed ineffectual individual possessed such formidable strength. Now, Jiang Hao, having secured the first position in the outer assessment, was granted entry into the inner sect of Tianqian. As the sect leader had not taken in any legitimate disciples for many years, he declared, "I have decided to accept Jiang Hao as my direct disciple. Do any of you have objections?" Upon hearing this, the three elders present exhibited clear signs of shock. Among them, elders Qing Yun and Hui Yun did not seem to find any fault with this decision. The elder of the Liyun Peak, known as Deng Hao, furrowed his brow and spoke, "Respected sect leader, your desire to accept Jiang Hao as your direct disciple is, of course, understandable. However, given your profound connections to the Jiang family and the fact that Jiang Hao has only recently entered the inner sect, to take him as your direct disciple may lead to gossip suggesting that you are favoring your own nephew." Deng Hao, a senior brother of Lin Mo, had lost the position of sect leader to Lin Mo during the grand competition many years ago, although much time had passed, and he had since ascended to the esteemed status of Grand Elder of the Tianqian sect. The memory of his defeat lingered in his heart. Su Yu, his own disciple, had been proclaimed the holy son of the Tianqian sect, and barring unforeseen circumstances, would inevitably become the next sect leader. The sudden emergence of Jiang Hao, now a direct disciple of Lin Mo, posed a significant threat to Su Yu's standing within the sect, potentially jeopardizing his claim to leadership. Having already faced defeat at Lin Mo's hands once, Deng Hao would not permit his own direct disciple to suffer another loss. Lin Mo, unfazed by Deng Hao's remarks, turned to him and inquired, "What do you suggest I do to avoid any accusations?" Deng Hao replied, "It is quite simple. To become the sect leader's disciple, one must undergo rigorous assessments, demonstrating strength at least on par with our holy son, Su Yu." Lin Mo, with a faint smile, responded, "I comprehend your meaning, brother. I shall promptly arrange for a duel between Jiang Hao and Su Yu. The victor shall be the next leader of the Tianqian sect." Chapter 13. I will not submit. This is clearly favoritism on the part of the sect leader. At this moment, atop the Liyun Peak of the Tianqian sect, the news of Jiang Hao's victory over Chen Kong and his achievement of first place in the outer sect examination reached Su Yu's ears, leaving him in a state of disbelief. "This cannot be," Su Yu exclaimed, astonished. "He is nothing but a waste. How could he possibly reach the pinnacle of the 10th layer of qi condensation in an instant? I refuse to believe it." What incensed Su Yu was not merely Jiang Hao's concealed strength, but rather his public promise to return the betrothal gifts to the Lu family in 3 days. In Su Yu's plan, Jiang Hao was meant to be slain by Chen Kong that very day. Following that, Su Yu would discreetly eliminate Chen Kong, ensuring that no one would discover his role as the mastermind behind the scheme. Consequently, the betrothal gifts from the Jiang family would no longer require restitution. Now, with Jiang Hao not only alive but also entering the inner sect as the first in the outer examination, it meant that Su Yu had lost any opportunity to eliminate Jiang Hao directly. How could he ever return such a substantial sum of betrothal gifts to the Jiang family now? At this moment, standing beside Su Yu, Lu Rushua hurriedly spoke, "Brother Su, what shall we do now? That scoundrel Jiang Hao is utterly despicable. He has been concealing his true strength from the very beginning. Had he not feigned weakness, we would not find ourselves in such a precarious position." Lu Rushua was acutely aware that if the betrothal gifts were not returned to the Jiang family by tomorrow, the Lu family would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. The thought filled her with mounting panic. Just as Su Yu was about to respond, he suddenly sensed something and turned sharply towards the direction of the hall of Liyun Peak. "Rushua, fret not. I shall ensure your safety and will not allow Jiang Hao to harm the Lu family. My master has summoned me. I must depart at once. Take care of yourself and do not dwell on this matter. To me, Jiang Hao is but an insignificant insect." With a gentle kiss on Lu Rushua's forehead, Su Yu soared towards the hall. Before long, Su Yu entered the hall of Liyun Peak and respectfully knelt before Deng Hao. "Master, you summoned me in such haste. Is there a pressing matter at hand?" Deng Hao spoke gravely. You Your position within the heavenly profound sect may be threatened. The sect master has decided to accept Jiang Hao as his direct disciple. You must understand what this implies. Upon hearing this, Su Yu clenched his fists tightly. On what grounds? Why should Jiang Hao, who has just entered the inner sect, be granted the status of the sect master's direct disciple? This is clearly favoritism. Su Yu was already consumed by anger due to his failed plans. And now Jiang Hao had bypassed him to become the sect master's direct disciple. How could he possibly accept this? Once the sect master announced Jiang Hao's status, Su Yu, as the Holy Son, would be rendered a mere joke. This was utterly intolerable for him. There is no need for such haste, Deng Hao spoke slowly. While the sect master intends to make Jiang Hao a direct disciple, it has not yet been finalized. After all, among all the disciples in the heavenly profound sect, your strength is unrivaled. Moreover, as the Holy Son, you are the most qualified to be the sect master's successor. Jiang Hao is merely an anomaly. The sect master has made it clear that if you can defeat Jiang Hao, you will be the next sect master. At these words, the once furious Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. Master, are you suggesting that I challenge Jiang Hao? Indeed. Deng Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. The sect master has deep ties to the Jiang family, and everyone in the sect is now aware of this. If he were to directly appoint Jiang Hao as his direct disciple, it would invite much criticism. If you can decisively defeat Jiang Hao and impress all the disciples of the heavenly profound sect, the sect master will have no choice but to abandon Jiang Hao. This is a rare opportunity one can secure for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yu respectfully bowed 3 times. Thank you, Master. Rest assured, Master. I am the Holy Son of the heavenly Xian sect, and in my eyes, Jiang Hao is akin to an ant. I shall employ the most equitable and just methods to publicly vanquish Jiang Hao. I will demonstrate to all that I am indeed the most exceptional and formidable disciple of the heavenly Xian sect. Having spoken, Su Yu hastily turned to depart. He had been contemplating how to confront Jiang Hao the following day and how to resolve the urgent matters concerning the Liu family. However, he has now conceived an exquisite strategy, one that not only showcases his formidable strength but also offers a legitimate means to eliminate Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the heavenly Xian sect's main peak, Jiang Hao strode in with an air of confidence. Third uncle, did you not promise me a grand gift? What is it? He inquired, laughter bubbling forth. Lin Mo chuckled heartily. You are still as impatient as ever, my boy. Very well, I shall present it to you now. With a casual wave of his hand, a blood-red great sword appeared before Jiang Hao, its blade adorned with lifelike dragon patterns. Even before he touched it, Jiang Hao could sense a fierce and scorching aura emanating from it. Esteemed Heir, this sword is known as the Dragon Blood Mad Blade, a top-tier treasure of the Heavenly Order. It was forged from the true dragon's essence obtained by your father during his time, discovered in a hidden cave. It was intended to be bestowed upon you when you entered the inner sect. Lin Mo's voice trailed off, a deep sigh escaping his lips. As the leader of the heavenly Xian sect and one of the foremost powerhouses of the Great Flame Dynasty, he lamented his inability to safeguard his own elder brother, a sorrow that haunted Lin Mo throughout his life. Jiang Hao gazed at the dragon blood mad blade floating before him and, without hesitation, reached out to grasp it. In that instant, an intensely scorching power surged into his body. Yet, he quickly acclimated to this energy and found himself feeling increasingly invigorated. Truly worthy of my brother's bloodline. I can withstand such a fervent essence of the true dragon. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction at this sight. Jiang Hao, however, was not taken aback. It was said that the ancestors of the Jiang family had once rescued a true dragon, inheriting its legacy. As a direct descendant of the Jiang family, he was meant to inherit the purest essence of the true dragon's power, making his ability to wield this sword entirely reasonable. Heir, your progress in cultivation has far exceeded my expectations. Thus, I wish to formally recognize you as my direct disciple. Will you accept? Lin Mo proposed. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao replied, I refuse. I have no desire to be a direct disciple. My journey into the inner sect was solely for one person. Oh, you young rascal, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head in resignation. Just then, a slightly portly middle-aged man rushed in, exclaiming, Senior brother, trouble is afoot. That rascal Su Yu is attempting to ascend to the 8th level of the Spirit Ascension Stairs. What nonsense is this? The 8th level of the Spirit Ascension Stairs? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao let out 2 cold sneers, marveling at the sheer audacity of the young man. Did he not fear the formidable spiritual power of the Lingchong Tian steps crushing him to dust? Chapter 14. I dare you to a bet. If I lose, I shall return triple the betrothal gift. The Lingchong Tian steps of the Tianxin sect are sacred relics left behind by the founder of the sect. From a distance, they appear to be ordinary steps, yet the reality is far from mundane. These steps are composed of the purest and most refined spiritual energy, comprising 18 levels in total. Each step taken within this sanctum subjects one to an overwhelming surge of spiritual force. As one ascends, the intensity of this force only escalates further. Should one attempt to ascend forcefully, they risk being obliterated by the torrential spiritual energy, facing annihilation and eternal damnation. Since the founder's ascension, no one from the Tianxian sect has managed to reach the 18th level in thousands of years. It is said that at the pinnacle of the Lingchong Tian steps lies a treasured artifact left by the founder. Alas, even the sect leader, Lin Mo, has only barely reached the 15th level. Previously, Suyu's achievement of the 7th level was already regarded as exceptional among the younger generation of the Tianxian sect. Now, he dares to force his way into the 8th level. How could this not be astonishing? Senior brother, should we intervene to stop Suyu? The voice belonged to the middle-aged man, Zhong Huai, who was Lin Mo's junior. As the third elder of the Tianxian sect, he governed the Gray Cloud Peak, where the Lingchong Tian steps are located. Though the sect has not explicitly forbidden disciples from ascending the Lingchong Tian steps, it has always emphasized the importance of understanding one's own limits. Suyu had already reached his threshold at the 7th level. If he continued to ascend and failed to withstand the powerful spiritual force, the consequences would be dire. After a brief silence, Lin Mo spoke slowly. Since Suyu wished to ascend a level, he must possess considerable confidence. There was no need to intervene. He could proceed along the Lingchong Tian steps. Should he truly meet an unfortunate end, it would simply be his fate. I understand. Zhong Huai said no more and hurriedly departed. However, whom do you believe to be stronger, you or Suyu? After Zhong Huai left, Lin Mo turned to Jiang Hao beside him. This is hardly a question. It is undoubtedly me. Jiang Hao replied with a dismissive smirk. How could that ragged-haired Suyu compare to me? Does he truly believe that obtaining some fortuitous opportunities makes him invincible? I am eager to see if he can ascend to the 8th level. I shall also test my own limits on the Lingchong Tian steps. With that, Jiang Hao exited the grand hall, and Lin Mo did not restrain him. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, concentrating his energy. The impending clash between Jiang Hao and Suyu was inevitable. He had long anticipated it. Meanwhile, within the Gray Cloud Peak of the Tianxin sect, under the watchful gaze of numerous disciples from the Tianxin sect, Suyu gradually made his way towards the Lingchong heavenly steps. As he stepped onto the first tier, a dazzling beam of golden light enveloped him instantaneously, accompanied by a formidable surge of spiritual energy. However, Suyu displayed no signs of discomfort. His expression remained composed as he continued his ascent to the 2nd tier. He breezed through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th tiers, exhibiting remarkable ease. This spectacle left the onlookers in utter astonishment. Truly, he is the prodigal son of our Tianxian sect, ascending 6 tiers with such nonchalance. Even cultivators at the same level as Suyu in the transformation realm would find this feat daunting. What fortuitous opportunity did he encounter after his fall into the abyss that rendered him so formidable? Who knows? Nonetheless, today Suyu is set to challenge the 8th tier. Though doubts linger regarding his success, it seems precarious. When he reached the 7th tier previously, he was clearly on the brink of collapse. It's perplexing why he is so eager to ascend to the 8th tier. The murmurs of the crowd reached Suyu's ears, but he paid them no heed, instead focusing intently on the 7th tier steps ahead. Previously, the 7th tier had marked his limit, where he had nearly perished. At that time, he had only just entered the transformation realm. Now, having cultivated to the 3rd level of the transformation realm, he felt ample confidence to strive for the 8th tier. In that moment, a vibrant crimson glow erupted from him, as both his blood vitality and spiritual energy surged dramatically. The 7th tier. With a fierce shout, Suyu resolutely stepped onto the 7th tier of the Lingchong heavenly steps. An overwhelming force of spiritual energy, far exceeding what he had previously encountered, assailed his body. Once the 7th tier had been his utmost limit, but to demonstrate his strength, he must transcend this boundary. Taking a deep breath, Suyu then directed his gaze towards the steps of the 8th tier. 8th tier, here I come. Amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, Suyu took another step forward, ascending to the 8th tier. Instantly, an unprecedented torrent of spiritual energy crashed against him like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating him. Every muscle in his body trembled violently, as if being torn apart by this overwhelming force. Yet, despite the intensity, Suyu gritted his teeth and steadfastly stood upon the 8th tier. He succeeded. Suyu has triumphed. My goodness. A cultivator at the 3rd level of the transformation realm has reached the 8th tier. Suyu truly embodies the unparalleled genius of the Tianxian sect. Just as the crowd remained in shock, Suyu's own spiritual energy surged even further, breaking through to the 4th level of the transformation realm. What? He has even shattered the mirror. Suyu is undeniably extraordinary. Such prodigies, we can only hope to follow in their wake. The crowd gazed at Suyu. Standing on the 8th step, their expressions a blend of astonishment and envy. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the side. Huh? Is reaching the 8th step truly so remarkable? Suyu, you inexplicably come to ascend the spirit ascending stairs, and in the process, manage to break through. You seem quite leisurely. It appears you must be well prepared for what is to come. Come, you can hand it over to me now. As Jiang Hao spoke, he swaggered overconfidently. Suyu, standing on the 8th step, displayed no sign of panic at Jiang Hao's arrival. His intention to break through his limits publicly and ascend the 8th step was to draw out Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, the items you seek, I have long since prepared. However, I now wish to wager once more. When I was at the 1st layer of the spirit transformation realm, I could already ascend to the 7th step. Now, with your peak cultivation at the 10th layer of the Qi condensation realm, if you can reach the 5th step, I shall return threefold the items owed to the Lu family. Chapter 15. Raising the Stakes. I shall ascend the 8th step. Suyu understood the terrifying nature of the spirit ascending stairs. In his view, Jiang Hao's sudden surge in strength to the 10th layer of the Qi condensation realm must be suspicious. It was inconceivable for him to ascend beyond the 5th step, should Jiang Hao dare to accept the challenge. Suyu would have the opportunity to humiliate him publicly while solidifying his position within the sect and steadily advancing towards the throne of future sect leader. The perilous spirit ascending stairs could very well become Jiang Hao's burial ground. Conversely, if Jiang Hao declined, it would amount to an admission of defeat, acknowledging his inferiority. In such a scenario, even if he were to return the Lu family's betrothal gifts tomorrow, it would be worth it for Suyu. Additionally, he could seize the chance to establish a reputation for being trustworthy and honorable. For Suyu, becoming the future leader of the Tianxian sect was his singular obsession and pursuit. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. Suyu, don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. Do you genuinely believe that ascending beyond the 5th step is a daunting task? You must be underestimating me far too much. He then shifted his gaze towards Suyu on the 8th step. How about we raise the stakes? If I can ascend to the 8th step, not only must you return threefold the betrothal gifts, but you must also kneel like a dog and crawl from the Tianxian sect to the entrance of the Jiang family. Conversely, if I fail, I shall kneel and call you grandfather. Moreover, you need not return the items owed to the Lu family. In fact, I shall grant you 3 additional portions. What say you? Jiang Hao's declaration immediately stirred a commotion. Did I hear correctly? Jiang Hao wants to ascend to the 8th step, just like Suyu? How could this possibly be achieved? Has he gone mad? Does Jiang Hao not realize that forcibly ascending the spirit ascension steps could lead to his demise? He must be insane. Even if he cannot accept that his beloved has been taken by Suyu, he wouldn't resort to such foolishness. Surely, he cannot be so blind as to overlook that Lu Ruxue is hardly a paragon of virtue. At this moment, Suyu, standing on the 8th tier of the spirit ascension steps, was laughing heartily. Jiang Hao, it has become abundantly clear that you are nothing but a complete fool. If memory serves, you have never set foot on the spirit ascension steps since entering the Tianxian sect, have you? Not even once have you attempted it. And yet you dare to boast of scaling the 8th tier? You are simply courting death. How could the illustrious city lord Jiang Bin have such a foolish son? As Suyu laughed, he began to descend the spirit ascension steps leisurely. Well, since you are so brimming with confidence, I shall wager on this match with you. I am eager to witness how you intend to ascend to that 8th tier. Observing Suyu's arrogance, Jiang Hao remained unfazed. Though he had never ventured onto the spirit ascension steps, he possessed a profound understanding of them. Upon arriving at the steps, he sensed a remarkably familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy. This energy emanated from the Changchun formula, the foundational technique established by the founder of the Tianxian sect. Consequently, Jiang Hao surmised that the spirit ascension steps must be intrinsically linked to the Changchun formula. Currently, Jiang Hao had yet to reach the spirit transformation realm. Yet he had already mastered the Changchun formula to a remarkable degree. Though the Changchun formula appeared simple and served as an introductory practice for the Tianxin sect, its cultivation was exceedingly challenging. Even Su Yu, revered as the son of the sect, had likely not achieved full mastery of it. Thus, many disciples within the Tianxin sect, including elders, had abandoned this technique. In a certain sense, Jiang Hao was indeed an anomaly. Given that his cultivated technique was nearly identical to the spiritual energy unleashed by the spirit ascension steps, he undoubtedly held a distinct advantage over others in his ascent. Before long, news of Jiang Hao's intention to ascend the 8th tier of the spirit ascension steps spread throughout the Tianxin sect. Upon learning of this, Lu Ruxue rushed over without delay. Jiang Hao, even if you wish to prove yourself superior to Brother Su, there is no need to resort to such a foolish method. Brother Su is now a formidable presence at the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm, while you are merely at the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm. Do you really believe you can reach the 8th tier like Brother Su? What is the difference between that and seeking your own demise? Should I interpret this as an extreme attempt to win me back? Let me be clear, that is impossible. I, Lu Ruxue, will marry no one in this lifetime but Brother Su. Lu Ruxue stood proudly beside Su Yu, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Hao. She had always held a deep admiration for Su Yu, and now that he had ascended to the 8th level, she felt vindicated in her judgment. In comparison to Su Yu, Jiang Hao appeared as insignificant as an ant, although he was currently being suppressed by the Jiang family due to the broken engagement. This was merely a fleeting circumstance. In Lu Ruxue's eyes, Su Yu was destined to rise, while the Jiang family would inevitably decline because of Jiang Hao. Lu Ruxue, are you out of your mind? Do you think I need to salvage anything with you? Jiang Hao looked at Lu Ruxue with palpable disdain. If you're mentally unstable, hurry back to seek treatment and spare us the embarrassment here. By the way, I heard your father and brother are on the brink of death. Instead of mourning, you're here with Su Yu. How remarkably filial of you. His harsh words cut like a blade, eliciting a chorus of derisive laughter from those around. Lu Ruxue's complexion turned a shade of deep fury, and she shouted, Jiang Hao, while you may insult me, why must you curse my parents? You are pushing your luck, and I will make you pay? In her extreme anger, Lu Ruxue attempted to retaliate, but was restrained by Su Yu beside her. There is no need for anger. This fool only wields words as his weapon. He is not worth sullying your hands over. Just wait and watch. Jiang Hao's reckless ascent of the Ling Chong Tian steps will surely lead to his downfall, if not death. Hearing Su Yu's words, Lu Ruxue gradually calmed down. Jiang Hao, do you truly intend to ascend to the 8th level of the Ling Chong Tian steps? Just then, a voice of great authority resonated from afar. It was Lin Mo, the leader of the Tianxin sect. Lin Mo, aware that a confrontation between Jiang Hao and Su Yu was inevitable, believed it should wait until Jiang Hao achieved the Hualing realm. At present, they had not yet engaged in combat. Instead, they were competing over the levels of the Ling Chong Tian steps, which left Lin Mo greatly astonished. Of course, I, Jiang Hao, am a man of my word. I would never go back on my promise, Jiang Hao declared loudly, stepping onto the Ling Chong Tian steps amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Chapter 16. Su Yu, have you ever been defeated? At the moment Jiang Hao set foot on the Ling Chong Tian steps, a brilliant golden light enveloped him. Simultaneously, a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, resonating with the Longchenju flowing within him, perfectly in sync and identical in essence. As expected of myself, I can see through the secrets of the Ling Chong Tian steps at a glance. Jiang Hao sneered softly, then began to channel the Longchenju. A layer of golden light gradually coalesced around him, shining brilliantly. This was the protective spiritual light, a symbol of having mastered the Longchenju to its fullest extent. The once formidable spiritual energy impact, under the protection of the Longchenju, became trivial, as if a gentle spring breeze had effortlessly dissipated it into nothingness. Jiang Hao's steps remained unceasing as he effortlessly ascended to the 2nd tier. The surge of spiritual energy at this level, though significantly stronger than the first, posed no challenge to Jiang Hao, who had mastered the eternal spring technique. With a cold smirk, he advanced to the 3rd tier. After a brief pause, he proceeded directly to the 4th tier. This unfolding spectacle undoubtedly astonished all those present. How could this be? Why had he ascended to the 4th tier so swiftly? In our previous attempts to scale the spirit ascension steps, the third tier had already proven quite formidable. Yet Jiang Hao appeared utterly unfazed. Moreover, did anyone notice the faint golden aura surrounding him? Could it be the protective spiritual light granted by mastering the eternal spring technique? No, that seemed implausible. The difficulty of mastering the eternal spring technique is well known. Aside from a handful of elders and the sect leader, who could possibly achieve such mastery? Furthermore, Jiang Hao was merely at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of qi condensation. If not for the protective spiritual light, could it be some kind of safeguarding artifact? That too seemed unlikely, as the spiritual energy shockwaves of the spirit ascension steps could render all artifacts ineffective. This was truly astonishing. Initially, everyone, like Su Yu, believed Jiang Hao to be overreaching. However, with his effortless ascent to the 4th tier, he shattered the perceptions of all present. Even Su Yu and Lu Rushue, who stood nearby, were expressions of disbelief. Brother Su, Jiang Hao must be cheating. How can he be so at ease? I refuse to believe it. Lu Rushue's voice trembled, struggling to accept this reality. She too was at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of qi condensation and had previously ascended the spirit ascension steps. Her limit had been the 5th tier. Now, with Jiang Hao's effortless progression to the 4th tier, it was evident that ascending to the 5th tier would pose no challenge for him. For someone as self-assured as Lu Rushue, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Meanwhile, Su Yu was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by shock. According to their initial wager, Su Yu had already lost. He was all too familiar with the spirit ascension steps, knowing that no means of cheating existed. Now, witnessing Jiang Hao's effortless ascent to the 4th tier, coupled with the faint protective aura surrounding him, could only suggest that Jiang Hao had indeed mastered the eternal spring technique. In truth, it was not only Jiang Hao who recognized the connection between the eternal spring technique and the spirit ascension steps. Nearly everyone within the inner sect of Tianxin knew as well. The problem was that mastering the eternal spring technique was exceedingly difficult, leading many to abandon their efforts. Consequently, they could not rely on it to ascend the spirit ascension steps. If Jiang Hao truly reaches perfection in his cultivation, then it is not merely the 5th level that he could conquer, but potentially even higher. Contemplating this notion, Su Yu's expression darkened significantly, his fists instinctively clenched. The voice of Lu Rushue beside him faded into oblivion. All his focus was now fixed upon Jiang Hao. This scene did not escape the notice of the sect leader, Lin Mo. Initially, he shared the common sentiment that Jiang Hao is overly impulsive and reckless. Yet, upon witnessing the faint protective spiritual light emanating from Jiang Hao, his heart surged with elation. He never anticipated that Jiang Hao could cultivate the Changchun formula to such an advanced stage before even stepping into the spirit transformation realm. Such talent is truly extraordinary. Brother, were you to behold this moment, you would undoubtedly be filled with immense excitement. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow anyone to harm Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, on the spirit ascension steps, Jiang Hao paused momentarily on the 4th level. From this point onward, he could distinctly feel the intensity of the spiritual force surging around him. Even with the protective spiritual light activated, he could not fully shield himself from it. It appeared that his cultivation was still insufficient. Should he reach the spirit transformation realm, his physical body would grow stronger, making the ascent of the spirit ascension steps considerably easier. After a brief respite, Jiang Hao resolutely stepped onto the 5th level, where the spiritual force surged even more violently. His brows furrowed as he exerted all his effort into the Changchun formula to resist the tide of energy. Accompanied by several deep breaths, he advanced once more, stepping onto the 6th level. Next came the 7th level. The spiritual force intensified ferociously, and the protective spiritual light surrounding Jiang Hao began to reveal minute cracks under the relentless onslaught. Yet, this did not instill any notion of retreat within him. He sought to seize this opportunity to discover the limits of his abilities. Once he stood firmly on the 7th level, the entire arena fell into a hushed silence. Shock was etched across every face, as though they were witnessing an extraordinary miracle. A cultivator who had yet to enter the spirit transformation realm could ascend to the 7th level with such swiftness. This unprecedented feat had never before graced the annals of the Tianxin sect. Even Su Yu, once lauded as a genius, appeared dim in comparison to Jiang Hao. Su Yu, I pose a single question to you. Have you ever tasted defeat? Jiang Hao sneered at Su Yu, declaring that should he ascend even one level higher, Su Yu would face utter humiliation. I advise you to prepare yourself for a humbling experience. Ha ha. Jiang Hao's boisterous laughter echoed around them. Su Yu found it impossible to accept this reality, shouting in fury, "No, this cannot be. Jiang Hao, do not think that by perfecting the Changchun formula, you can ascend to the 8th level. After all, you are merely at the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm, yet to enter the spirit transformation realm. Your physical form remains exceedingly fragile. Now, your protective aura is on the verge of shattering. If you force your way to the 8th level, you will undoubtedly perish." "Huh, perish you say?" Jiang Hao scoffed. "It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well, I shall ascend the 8th level to prove you wrong." Chapter 17, Bloodline Awakening, Ascending the 8th Level. Currently, Jiang Hao finds himself at the 7th level of the Spirit Ascension Ladder. Though he feels immense pressure and his protective aura is gradually cracking, he is yet to reach his limit. Thus, he is determined to attempt the ascent to the 8th level. At that moment, the elder of Lion Peak, Deng Hao, suddenly appeared. "Jiang Hao, your protective aura is about to shatter. You cannot possibly ascend the 8th level. I cannot bear to witness the demise of the sect leader's nephew on the Spirit Ascension Ladder, so I have come to intervene. Your potential is extraordinary, a rare genius in the Tianxian sect for centuries. Do not act recklessly." Deng Hao was fully aware of everything that had transpired. He never anticipated that Jiang Hao, once regarded as a waste, had concealed such depth. Ascending to the 7th level without having reached the spirit transformation realm is simply astonishing. Even more shocking is that Jiang Hao has managed to cultivate the Changchun method to perfection. At this moment, Deng Hao truly comprehended how exceptional Jiang Hao was. Even Su Yu would likely find it difficult to compete. However, Su Yu is his direct disciple and the holy son of the Tianxian sect. If Jiang Hao were to ascend the 8th level of the Spirit Ascension Ladder, it would undoubtedly bring disgrace to Su Yu. To his surprise, even the elder had made an appearance. If the elder has spoken thus, does it not imply that Jiang Hao's forceful ascent to the 8th level will surely lead to his demise? Perhaps not. He had navigated the 7th level with apparent ease, merely experiencing some cracks in his protective aura. Yet, once that aura shatters, how could Jiang Hao's physical form withstand the spiritual force of the 8th level? In my view, if Jiang Hao forces his way to the 8th level, it is likely that disaster will ensue, regardless of the murmurs among the crowd or Deng Hao's obstruction. Jiang Hao was fully aware of it all. He turned to Deng Hao and said, "Oh, I truly did not expect even the elder to arrive. I appreciate your concern. But I, Jiang Hao, am quite resolute. I shall ascend this 8th level." Jiang Hao was not oblivious to Deng Hao's intentions. The elder had initially refrained from intervening, only to emerge with alarming warnings just as he was about to ascend the 8th level. Clearly, this was an attempt to assist Su Yu, intending to compel him to abandon the Spirit Ascension Ladder. Jiang Hao was determined to humiliate both Su Yu and Lu Rushue today and would not let this rare opportunity slip away. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Hao took a deep breath and placed his right foot upon the steps of the 8th level. In that instant, a torrent of spiritual force, as heavy as a mountain, surged forth. Jiang Hao's protective aura finally reached its limit and exploded into fragments. Deprived of the protective aura, a torrent of spiritual energy surged toward Jiang Hao like a tempest. Though he had prepared himself, the force of this overwhelming spiritual assault still left him trembling violently. One foot struggled to ascend to the 8th level, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. This spectacle was witnessed clearly by all present. Su Yu, in particular, erupted into ecstatic laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Jiang Hao, without your protective aura, let's see how long you can endure. Do you think you are worthy of ascending to the 8th level?" Such delusions. When Jiang Hao resolved to climb to the 8th level, Su Yu was filled with dread, fearing that if Jiang Hao succeeded, his own fate would be sealed. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had yet to achieve success. In Su Yu's eyes, without the protection of the aura, Jiang Hao's continued ascent would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Standing nearby, Lu Rushue also breathed a sigh of relief. "Jiang Hao, it's not too late to give up now." At this moment, Elder Deng Hao spoke slowly. "There is no shame in losing to Su Yu. After all, the disparity in your cultivation levels is immense. Ascending to the 7th level is already quite remarkable. Why risk your life for a moment of impulsiveness?" Observing Jiang Hao, whose protective aura had shattered and whose lips were stained with blood, Deng Hao was convinced of Jiang Hao's impending failure. In the main hall of the Tangshuanzong, Lin Imo stood up, anxiety coursing through him. He could not allow any misfortune to befall Jiang Hao. However, just as everyone believed Jiang Hao had failed, a miracle unfolded. A searing, Fiery power erupted from Jiang Hao, and amidst the chaos, a phantom of a crimson dragon began to materialize behind him. In that instant, his previously immobile left foot resolutely stepped onto the 8th level S platform. Even more astonishing was that Jiang Hao, at the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm, effortlessly transcended into the spirit transformation realm. Is this it? Is this the 8th level of the spirit surge tower? It appears rather unremarkable. Jiang Hao steadied himself, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yu below. In that fleeting moment when his protective aura shattered, Jiang Hao had indeed felt the specter of failure. Yet, to his own astonishment, the impact of the spirit surge tower awakened the long-dormant power of his bloodline, propelling him to the 8th level and leading to his breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm. Feeling the immense fiery power coursing through him, Jiang Hao's heart soared with joy. Meanwhile, every onlooker was rendered speechless, each one gazing at Jiang Hao in utter disbelief. A cultivator at the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm had ascended to the 8th level of the spirit surge tower and had directly entered the spirit transformation realm. Who could believe it if they had not witnessed it with their own eyes? What is even more terrifying is the vivid apparition of the crimson dragon looming behind Jiang Hao, a sight that is nothing short of astonishing. No. Su Yu's eyes widened with despair as he cried out in disbelief, "It cannot be. How could you ascend to the 8th level just like me?" Previously, when he had plunged into the abyss, Su Yu had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. At the very bottom of that abyss, he discovered a skeletal remains, alongside which lay a formidable tome entitled the Chaos Blood Scripture. It was through this powerful technique that Su Yu had dramatically enhanced his strength in a remarkably short span of time. Upon returning to the Tianqian sect, he leveraged his exceptional prowess to become the holy son of the sect. Yet now, Jiang Hao, whom he regarded as insignificant, had also reached the 8th level. Did this not imply that Jiang Hao far surpassed him? Moreover, prior to Jiang Hao's ascent of the Ling Chong Tian steps, Su Yu had engaged in a wager with him. According to their agreement, he was now not only obligated to repay threefold the bet, but also to ascend from the Tianqian sect all the way to the doorstep of the Jiang family. How could Su Yu possibly accept this? He could not allow himself to endure such a loss of dignity. Beside him, Lu Ruxue was equally unable to bear the reality. Collapsing onto the ground, Su Yu stopped shouting impossible. Jiang Hao spoke coldly. "I am standing on the 8th level of the Ling Chong Tian steps right now. A wager is a wager. You can start preparing to climb to the Jiang family doorstep. Rest assured, I will ensure you are humiliated. I will call upon the entire city to witness the spectacle, to see how the holy son of the Tianqian sect crawls like a dog." Chapter 18. Severely wounded Lu Ruxue. Su Yu's fury. "Oh, and by the way, you still owe me 3 times the bet. I roughly calculated that threefold amounts to about 150 million spirit stones. Such a colossal sum of spirit stones, how could a destitute wretch like you possibly repay it? However, do not worry. I, with a merciful heart, can offer you an installment plan. All you need to do is become my steed." Ha! Forcing others to crawl like dogs and demanding a living person to serve as a mount is utterly despicable. Evil deed value, 500. As Jiang Hao's words echoed, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards Su Yu. Initially, it was Su Yu who had provoked Jiang Hao and proposed the wager. Now he had indeed lost this bet. They were all eager to see how the esteemed holy son of the Tianqian sect would confront this predicament. "Jiang Hao, you have gone too far. How can you so casually humiliate others?" Lu Ruxue, infuriated by Jiang Hao's remarks, spoke up. 150 million spirit stones. Who could possibly afford that? You are clearly intent on making things difficult. And to think you want Su Yu to be your mount. Who do you think you are? I'm not talking to you." Jiang Hao interrupted, dismissing Lu Ruxue without a moment's pause as he instantaneously moved in front of her. Without uttering a word, he raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick. Originally, Jiang Hao's strength surpassed that of Lu Ruxue, and now he had ascended to the spirit transformation realm. This kick left Lu Ruxue utterly defenseless, sending her flying through the air. She crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Maliciously injuring another. Evil value 300. Have you taken my leniency for granted? You come prattling before me at every turn. And this kick serves as a lesson for me. Jiang Hao gazed at the unconscious Lu Ruxue, his expression filled with utter disdain. Everyone present was astonished, their eyes wide with shock. In the sect, only Jiang Hao had dared to commit such an act of malicious injury to another. Given their current location, the gray cloud peak of the Tianqian sect, Elder Zhonghua instinctively moved to intervene in the conflict. However, he was stopped by the second elder, Qin Yulian, who stood beside him. Sister, what do you mean by this? Zhang Huai furrowed his brow, looking at Qin Yulian in confusion. Do not rush. Everything happening now is being observed by the sect master. If he wished to intervene, he would have acted long ago. Clearly, he intends to seize this opportunity for Jiang Hao and Su Yu to face off. Upon hearing Qin Yulian's words, Zhang Huai suddenly understood. He then stepped back, remaining silent. Such excitement had not occurred in the Tianxian sect for quite some time. He was content to be a bystander, eager to witness how this conflict would unfold, as long as it did not result in any fatalities. Jiang Hao, this is the Tianxian sect, and you dare to maliciously injure another. Su Yu, already infuriated by Jiang Hao's verbal humiliation, could no longer contain himself upon witnessing his beloved lying unconscious from Jiang Hao's brutal attack. If you are a man, then challenge me. What sort of skill is it to bully a woman? Su Yu erupted with a ferocious surge of spiritual energy. If you can defeat me, I shall submit to your will. Otherwise, you must kneel and apologize to Ru Shui. Oh, so you intend to gamble with me again? Jiang Hao responded with a playful smile. Very well, I do enjoy making wagers, especially with fools like you. To Jiang Hao, the bet concerning the Liu family's betrothal gifts was trivial. He had no expectation that Su Yu could repay the 150 million spirit stones. From the outset, Jiang Hao's goal was to humiliate and suppress Su Yu, thereby significantly increasing his evil value and enhancing his own power. Moreover, he would have the chance to witness the true strength of the renowned Holy Son of the Tianxian sect. As Jiang Hao agreed to battle, Su Yu's heart soared with joy. All his previous anger dissipated in an instant. Although Jiang Hao had ascended to the 8th level of the Spirit Ascension stage and thus entered the Spirit Transformation realm, however, Su Yu did not believe that Jiang Hao possessed the capability to defeat him. In his eyes, the Chaos Blood Sutra he practiced was an unrivaled technique. Even if Jiang Hao wielded some power of the true dragon through his bloodline, Su Yu remained unfazed. Jiang Hao, my cultivation has reached the 4th level of the Spirit Transformation realm, while you have merely just entered it. To ensure fairness, I could suppress my cultivation to match yours. Before Su Yu could finish, Jiang Hao promptly interrupted. Please, spare me your words. Do not suppress your cultivation. If you truly did that, victory would come too easily for me, and it would be rather dull. Jiang Hao, you are exceedingly arrogant. Su Yu retorted coldly. Since you are so confident, then come forth. I wish to see just how formidable this so-called Jiang family bloodline truly is. This battle was one that Su Yu had eagerly anticipated for a long time. From the very first glance at Jiang Hao, he had yearned to clash with him. Yet, as the holy son of the Tianxian sect, with a cultivation level surpassing Jiang Hao's, he refrained from taking action, as it would have significant repercussions. Su Yu, who valued his reputation, could not allow himself to engage in such conduct. Now that Jiang Hao had come forth of his own accord, so you would not let this opportunity pass. He turned to his master, Deng Hao, seeking permission to engage. Deng Hao did not speak, but merely nodded slightly. When Su Yu and Jiang Hao erupted into conflict, Deng Hao had anticipated that sect master Lin Mo would intervene. However, Lin Mo remained silent and did not make an appearance. This could only imply that Lin Mo tacitly approved of the duel between Su Yu and Jiang Hao. Thus, the outcome of this battle would determine who would be the strongest disciple of the Tianxian sect and the future heir of the sect. With Deng Hao's tacit consent, Su Yu felt no further hesitation. Jiang Hao, I shall show you what true power is. As soon as his words left his lips, an immensely powerful aura of blood energy erupted from him, gradually radiating a faint crimson light, with spiritual energy vibrating around him. Could this be the fortuitous encounter Su Yu had obtained? It was said that this technique was known as the Chaos Blood Sutra, a superior technique of the heavenly tier. It appeared capable of continuously refining one's physical body, ultimately achieving the chaos body, truly formidable. In the past, many believed that Su Yu had plummeted into the abyss and perished, yet he had unexpectedly attained such a remarkable opportunity. In terms of both technique and cultivation, Su Yu surpassed Jiang Hao. How could the latter possibly contend? Yet, one should not speak too hastily. Jiang Hao had ascended to the 8th level of the Spirit Ascension realm without being affected, which sufficiently demonstrated his own strength. In this light, the battle promised to be quite intriguing. As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, they steadily retreated, providing ample space for Su Yu and Jiang Hao to engage in combat. At that moment, Jiang Hao also noticed the extraordinary crimson light emanating from Su Yu. However, he paid it no heed and leisurely descended from the Spirit Ascension stage. So this is what they call the Chaos Blood Sutra? It seems rather ordinary. Chapter 19. Not even a single strike could you withstand, you worthless fool. Jiang Hao had always been curious about the opportunities that Su Yu had encountered in the abyss. It turned out to be merely a unique martial art. What could a heavenly tier technique possibly do to me? Jiang Hao's face betrayed no hint of fear. Instead, it radiated an air of fearless arrogance. This was the perfect opportunity for him to humiliate Su Yu thoroughly. At this moment, Jiang Hao strolled down the spirit ascending stairs with an air of nonchalance. Gazing at Su Yu ahead, he sneered, "Just now, I observed your struggle to ascend the spirit ascending stairs. It appeared to be quite a challenge. How about this? I shall allow you one strike. What do you think?" As he spoke, Jiang Hao casually raised his hand, his demeanor unmistakably mocking Su Yu. Su Yu, already engulfed in fury, was incensed further by Jiang Hao's humiliation. As the holy son of the heavenly Xian sect, he could not tolerate such indignity. "Jiang Hao, you are insufferably arrogant," Su Yu bellowed, instantly unleashing an astonishing speed. Like a streak of crimson lightning tearing through the sky, he charged toward Jiang Hao with unparalleled swiftness. Unbeknownst to him, a golden longsword had materialized in his hand, its blade shimmering and emanating a chilling aura. "Jiang Hao, this strike is my retribution for you." The arrogant fool. The Xian Yang sword technique. Su Yu gripped the golden longsword tightly, and the blade erupted with a dazzling golden radiance, brimming with surging spiritual energy. He then swung the sword fiercely toward Jiang Hao. The Xian Yang sword technique is one of the premier sword techniques of the heavenly Xian sect, created by the sect's founder, Xuanzi, boasting immense power. According to the division of heaven, earth, and the mysteries, this technique is classified as a top-tier earth-level skill. Although Su Yu was merely a novice, he believed it sufficient to deal with Jiang Hao. In an instant, a golden sword aura cleaved through the air, unstoppable and forceful, charging directly at Jiang Hao. In Su Yu's eyes, this strike was immensely potent, its speed akin to lightning, leaving no chance for Jiang Hao to evade. Even the surrounding disciples of the heavenly Xian sect instinctively took a few steps back, fearing injury from that sword aura. Truly, Su Yu's prowess justified his title as the Holy Son. The power of this strike was something I could scarcely hope to replicate even after a decade of arduous practice. But could Jiang Hao withstand this blow? Although he had ascended to the 8th level moments ago, his combat capability was not necessarily formidable. Moreover, Su Yu's cultivation far surpassed Jiang Hao's. The odds seemed decidedly against him. Yet, at the very moment the golden sword aura was about to strike Jiang Hao, he evaded with an ethereal grace, sidestepping effortlessly to avoid the lethal blow. His speed was such that he left behind a fleeting afterimage. Su Yu's seemingly unstoppable sword energy merely struck Jiang Hao's phantom. "What?" Su Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "How could you possibly evade that?" Recalling the moment when Jiang Hao evaded the sword chi, the lingering shadow left behind filled Su Yu with an increasing sense of astonishment. Could it be that you have perfected the spirit wind step? Yet, that seems implausible. For the spirit wind step is merely a movement technique. How could it possibly allow you to so easily dodge my Xian Yang sword art? Not only was Su Yu profoundly shocked, but every individual present shared in his disbelief. Even the observing elder, Deng Hao, displayed an expression of incredulity. This is impossible. How could he have cultivated the spirit wind step to such an extent? If it were merely the perfected version, such speed would be unattainable. Could it be that he has transcended perfection, reaching the legendary pinnacle? The more Deng Hao pondered, the more he felt a chilling foreboding rise within him. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao on the battlefield appeared calm and unperturbed, gently brushing off the dust from his garments. Is that all? The Xian Yang sword art from Tian Xian sect is extraordinarily formidable. How could it be so easily countered in your hands? I effortlessly evaded it. You truly are lacking. I genuinely question how you, the Holy Son, attained your title. You are utterly useless. Jiang Hao's words dripped with mockery as a large blade, adorned with dragon engravings, manifested in his hand. Accompanying this was a fiery, overwhelming aura. Behind him, a phantom red dragon flickered, as if ready to ascend at any moment. Su Yu. That last move was merely a concession on my part. Now, allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. Before his words could fully dissipate, Jiang Hao's figure almost instantaneously materialized before Su Yu. Without granting Su Yu a moment's respite, he raised his hand and struck with his blade. The crimson blade chi raced through the air like a flash of lightning. Although Su Yu managed to deflect the strike at a critical moment, Jiang Hao, having awakened his bloodline, possessed formidable physical strength. Furthermore, The dragon blood-mad blade in his grasp was a heavenly-grade artifact. Its might far surpassed Su Yu's imagination. What appeared to be a casual slash concealed immense power. Su Yu was utterly incapable of withstanding it, and he was forced to retreat several meters as he was shaken by this overwhelming force. His arms felt numb and trembled uncontrollably. "Ah, you actually managed to block it." Jiang Hao sneered coldly. "Su, you should consider yourself fortunate. I merely employed the void-breaking blade technique. Otherwise, with your ineptitude, how could you withstand it? I reiterate, it is still not too late to concede. Otherwise, I may inadvertently end up killing you. This worthless fool." Continuous verbal humiliation of others. Malice value 100. Jiang Hao had already devised a plan. Once he concluded matters with Su Yu, he would venture to the Tianxian sect's scripture pavilion to meticulously select a more ferocious and domineering blade technique. If it comes to that, let my second uncle handle it. After all, if Jiang Hao desires it, it can be accomplished in an instant. With the malevolent system at his disposal, he can elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of mastery, even while reclining in repose. As Jiang Hao swung his blade, Su Yu was sent staggering back several meters, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Su Yu gazed at his trembling arms, his face a canvas of disbelief. How could this be possible? A practitioner of the spirit transformation realm, with a physical body of formidable strength. Moreover, the chaos blood scripture he cultivated further honed his corporeal form. Yet, he barely managed to withstand a casual strike from Jiang Hao. This completely shattered Su Yu's worldview. Even more astonishing was Jiang Hao's speed and agility. It was truly astonishing. He hardly had any opportunity to react, and he couldn't even ascertain whether he could endure Jiang Hao's forthcoming assault. What's wrong? Do you appear frightened? Surely not. Are you not the self-proclaimed strongest disciple of the Tianxian sect? If you can hardly withstand a single strike from me, what kind of so-called strongest disciple are you? Jiang Hao pointed his blade directly at Su Yu, emanating an aura of chilling blade intent. Previously, I had extended to you an opportunity to surrender, which you failed to appreciate. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You shall not withstand my next strike. Chapter 20. Su Yu's disastrous defeat. The Grand Elder's fury. Before Su Yu could react, an unprecedented surge of overwhelming blade intent surged forth like a tidal wave. The dragon blood frenzy blade in Jiang Hao's grip ignited with a fierce blaze at that moment. How could this blade intent be so formidable? Su Yu, taken aback, felt a surge of dread. He prided himself on being the foremost swordsman among the younger generation of the Tianxian sect. Yet he had never wielded such a powerful sword intent. And Jiang Hao, whom he regarded as inferior in every aspect, wielded a mere profound-grade void/technique. How could he unleash such terrifying blade intent? Before Su Yu's thoughts could coalesce, Jiang Hao had already unleashed his strike. In that instant, the heavens and earth shifted, and the winds and clouds stirred. The void howling slash. This was the most potent move within the void slash technique. As this maneuver was executed, it felt as though the very heavens trembled. The blade light soared like a dragon through the 9 heavens, cleaving the air and leaving behind a brilliant trajectory. The void slash technique was merely a profound-grade martial skill and not considered top-tier. Yet, in Jiang Hao's hands, it transformed entirely due to the enhancement of the dragon blood frenzy blade. This heavenly-grade treasure, with a mere flick of the wrist, contained lethal force capable of instilling terror. At this moment, under the augmentation of the dragon blood frenzy blade, the power of the void howling slash reached its zenith, transcending the boundaries of profound-grade martial skills, achieving an astonishing realm. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were left speechless, their hearts racing in fear. The suffocating aura of the blade, coupled with a technique that transcended their comprehension, left nearly everyone with a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks. Some timid disciples, fearful of being caught in this terrifying blade intent, instinctively retreated in haste. No one could have anticipated that Jiang Hao, who had just entered the spirit transformation realm, could unleash such an astonishing strike. Even more surprising was the realization that a mere Xian-tier technique, the void blade, could emanate such formidable power in his hands. Su Yu had barely managed to fend off Jiang Hao's casual slash moments ago. Now, how could he possibly withstand this earth-shattering blow? No, I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that he is this powerful. Su Yu screamed in a frenzy, unable to reconcile himself with the reality that he could be defeated by Jiang Hao. Yet, as the overwhelming blade intent surged toward him, he distinctly sensed the looming threat of death. Initially, he regarded Jiang Hao, this unlearned dandy, as nothing more than a worthless insect. As the holy son of the Tianxian sect, defeating such a trivial opponent should have been a simple matter. However, Now that Jiang Hao had displayed such an extraordinary strike, Su Yu found himself devoid of the courage to even attempt a defense. His right hand, gripping the longsword, trembled slightly. Both the explosive blade intent and the impossibly powerful strike had thoroughly terrified Su Yu. Perhaps it was a refusal to accept his fate. Or perhaps it was born of a primal fear of death. Su Yu exerted every ounce of his strength, executing various techniques from the Xianyang sword art in a desperate attempt to counter Jiang Hao's blow. Yet, all of it proved futile. No matter how he wielded his sword, it was as ineffective as an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly incapable of halting Jiang Hao's strike. In the depths of despair, Su Yu could barely hold onto his weapon, which clattered to the ground. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he ultimately fell to his knees. Is this what death feels like? Su Yu's face turned as pale as paper, his gaze vacant and lifeless, as if his soul had departed. At that moment, even if Su Yu's heart brimmed with resentment, he found himself powerless to alter his fate. However, just as he awaited death in desperation, a thunderous voice erupted like a clap of thunder. Enough! Jiang Hao, you are far too arrogant. This is merely a routine sparring session among fellow disciples. How dare you employ such a lethal technique? As the voice resonated, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy surged forth, sweeping through the arena. The lethal strike that Jiang Hao had intended to deliver to Su Yu dissipated in an instant, vanishing into thin air. This scene undoubtedly left everyone present in sheer astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Su Yu, who had been resigned to his fate and prepared to embrace death, now stared in shock, his eyes filled with incredulity. Standing before him was none other than his master, the Grand Elder of the Tianxin sect, Deng Hao. He had witnessed the entire exchange and could scarcely believe that Su Yu would be bested by Jiang Hao. From the very beginning, Su Yu was his disciple. During the years when he fell into the abyss, uncertain of life or death, Deng Hao was enveloped in profound sorrow. Later, when Su Yu made a formidable return, significantly enhancing his strength, Deng Hao devoted all his efforts to nurture him. He had long regarded Su Yu as his own child. How could he allow Jiang Hao to truly kill Su Yu now? Master, I have failed. Su Yu's voice trembled, his face etched with guilt. It is my inadequacy that has let down your earnest teachings. I have brought shame upon you. Despite Su Yu regaining a semblance of life, the humiliation of losing to Jiang Hao was a burden too great for him to bear. This pain was far worse than death itself. Failure is the mother of success. There is no need for such despondency. Deng Hao spoke solemnly. It was merely a sparring match, of little consequence. He extended his hand to assist the kneeling Su Yu back to his feet. Immediately thereafter, he cast a cold gaze upon Jiang Hao. Did you not hear the words of this elder? Answer me. Why did you strike so ruthlessly? Even if you have grievances with Su Yu, you are still fellow disciples. How could you be so heartless? In response to Deng Hao's inquiry, Jiang Hao merely laughed dismissively. Am I to understand that I should not exert my full strength? Elder, your words seem rather biased. I am merely at the first level of the transformation realm, while Su Yu has reached the fourth. Given such a vast disparity in cultivation, am I not entitled to give it my all? Or do you believe Su Yu has become so weak that I need not exert myself against him? With a casual motion, he plunged the dragon blood blade into the ground. If you truly think this way, you should have said so earlier. Then I would not have had to engage with Su Yu, thus sparing your precious disciple from harm. Disrespectful to elders and contemptuous in speech, truly wicked. Evil deeds valued at 100. Elder Deng Hao, esteemed and revered in the Tianxin sect, commanded respect even from the sect master, Lin Mo. Yet now, he had been publicly humiliated by a junior, inciting his fury. Jiang Hao, you are outrageous. Relying on your heavenly grade treasure, you executed such a terrifying move. Clearly intending to kill Su Yu. Not only do you refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoing, but you also dare to insult me. Do you truly believe this elder will refrain from teaching you a lesson? Deng Hao's aura suddenly surged with ferocity. As the Grand Elder of the Tianxin sect, he possessed formidable power at the Dharma aspect stage. In this moment, he sought to compel Jiang Hao to admit his error through sheer force of presence. Yet Jiang Hao remained unfazed, standing resolutely before him. What is this? Has the Grand Elder unleashed such terrifying spiritual power, intending to kill me in a fit of rage? You accuse me of humiliation. When have I ever insulted you? I merely spoke the truth. Your agitation is of no concern to me. Chapter 21. Unlocking the Hidden Task. Slaying the Prophesied Son. Su Yu, having been defeated by Jiang Hao, was engulfed in utter despair. Now, with Jiang Hao further humiliating his master, Su Yu's anger reached a boiling point. He stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger directly at Jiang Hao's nose, and bellowed, Jiang Hao, You truly are insufferably arrogant. The Grand Elder, revered and esteemed, and yet you not only fail to show him the respect he deserves, but also dare to speak insolently to him. Is this the kind of upbringing the Jiang family imparts? Before Suyu could finish his words, Jiang Hao raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Caught off guard, Suyu was sent flying, his form a picture of utter disarray. Had I not spared your life earlier, you would have been wise to cower behind the Grand Elder. How dare you emerge to utter such reckless words? Do you truly believe I am incapable of ending your life? In Jiang Hao's eyes, Suyu was undoubtedly the fabled chosen one, having survived a fall from a cliff and gained fortune instead of death. Just moments ago, when death seemed imminent, the Grand Elder had stepped in to defend Suyu. Was this not the very embodiment of a protagonist? Ding. The presence of the Chosen One has been detected. Unlocking hidden mission. Mission requirement. Eliminate the Chosen One, Suyu. Mission reward. Gain the Chosen One's fortune and a substantial amount of malevolence points. Friendly reminder. The Chosen One is blessed by the power of destiny and is exceedingly difficult to kill. Host, do your best. Humiliating the Chosen One will yield more malevolence points. Ah, indeed a Chosen One. Jiang Hao chuckled coldly. However, it mattered not. I take the greatest pleasure in tormenting these so-called Chosen Ones. At that moment, the Grand Elder, Deng Hao, let out a furious roar. Jiang Hao, do you not see me, the Grand Elder, standing before you? The sparring match has concluded. Why must you still target Suyu? Do you truly believe that being the young master of the Jiang family grants you the license to act with impunity? Deng Hao, witnessing Suyu being struck down by Jiang Hao, felt an uncontrollable rage surging within him. Everyone knew that Suyu was his cherished disciple, beloved and nurtured by him. Now, with Jiang Hao publicly striking Suyu, it was akin to slapping Deng Hao's own face. How could he tolerate such insolence from Jiang Hao? Ah, Grand Elder. Your favoritism towards Suyu is evident, but I care not. Yet, you cannot simply close your eyes to the truth. It was Suyu who voluntarily stepped forward for me to strike. Who can you blame for that? He has humiliated my entire Jiang family. Does he not deserve punishment? To have produced such a disgraceful disciple, how can you claim to be a teacher? Jiang Hao's words dripped with disdain and contempt for Deng Hao. You are exceedingly audacious. To show me such disrespect, today I shall teach you a proper lesson. The spiritual energy surged violently around Deng Hao, and the disciples of the Tianxian sect found it difficult to breathe under the weight of this immense power. Yet Jiang Hao, shielded by the protective light of the Changchun technique, met Deng Hao's gaze with unflinching defiance. What right do you have to teach me a lesson? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Jiang Hao's mouth. Who do you think you are? Deng Hao thundered in response. I am the Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect. You, a disciple of the Tianxian sect, show me such disrespect and even dare to insult me. The elder declares, in defense of the ancestors of the Jiang family, that it is no hindrance to discipline you, a mere child. At this point, a fierce glint flashes in Deng Hao's eyes as he boldly asserts that he could easily ruin you, and that would be entirely your own fault. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao bursts into laughter, exclaiming, How audacious of you to suggest you could destroy me. Deng Hao, if I had truly committed some heinous crime deserving of death, then even if you wished to kill me, it would be a fate I would deserve. But what have I done? From the outset, it was Suyu who provoked me, persistently challenging me to bets. Am I not entitled to resist? Just because Suyu is your disciple, must I concede defeat? Such absurdity is beyond comprehension. With a gaze as cold as ice, Jiang Hao continues to stare at Deng Hao, threatening, if you dare to strike me today, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Not just for you, but for your family and your entire clan. The Jiang family would ensure that every member bearing the surname Deng is utterly eradicated. Come now, if you possess the courage, make your move. As he speaks, Jiang Hao contemptuously gestures towards Deng Hao. Initially, Jiang Hao held a modicum of respect for Elder Deng Hao. Recognizing his esteemed position within the Tianxian sect and his formidable prowess, having reached the level of Dharma manifestation. However, his disdain for this man has now reached an extreme. Had Deng Hao merely taken Suyu away, Jiang Hao would have remained silent. Instead, he chooses to wield his authority as a senior elder to compel Jiang Hao to apologize, an act that Jiang Hao finds utterly intolerable. What wrong has he committed? Why should the one in error be Suyu? Does being a saintly disciple of a great elder grant him the liberty to act with impunity, while Jiang Hao, having bested this so-called saint, is expected to apologize? The absurdity is laughable. As for whether Deng Hao would truly act against him, Jiang Hao is unconcerned. After all, this is the Tianxian sect, and the sect leader, Lin Mo, is his uncle. Should Deng Hao dare to strike, it would spell his doom. The surrounding disciples of the Tianxin sect, hearing Jiang Hao's words, stare in shock with wide eyes. How could he dare threaten Elder Deng? My goodness. Jiang Hao is becoming utterly lawless. Does he truly believe that if the elder were to teach him a lesson, he would have the audacity to annihilate everyone with the surname Deng? I too bear the surname Deng. I have no enmity with him. Why should I be targeted? All of this turmoil is because of Su Yu. Indeed, were it not for his overreaching provocation of Jiang Hao and his audacious attempt to steal another's fiancée, none of this would have transpired. At this moment, Elder Deng Hao is truly on the brink of fury. In the past, any disciple of the Tianxin sect who encountered him would invariably bow with utmost respect. However, now he found himself subjected to open disdain and humiliation by Jiang Hao. A situation utterly intolerable. Jiang Hao, you are truly beyond the pale. With your father, Jiang Bin, having passed away early, you have been left unchecked over the years, leading to your outrageous behavior. Since your father can no longer discipline you, allow me to take on the responsibility of correcting you in his stead. As Deng Hao's words fell, he executed a swift movement, appearing before Jiang Hao in an instant, intent on delivering a stinging slap in a fit of rage. To prevent Jiang Hao from evading with his spirit wind steps, Deng Hao unleashed a terrifying pressure of spiritual energy, akin to a mountain, heavily bearing down on Jiang Hao. Yet, before Deng Hao could strike, a formidable wave of spiritual energy suddenly crashed upon him. Even with his cultivation at the Dharma manifestation realm, Deng Hao found himself unable to withstand such a force, being pushed back several meters, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and his breath becoming exceedingly weak. Who dares to ambush this elder? Deng Hao wiped the blood from his lips, roaring in fury. At that moment, a voice of immense authority resonated from the air. What issue is there with me teaching you a lesson? Chapter 22. Is it permissible for you to favor your disciple? Can I not favor my nephew? Lin Mo was acutely aware of everything that had transpired, including the entire battle between Jiang Hao and Su Yu. His initial reluctance to intervene stemmed from his trust in the Grand Elder. In his eyes, although the Grand Elder possessed a rather eccentric temperament, he still maintained a semblance of principle. However, Lin Mo was utterly unprepared for Deng Hao's impulsive behavior. If Jiang Hao had indeed erred, then it would have been entirely reasonable for him to act. Yet, the true instigator of the conflict was none other than Su Yu. Were it not for Su Yu's provocations towards Jiang Hao, the situation would never have escalated to this point. While Lin Mo might have turned a blind eye to Deng Hao's favoritism towards his direct disciple Su Yu, the moment Deng Hao attempted to harm Jiang Hao on Su Yu's behalf, it crossed a line. Touching the dragon's reverse scale is certain death. For Lin Mo, Jiang Hao represented that very scale. He would never stand idly by while anyone bullied him. Sectmaster. Upon Lin Mo's sudden appearance, everyone present immediately knelt in reverence. In the corner, Su Yu, initially pleased with the thought that Elder Deng Hao would teach Jiang Hao a lesson, was now struck with terror. Realizing that Lin Mo not only appeared, but had also injured the Grand Elder Deng Hao, Su Yu hastily knelt, lacking the courage to even lift his gaze to meet Lin Mo's. After all, within the Tianxin sect, Lin Mo was undeniably the strongest. His power even surpassing that of the Dharma manifestation realm, unfathomable in depth. Master, no matter how I express it, I am still the esteemed elder of the Tianxin sect. How can you dare to treat me in such a manner? Deng Hao clutched his chest, forcibly suppressing the fury within as he gazed at Lin Mo. Is it merely because Jiang Hao is your nephew? He had presumed that Lin Mo would refrain from intervening in this matter. Given his high standing and respect within the Tianxin sect, and the fact that he is Lin Mo's senior brother, what is the issue with reprimanding a junior? Furthermore, Jiang Hao has shown nothing but disdain and insult towards him. How could Deng Hao swallow such humiliation? However, what he never anticipated was that Lin Mo, who had always been amiable and respectful towards him, would publicly strike him today. This filled Deng Hao with profound shame and anger, causing his entire body to tremble. Brother Deng, do you not understand why I have acted against you? Lin Mo's voice cut through the air like a sharp dagger, piercing the very core of Deng Hao's heart. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he was indeed biased towards Su Yu. After all, Su Yu was his direct disciple, nurtured with care over many years. He had never believed that Su Yu could be defeated by Jiang Hao. Yet the reality was that Su Yu had indeed lost, utterly and completely. This turmoil threw him into disarray, prompting him to disregard his status and forcefully interrupt the duel between the two. As for his subsequent actions against Jiang Hao, they were entirely a response to Jiang Hao's disrespectful words. Deng Hao, who valued his own dignity above all, could not tolerate such humiliation from Jiang Hao. At this moment, he glared at Lin Mo with a resentful expression. I admit that I have shown favoritism towards Su Yu, but I am his master. My partiality is entirely justifiable. Jiang Hao attempted to harm Su Yu. Am I not allowed to stop him? He has insulted me. Am I not entitled to teach him a lesson? Overwhelmed by indignation, Deng Hao shouted at Lin Mo. Do you think that by pretending to be a paragon of virtue, you can conceal your vile heart? Lin Mo, you are nothing but a hypocritical villain. Let me ask you this. If today were an ordinary disciple of the Tianxian sect, would you still act against me on their behalf? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo not only remained calm, but also chuckled softly. Haha. I am the leader of the Tianxian sect, and every disciple within it is like a child to me. It matters not if it is Jiang Hao. If any individual were in his place today, I would not hesitate to act against you. Moreover, as Jiang Hao is my nephew, how could I allow you to harm him in any way? You may favor your disciple, but am I not allowed to favor my nephew? At this juncture, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Brother Deng, I believe it is time for you to seclude yourself for a while. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the consequences. As Deng Hao was about to retort, an overwhelming force of spiritual pressure descended upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down on his very being. Even the formidable Deng Hao, at the level of the Dharma manifestation, found himself utterly powerless against this oppressive force. Collapsing to his knees, unable to move, I shall grant you 3 breaths to contemplate. Lin Mo's voice was cold and commanding. Deng Hao understood that Lin Mo's notion of seclusion was, in truth, a means to imprison him. Alas, he was utterly incapable of resisting Lin Mo. The repercussions of noncompliance would be dire. Very well, I shall retreat into seclusion. Deng Hao ground his teeth in defiance, casting a furious glance at Lin Mo before he intended to take Su Yu away. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao suddenly shouted, Wait, Great Elder. Your retreat into seclusion is certainly acceptable. Taking Su Yu with you is also permissible. However, it appears that Su Yu still owes me certain debts, does he not? Jiang Hao had anticipated Lin Mo's intervention, which is why he had no fear of Deng Hao from the outset. Such a rare opportunity to humiliate Su Yu is one Jiang Hao would never let slip away. Jiang Hao, do not overstep your bounds, no matter the circumstances. Su Yu remains the holy son of Tianxian sect. How could he be reduced to crawling like a dog in the Jiang family? If that were to occur, what would become of Tianxian sect's reputation? As for the absurd notion of triple compensation for the betrothal gifts, it was sheer nonsense. Su Yu had never received any betrothal gifts from the Jiang family. Whoever received them should be the one to reclaim them. Deng Hao glared at Jiang Hao's brazen demeanor. His teeth clenched in anger. Great Elder, your assertion is misguided. Indeed, Su Yu has not taken anything from the Jiang family, yet he voluntarily offered to repay Lu Rushue. The wager of triple compensation was also initiated by Su Yu himself. He must honor his word, does he not? As for crawling like a dog, I'm afraid that is a consequence of his own actions. With a cold sneer, Jiang Hao continued. How about this? You let Su Yu kneel before me in public and bow 3 times. While doing so, he must acknowledge that he is inferior to me. In that case, both the crawling and the triple betrothal gifts can be forgiven. Otherwise, Su Yu shall not leave Tianxian sect today. At this proclamation, Su Yu, standing behind Deng Hao, felt as though struck by lightning. He had believed that with Deng Hao's protection, he could depart unscathed. However, he never anticipated that Jiang Hao would demand he kneel publicly. Su Yu would never acquiesce to such humiliation. Chapter 23, Kneeling and Losing Face. Jiang Hao, forcing Su Yu to kneel before you in public. Surely that is excessive. Deng Hao struggled to suppress his fury as he looked at Jiang Hao. The previous incident was indeed a misstep on the part of this elder, and he was willing to apologize. Therefore, could you, for the sake of this elder's dignity, consider nullifying this wager? Today's events had already stripped Deng Hao of his face. He paid such a heavy price solely for Su Yu. If Su Yu were to kneel and bow to Jiang Hao in public today, then the dignity of the master and disciple would be utterly obliterated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao merely smiled faintly. Elder Deng, it is only out of respect for you that I have spared Su Yu. Otherwise, according to our wager, he should have crawled all the way to the Jiang family S-gate. Forcing him to kneel and bow is already the greatest act of mercy on my part. Of course, if you disregard your own face and insist on taking Su Yu away, I cannot stop you. However, I can assure you that I will seek retribution from him every day henceforth. After all, he is merely my defeated foe. To toy with him is as effortless as playing with an ant. At this juncture, Jiang Hao turned to address all the onlookers present. Do any of you believe that I am in the wrong? If so, I welcome you to step forward and condemn me. As soon as Jiang Hao uttered these words, the crowd erupted in a fervor. To gamble is to accept defeat. It is a fundamental principle, and what fault lies with Jiang Hao? If blame is to be placed, it can only be directed at Suyu for his arrogance. Indeed, he is the root of all discord. Now that he is lost, what right does he have to evade accountability? Just because he is a saint and possesses connections does not grant him the liberty to act dishonorably. What nonsense is this about being a saint? If one cannot acknowledge their defeat, do they truly deserve that title? Jiang Hao has already shown leniency. Is this still unacceptable? If one cannot bear to lose, then why provoke others in the first place? The murmurs of the crowd pierced Suyu's heart like sharp daggers. Even though he felt a torrent of indignation within, he found himself at a loss for words. His complexion darkened, and he trembled with rage. Throughout this entire ordeal, neither sect master Lin Mo nor the second and third elders uttered a word. This clearly indicated their stance. They were aligned with Jiang Hao. Elder Ding was acutely aware of this situation and felt deeply helpless, letting out a profound sigh. It was as if he had aged decades in an instant. He then turned to Suyu and said, "Disciple, my abilities are limited, and I can no longer protect you. The events of today stem from the influence of that woman, Lu Rushua. Were it not for her interference, this predicament would not have arisen. Women only serve to disrupt your resolve. This incident serves as a lesson for you. Otherwise, you would never learn." Upon finishing, Elder Deng unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, compelling Suyu to kneel. How detestable! Suyu seethed inwardly. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Jiang Hao, wait for me. The grudge of today shall be repaid in kind. His heart roared with fury as he glared venomously at Jiang Hao. Without hesitation, Suyu began to bow before Jiang Hao in front of the assembled crowd. As he repeatedly struck the ground, he shouted, "I, Suyu, am inferior to Jiang Hao. I am indeed inferior to Jiang Hao." With the final exclamation, Suyu rose to his feet, his face pale as a ghost. "Listen well, Suyu. This time, it is due to someone's protection that you are spared. Next time, it may not be so fortunate. If I were you, I would keep a low profile and show respect whenever you see me. Otherwise, I possess the means to make your days in the Tianxian sect quite unbearable." The laughter that followed echoed mockingly in the air. Jiang Hao reveled in the satisfaction of witnessing Suyu's expression of utter humiliation. "Jiang Hao, just you wait. I, Suyu, will not rest until I have my revenge." With that declaration, Suyu decisively turned away, carrying the injured Lu Rushue with him, not daring to look back. Forcing the chosen one to kneel and endure humiliation. Evil deeds valued at 300. Ah, splendid. It appears the system has not deceived me. Indeed, humiliating the chosen one yields a greater accumulation of malevolent deeds. Jiang Hao reflected, observing Suyu's retreating figure, feeling a sense of amusement. But this was merely the beginning. He would not easily let this matter slide. With the departure of Suyu and Deng Hao, the farce came to an end. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to announce Jiang Hao as the new saint son of the Tianxian sect, and moreover, his sole direct disciple. This undoubtedly elevated Jiang Hao's status within the sect to great heights, and no one questioned his worthiness. After all, they had witnessed his formidable prowess firsthand, defeating Suyu with just 2 strikes, nearly claiming his life. Such strength rendered them in awe. "Third uncle, you have truly put me in a difficult position. I had no desire to become a saint's son or a direct disciple," Jiang Hao said with a bitter smile directed at Lin Mo. "Now that you have entered the inner sanctum of the Tianxian sect, this matter is beyond your control. Embrace your current identity with joy. By the way, you should attempt to practice this set of blade techniques." As he spoke, Lin Mo handed Jiang Hao an ancient tome, prominently titled 9 Nether Fiery Blade Technique. This was a heavenly tier blade art left behind by the founder of the Tianxian sect. Given that you have cultivated the void-piercing blade technique to such an extent, mastering the 9 Nether Fiery Blade technique should not pose a significant challenge for you. One more thing. Even if you perfect the Changchun technique, you must continue to cultivate it. This art is the core of the Tianxian sect's teachings. Although it is classified as an Xian-tier technique, that is merely a superficial classification. Should you persist in your training and gain further insights, you will undoubtedly come to realize the true power of the Changchun technique. After imparting these instructions to Jiang Hao, Lin Mo turned to leave with the other 2 elders. Jiang Hao gazed at the 9 nether fiery blade technique in his hands, not overly astonished. Even if Lin Mo had not provided it, he had intended to seek out a heavenly tier blade technique regardless. Relying on the malevolent system, mastering the blade techniques is an effortless endeavor. As for the continued cultivation of the Changchun technique, Jiang Hao found himself profoundly intrigued. After all, the mastery of the Lingfeng step had undergone significant transformation, leading him to wonder what changes might arise should the Changchun technique reach its pinnacle. With this thought, Jiang Hao hastily departed from the Tianxian sect. However, prior to that, he had a matter of greater importance to attend to, dealing with the treacherous Lu Ruxue. The esteemed elder Deng Hao was indeed correct. Whoever took the Jiang family's betrothal gifts would be held accountable. Did Lu Ruxue genuinely believe that this matter had been laid to rest? No. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 24. Why has he always deceived me? Upon leaving the Tianxian sect, Jiang Hao promptly returned to the Jiang family in Tianyan City. You have indeed made quite an impression, exclaimed his uncle. For years, I believed you to have been ensnared by that woman, Lu Ruxue, but it seems I was mistaken. News of Jiang Hao ascending to the 8th level of the Lingcheng Tiantai and defeating Su Yu had already reached Jiang Feng's ears. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly aimless Jiang Hao had been concealing such depths of talent all along. The mastery of the Changchun technique, the consummation of the breaking void blade technique, the Lingfeng step seemingly transcended even the peak of mastery. Moreover, his cultivation had surpassed the Hualing realm, awakening the hidden true dragon bloodline of the Jiang family. Contemplating these revelations filled Jiang Feng with immense excitement and fervor. Alas, Jiang Hao's parents had both passed away, otherwise, they would undoubtedly take pride in his accomplishments. Uncle, what is the current situation with the Lu family? Jiang Hao inquired upon his return. The Lu family? Jiang Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The Lu family is in disarray. Ever since Lu Xiangguo was expelled from the Jiang household, he has fallen gravely ill and has not recovered. It is said that his shattered Dao heart has led to a severe decline in his cultivation. As for his ineffectual son, he is no better than a waste. The mere mention of the Lu family ignited Jiang Feng's anger. Over the years, the Lu family's rise had depended entirely on the support of the Jiang family. Had it not been for Jiang Hao's affection for Lu Ruxue, would the Lu family have attained their current standing? Yet Lu Ruxue, in her treachery, took from the Jiang family while coveting the handsome Su Yu. Jiang Feng could not swallow this indignation. Were it not for his position as city lord, he would have personally dealt with those from the Lu family long ago. He had always believed that Jiang Hao's actions were justified. Otherwise, he would not have resolutely expelled Lu Xiangguo from the Jiang estate. With a cold smile, Jiang Hao responded, Uncle, this is far from sufficient. Last time, I granted the Lu family a day to return the betrothal gifts, and I have already extended that deadline by a few days. I can no longer wait. I must go to the Lu family to demand what is rightfully ours. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng responded without a moment's hesitation, agreed. There is no doubt. The Lu family has taken so much from our Jiang family. They must be made to return it. It would not be wise for you to go alone. I shall have Steward Jiang and some guards accompany you to the Lu residence. For the Jiang family, the young master Jiang Hao was of paramount importance. Jiang Feng would never allow any misfortune to befall Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded slightly and turned to leave the Jiang manor, heading straight for the Lu family. Meanwhile, within the Lu family in Tianyan City, Lu Ruxue entered with a look of desolation. During her time at Tianxian sect, she had been knocked unconscious by Jiang Hao's kick. However, upon regaining consciousness, she learned the full extent of the events from others. To her astonishment, Su Yu had suffered a crushing defeat. Jiang Hao had vanquished her brother with merely 2 strikes. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Grand Elder, Su Yu might very well have perished at Jiang Hao's hands. She could hardly fathom that the once useless individual had transformed into such a formidable opponent. This could not have been a recent emergence. He must have concealed his true strength from the beginning. Yet, she had remained oblivious to this situation for so long, consistently regarding Jiang Hao as a talentless fool. Why, oh why, had he chosen to deceive me? He accuses me of insincerity, yet has he ever been genuine towards me? If he truly cared, would he have intentionally concealed his abilities and refrained from revealing the truth? The more Lu Ruxue pondered, the more her anger intensified. Simultaneously, her disdain for Jiang Hao grew, and she felt grateful for her choice of Su Yu over Jiang Hao. Su Yu had always devoted himself to her, never once deceiving her. In her most vulnerable moments, he had stepped up to support her. Although Su Yu had lost to Jiang Hao, Lu Rushue perceived this merely as a momentary lapse on his part. Furthermore, Jiang Hao wielded formidable treasures. Indeed, they were heavenly rank artifacts. It was only natural that Su Yu would be unable to compete. In her heart, she always believed that Su Yu's potential and character far surpassed those of Jiang Hao. You still dare to return. Just then, Lu Xian emerged from within the house. His face pale. Had it not been for your sudden cancellation of the engagement, our Lu family would not have fallen to such depths. I would not have endured the humiliation from Jiang Hao, leading to a collapse of my Dao heart and a plummet in my cultivation. Lu Xian trembled with rage. He had once stood at the pinnacle of the divine passage realm, merely a step away from the law manifestation realm. Yet, due to the severe impact on his Dao heart, his cultivation had drastically declined, and he could barely maintain himself at the 5th level of the divine passage realm. What infuriated Lu Xian even more was the fact that Su Yu had actually lost to Jiang Hao. He had gleaned some information regarding the events at Tianxian sect, and could hardly believe that his daughter had chosen to forsake the golden son-in-law Jiang Hao for someone as ineffectual as Su Yu. At this moment, Lu Xian was filled with an overwhelming desire to strike Lu Rushue dead with a single blow. Come, you shall accompany me to the Jiang residence at once. I demand that you kneel and apologize to Jiang Hao. Lu Xian grasped Lu Rushue's hand, striding toward the entrance. No. Lu Rushue forcefully shook off Lu Xian's grip. Why should I apologize to him? For so many years, he has deceived me. Should he not be the one to apologize? Moreover, during our time at Tianxian sect, he even struck me in public. To expect me to apologize is nothing short of a dream. Before Lu Rushue could finish her words, Lu Xian delivered a resounding slap across her face. Silence. Lu Xian roared in fury. Do you comprehend the foolishness of your actions? Your brother lies gravely injured and unconscious, bedridden. Were it not for you, would he have ended up like this? Lu Rushue, already irked, was further incensed by her father's slap. His injuries are of no concern to me. Was it not his own arrogance that offended the outer sect elders? The state he is in is a consequence of your pampering over the years. You dare speak to me in such a manner. Lu Xian fumed, his anger palpable. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson and then bind you to the Jiang estate for Jiang Hao to deal with as he pleases. With that, Lu Xian prepared to strike again. However, at that moment, an immensely powerful surge of spiritual energy swept through the air. The gates of the Lu residence shattered in an instant. Jiang Hao and a group of Jiang family guards slowly entered. Am I interrupting the esteemed Lu family's tutor with her daughter? Oh no, not at all, not at all. Lu Xian quickly approached, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Young Master Jiang, your presence graces the Lu residence. Indeed, a great honor. The gates of the Lu family, having affected young Master Jiang, ought to be dismantled. Chapter 25. What will Brother Su do if I die? Lu Xian, upon witnessing Jiang Hao's arrival, felt little surprise. After all, the Lu family still owed a bride price to the Jiang family that had yet to be returned. Jiang Hao's visit was, therefore, entirely expected, even though his grand gates, built at great expense, had been shattered by Jiang Hao's hand. Lu Xian dared not exhibit even a hint of anger. He turned to Lu Rushue, scolding her fiercely. You wretched girl, kneel and bow to young Master Jiang at once. Should he refuse to forgive you today, I shall strike you down. With that, Lu Xian attempted to force Lu Rushue to kneel. No, please, don't. Lu Rushue protested. The esteemed eldest daughter of the Lu family kneeling before someone like Jiang is beyond my capacity to bear. Jiang Hao taunted, the illustrious eldest daughter of the Lu family, so high and mighty, considers herself extraordinary. I am but a commoner, unworthy of her presence. The eldest daughter and Brother Su, they are a pair destined by the heavens. I, Jiang, am not one to covet another's affections. Since the eldest daughter has her heart set on Brother Su, I shall naturally support that. Therefore, I kindly request the head of the Lu family to return the bride price given by the Jiang family. Before her words had faded, Lu Rushue erupted. Jiang Hao, cease your cryptic mockery. Do you find this amusing? Over the years, you have deliberately concealed your true strength, never considering my feelings. You have toyed with me from the start. Only Brother Su has ever shown me genuine affection. In response, Jiang Hao merely chuckled. Ha ha ha. I shall act as I please. My hidden prowess has nothing to do with you. Did you truly believe I held any affection for you? You are but a worn-out shoe. What audacity do you possess to speak to me in such a manner? Initially, had you presented the Jiang family's betrothal gifts with dignity, I might have chosen to let you go gracefully. But it seems that is no longer necessary. With that, Jiang Hao raised his right hand. Accompanying him were the Jiang family guards, who swiftly encircled Lu Rushue, Lu Xian, and the others. The head steward, Zhang Chun, emanated a formidable aura of spiritual power, instilling fear in all present. Witnessing this, Lu Xian trembled in terror. He then struck Lu Rushue sharply across the face. "You wretched girl! How dare you speak so boldly to young Master Jiang? Kneel and apologize at once." Immediately, Lu Xian's demeanor shifted as he forced a grotesque smile towards Jiang Hao. "Young Master Jiang, I understand your anger. This is entirely due to my failure as a father. From this moment forth, Lu Rushue is no longer my daughter. Her fate is at your discretion. Whether you choose to strike or berate her, or do anything else, I have no objections. I only implore you to show mercy and spare the Lu family." Ignoring his own dignity, Lu Xian knelt before Jiang Hao, repeatedly bowing his head. In his eyes, sacrificing Lu Rushue to preserve the Lu family's safety was a worthy exchange. After all, with Lu Rushue's disobedience, she was of no use. Earlier, Jiang Hao's arrival with numerous Jiang family guards had already drawn a crowd. The tremendous noise from him shattering the Lu family gate had attracted even more onlookers. Now, an immense throng gathered outside the Lu residence, watching Lu Xian's humiliating display. They found it utterly ridiculous to see the once mighty master of the Lu family reduced to such a state. It was evident that all this turmoil stemmed from Lu Xian raising a rebellious daughter. Had Lu Rushue not chosen to break off the engagement, would the Lu family have faced such disgrace? Over the years, without the support of the Jiang family, what would the Lu family amount to? What audacity did Lu Rushue possess to act in such a manner, receiving benefits from the Jiang family while clandestinely meeting with a paramour, and ultimately choosing to withdraw from the engagement? If I were young Master Jiang, I would have turned against her as well. This is bound to be quite the spectacle. Lu Xian observed a throng gathered outside the door, his countenance darkening to an extreme. The humiliation he endured while crawling out of Jiang's residence had already been unbearable. Now, with so many spectators, Lu Xian's fury reached its zenith. Yet, he found himself powerless, compelled to suppress his indignation and continue bowing in apology to Jiang Hao. At this moment, nothing was more pressing than the survival of the Lu family. Apart from Lu Rushue, the rest of the Lu clan members were similarly engaged, repeatedly bowing in submission. Hearing her father's resolute words, Lu Rushue collapsed to the ground in anger. "Father, I am your daughter. How can you treat me thus? Your actions are forcing me to my demise." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao erupted with delight, clapping his hands in applause. "Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. I never anticipated you would possess such fortitude. Very well, if you wish to end your life, then proceed." With that, he produced a dagger and tossed it before Lu Rushue. "If you take your own life, I might consider sparing the Lu family." Lu Rushue stared at the dagger, momentarily stunned. She had merely spoken in haste. Who could have foreseen Jiang Hao would truly compel her to self-terminate? Moreover, should she perish now, how could she ever serve alongside Brother Su? No, Lu Rushue had intended to resist, but was struck sharply by Lu Xian. "Young lady, do you not hear? Young Master Jiang demands your death. Should you comply, he will spare our family. In that case, your brother can return to the Tianjin sect, and the Lu family can regain its former glory. Rushue, I beseech you, hasten to your end." Lu Xian was on the brink of madness. In his eyes, Lu Rushue's life had long ceased to matter. "I refuse. If I die, what will become of Brother Su? Without me, he will surely lose his mind. I cannot die. I will not take my own life." Lu Rushue could hardly fathom her father's heartlessness. He truly intended for her to end her own life. She could not await her death. Without hesitation, Lu Rushue dashed toward the entrance of the Lu household. This home was no longer worth her loyalty. "How dare you attempt to flee?" Lu Xian bellowed in fury, picking up the dagger and pursuing her. But at that moment, Jiang Hao shouted, "Damn it! I did not come here to witness the downfall of your family. Lu Xian, do you think that by feigning righteousness, I will spare the Lu family? Regrettably, you are mistaken. Listen closely. Seize Lu Rushue, Lu Xian, and confiscate all the storage bags belonging to the Lu clan. From this moment forth, the Lu family shall cease to exist, and all that belongs to them will revert to the Jiang family. All members of the Lu clan, leave Tianjin City at once." Chapter 26. The Slaughter of Lu Xian, the Lu clan enslaved. With a commanding shout from Jiang Hao, all the guards of the Jiang family, under the leadership of Zhang Chen, swiftly commenced their raid. They sealed off all exits of the Lu residence, ensuring that none of the Lu clan could escape even a single step. Even Lu Rushue, who initially contemplated fleeing, found her path obstructed. "Jiang Hao, Do you truly intend to be this ruthless? Lu Rushue exclaimed in anger. Are you not afraid of retribution? What you are doing is no different from sheer plunder. Did I hear you correctly? You dare accuse me of plunder? Jiang Hao erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing through the air. How utterly amusing. I have come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to the Jiang family. Is there any fault in that? Expelling you and your entire clan is merely rectifying a wrong. This place has been unlawfully occupied by your family for years, and yet you have the audacity to claim I am the one plundering? Have you lost your mind? As he spoke, Jiang Hao seized the storage pouch from Lu Rushue's possession. Return that. It belongs to me. Lu Rushue cried out in a fit of rage. Lunging toward him, Jiang Hao retaliated with a swift slap, sending her crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. What nonsense are you spouting? Everything within that pouch was gifted to you by me. You have already called off our engagement, yet you still cling to the betrothal gifts of the Jiang family? Lu Rushue, how shameless can you be? Jiang Hao casually inspected the storage pouch, confirming the presence of treasures such as the Fengming sword and Xianyu armor, before contentedly stowing it away, seizing all assets of the Lu family and humiliating its members. Evil deed value, 500. At that moment, those gathered outside the Lu residence witnessed the scene unfold, and not a single person felt Jiang Hao had erred. On the contrary, they applauded his actions, deeming them commendable. Indeed, this is how one ought to deal with the Lu clan. Lu Rushue's audacity was astounding. How could she dare claim those possessions were hers? Were it not for young Master Zhang's support over the years, what would they amount to? And that Lu family scion, notorious for his misdeeds, had committed countless acts of oppression, with the Jiang family constantly cleaning up after them. I can only conclude that the Lu clan has brought this upon themselves. If I were Lu Xian, I would have long since silenced Lu Rushue with a single blow. Were it not for her, the Lu family would not have met such a disgraceful fate. As I recalled the scene of Lu Xian chasing after Lu Rushue with a knife, I could not help but burst into laughter. At that moment, Lu Xian crawled before Jiang Hao, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Jiang, spare my life. I beseech you to show mercy to my Lu family. Get lost. Jiang Hao shot a disdainful glance at Lu Xian and kicked him away with force. If you utter another word, I will immediately command the annihilation of the entire Lu clan. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian was plunged into an abyss of despair, his complexion ashen. However, the glimmer of despair in his eyes was swiftly replaced by a surge of murderous intent. Jiang Hao, you have gone too far. I beseech you so earnestly, yet you still seek to eradicate me entirely. Even if I, Lu Xian, cannot escape death today, I shall ensure you pay a heavy price. Accompanied by Lu Xian's furious roar, he unleashed the spiritual power of the divine realm, clutching a dagger and lunging fiercely at Jiang Hao. Yet, at the very instant Lu Xian charged forward, an overwhelming force of spiritual energy, as formidable as a mountain, instantaneously pinned him down, rendering him immobile. Lu Xian, already weakened by the shattering of his Tao heart, found himself utterly powerless against the oppressive spiritual might of a formidable opponent. He lay there like a lifeless dog, unable to move. I was initially filled with compassion, merely wishing to expel the Lu clan from Tianjin City. Yet, you dare to plot my demise? Lu Xian, you possess audacity beyond measure. Jiang Hao regarded Lu Xian coldly. Since you are so intent on seeking death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Jiang Hao signaled to Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun, understanding the unspoken command, swiftly picked up the dagger from the ground and cleanly severed Lu Xian's head with a single stroke. For him, as a master of the divine realm, killing Lu Xian was as effortless as turning over a hand, let alone slaying a mere Lu Xian. Should Jiang Hao command him to annihilate the entire Lu clan, Zhang Chun would show not a flicker of hesitation, publicly indicating to others to execute Lu Xian. Evil deed value 1,000. No. Lu Rushue, witnessing this scene, instantly shattered into tears. Jiang Hao, you are a madman. You are a murderer. Although Lu Xian had just attempted to kill Lu Rushue for the sake of the Lu clan, in her heart, he was still her father. Her mother had passed away years ago, and for many years, it was her father who raised her. Now, seeing her father meet such a tragic end, Lu Rushue was engulfed in despair. Yet, fearing for her own life at the hands of Jiang Hao, she could only seethe with impotent rage. Too scared to make any move, Lu Xian had plotted to murder this young master in public. This young master's guards acted in self-defense, and it is entirely justified to slay Lu Xian. At this point, Jiang Hao pointed at all the members of the Lu clan present. With a single word, I could have you all exterminated. But such an act would be too lenient for your Lu family. All members of the Liu clan shall be captured and taken to the spirit stone mines of Tianyuan City to serve as laborers. You shall spend your lives in that dark, sunless quarry. As soon as Jiang Hao's words fell, Zhang Qin sprang into action. He strictly executed Jiang Hao's command, leading the Jiang family's guards to commence the capture of the Liu clan members, including Liu Ruxue and the severely injured and unconscious Liu Fei. They were all escorted to the mines, forcing the entire Liu clan into servitude, a grave sin. Evil deed value, 1,500. Upon hearing the voice of the system resounding in his mind, Jiang Hao was filled with ecstatic joy. He never imagined that this visit to the Liu family would yield such a bountiful harvest of evil deed value. However, this was merely the beginning. It was far from sufficient. He is now quite eager to discern the reaction of Suyu, the child of destiny, upon learning of this matter. Will he choose to rescue Liu Ruxue or abandon her? Consequently, Jiang Hao instructed his subordinates to disseminate the news that the entire Liu clan had been reduced to slavery, ensuring that it became common knowledge. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Hao hastily departed from the Liu residence and returned to the Jiang family. From that moment forth, the Liu family ceased to exist. Upon returning to the Jiang household, Jiang Hao promptly accessed the system panel. Current cultivation progress: Changchunju, Great Achievement, 0. Breaking Void Blade Technique, Great Achievement, 0. Spirit Wind Step, Pinnacle, 0. Current Evil Value, 6230. Ah! How astonishing it is that, unbeknownst to him, his evil value had amassed to such a degree. Given this, he would not hold back. For Jiang Hao, these evil values were the key to his ascendance and strength. Without hesitation, he infused the entirety of his evil value into the Changchunju. Beep. Consumed 3,500 points of evil value. The Xian rank upper grade technique. Changchunju has been cultivated to the pinnacle. Beep. During the period of closed-door cultivation, you have gained profound insights, and your cultivation realm has ascended to the third layer of the spirit transformation realm. Beep. The Changchunju cultivated to the pinnacle has unveiled its true power, transforming into the celestial rank upper grade technique, Changchun Tianju. Current remaining evil value, 2,730 points. Chapter 27. Mastering the celestial rank upper grade technique. Jiang Hao's power increases dramatically. Changchun Tianju. Is this the true secret of the Changchunju that my third uncle spoke of? Jiang Hao truly did not anticipate that this seemingly ordinary introductory technique of the Tianxian sect would conceal a hidden celestial level technique. It was worth the expenditure of such a significant amount of evil value for cultivation. The most formidable aspect of the Changchun Tianju lies in its inexhaustible spiritual energy. Practitioners of this technique can sense the vibrant life force within the natural world. This allows them to store this unique natural power within themselves, converting it into their own strength. Not only does this enable Jiang Hao to cultivate at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, but it also allows the natural power to continuously nourish every inch of his meridians and bones. Consequently, Jiang Hao's physical body grows increasingly robust, with all attributes significantly enhanced. Moreover, the protective spiritual light initially granted by the Changchunju has undergone a transformation. It has become increasingly potent, rendering him immune to all negative statuses. Once the protective spiritual light is activated, Jiang Hao can withstand any adverse conditions. Even the most potent toxins pose no threat to him. His physical strength enhances correspondingly. Additionally, the Changchun Tianju possesses a unique ability. It can slow the aging process, eliminate impurities within the body, and to a certain extent, achieve immortality. Indeed, this cultivation method aligns perfectly with my desires. Although I have only just begun to grasp the Changchun Tianju, I have merely scratched the surface of its potential. However, Jiang Hao did not continue to stake the remaining malevolent points on the Changchun heavenly art. Instead, he retrieved the 9 nether blazing blade technique that Lin Mo had previously entrusted to him, glancing through it casually. Subsequently, he opened the system panel once more. Current cultivation progress: Changchun heavenly art. Entry level, 0. Breach of void blade technique. Grand accomplishment, 0. 9 nether blazing blade technique. Not started, 0. Spirit wind step. Peak mastery, 0. Current malevolent points, 2730. He chuckled to himself. What I desire is precisely the uninitiated. Observing the 9 nether blazing blade technique on the system panel, a subtle smile crept across Jiang Hao's lips. Heavenly tier techniques are notoriously challenging to cultivate. For an ordinary person, it may take a lifetime to comprehend. Even exceptionally gifted practitioners require years of diligent practice. Yet for Jiang Hao, none of this was necessary. Cultivation? Such an endeavor was utterly impossible. With the malevolent system at his disposal, all he needed to do was relax. Come on, let us wager the remaining malevolent points on the 9 nether blazing blade technique. Ding! 2,700 malevolent points consumed. The heavenly tier lower grade martial skill. 9 nether blazing blade technique has been cultivated to the initial entry level. Ding! During your closed door training, you have gained profound insights. And your cultivation realm has ascended to the 4th layer of the spirit transformation realm. Current remaining malevolent points, 30. Indeed. The heavenly tier blade technique is worthy of its reputation, 2,700 malevolent points, and I've merely reached the initial entry level. Although Jiang Hao verbalized his skepticism, he felt no sense of discontent. The more challenging a technique is to cultivate, the greater its potential power. Even if the 9 nether blazing blade technique was only at the initial entry level, its might was sufficient to overwhelm the grand accomplishment realm of the breach of void blade technique. He could hardly contain his eagerness to find a sparring partner. At this thought, the image of Su Yu immediately surfaced in Jiang Hao's mind. He wondered if this fellow would be infuriated to the point of spitting blood upon learning of the Liu family's affairs. A smirk of satisfaction appeared on Jiang Hao's face. He now found himself increasingly eager for this lad to come and stir up trouble. Last time at the Tianxian sect, due to the appearance of Elder Deng Hao, he had been unable to kill Su Yu. If Su Yu dared to cause a ruckus at the Jiang family's mine this time, Jiang Hao was keen to see who would come to his rescue. Just then, his uncle Jiang Feng walked in. Upon seeing Jiang Hao for the first time, he immediately sensed the 4th layer of the spirit transformation realm emanating from him. How is this possible? Hao, you have actually reached the 4th layer of the spirit transformation realm? How could your cultivation progress so rapidly? Jiang Feng's expression was one of profound astonishment. Although Jiang Hao had previously ascended to the 8th layer of the spirit ascension realm and scathed at the Tianxian sect, fully awakening the true dragon bloodline of the Jiang family and significantly enhancing his strength, it was still implausible for him to have surged to the 4th layer of the spirit transformation realm in an instant. This was clearly unreasonable. Uncle, rest assured, I have certainly not resorted to any nefarious methods. I have thoroughly mastered the Changchun formula to its pinnacle. From this, I have comprehended the supreme celestial technique of the Tianxian sect, the Changchun heavenly art. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? The Changchun heavenly art. Jiang Feng, having cultivated in the Tianxian sect during his youth, was intimately familiar with this technique. Although the Changchun formula is merely an introductory practice of the Tianxian sect, it also serves as its most essential foundation. It is said that the founder of the Tianxian sect, Taiying Xuanzi, created a pinnacle celestial technique renowned throughout the human realm. It was through this very technique that he successfully ascended to the immortal realm. To grasp this celestial technique, one must refine the Changchun formula to its utmost perfection. Alas, after Taiying Xuanzi's ascension, none of the disciples of the Tianxian sect have managed to master this technique to its fullest extent. As time has passed, this legendary celestial technique has faded into myth. Now, Jiang Hao has achieved this feat, leaving Jiang Feng utterly astonished. No wonder your cultivation has advanced so rapidly. Jiang Feng exclaimed with immense excitement. Quick, let your second uncle see your protective spiritual light. All right, no problem. Jiang Hao replied with a slight smile. And then a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from his body. Accompanying this surge was a dazzling golden radiance, enveloping Jiang Hao like a luminous membrane. In this state, Jiang Hao's aura became extraordinarily formidable. It is said that the protective spiritual light of the Changchun heavenly art can immunize one against all negative states. Today, I shall put this to the test. Jiang Feng casually took out a stone emanating a purple glow. With a gentle breath, the stone released a nauseating toxic gas. The gas, akin to a purple venomous serpent, lunged towards Jiang Hao. However, under the influence of the protective spiritual light, the toxic gas failed to inflict any harm upon him, all being obstructed by the luminous barrier. Ha! Marvelous. This truly is the protective spiritual light of the Changchun heavenly art. Jiang Feng rejoiced inwardly. Hao, you are truly remarkable. Your parents in the heavens must be immensely proud of you. The remaining members of the Jiang clan, upon learning this news, were equally exhilarated. A top-tier celestial technique is among the most exceptional practices in existence. Even the current Jiang family does not possess such a technique. No one could have anticipated that Jiang Hao once regarded as a hopeless case, would emerge as an unparalleled genius. However, since you have already attained such astonishing power, you should venture into the Blood Moon Secret Realm for some experience. The Blood Moon Secret Realm is about to open. If you can seize the greatest opportunity within, you shall soar to new heights. Chapter 28. Upon learning of the Liu family's plight, Su Yu was engulfed in despair. Originally, Jiang Feng had no intention of allowing Jiang Hao to enter the Blood Moon Secret Realm. After all, in Jiang Feng's eyes, Jiang Hao was merely a good-for-nothing dandy, his mind consumed by thoughts of Liu Ruxue, devoid of ambition. However, the circumstances have transformed dramatically. Jiang Hao has not only awakened the complete power of the true dragon, but has also comprehended the Changchun heavenly art. Although he remains at the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm, his actual combat prowess likely far exceeds their expectations, to say nothing of other factors. Merely the protective spiritual light surrounding Jiang Hao is sufficient to render him invincible within the spirit transformation realm. In Jiang Feng's perspective, it is the perfect moment for Jiang Hao to venture into the Blood Moon Secret Realm. The Blood Moon Secret Realm? Jiang Hao was initially taken aback, but soon enlightened. If his memory serves him correctly, this Blood Moon Secret Realm is situated within the Star Source mountain range. It is said to be a small world created by ancient powers, opening once every decade. Within the realm, there exists an abundance of rare treasures and even exotic beasts unattainable from the outside world. This undoubtedly attracts numerous formidable warriors who flock to it. However, the Blood Moon Secret Realm is safeguarded by special formations and restrictions. Cultivators above the 5th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm are unable to enter. Consequently, every time the Blood Moon Secret Realm opens, nearly all sects dispatch their most promising young talents to compete for the extraordinary treasures within. Here, the Blood Moon Secret Realm is rife with opportunities. There are even rumors that legendary spiritual treasures are hidden within. Jiang Feng advised, I believe your current strength makes it an opportune time to enter the Blood Moon Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued at the mention of spiritual treasures. This certainly piqued his interest. He felt compelled to visit the Blood Moon Secret Realm. The most powerful treasures in the human realm are of celestial grade, while those surpassing this classification are referred to as spiritual treasures. Legends say that spiritual treasures harbor a trace of celestial power, often termed celestial artifacts. If the Blood Moon Secret Realm indeed conceals such a treasure, then Su Yu will undoubtedly be drawn there. After all, he is the chosen one, bestowed with the power of the heavenly Tao. Following the usual narrative, this spiritual treasure would ultimately end up in Su Yu's possession. How could Jiang Hao allow this to transpire? If he could seize the spiritual treasure before Su Yu's very eyes, it would surely infuriate him. Jiang Hao would not let this opportunity to suppress and humiliate the chosen one slip away. Perhaps he could even eliminate Su Yu entirely within the Blood Moon Secret Realm. Meanwhile, at the Liyun Peak of the Tianxian sect, Su Yu, once the exalted holy son of the Tianxian sect, found himself in a state of utter downfall. All disciples who once bowed to him now regarded him as a source of ridicule. How could Su Yu accept this? Even his most esteemed master failed to protect him, forcing him to kneel before Jiang Hao publicly. The mere recollection of this incident plunged Su Yu into despair. He yearned to inflict 1,000 tortures upon Jiang Hao. Perhaps it was the animosity towards Jiang Hao that transformed into a driving force for cultivation. At this very moment, Su Yu remarkably advanced to the 5th layer of the spirit transformation realm. Ha ha ha. It seems even the heavens are aiding me. Just then, Chen Kong hurriedly arrived at Su Yu's cave on the burning cloud peak. Senior brother Su, there is grave news. That beast Jiang Hao has murdered the head of the Liu family and has taken the entire Liu clan as slaves to the mines. Previously, during the outer sect examination, Jiang Hao had severed Chen Kong's arm. Although his cultivation remained, the techniques he had practiced over the years were focused on honing his right fist. Now, with his right arm lost to Jiang Hao, it meant that his years of hard work had come to naught. His hatred for Jiang Hao was already profound. But upon learning of Jiang Hao's heinous actions, his fury reached its zenith. He chose to inform Su Yu without delay. For Liu Ruxue was undeniably dear to Su Yu. What? Jiang Hao has killed Uncle Liu Xian and enslaved the entire Liu family? Upon hearing this, Su Yu was engulfed in rage, an extremely violent aura erupting from him. Liu Ruxue was his woman. As a man, how could he allow her to endure such humiliation? Jiang Hao, you despicable wretch. Why must you target me? Why torment Ruxue? You even madly took her father's life. I, Su Yu, vow to flay you alive. Consumed by fury, Suyu resolved to head to the Jiang family's mine immediately to rescue Lu Rushue. Chen Kong followed closely behind, eager to seize this opportunity for revenge against Jiang Hao. However, just as they were about to depart from Burning Sun Peak, Elder Deng Hao summoned Suyu. Despite Suyu's previous indignation regarding Deng Hao's insistence that he kneel before Jiang Hao, he could not disregard the fact that Deng Hao was his master. Reluctantly, Suyu suppressed his anger and proceeded to Deng Hao's secluded training area. Before long, Suyu arrived at a concealed chamber on Burning Sun Peak. Disciple, do not hold it against your master for asking you to kneel before Jiang Hao. I understand your resentment, but had you refused to kneel at that time, my abilities would have struggled to ensure your safety. As you have seen, sect leader Lin Mo clearly favors Jiang Hao, while the second and third elders are utterly ineffectual. This failure, though painful, serves as a trial for you. I hope you can remember this lesson. Before Deng Hao could finish, Suyu interjected, Master, are you suggesting I resign myself to fate? To forever hold my head low within the heavenly profound sect? I refuse. I absolutely refuse. This failure is solely due to my underestimation of the situation. Had it not been for that, I would not have lost to Jiang Hao. Furthermore, Jiang Hao has murdered Rushue's father and enslaved the entire Lu clan. Just because he is the scion of the Jiang family, does he believe he can act with impunity? As Suyu's anger escalated, his entire body trembled with rage. Reflecting on the entirety of his battle with Jiang Hao, a deep sense of injustice welled within him. He believed that had he not underestimated Jiang Hao at that moment, he would not have been caught off guard by Jiang Hao's sudden surge of power. Aside from his illustrious family background, what qualities did Jiang Hao possess that could rival his own? If it were not for the heavenly grade treasure in his possession, Suyu felt he could easily defeat him. He could not bring himself to accept that Jiang Hao had truly mastered the Changchun formula. He must have employed some special means. With the abundance of rare materials at the Jiang family's disposal, even a fool could achieve rapid advancement. Beyond his resentment towards Jiang Hao, Suyu was consumed by jealousy. He, a remarkable talent, hailed from an ordinary family, having reached this point solely through his own hard work. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao had been born into a prestigious family, becoming a scion and enjoying the finest resources the world had to offer. How utterly unfair. Listening to Suyu's words, Deng Hao felt a deep pang of sorrow. He understood all too well that Suyu's transformation was largely due to Lu Rushue, whom he considered a source of calamity. Yet, Suyu had fallen deeply in love with Lu Rushue and found it impossible to extricate himself. Forcing Suyu to sever ties with her would only backfire, potentially destabilizing his resolve. After all, Suyu was his most esteemed disciple, and he could not allow any misfortune to befall him. With a heavy sigh, Deng Hao spoke. My dear disciple, I am aware of the matters concerning the Lu family. Jiang Hao's actions are indeed excessive. Such beastly behavior disqualifies him from being a proper cultivator. However, we must acknowledge that he is still the heir of the Jiang family, which wields tremendous power in Tianyin City. Your current strength is insufficient to contend with him. If you were to strike at Jiang Hao now, it would surely lead to your demise. That said, I do not counsel you to resign yourself to this fate, but rather to exercise patience for the time being. At that moment, Deng Hao's gaze turned cold and fierce, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him. I am well aware of your formidable strength and understand that your defeat was solely due to underestimating him. Therefore, I have already identified a suitable opportunity for you to exact your revenge. Chapter 29. Suyu forms alliances with numerous sect elites, seeking vengeance. The opportunity for revenge? Suyu's brow furrowed slightly. Master, what do you mean? Do I have a chance to kill Jiang Hao? Upon hearing this, Deng Hao smirked coldly. Of course. You must be aware of the Blood Moon secret realm. In 7 days, it shall officially open. At that time, the young elite practitioners from various sects of the Dian dynasty will participate. I have received news that Jiang Hao will also enter the Blood Moon secret realm. Although you have been deprived of your identity as the sun, you remain a paragon among the many disciples of the heavenly profound sect. Thus, you are indeed qualified to enter the Blood Moon secret realm. At this juncture, Deng Hao meaningfully patted Suyu's shoulder, stating that the Blood Moon secret realm is fraught with peril, where anything could transpire. This represents your sole opportunity to eliminate Jiang Hao. The Blood Moon secret realm. How could I have nearly forgotten such a significant matter? A surge of indescribable excitement welled up within Suyu. The Blood Moon secret realm opens once every decade. I must not only eliminate Jiang Hao here, but also seek my own fortune. Suyu was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Blood Moon secret realm. He had been so preoccupied with dealing with Jiang Hao that he had allowed himself to overlook this critical issue. In his view, as long as Jiang Hao dared to step into the Blood Moon secret realm, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. After all, he was already a 5th-level practitioner in the spirit transformation stage, perfectly matching the threshold required for entry into the Blood Moon secret realm. This time, he would leave no opportunity for Jiang Hao. Now, quickly prepare for matters regarding the Blood Moon secret realm. I cannot assist you any further during this period. You must fend for yourself. Remember, do not act impulsively. Regarding Lu Ruxue, I hope you can endure for the time being and refrain from seeking her out, let alone attempting to rescue her from the Jiang family mine. The Jiang family is far more complex than you might imagine. Upon hearing this, Su Yu respectfully bowed to Deng Hao, assuring him, rest assured, Master, I know what I must do. With that, Su Yu hastily turned and departed from the heavenly profound sect. Although Deng Hao had advised him against rescuing Lu Ruxue and urged patience, the thought of his beloved enduring endless torment at the mine ignited a furious rage within him. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to first investigate the Jiang family mine. The Jiang family mine is situated on a mountain outside Tianyin City. Su Yu did not intend to linger in Tianyin City for long. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a gasp from behind him. Su, senior brother? Su Yu's brow furrowed. Turning around, he discovered a woman clad in white. It's you. A glimmer of surprise crossed Su Yu's eyes. What are you doing here? The woman before him was named Dang Ro, a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect of the Great Flame Dynasty. Years ago, after Su Yu emerged from the Endless Abyss, he encountered demonic beings slaughtering the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect. Seeing this injustice, Su Yu drew his sword and vanquished all the demons, thereby saving the sole survivor, Deng Ro. The two had journeyed together for a time. Thus, Su Yu was taken aback to see Deng Ro suddenly appear in Tianyin City. How wonderful! It truly is you, senior brother Su. Deng Ro exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards him. You truly are a genius, having reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation stage. As she spoke, Deng Ro's eyes were filled with admiration for Su Yu, a sentiment she could not conceal. Ever since he had rescued her years ago, she had harbored deep feelings for him. Now, encountering Su Yu once more in Tianyin City filled her with immense joy. Deng Jr. sister. I recall that Bai Yueguang is quite a distance from Tianyin City. What brings you here? Before Su Yu could finish his question, Deng Ro eagerly interjected. Of course. I am here for the Blood Moon secret realm. In 7 days, it shall open, with Tianyin City being the closest to the Xingyuan mountain range. It is only natural for me to rest here for a while. Surely, senior brother Su will also enter the Blood Moon secret realm? I have arranged to meet with a few other disciples from various sections. Why not gather together? Initially, Su Yu intended to visit the Jiang family mine to seek out Lu Ruxue. However, upon hearing Deng Ro's words, he suddenly conceived an exquisite plan, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Lu Ruxue. Very well, let us gather then, he agreed readily. Under Deng Ro's guidance, Su Yu arrived at the largest tavern in Tianyin City. In the private room of the tavern, aside from Deng Ro from Bai Yueguang, there were also cultivators from prominent sects such as Bai Yueguang, Wan Xiaozong, and Fijianzong, all of whom had similar intentions as Deng Ro, to enter the Blood Moon secret realm and vie for opportunities. Esteemed seniors, this is Su Yu, the holy son of Tianxuanzong. As Deng Ro introduced him, the other cultivators stood in unison, clasping their fists in greeting. It is said that the holy son of Tianxuanzong possesses tremendous strength, and indeed, today's meeting proves the truth of that. Not at all, my friend's jest, Su Yu replied with a deep sigh. I am no longer a holy son. Deng Ro was taken aback. Senior brother Su, what do you mean? Why are you no longer the holy son of Tianxuanzong? With another sigh, his expression turned grim, and he recounted the tale with embellishments, portraying Jiang Hao as a notorious scoundrel. The audience was incensed by his words. How infuriating. Deng Ro slammed her hand on the table. Jiang Hao is utterly lawless. Is there truly no justice in Tianyin City? How dare he take lives at will? How dare he reduce the entire Lu clan to slavery? The Jiang family's tyranny is intolerable. They prided themselves on being righteous cultivators, harboring deep resentment towards someone as vile as Jiang Hao. In their eyes, his actions were akin to those of demonic fiends. Observing the fury of those present, Su Yu felt a surge of elation. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Master Deng Hao was right. The Jiang family wielded immense power in Tianyin City. Alone, Su Yu could never hope to bring them down. Thus, he needed to cultivate friendships with many allies. Senior brother Su. if it were not for your timely rescue from the clutches of the demonic fiend. I have long been cruelly slain by them. I, Dang Ro, have always been a person of clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. This favor must be repaid to you. With a serious expression, Dang Ro gazed at Su Yu. Brother Su, did you not mention that the Lu clan has been imprisoned by the Jiang family at the mines? If that is indeed the case, why do we not set forth immediately to rescue them from the flames? My master is currently stationed within Tianyun City, and I can request her assistance. As the Grand Elder of the 100 Flowers sect, even the Lord of Tianyun City must show her respect. I am eager to see if the Jiang family truly dares to act so recklessly and without regard for the law. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with affection for Su Yu. The 100 Flowers sect, of which she is a part, is quite unique, composed entirely of female disciples, being the most formidable women's sect in the Dain dynasty. Her master is an exceptionally powerful figure, renowned as one of the leading forces of the current age. Though the Jiang family has stood for a millennium, they have long since declined, with each generation weaker than the last. Even the once illustrious Jiang Bin has fallen. Now, the current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Feng, despite being the lord of Tianyun City, poses little threat in her eyes. Dang Ro believes that once her master intervenes, the Jiang family must release their captives. Junior sister Dang, you possess a heart of compassion and benevolence, Su Yu said, rising to bow respectfully to her. I sincerely thank you, junior sister Dang. He sighed deeply, acknowledging her goodwill. However, in Tianyun City, the Jiang family is the local tyrant. Even a dragon must lay low in such a territory. The strong cannot easily overpower the local forces. Before Su Yu could finish speaking, the other cultivators present displayed their anger. A robust man with a formidable physique slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Brother Su, your words are misguided. A dragon is ultimately a dragon. How can a snake be compared? My Bakuan sect has always detested evil, and I can no longer tolerate the likes of Jiang Hao. Coincidentally, my master is also here. I can invite him to accompany us to the Jiang family's mines to rescue those in danger. Chapter 30. Su Yu leads numerous powerful allies to forcefully storm the Jiang family's mines in a bid for rescue. Upon learning of Jiang Hao's despicable actions, the other sect cultivators present responded enthusiastically, expressing their willingness to join in the mission to save the entire Lu clan. Had it been solely the 100 Flowers sect taking action, Su Yu might have hesitated. Yet now, with so many cultivators eager to seek the aid of their elders, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity for him. Not only could he rescue the Lu family, but he could also seize the chance to forge connections with the influential figures of various sections. I am immensely grateful to all of you, fellow Taoists, for your steadfast support, Su Yu declared, raising a cup of wine before him. If you all do not mind, let us pledge brotherhood this day. Should any of you require my aid in the future, I shall not hesitate to risk my life. Ha ha. The earlier robust man from Bakuan sect laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. I appreciate Brother Su's straightforward nature. I am fond of befriending heroes from all walks of life. In the year of a certain individual, he had the audacity to assume the role of the elder brother. Master Ma, with his remarkable prowess and invincible iron fists, was undoubtedly our leader. A practitioner from the Beast sect interjected, suggesting that if they were to form a brotherhood, it would be prudent to do so with a touch of formality. While they did not seek to be born on the same day, month, or year, they aspired to die on the same day, month, and year. Henceforth, they would stand together in righteousness, vanquishing all demonic entities and malevolent beings. The assembly rose, their expressions solemn, as they pledged their allegiance to the heavens. Subsequently, they each took action. Some sought reinforcements, while others began to contact their masters and uncles. Soon, they set forth towards the Jiang family's mining site, located outside Tianyun City. Before long, this news reached Jiang Hao's ears. What? You say Su Yu has colluded with disciples from the 100 Flowers sect and the dominant Fist sect to forcefully invade our Jiang family mine to rescue the Lu clan members? Surely these individuals must have lost their minds. Who granted them the audacity to act thus? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao could not help but burst into laughter. The Jiang family's mining site, positioned outside Tianyun City, was an expansive spiritual stone mine. Although a portion of the profits was paid as taxes to the imperial court, this mine provided substantial income for the Jiang family. As one of their most crucial enterprises, it was heavily guarded and staffed by numerous skilled experts. Several elders of the Jiang family even stationed themselves at the mine. It was laughable to think that these insignificant disciples could pose a threat, even if their masters arrived. What could they achieve? The audacity to storm the Jiang family mine to rescue someone was utterly ludicrous. Young master, it is said that the leader is Su Yu. He is the one who deliberately tarnished your reputation at the Fenghua Tavern. Moreover, they are attempting to form brotherhoods within the tavern, reported a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache, standing before Jiang Hao. He was the proprietor of the Fenghua Tavern, which happened to be one of the Jiang family's enterprises. It was indeed foolish for Su Yu and his companions to defame Jiang Hao on Jiang family territory. I knew it was Su Yu's scheming. Nonetheless, it matters not. I relish the thought of trampling over these self-righteous ants. They dare to cause trouble at my Jiang family mine. I shall see how many of them can walk out alive. A glint of fierce, killing intent flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes as he strode out of the Jiang family residence. For him, this was undoubtedly another prime opportunity to accumulate malevolent deeds. Furthermore, Jiang Hao could not help but admire Su Yu, the so-called child of destiny. Having just suffered a defeat at his hands, he had nonetheless managed to rally disciples from various sects in such a short span. Although it was due to the imminent opening of the Blood Moon's secret realm and the gathering of sects from the Great Flame Dynasty in Tianyuan City, the aura of destiny surrounding this individual was undeniably formidable. How peculiar that he could form such bonds so effortlessly, just as Jiang Hao hurriedly departed from the Jiang family. Outside the city of heavenly clouds, within the Jiang family's mining site, Lu Rushue was forcibly shackled with restraints that suppressed her spiritual power. Like a wild dog, she was cast aside in the mine. How dare you treat me this way? Brother Su will never let you off the hook. Lu Rushue swore. I will eradicate all of you despicable Jiang family beasts. Before her words could fully escape her lips, a burly overseer from the Jiang family lashed out with a whip, striking Lu Rushue mercilessly. You filthy whore, do you think you deserve any respect? You truly believe you are still the holy maiden of the Tianshan sect? Not only have you lost that title, but your entire Lu family has also become slaves. I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, I can crush you in an instant. The affair between Jiang Hao and Lu Rushue was well known among the Jiang clan. Now that Lu Rushue had fallen into their hands, it was only natural that they would relish tormenting her. The overseer, recalling the havoc Lu Rushue had wreaked upon their young lord, grew increasingly enraged, whipping her repeatedly. With her power suppressed, she was utterly defenseless. As Lu Rushue's cries of anguish echoed through the air, a sudden roar pierced the distance. Stop this at once. Accompanied by Su Yu's furious shout, he unleashed a powerful strike. The overseer, who had been gripping the whip tightly, was sent flying backward. Brother Su, it's you. Upon seeing Su Yu's sudden appearance, Lu Rushue felt as if she had glimpsed a brilliant star amidst an endless night. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she rushed into Su Yu's embrace. I knew you would come to save me. She wept uncontrollably, her body trembling. Had it not been for Su Yu's timely arrival, she might have even contemplated ending her own life. As a once exalted holy maiden, she could not bear the thought of living in such a wretched state. Fortunately, Su Yu had arrived just in time, reinforcing her belief that she had not misjudged him. He was indeed her destined savior, the man to whom she could entrust her life. Rushue, I apologize for being late and for the suffering you've endured. Rest assured, now that I am here, no one shall ever bully you again. I vow to avenge Uncle Lu's grievances and make Jiang Hao pay dearly. As Su Yu spoke, he held Lu Rushue tightly, gently stroking her hair. Lying in his embrace, Lu Rushue felt an overwhelming sense of security. Even if the heavens were to collapse, she would harbor no fear, for she believed that Su Yu could resolve all matters. Watching from the side, Dang Ro could not help but feel a pang of jealousy towards Lu Rushue. How she longed to be the woman nestled in Su Yu's arms. Alas, that position belonged to Lu Rushue. However, Dang Ro felt no anger, for it was precisely this compassionate and loyal Su Yu whom she adored. Had Su Yu, upon learning of the Lu family's plight, turned his back and abandoned Lu Rushue, she would have deemed him a despicable cad, utterly contemptible. How outrageous it is! How dare you trespass upon the Jiang family's mine and even assault the overseer? You shall not leave this mine alive today. The overseer, who had been sent flying by Su Yu's strike, shouted in fury. In no time, a multitude of Jiang clan members surged forth from the vast Jiang family mine, surrounding Su Yu, Dang Ro, and their companions. Well, who would have thought the Jiang family would dare to act so lawlessly? Your actions bear no difference from those of demonic entities. I had no desire to meddle in worldly disputes, yet your deeds are utterly excessive. Since I am here, I shall undoubtedly rescue all the innocent souls in this place. Accompanied by a commanding feminine voice, a Taoist nun, appearing plain yet dignified, descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of formidable power that emanated from the law manifestation realm, instilling dread among the assembled Jiang clan members. Listen well, Jiang clan. I grant you but a quarter of an hour. If you do not release all the innocent souls here, do not blame me for being merciless. The speaker was none other than Lu Yu, the Grand Elder of the Hundred Flowers sect. She had come primarily to ensure that the elite disciples of the Hundred Flowers sect could safely enter the Blood Moon secret realm. With Tianyin City being in close proximity to the Xingyuan mountain range, she had chosen to lead her disciples here for a brief respite. Deng Ro, being her most cherished disciple, held a special place in her heart. Upon learning of the Jiang clan's heinous actions in Tianyin City, Lu Yu could no longer remain idle and hurried to the Jiang family mine at once. Initially, she found it hard to believe. However, upon witnessing the overseer of the Jiang family wielding a long whip and brutally beating the Lu clan members, including women, her fury ignited. How could we, as righteous cultivators, tolerate the Jiang clan committing such heinous acts? It was precisely for this reason that Lu Yu resolutely stepped forward. Furthermore, elders from the Baquan sect, the Wanshou sect, and the Feijin sect began to arrive one after another. Witnessing the innocent civilians being tormented within the mine, their anger was palpable. In broad daylight, under the clear sky. How can you be so brazen? What place do you, members of the Jiang clan, hold for the laws of the Great Flame Dynasty? Slaughtering innocent people and forcing them into servitude is utterly detestable. As righteous cultivators, it is our duty to vanquish demons and eradicate evil. We cannot condone such actions as those of demonic beings. I advise you to surrender willingly, otherwise, bear the consequences. Chapter 31. The Hidden Power of the Jiang Clan. Elders from the Hundred Flowers sect, Baquan sect, and Wanshou sect continued to loudly denounce the Jiang clan members present. As elders of their respective sects, their cultivation levels were all at least at the law manifestation realm. So many formidable practitioners of the law manifestation realm have invaded the Jiang family's mine, leaving the Jiang clan in utter shock, and even the miners within the site were expressions of disbelief. Under the oppressive spiritual pressure of these powerful beings, nearly everyone present struggles to breathe. Lu Rushua, witnessing this scene unfold, is profoundly shaken. Are your allies, Brother Su, the ones you summoned for assistance? Suyu responds with a smile and a nod, affirming, indeed. With such a multitude of strong individuals gathered here today, even the Jiang family, no matter how arrogant, will have no choice but to yield. I promise to save you, and I shall certainly do so. After the Blood Moon secret realm in a few days, I will personally avenge you by taking Jiang Hao's life. Suyu gazes at the numerous strong figures hovering in the air, his heart swelling with pride. In his eyes, everything happening today is a culmination of his meticulous planning. He is eager to see how the Jiang family will extricate themselves from this predicament. At this moment, a loud burst of laughter suddenly emanates from the side. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Suyu, I must admit I underestimated you. You are far more formidable than I imagined. To have gathered so many elders from various sects to stand for you. However, do you truly believe this can threaten the Jiang family? Jiang Hao strides forward with an air of arrogance, dismissing the elders from the Hundred Flowers sect and the Dominant Fist sect as inconsequential. Do you think you can intimidate the Jiang family? Utterly delusional. Jiang Hao, I didn't expect to find you here, Suyu remarks, a cold smile playing on his lips. You despicable wretch, kneel down at once. Otherwise, should any of the esteemed elders decide to act, even as the young master of the Jiang family, you will undoubtedly face severe consequences today. This is the price you must pay for your past transgressions against the innocent and the common folk. As Suyu utters these words, his heart dances with joy. He had not anticipated Jiang Hao's presence at the mine. To compel Jiang Hao to kneel and beg for mercy today would be an exquisite delight. However, Jiang Hao wears a look of incredulity as he regards Suyu. What is this? Did the last time I made you bow leave you dazed? You, with your unkempt hair, think you can demand my submission? Do you believe that with a mere word, I cannot ensure that everyone present today will never leave this mine alive? As he speaks, Jiang Hao's eyes are filled with disdain for Suyu. Jiang Hao, you are excessively arrogant. Do you truly think the Jiang family can wield such unchecked power? Suyu is not particularly surprised by Jiang Hao's audacious words. It is all within his expectations. He then turns to Lu Yu and the other strong practitioners, stating, Esteemed elders, you must have seen it all. This is Jiang Hao, the true instigator of all these events. This man, emboldened by his status as the young master of the Jiang family, has committed countless atrocities over the years, inflicting suffering upon the common people. The Liu clan was forcibly brought here because of him. Even a minor disagreement could lead to murder. It is utterly heinous. Siyu was acutely aware of Jiang Hao's formidable prowess and refrained from rashly confronting him. However, he remained composed, for the master of Tianqin's sect, Lin Mo, was conspicuously absent. Beside him stood the most exceptional experts from various sections. The Jiang family's mining site was merely inhabited by a disorganized rabble, incapable of impeding these adept individuals. Even if the city lord, Jiang Feng, were to make an appearance at a critical moment, he too would have no choice but to capitulate. In Suyu's eyes, the Jiang family had long since fallen from grace, no longer basking in their former glory. At this moment, Suyu envisioned Jiang Hao kneeling in supplication, and a sense of triumph swelled within him. Humph! This youth is indeed excessively arrogant and overbearing. Lu Yuru spoke coldly. Jiang Hao, considering your youth and the fact that your parents have passed away, leaving you without guidance, I shall refrain from imposing severe punishment upon you today. However, you must release all the innocent civilians present and publicly apologize to the Liu clan. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming, Am I mistaken? You want me to release all the innocent civilians here? This is my Jiang family's mining site, and everyone present is a miner. Where are these so-called innocent civilians? You can certainly ask them if anyone wishes to leave. Jiang Hao casually gestured towards the entrance of the mine, asserting, I will not impede anyone who truly desires to depart, except for the Liu clan. His words elicited astonishment among the numerous miners wielding pickaxes. What was the meaning of this? Why were they interrupting their labor? Working in this mine, the Jiang family not only provided food and shelter, but also ensured that family members in need received proper care. To work here was a privilege beyond compare. Who would wish to leave? It was absurd. To come here and cause a ruckus was one thing, but to demand that they relinquish this secure livelihood was utterly preposterous. Those who chose to depart were surely lacking in judgment. Listening to the miner's remarks, a cold smile crept across Jiang Hao's lips. The notion of arbitrarily seizing individuals to serve as slaves in the mine was entirely unfounded. From the outset, the Jiang family's mining operations had been conducted legally and appropriately. All miners who labored here had been meticulously selected. They not only received substantial wages, but also enjoyed a plethora of benefits. This was a coveted job that countless citizens in Tianyun City dreamed of attaining. Now, however, Suyu and his companions were demanding their departure. Who would willingly comply? How could this be? Why were they not leaving? Suyu, witnessing the scene, was filled with astonishment. Even Lu Yuru and the other sect elders, despite their initial sluggishness, immediately recognized that the situation was awry. If the civilians were truly subjected to oppression, how could they choose not to leave? This could only indicate one thing. They were all willingly present in the mine. Moreover, the Jiang family has never treated them harshly, which is why these commoners remain steadfastly loyal to this place. No, this is impossible. Siyu immediately interjected, there must be something amiss. I refuse to believe that the individuals in the mine are all willing to stay. Furthermore, it is common knowledge among the citizens of the city that Jiang Hao forcibly brought the entire Liu clan here. Jiang Hao, do not think that by coercing those in the mine, you can deceive us. Elders, do not be misled by Jiang Hao. Lu Rushue, standing beside Suyu, quickly added, what my brother Su says is absolutely correct. Jiang Hao is nothing but a killer. My father was brutally slain by him. My Liu clan has no grievances with the Jiang family, yet we were forcibly brought here. I implore all the elders to act with righteousness and teach this murderer a lesson. Lu Rushue was not particularly well informed about the affairs of the mine, but she knew that upon her arrival, she was subjected to inhumane treatment. All the other members of the Liu clan were similarly beaten without cause. This can only indicate that the Jiang family treats other miners in the same manner. Alas, truly a match made in hell, destined to endure. Jiang Hao scoffed sarcastically. You two truly are a perfect pair, spouting nonsense at every turn. The multitude of miners in my Jiang family's mine willingly work for us. This is because my family provides them with sustenance and the means to support their families. Yet you accuse me of coercion? Jiang Hao chuckled coldly. You come to stir trouble at my Jiang family's mine without grasping the situation. Suyu, you are indeed incredibly foolish. Enraged by his words, Suyu shouted vehemently. You speak nonsense. You claim they are willing. How then do you explain the Liu family? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the Liu family? You dare to mention them to me? I brought the entire Liu clan here. They deserve it. They seized the bride price and refused to return it, even threatening to kill me in a fit of rage. My decision not to eradicate the Liu family is already the greatest act of mercy. Within the entire mine, the Liu clan is the only one enslaved. Today, anyone who dares to take even a single step with a Liu clan member out of this mine shall face my wrath. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, several powerful figures began to emerge from within the mine. These individuals were all elders of the Jiang family, alongside Jiang Hao's relatives. There were also numerous foreign elders supported by the Jiang family. Without exception, the weakest among them were formidable beings above the law manifestation realm. The Jiang family mine was of paramount importance. Without these experts stationed there, it could be pillaged at any moment. Typically, they would not intervene, preferring to cultivate within the mine. In fact, many of them had been in seclusion for years, indifferent to worldly matters. These individuals possess extraordinary cultivation and are esteemed elders of the Jiang family, belonging to the generation of Jiang Hao's grandfather. This has created a deceptive illusion of lax security at the Jiang family's mining site. The recent emergence of so many formidable experts undoubtedly astonishes everyone present. The previously arrogant Su Yu is rendered speechless. How could this be? When did the Jiang family conceal such a multitude of powerful beings? Was it not said that the Jiang family declines with each generation, gradually fading into obscurity? Chapter 32. Humiliation of Su Yu. Kneel and lick the shoes. Su, did you not assert that the Jiang family's mining site was inadequately guarded? Did you not claim that the Jiang's lineage was waning? Then where do these individuals originate? What on earth? So many beings of the Dharma manifestation realm. Could this truly be the foundation of a top-tier clan? This seems excessively exaggerated. The cultivators who had previously sworn brotherhood with Su Yu were left utterly astounded upon witnessing the appearance of these Dharma manifestation experts. In smaller sects, the presence of a single Dharma manifestation cultivator would already be considered formidable. Yet, the Jiang family boasts such a multitude? Some of the elder beings even surpass the Dharma manifestation realm. However, what is happening? We cannot find peace even in our seclusion here. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair spoke with great displeasure, radiating a terrifying aura from the Unity realm. Second uncle, this cannot be blamed on me. It is primarily due to these fools who dared to invade our Jiang family's spirit stone mine. Jiang Hao shouted towards the white-haired elder. What? These rabble dare to act in such a manner? They cannot truly believe we are all dead, can they? Having been in seclusion for so many years, it is high time to take action. The elder, referred to as second uncle by Jiang Hao, is the strongest remaining member of the Jiang family, known as Jiang Ming. His power has even reached the pinnacle of the Unity realm. In the current human world, such cultivation is considered unparalleled. At this moment, Jiang Ming merely emitted a light snort, and the overwhelming pressure of his Unity realm spiritual energy erupted instantly. Liu Yuru, who had previously held herself in high regard, was immediately drenched in cold sweat, struggling to breathe under the force of this aura. The other elders present experienced similar reactions. They could scarcely fathom the terrifying depth of the Jiang family's foundation. Senior, I sincerely apologize. This is truly a misunderstanding. Liu Yuru hastily interjected. I was reckless and intruded upon your seclusion. I am genuinely sorry. I implore you to spare us. Faced with a being at the pinnacle of the Unity realm, it would be untrue to claim that Liu Yuru was not nervous. Such a powerful individual is beyond the capability of even the sect master of the 100 Flowers sect to rival. If there were a remedy for regret in this world, she would undoubtedly not have acquiesced to Deng Ro's request. Thus, it would prevent the provocation of such formidable adversaries. Contemplating this, Liu Yuru cast an indignant glare at Su Yu. In her perception, her disciple, Deng Ro, must have been ensnared by this individual's persuasion. The remaining elders of the sect were equally incensed at Su Yu. Had it not been for him, they would be peacefully resting in Tianyun City rather than courting death. With a cold smile, Jiang Ming remarked, though my Jiang family may not bask in the glory of yesteryears, our profound heritage of millennia endures. When did you insignificant beings dare to dismiss my Jiang family so brazenly? Not only you, but even the leaders of your sects would bow respectfully before me. With that, Jiang Ming waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual pressure that enveloped the entire mining site. Both Liu Yuru and the other experts in the field found themselves compelled to kneel, immobilized. Their faces turned ashen, filled with terror. A peak Unity Realm expert's intervention rendered their combined efforts futile, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. It is no exaggeration to assert that should Jiang Ming desire it, a mere thought could annihilate everyone present in an instant. As the instigator of this incident, Suyu stood dumbfounded, his body trembling slightly. A peak Unity Realm expert. How could the Jiang family harbor such a top-tier master? This was inconceivable. The Jiang family should not possess such strength. The more he pondered, the more terror gripped him, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Originally entwined with him, Lu Rushua was now utterly terrified, her spirit shattered. Power, you are now the young master of the Jiang family, while I have long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. Let this matter rest in your hands. Should you find these individuals intolerable, your second uncle can dispose of them all. At that moment, not only did Jiang Ming's eyes gleam with murderous intent, but the other elders of the Jiang family mirrored that sentiment. Do not rush, second uncle. Before we deal with this matter, I wish to have some fun with someone, Jiang Hao declared as he approached Suyu. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Didn't you demand that I kneel and bow? Shall I kneel for you first? At this juncture, Jiang Hao viciously stomped on Suyu's face. You, worthless wretch. Are you worthy of my kneeling? Do you see the mud on my shoe? Come, lick it clean immediately. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to ashes. Forcing the chosen one to lick shoes constitutes a grave insult to his dignity. Malicious act value, 1000. While the chosen one is notoriously difficult to kill, it does not hinder Jiang Hao from humiliating him. Suyu's eyes widened in rage as he shouted vehemently, I, Suyu, would rather die than comply with such a demand. Oh, you possess quite the spirit. Very well, I shall send you on your way. Having spoken, Jiang Hao casually drew the dragon blood frenzy blade, and a surge of formidable blade intent erupted instantaneously. Initially, Suyu had been resolutely defiant, vowing that even in death, he would never grovel at Jiang Hao's feet. Yet, upon sensing the terrifying blade intent, his entire body began to tremble involuntarily. Death. It was a visceral fear of mortality. Based on Suyu's understanding of Jiang Hao, he knew the man was indeed capable of killing him, just as he had done with Lu Xian. Without a shred of mercy. The most critical aspect was that Suyu currently possessed no means of resistance. Behind Jiang Hao stood a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Unity Realm. No, I cannot perish like this. If I die now, how shall I seek vengeance? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. I, Suyu, swear that I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust. With a fierce glare directed at Jiang Hao, Suyu suppressed the fury within his heart. Just as Jiang Hao prepared to strike, he decisively lowered himself to lick his shoes. Brother Su, how could you do such a thing? Lu Rushua exclaimed, her face a mask of horror as she witnessed the scene unfold. She could hardly believe that the once towering figure of her brother Su would now debase himself to such an extent. The shock was too much for her to bear, and she fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, the cultivators who had sworn brotherhood with Suyu were equally astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Since time immemorial, who has escaped death? Suyu, is this not a profound lack of dignity? Have we truly been blind to associate with someone like you? Bah! You are utterly unworthy of being our brother. The cultivators watched in growing fury as Suyu, like a dog, licked Jiang Hao's shoes. They trembled with rage, feeling as though they had become companions of a dog themselves. Chapter 33, Disabling Suyu's Cultivation. Damn it, had I known, I would never have listened to this fool's one-sided tale. In my view, the Jiang family has not oppressed the common folk. They willingly come here to mine. If that were not the case, the miners would have abandoned their work at the first sign of trouble. As for the Lu family, they are clearly being targeted by the Jiang family intentionally. Why does the Jiang family not target others, but only the Lu family? It is highly likely that the Lu family's own issues are to blame. This infuriates me beyond measure. If it weren't for Suyu, we would not be embroiled in such foolishness. We have unwittingly offended a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Unity Realm, and one misstep could lead to our demise here. The more they contemplated the situation, the angrier they became, hurling insults at Suyu. Even Deng Ro, who had previously admired Suyu greatly, found it hard to believe. Initially, in her eyes, Suyu was a great hero, an object of her utmost admiration. But now, he finds himself in such a state of indignity. This immense disparity is utterly unbearable for Suyu, to the point where he begins to question whether the person before him is truly Suyu. Despite the taunts and curses hurled by the crowd, Suyu hears them all. At this moment, survival holds far greater significance than anything else. He is acutely aware of the age-old truth: everyone must face death. However, if he were to die now, how could he ever seek vengeance? He refuses to succumb to the overwhelming humiliation and perish at Jiang Hao's hands. To him, the indignities he currently endures can be seen as a form of personal trial. Only through such trials can he summon the relentless motivation to grow stronger. Suyu, oh Suyu, I find myself increasingly perplexed by your actions. I had anticipated that you would opt for a dignified demise, yet here you are, groveling at my feet? At this juncture, Jiang Hao viciously kicks Suyu, sending him sprawling. You are truly repugnant. The sight of you makes me nauseous. Unfazed by Jiang Hao's humiliation, Suyu quickly rises to his feet. I have done everything you asked of me. Jiang Hao, you must fulfill your promise and let me go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha. When did I ever say I would let you leave? Anyone can depart today, except for you. The hidden mission of the system is for Jiang Hao to eliminate Suyu. Although the Chosen One is blessed by the forces of destiny and is exceedingly difficult to kill, Jiang Hao is determined to give it a try. He is eager to see how Suyu intends to escape this seemingly fatal predicament. You are so fickle. Suyu cries out in despair. Jiang Hao, you beast. Even if I become a ghost, I will not spare you. In the throes of intense emotional turmoil, a crimson aura erupts from Suyu. This is the power derived from the chaotic blood scripture he has cultivated. Yet, even so, under the oppression of the pinnacle of the Unity realm, Suyu possesses no capacity for resistance. Find him. Then, cripple his cultivation. I shall take my time to torment him. At Jiang Hao's command. The Jiang family guards swiftly restrain Suyu with ropes. The leading elder of the Jiang family shows no mercy, delivering a crushing blow to Suyu. With Suyu's anguished scream, it feels as though something within him shatters, his entire cultivation dissipating into nothingness. No, my cultivation. Suyu collapses to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Nearby, Lu Rushua watches in horror, her face turning pale, her body trembling. Jiang Hao, you are a devil. Brother Su. He has suffered enough. Why? Before Lu Rushua can finish her sentence, Jiang Hao raises his hand and slaps her, sending her flying. Wretched harlot, who permitted you to speak? The sound of your voice sickens me. From this moment forth, deliver 30 lashes to this wretch daily until her last breath. Once the matters concerning Suyu and Lu Rushua are settled, Jiang Hao turned his gaze towards the cultivators from the 100 Flowers sect and the dominant Fist sect present. Jiang Hao, this is indeed a misunderstanding. We were deceived by a scoundrel and inadvertently trespassed into the Jiang family mine. To demonstrate our sincerity, we are willing to compensate for all losses incurred today. The elders, including Lu Yuru, despite their slow reaction, had grasped the situation. This had always been a misunderstanding. They had been duped by Suyu, leading them to blindly invade the Jiang family mine. If Jiang Hao's wrath could not be quelled, it was feared that none present would leave alive. Compensate for today's losses? Are you sending me a dog? Jiang Hao retorted coldly. You are all prominent figures within the Great Flame Dynasty, and yet you storm into my Jiang family mine without distinction. You even audaciously slandered the Jiang family, causing immense damage to our reputation. And you think merely compensating for today's losses suffices? Jiang Hao's voice was icy as he declared, if you wish to leave today, each of you must pay 10 million spirit stones. Otherwise, you shall remain as mine slaves. From the very beginning, Jiang Hao had no intention of actually killing these individuals. After all, they were either elders of major sects or elite disciples. Slaying them would only invite trouble and perhaps provoke a siege from their sections. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao would not easily allow them to escape. You wish to depart? 10 million spirit stones is the bare minimum. This will also intensify their animosity towards Suyu. Even if something unforeseen were to occur today, allowing Suyu to escape once more, they would not forgive him. Attempting to form alliances? Apologies, but that is utterly impossible. What? 10 million spirit stones? Lu Yuru gasped, her eyes widening. At such a price, she would need to pay 20 million to escort Dang Ro away. Their primary mission was to guide the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect to the Blood Moon's secret realm, and Lu Yuru had not brought such a substantial amount of spirit stones. The others present were equally astonished. Everyone understood that Jiang Hao was deliberately making things difficult, attempting to extort them. Yet, none dared to refuse. After all, they had been in the wrong from the outset. Should they choose to resist or refuse payment now, their fate would undoubtedly mirror that of the Lu family. What? Do none of you carry such an amount of spirit stones? Jiang Hao's cold smile echoed in the air. Fear not, I am not devoid of compassion. How about this? I will accept equivalent value in exchange for 10 million spirit stones. Magical artifacts, spiritual items, elixirs. Anything will suffice. Confronted by numerous members of the Jiang clan and the formidable Jiang Ming, even if Lu Yuru and others were reluctant, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Their decision not to bring all the disciples who were to enter the Blood Moon's secret realm to the mine proved to be their wisest choice. With the collective concession, they began to meticulously inventory the contents of their storage bags. With great reluctance, they surrendered one precious artifact after another, along with spirit materials, to Jiang Hao. Very well, Jiang Hao remarked. Since you have all paid your compensation, you may take your leave. I shall not see you off. With that, he nodded slightly to Jiang Ming, who, upon noticing, promptly retracted his terrifying aura of unification. He found no fault in Jiang Hao's actions. Those who had indiscriminately intruded upon the Jiang family and defamed it deserved punishment. The Jiang family members who had originally surrounded them gradually dispersed. Let us depart swiftly. This is all because of Suyu. Were it not for him, we would not have suffered such significant losses. They muttered in indignation. How infuriating. If that guy survives today, I shall personally ensure his demise in the future. The group dared not linger any longer at the Jiang family mine, leaving in a flurry of curses, threatening others and extorting vast wealth. Evil deeds valued at 1,000. Indeed, having acquired so many precious items, Jiang Hao was pleasantly surprised to receive such a high evil deed value. He smiled with satisfaction and approached Suyu, who defiantly shouted, If you have the ability, then kill me. Should you take my life, I shall return as a vengeful spirit to claim yours. Ah, you wish to seek vengeance upon me? Jiang Hao chuckled, tightening his grip around Suyu's throat. If you intend to pursue me in the afterlife, I suggest you take a good look at my face. Remember it well, lest you perish and be unable to find your avenger. From Jiang Hao's gaze, Suyu sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. With his cultivation crippled, he had resigned himself to the prospect of death, yet in that moment, fear enveloped him. Cold sweat poured down his body, and he trembled slightly. The once proud demeanor he had displayed vanished completely. Now, Suyu resembled a stray dog, stripped of all dignity. Pah, a worthless insect. Jiang Hao scoffed at the terror etched on Suyu's face and coldly emitted a derisive snort. Someone, sever this wretch's limbs and fashion him into a human puppet to be discarded in the latrine. In Jiang Hao's eyes, Suyu's diminished cultivation rendered him no more significant than an ant. He was eager to witness how the so-called child of destiny would attempt to turn the tables in such dire circumstances. His hesitation to personally execute Suyu stemmed from concerns about the unpredictable nature of the child of destiny's aura. A single misstep could yield disastrous consequences. At your command, the guards of the Jiang family exhibited no hesitation, dragging Suyu aside as if he were a lifeless dog. A burly man wielding a large blade paid no heed to Suyu's anguished cries, swinging his weapon with intent to strike. Just at that moment, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air from afar. A dark crimson beam of light streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the man with the sword at an alarming speed. Jiang Ming, initially indifferent to Jiang Hao's torment of Suyu and preparing to retreat for further seclusion, was abruptly alerted by the appearance of this crimson light. Sensing an ominous threat, he immediately summoned a fiery flying sword, which collided head-on with the dark red beam. With a resounding explosion, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, forcing all present, including Jiang Hao, to stagger back. As the crimson light dissipated, a figure cloaked in black gradually approached from the distance. Although his face was entirely obscured, rendering it impossible to discern his features, the aura he exuded was undeniably formidable, a peak practitioner of the unification realm. Ensure the safety of the young master. Jiang Ming commanded his clansmen to protect Jiang Hao, then fixed a cold gaze upon the cloaked individual, questioning his identity and purpose for intruding upon the Jiang family's mine, as well as his inexplicable aggression towards the Jiang clan. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, focusing intently on the figure before him, acutely aware of the palpable danger emanating from him. The presence of such a powerful individual in the Jiang family's territory was indeed shocking. However, this did not instill fear in Jiang Ming. As a peak practitioner of the unification realm, he was poised for battle at a moment's notice. The cloaked man remained silent, casting a glance at the unconscious Suyu. Indeed, I have finally found you, he remarked, before turning his attention to Jiang Ming. I never imagined that after all these years, the esteemed Jiang elder would still possess such vigor. Your cultivation appears to have grown even stronger. You seem to be on the verge of entering the venerable realm. However, I assure you, esteemed elder, there is no need for alarm. My intention here is not to trouble the Jiang clan, nor do I wish to engage you in combat. If you permit me to take this individual with me, we shall part ways peacefully. Otherwise, I will be compelled to duel with you. The energy unleashed during a confrontation between practitioners of the unification realm is indeed formidable. Even if I were to falter against you, esteemed elder, I could still bring devastation upon more than half of the Jiang clan present. At this juncture, the cloaked man cast a significant glance at Jiang Hao, his intent to intimidate Jiang Ming clear. Should he be denied the opportunity to take Su Yu, Jiang Hao would inevitably meet his end today. Do you dare to threaten me? Jiang Ming's demeanor suddenly transformed, his aura becoming exceedingly ferocious. Though I have withdrawn from the world and remain indifferent to worldly affairs, do you truly believe that I have grown old and feeble? How dare you utter threats against my Jiang clan in my presence? Regardless of your identity, you shall meet your demise today. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Ming summoned a colossal crimson avatar that materialized behind him. This avatar, a manifestation of a cultivator's spiritual energy and mental prowess, can only be conjured by those who have reached the realm of avatar mastery. The visage of Jiang Ming's avatar bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, yet it was adorned with a formidable dragon-scale armor, emanating a terrifying fiery power that seemed capable of reducing all to ashes. The appearance of this avatar signified that Jiang Ming was poised to unleash his lethal strike. After all, his opponent was equally a formidable force, and he could not afford to underestimate him. However, just as Jiang Ming was ready to strike, the figure cloaked in black suddenly erupted in laughter, proclaiming, "Ah, Elder Jiang, you have indeed aged. Did you truly believe I would engage with you today?" With those words, the black-robed figure transformed into swirling shadows and vanished before Jiang Ming's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Yu, who had been lying nearby, inexplicably disappeared as well. Chapter 35. The protagonist's halo ignites, and Su Yu encounters another opportunity. What? The person has vanished? Jiang Ming was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Even more shocking was the disappearance of Su Yu. It was evident that from the very beginning, the black-robed figure had no intention of forcibly abducting Su Yu. Rather, it was a ruse to divert the attention of the Jiang clan's elites. The true culprit behind Su Yu's abduction was someone else entirely. Truly, the child of destiny is remarkable. In such a seemingly fatal predicament, he managed to evade death. Jiang Hao had witnessed the entire sequence of events unfold. If it were not for the protagonist's halo, who could have achieved such a feat? The very fact that he could be rescued in such dire circumstances indicated that his fate was not yet sealed. After all, he was the child of destiny. To take his life was no simple task. Nonetheless, Jiang Hao did not dwell on this too much. On one hand, Su Yu had already been stripped of his cultivation. On the other, Jiang Hao was confident in his own strength. He understood that Su Yu would inevitably return seeking vengeance, and when that time came, Jiang Hao would have no trouble eliminating him. However, if I am not mistaken, a peculiar beast was lurking within the mine, Jiang Ming spoke solemnly. This beast possesses an exceptional ability to conceal itself, nearly achieving perfection. It must have been that creature that took advantage of the chaos to abduct Su Yu. If you are determined to pursue it, I can immediately lead a team to chase after it. Jiang Hao quickly shook his head in response. There is no need. Second uncle, you may continue your secluded cultivation. Since that fellow has escaped, let it be. As the saying goes, a cornered wolf should not be pursued. The black-robed figure dared to brazenly take Su Yu, undoubtedly leaving behind a contingency plan. There is no need to go to great lengths for a worthless person. Although Jiang Ming was astonished by the appearance of the cloaked figure, eager to uncover his identity, he recognized that the individual was a formidable practitioner of the Unity realm, deserving of respect. Since the Jiang clan had not suffered any harm, there was no necessity to pursue him. Subsequently, Jiang Ming returned to his secluded meditation chamber. The remaining elders of the Jiang family also departed one by one, and the mining site resumed its usual activity. Meanwhile, the Liu clan members continued to endure relentless torment from the overseers at the mine. After resolving all matters, Jiang Hao left the area and returned to the Jiang family. In a dark and eerie valley, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. He intended to rise, but found himself utterly incapable. Earlier, at the Jiang family mine, he had been stripped of all his cultivation. Even though he was still alive, he had become a mere shell of his former self, lacking the strength to even stand. This left the once proud Su Yu engulfed in despair. Where's this place? Why not let me die? Anger and frustration surged within him, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite his ignorance of the specific events that transpired, he was certain that someone had intervened to save him. Yet, with his cultivation lost, what meaning did life hold? In profound despair, Su Yu fumbled for a dagger, contemplating ending his own life. Is this how you wish to die? Do you not desire vengeance? Just as Su Yu was about to strike, a cloaked figure silently appeared before him. Did you save me? Su Yu redirected the dagger towards him, demanding, "Why did you do this? Why not let Jiang Hao kill me directly? I am a mere shell now. How can I seek vengeance?" In truth, Su Yu could endure humiliation, even stooping to lick boots, for as long as he retained his cultivation. He held the prospect of revenge. But now, with his cultivation utterly destroyed, all hope had vanished. Not only had revenge slipped away, but he lacked even the strength to rise. The thought of living as a cripple shattered him completely. Ha ha! The cloaked figure burst into laughter at Su Yu's words. A worthless person? Who says you are worthless? Su Yu, do you truly understand the Chaos Blood Scripture? Let me tell you the truth. Destruction is the path to establishment. This is the true power of the Chaos Blood Scripture. As he spoke, the cloaked figure slowly removed the black cloth obscuring his face. He revealed a youthful and handsome man with white hair. Though his aura was incredibly powerful, for some reason, Su Yu found it strangely familiar. Could this aura belong to the Chaos Blood Scripture? As realization dawned, Su Yu was struck with shock. How can you master the Chaos Blood Scripture? Who are you? What do you mean by no destruction, no establishment? Su Yu fortuitously acquired the Chaotic Blood Scripture in an endless abyss. At that time, beside the scripture lay a weathered skeleton. Su Yu believed that the owner of the Chaotic Blood Scripture was that very skeleton. Thus, after obtaining the scripture, he deliberately took the skeleton with him and found a favorable resting place for burial. Su Yu has always regarded this scripture as his fortune, never having seen another soul possessing it. Even when he presented this technique to his master, Deng Hao, the latter was utterly astonished, having never heard of such a practice. This only reinforced Su Yu's conviction that he was the sole heir to the Chaotic Blood Scripture. Yet now, another individual wielding the scripture has emerged, leaving Su Yu in profound shock. The most critical aspect is that this person possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of the esteemed ancestor Jiang Ming from the Jiang family. He increasingly questions this person's identity. The so-called Chaotic Blood Scripture is, in fact, the treasured heirloom of my chaotic sect. Thousands of years ago, the chaotic sect was deemed a demonic sect by the so-called righteous cultivators. Consequently, major sects united to besiege the chaotic sect, unleashing a massacre of unimaginable proportions, resulting in the near annihilation of its powerful members. After that cataclysmic battle, the chaotic sect vanished without a trace. Fortunately, an elder discreetly took the Chaotic Blood Scripture away, preventing it from falling into those hands. The blood you have acquired is what that elder exchanged his life for. Thus, you are indeed a disciple of my chaotic sect, and I am the current leader of the chaotic sect, Ling Yu. As he spoke, Ling Yu waved his hand, and numerous robed cultivators like himself began to materialize around the valley. What? The chaotic sect? The more Su Yu listened, the more bewildered he became. If the chaotic sect has already been destroyed, how can you still exist? No. At this point, Su Yu vigorously shook his head. He had no interest in the so-called chaotic sect. He merely wished to understand what no destruction, no establishment truly meant. Is there still hope for me to restore my cultivation? Upon hearing this, Ling Yu smiled faintly, stating, "What difficulty lies in the restoration of your cultivation? I will tell you frankly, not only can you restore your cultivation, but you will also experience a significant enhancement in strength. In time, you will possess the capability to eliminate that fellow named Jiang Hao. However, you must agree to one of my requests." Chapter 36. Su Yu betrays the sect. Restoration of power. As long as you can help me restore my cultivation and make me even stronger, I will comply with any request you make. Su Yu exclaimed without hesitation. Jiang Hao had caused him to lose his dignity and strength. He had longed for revenge in his dreams. If Ling Yu could offer him this opportunity, even if he were to perish after avenging himself, Su Yu would bear no regrets. As for whether the chaotic sect was truly demonic, Su Yu cared not at all. Excellent. Ling Yu nodded with satisfaction, declaring, "From this moment forth, you shall be a disciple of my chaos sect. However, this identity must remain concealed. Upon your return to the heavenly profound sect, I require you to seize the opportunity to drive this blood soul nail into the body of the sect master, Lin Mo." As he spoke, Ling Yu produced a bone nail radiating a faint crimson glow and handed it to Su Yu. Gazing at the blood soul nail before him, Su Yu's face filled with horror. "You expect me to assassinate Lin Mo? Such a task is beyond my capabilities. His cultivation is unfathomable, having undoubtedly reached the unity realm. Moreover, I can hardly approach him under normal circumstances, let alone embed this blood soul nail within him. If discovered, not only will I fail to avenge Jiang Hao, but Lin Mo could easily eliminate me." Su Yu instinctively recoiled, refusing to accept the blood soul nail. Ling Yu, with a cold smile, replied, "Indeed, Lin Mo is formidable. And with your current cultivation level, it is impossible for you to succeed immediately. However, I am not asking you to complete this task at once, but rather to bide your time. As I have already stated, your identity as a disciple of the Chaos Sect must remain undisclosed. After I assist you in restoring your cultivation, you will return to the Heavenly Profound Sect as if nothing has transpired. Once you have avenged Jiang Hao within the Blood Moon's secret realm, you will still be the holy son of the Heavenly Profound Sect. No disciple from the sect can threaten your position. Thus, Lin Mo will regard you as a future sect master and train you accordingly. Once his guard is completely lowered, the opportunity for you to act will present itself. Years ago, numerous so-called righteous sects united in a massacre against the Chaos Sect. At that time, Ling Yu was but an infant in swaddling clothes, his father being the former sect master of the Chaos Sect. Had it not been for his father, who, in the twilight of his life, used the sect's treasured artifact to protect Ling Yu, he would have perished long ago. For millennia, he has reshaped his identity, enduring humiliation and hardship, secretly rebuilding the Chaos Sect solely for the purpose of vengeance. The sects and forces that besiege the Chaos Sect must be eradicated utterly. To this end, he has dispatched numerous disciples of the Chaos Sect to infiltrate these sects over the years. When the opportune moment arises, they will work in unison to annihilate them entirely. Ling Yu sought out Su Yu primarily because the Heavenly Profound Sect also participated in that massacre. Furthermore, Su Yu fortuitously cultivated the Chaos Blood Scripture, which compelled Ling Yu to forcibly rescue him from the Jiang family. Listening to Ling Yu's words, Su Yu fell into a brief silence before decisively grasping the blood soul nail. I understand what must be done. However, you must first fulfill your promise to restore my cultivation and empower me. As long as I can eliminate Jiang Hao, I will infiltrate the Heavenly Profound Sect and secretly eliminate Lin Mo for you. Su Yu harbored an intense hatred for Jiang Hao. He was willing to pay any price to exact his vengeance. Moreover, in Su Yu's eyes, the Chaos Sect clearly surpassed the Heavenly Profound Sect. Joining the Chaos Sect was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Rest assured, I have already stated that without destruction, there can be no creation. This is the true power of the Chaos Blood Scripture. Now that your cultivation has been utterly weakened, it perfectly aligns with this principle. I shall facilitate your transformation into a new being. 5 days swiftly passed. At the Liyun Peak of the Heavenly Profound Sect, Su Yu approached his master's seclusion chamber with a grim expression. Su Yu, do you not regard me as your master any longer? Who permitted you to forcibly invade the Jiang family's mining site? Upon seeing Su Yu, Deng Hao immediately reprimanded him in anger. He had repeatedly cautioned Su Yu against impulsiveness, urging him to exercise patience. Yet, Su Yu brazenly stormed into the Jiang family's mining site and was publicly stripped of his cultivation. Deng Hao's last hope rested on Su Yu. He could not bear to see him encounter any misfortune. However, bound by Sect Master Lin Mo, Deng Hao was unable to leave Liyun Peak even for a moment. He could only send disciples to search for Su Yu, yet they returned with no leads. For 5 days, it was as if Su Yu had vanished from existence. Deng Hao even began to suspect that Su Yu might be dead. Fortunately, Su Yu returned unscathed, his cultivation intact, which allowed Deng Hao to finally breathe a sigh of relief. I have long warned you that the Jiang family is not as simple as you believe. Why will you not listen? The Jiang family's mining site is their most crucial asset, and you dared to cause a disturbance there for Lu Rushue? Su Yu, have you lost your mind? Deng Hao's anger intensified. If not for this woman, Su Yu would not have found himself in such a predicament. Lu Rushue was a harbinger of disaster, and he must never seek her out again. In the face of Deng Hao's reproach, Su Yu remained unfazed. He simply replied calmly, Master, do not worry. I will not act recklessly as I did before. When the Blood Moon's secret realm opens, it will be Jiang Hao's demise. With that, Su Yu turned to leave. He was now a disciple of the Chaos Sect, having regained his cultivation with Ling Yu's assistance. He had also come to understand the true intricacies of the Chaos Blood Scripture. Were it not for the need to remain hidden within the Heavenly Profound Sect, he would have no desire to return. In Su Yu's eyes, Deng Hao no longer deserved the title of his master. Wait. Do not be in such a hurry to leave. Tell me, how did you restore your cultivation? Deng Hao urgently inquired. Master, I am unaware of where you obtained this information. My cultivation was never truly lost. I must prepare to enter the Blood Moon's secret realm, so I shall not disturb your meditation any further. With that, Su Yu said nothing more and exited the chamber. Deng Hao gazed at the departing figure of Su Yu and, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt that the person before him seemed exceedingly unfamiliar. Meanwhile, within the Jiang family estate in Tianyin City, Jiang Hao had prepared to embark on a journey to the Blood Moon's secret realm. Just as he was about to set off, he unexpectedly received news. Suyu had returned to the Tianxin sect and, astonishingly, had miraculously restored his cultivation. How peculiar. What on earth is the situation with this Suyu? It is one thing to have survived, but to have regained his powers is utterly bewildering. Jiang Feng was well aware of the events that transpired a few days prior at the mine and knew that Suyu had been rendered powerless by Jiang Hao. Yet now he had returned unscathed to the Tianxin sect, which genuinely took him by surprise. However, upon learning of this development, Jiang Hao was not overly shocked. Instead, he chuckled lightly and turned to Jiang Feng. Uncle, do you believe in the existence of a so-called child of destiny? Chapter 37, Convergence in the Blood Moon Secret Realm. Suyu's confidence soars. What do you mean by that, Hao? Jiang Feng asked, his brow furrowed. Do you truly believe that this Suyu is the so-called child of destiny? If that is the case, then Uncle can personally eliminate him. Yet, in truth, Jiang Feng was quite perplexed about what a child of destiny entailed. He only understood that Suyu's presence posed a latent threat to Jiang Hao and the Jiang family. He swore to eradicate anyone who threatened Jiang Hao or the Jiang lineage. No, I can handle this fellow myself. Besides, Uncle, you are the Lord of Tianyan City. Dealing with a mere ant would be beneath your dignity. Rest assured, if I can render him powerless once, I can do so a second time. I will ensure that he has no opportunity to rise again. Jiang Hao had anticipated these events long before. After all, Suyu could indeed be considered a child of destiny, having escaped death multiple times. It was entirely normal for him to restore his cultivation. Since Suyu had regained his powers, it was certain he would enter the Blood Moon's secret realm. Jiang Hao was eager to see who could possibly save Suyu in that realm. Very well, just be cautious. If all goes smoothly, you should encounter your sister in the Blood Moon's secret realm. It has been quite a while since I last saw her. Indeed, Jiang Feng had not seen his own daughter, Jiang Han, in years. Jiang Han, the daughter of the Jiang family, had chosen to enlist in the army of the Dian dynasty instead of embracing her status as the family's heiress, declaring her ambition to become the world's foremost female general. When Jiang Feng learned of this, he was nearly overcome with rage. Alas, she was his only daughter, and he had no choice but to indulge her. This separation had lasted for years, and his longing for Jiang Han grew ever stronger. However, with the myriad responsibilities in Tianyan City, he found himself unable to leave. Otherwise, he would have accompanied Jiang Hao to the Blood Moon's secret realm to check on his disobedient daughter. Upon hearing Jiang Feng mention Jiang Han, an image of a spirited woman with flowing hair immediately emerged in Jiang Hao's mind. Back in the day when he pursued Lu Ruxue, Jiang Han had vehemently opposed the relationship, believing that Lu Ruxue did not genuinely love him. She maintained that Lu Ruxue's affections were insincere from the very beginning. However, at that time, Jiang Hao was utterly captivated by Lu Ruxue, dismissing all words of caution. Left with no other choice, Jiang Han ultimately compromised and departed from the Jiang family to enlist in the military. It has now been a full 3 years since she left home. Uncle, if I encounter Jiang Han in the Blood Moon secret realm, I shall certainly give her a piece of my mind. It is truly outrageous that she has been away for so long without returning even once. Hearing this, Jiang Feng could not help but smile wryly. All right. You should set off promptly. This journey, Steward Zhang will accompany you to the Blood Moon secret realm in the Xingyuan Mountains. Once you enter the realm, exercise utmost caution. Your safety is paramount. After earnestly advising Jiang Hao several times, Jiang Feng instructed Zhang Chun and the guards to prepare the carriage, taking Jiang Hao towards the Xingyuan Mountains. The Xingyuan Mountains are a notorious gathering place for ferocious beasts of the Great Flame Dynasty, inherently fraught with danger. It is rumored that even fifth-tier beasts roam these lands. Fifth-tier beasts are equivalent to human beings at the law manifestation realm. Among the beasts, such creatures are regarded as formidable kings. Given the inherent peril of this area, the imminent opening of the Blood Moon's secret realm amplifies the threat, as a distinctive aura emanates from the realm, inciting the beasts to become even more savage. Thus, during the time of the Blood Moon's secret realm's opening, the Xingyuan Mountains are unequivocally a forbidden zone. Without the protection of exceptionally powerful cultivators along the route, entry to the depths of the Xingyuan Mountains, where the Blood Moon's secret realm lies, is utterly unfeasible. The Blood Moon's secret realm permits only cultivators below the 5th level of the Spirit Transformation realm to enter. To avert any unforeseen incidents along the way, various sects, factions, and families dispatch formidable beings in advance to scour the Xingyuan Mountains, striving to drive the beasts away to safer locales. At this moment, deep within the Xingyuan Mountains, there exists a blood-red fissure resembling a vertical eye. Although the fissure has not yet fully opened, it already emanates a powerful wave of spiritual energy. This fissure is the infamous Blood Secret Realm. Surrounding it, numerous cultivators from major sects have congregated. Disciples from the likes of the Hundred Flowers sect, the Dominant Fist sect, and the Beast Taming sect are all present. Have you heard? Previously at the Jiang family mine, Su Yu was rescued by a mysterious figure. Remarkably, even his previously lost cultivation has been restored. Who exactly is Su Yu? Who knows? I can only say that I loathe that person to the core. I was truly blind to have sworn brotherhood with such a fool. Now that Su Yu's cultivation has been restored, he will undoubtedly participate in this Blood Moon secret realm. At that time, we shall teach him a thorough lesson. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, several disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect gradually approached the area. Among them was Su Yu, who seemed to be isolated, trailing at the rear of the group, despite his previous defeat to Jiang Hao within the sect, which led to a loss of face and the revocation of his status as a holy son. Su Yu's prowess still ranked among the finest within the ranks of the sect's disciples. Thus, he undoubtedly met the qualifications to enter the Blood Moon secret realm. Su Yu, how dare you show your face here? A burly man from the Tyrant Fist sect stormed towards Su Yu, brimming with fury. This individual was none other than Ma Yuan, whom they had previously referred to as Big Brother, as the most distinguished disciple of the younger generation in the Tyrant Fist sect. He had also reached the 5th level of the Spirit Transformation realm. He believed that dealing with Su Yu would be a trivial matter. However, when he stood before Su Yu, he was suddenly met with the latter's icy gaze. For reasons unknown, Ma Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, akin to being locked in the gaze of a venomous serpent, an impression starkly contrasting with his earlier perception of Su Yu. Brother Ma, the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. If you truly wish to strike me, I, Su, would be more than willing to engage. But not now. Outside the Blood Moon secret realm, private duels are strictly prohibited, as you are well aware. Initially, Su Yu had intended to befriend these individuals and then join forces to confront Jiang Hao within the Blood Moon secret realm. However, having gained the recognition and guidance of the leader of the chaotic sect, his strength had significantly increased. In Su Yu's eyes, he now possessed the capability to defeat all who ventured into the Blood Moon secret realm, even Ma Yuan of the Tyrant Fist sect. Ma Yuan intended to respond, but suddenly, a voice of mockery interrupted from the side. Oh, is that not the wretched dog who licked my boots? Su Yu, it seems the soles of my shoes are once again muddy. Come, continue to help me clean them. Chapter 38, A Wretched Dog. Jiang Hao once again insults Su Yu. Accompanied by his derisive laughter, Jiang Hao swaggered toward the entrance of the Blood Moon secret realm, followed closely by a throng of Jiang family guards. Although Jiang Hao was a disciple of the Heavenly Profound sect, he was also the young master of the Jiang family. The eyes of nearly everyone present were fixed upon him. The Jiang family, a prestigious lineage within the entire Great Flame dynasty, held a renowned reputation. Many in attendance instinctively clasped their fists in greeting to Jiang Hao, eager to establish a connection with the young master. However, there were also those who had prior knowledge of Jiang Hao and now wore expressions of confusion. How peculiar. Wasn't it said that the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Hao, is a good-for-nothing? Indeed, I heard he has only just stepped into the Qi condensation realm. How could this be possible? Jiang Hao's cultivation is clearly at the transformation realm. How could he merely be at the condensation realm? It is exceedingly strange. And I have also heard rumors that Jiang Hao is a sycophant. Such falsehoods must surely be unfounded. While the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, Jiang Hao had already approached Su Yu. What is this? Did you not hear me speaking to you? Kneel before me at once. As Jiang Hao uttered these words, he sensed Su Yu's aura, which remained unchanged, indicating a cultivation level of the 4th tier of the transformation realm. The ability to swiftly recover one's cultivation in such a short span of time, thanks to the mysterious expert who had rescued Su Yu, was truly remarkable. Jiang Hao's curiosity about this enigmatic figure only intensified. Hearing Jiang Hao's condescending words and witnessing his haughty demeanor ignited a fierce anger within Su Yu. He yearned to slay Jiang Hao on the spot. Yet, a flicker of reason restrained him. He knew he must not act rashly. On one hand, the Blood Moon secret realm was under the strict control of the Great Flame dynasty, prohibiting any form of violence. Those who dared to defy this edict would face dire consequences. On the other hand, numerous experts from the Jiang family flanked Jiang Hao. Having already suffered a setback at the Jiang family's mine, Su Yu knew he could not afford to be reckless again, even when Jiang Hao publicly humiliated him. Su Yu chose silence, pretending he had not heard Jiang Hao's taunts, hoping to avoid provocation. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Hao raised his hand and struck Su Yu across the face. The sharp sound of the slap drew the attention of everyone present, their expressions reflecting sheer shock. Jiang Hao had the audacity to strike within the entrance of the Blood Moon's secret realm. "You dare to hit me," Su Yu exclaimed, clutching his reddened cheek. Staring at Jiang Hao in disbelief. "You madman. To strike at the entrance of the Blood Moon's secret realm is to seek death." He ignored Jiang Hao, enduring the insult, determined to refrain from conflict until they entered the realm, where he could gradually teach Jiang Hao a lesson. Yet, who could have anticipated that Jiang Hao would dare to act so brazenly? The slap left Su Yu momentarily stunned. Jiang Hao retorted with a cold smile, "Indeed. It is forbidden to strike fellow cultivators at the entrance of the Blood Moon secret realm. However, the rules do not state that one cannot strike a dog, do they? What is wrong with me hitting a foul, worthless mutt?" With that, Jiang Hao raised his hand for yet another slap. Originally, only Su Yu's right cheek was swollen. But now his left cheek bore the same fate, quite the symmetry. Randomly slapping someone and delivering 2 blows. Evil deed value, 200. The initial slap from Jiang Hao had already pushed Su Yu to his limits. Now, with another strike, how could he possibly endure? After all, Jiang Hao had initiated the assault. Even if he faced punishment, Su Yu held the moral high ground. "Jiang Hao, you have forced my hand." As Su Yu's words fell, an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted instantaneously. Just as he prepared to take action, a commanding voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Cease this at once." Accompanying the voice, a squadron of soldiers clad in armor from the Great Flame Dynasty approached, their expressions grave. At the forefront stood a striking woman adorned in golden armor. Though her cultivation only reached the 5th level of spirit transformation, her presence was formidable. The soldiers behind her were no ordinary warriors. They belonged to the elite Red Flame army of the Great Flame Dynasty. The Blood Moon's secret realm is under the strict control of the Great Flame Dynasty, and disturbances here are intolerable. The Red Flame army. This promises to be quite a spectacle. One wonders what exactly has transpired to incite such fury in young Master Jiang, to the point of disregarding the rules of the Blood Moon's secret realm and attempting to assault Su Yu. I've heard whispers that Su Yu has stolen Jiang's woman. In fact, she even severed her engagement with Jiang for Su Yu. Astonishing. Is that woman not in her right mind to abandon young Master Jiang for such a fool? How intriguing to encounter such drama even before entering the Blood Moon's secret realm. At this moment, the golden-armored woman cast her gaze upon Su Yu and Jiang Hao. "Are you not aware that fighting at the entrance of the Blood Moon's secret realm is forbidden?" she stated. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yu hurriedly approached her. "General, this is all Jiang Hao's doing. He disregarded the laws of the Great Flame Dynasty and struck at me first. He even insulted me. I could not let this affront go unchallenged." The woman in golden armor, though not exceptionally powerful, was indeed a leader of the Red Flame army. The Red Flame army is the most elite force of the Great Flame Dynasty, and they serve as the Emperor's personal guard. This golden-armored woman must hold a significant status, possibly even being of royal lineage. In Su Yu's eyes, this was an opportunity to align himself with the Great Flame royal family, a chance for his meteoric rise. "So, according to your reasoning, if he had not attacked you or insulted you, you would not have retaliated?" The golden-haired woman regarded Su Yu with a cold gaze, questioning him. "Of course," Su Yu replied without hesitation, "I have always adhered to the laws of the Great Flame Dynasty and would never cause a ruckus in such a setting. All of this is Jiang Hao's doing. He is truly despicable, abusing his privileged background." "Ah, I see." The golden-haired woman nodded slightly. She then scanned the crowd, a hint of confusion on her face. It was peculiar that, among so many present, including those known for their arrogance, Jiang Hao directed his aggression solely at you. Why did he choose to attack and insult you, and not others? Upon hearing the words of the armored woman, Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was it not Jiang Hao who had instigated the conflict? Why did it now seem as though the fault lay with him instead? Chapter 39. I am Jiang Han, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. "General, what do you mean by that? Is it truly my fault for being struck by Jiang Hao?" Su Yu gazed incredulously at the armored woman before him. Should she not be on his side in this instance? After all, everyone present had witnessed Jiang Hao's initial aggression. The surrounding spectators, upon hearing the armored woman's words, displayed expressions of surprise, murmuring amongst themselves. How curious. Who was this woman? She looked somewhat familiar. Though uncertain, It was evident that her authority over the numerous soldiers of the Crimson Flame Army indicated her significant status. Perhaps even a member of the illustrious royal family of the Great Flame. Yet, why did she not immediately reprimand Jiang Hao for his violent actions? Instead, she questioned Siyu about the circumstances of his confrontation with Jiang Hao. Could it be that the armored woman had some connection with Jiang Hao? As the crowd continued to speculate, Jiang Hao maintained an air of calmness, his demeanor unperturbed by the arrival of the Crimson Flame Army, even allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. At that moment, the armored woman regarded Su Yu with seriousness. You have misunderstood my intentions. I do not attribute the blame to you. I simply wish to understand why Jiang Hao has singled you out. With so many witnesses present, it is difficult for me to believe that he would act against you without cause. I cannot rashly intervene in this matter without a full grasp of the situation. Upon hearing this, Su Yu promptly pulled the armored woman aside. General, you must understand, Jiang Hao is truly despicable. He abducts entire families to serve as laborers in the mines over the slightest disagreement. I could not tolerate his actions. So I led a group to the mines to protest, and as a result, I nearly lost all my cultivation at his hands. Had it not been for my good fortune, I would have perished at his hands long ago. Now, he is deliberately targeting me because of this incident. There are limits to what one can endure, and that is why I chose to confront him. In Su Yu's eyes, this armored woman undoubtedly possessed a distinguished identity. He felt compelled to seize this opportunity to forge a connection with her. Should he earn her favor, he would surely ascend to great heights in the future. Oh, I see, the armored woman nodded slightly. So you are a person of righteous intent, while Jiang Hao is a reckless scoundrel. Indeed, he is nothing but a coward. Su Yu gritted his teeth, as if attempting to unleash all the fury within him. If it were not for his status as the young master of the Jiang family, who would he be? Without the protection of the formidable members of the Jiang family, he would not dare to act so brazenly. General, we are both individuals of justice. And you must surely comprehend just how vile Jiang Hao truly is. One must never allow such ruffians to act with such impunity. You represent the Great Flame dynasty and must teach Jiang Hao a proper lesson. Before Su Yu could finish his words, the armored woman delivered a resounding slap to his face. The blow was merciless and powerful, catching Su Yu off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock at this astonishing display. Who could have imagined that a leader of the Crimson Flame Army would so brazenly violate the rules of the Blood Moon Secret Realm? Struggling to his feet, a disheveled Su Yu yelled in a fit of rage, Why? Why did you hit me? Since when is it permissible to strike someone at the entrance of the Blood Moon Secret Realm? The armored woman coldly scoffed at his words. What of it if I strike you? You dared to slander the Jiang family and insult the young master of the Jiang clan. Shouldn't you be punished for that? By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jiang Han, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Her declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. I knew she looked familiar. So she is indeed the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. It seemed the rumors were true. She had indeed joined the military. This is too amusing. He has gone and complained to the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. No wonder Jiang Han confronted Su Yu so boldly, it was utterly hilarious. Who is this Su Yu, truly but a clown? At that moment, Su Yu felt as though half of his soul had been extracted, standing there in a daze. How could she be a member of the Jiang family? When did the Jiang family have an eldest daughter in the Crimson Flame Army? This was unfathomable. As Su Yu grappled with his existential crisis, Jiang Han excitedly dashed towards Jiang Hao. Brother, I missed you so much, she exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace. During this time, she was aware of the events involving Jiang Hao and Su Yu. Knowing that he had called off his engagement with Lu Ruxue and had significantly enhanced his strength, even defeating Su Yu in Jiang Han's heart. She always believed that Jiang Hao had exceptional potential, merely hindered by Lu Ruxue. Now witnessing his rise, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy and pride. As for Su Yu's claims of abducting entire families to serve as laborers in the mines, she scoffed at the absurdity. The Jiang family's mines were legitimate. All workers were properly registered and received generous compensation. Where, then, was the notion of forced servitude? It was clear that Su Yu was merely spouting nonsense. As the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Han could not tolerate such slander. Thus, she unhesitatingly took it upon herself to teach Su Yu a lesson. Little sister, you've done well. In 3 years, you've risen to become a leader in the Crimson Flame Army. Knowing you are safe brings me great relief. Do remember to visit home when you have the chance, Jiang Hao said gently, looking at Jiang Han with warmth. Although she had endured 3 years of training in the military, her personality remained as spirited and whimsical as ever. Upon first laying eyes on Jiang Han, Jiang Hao immediately recognized her. Likewise, Jiang Han instantly identified Jiang Hao. The reason for not revealing their identities right away was to observe what nonsense Su Yu would utter. Brother, how do you suggest we handle this? I will follow your lead. Jiang Han gazed at Su Yu with palpable disdain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao cast a dismissive glance at Su Yu, muttering, "Let us not waste our time on such a worthless mutt. After all, we are citizens of the Great Flame Dynasty, and we must adhere to the law. The Great Flame Law stipulates that no one is to engage in violent confrontations outside the Blood Moon secret realm, and we must certainly abide by that." Su Yu, infuriated by these words, roared, "You Jiang family members are truly overstepping. Do you really think I want to retaliate? I shall fight you." It was absurd that the Jiang family openly violated the rules of the Blood Moon secret realm, yet they insisted on proclaiming their adherence to the law. This was enough to infuriate Su Yu to the brink of explosion. However, before he could make a move, an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual force enveloped everyone present. "Silence!" bellowed a commanding voice. "The Blood Moon secret realm is about to open. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, they will be stripped of their qualifications to enter." Chapter 40. The Blood Moon secret realm, a land abundant with opportunities. As the authoritative voice resonated, a middle-aged man with a resolute face and a robust stature strode steadily to the entrance of the Blood Moon secret realm. Clad in battle armor, he exuded not only tremendous power, but also an aura of innate authority. He was none other than General Tang De of the Crimson Flame Army. His cultivation had surpassed the law manifestation realm, standing as a formidable presence in the Unity realm. At the moment Tang De appeared, the venue fell into an immediate hush. No one dared to act recklessly in front of such a top-tier powerhouse. At this juncture, Su Yu, whose anger was about to erupt, found himself forcefully suppressing it due to Tang De's presence, his face turning crimson with rage. It was then that Su Yu realized that these elite figures had been present in the Star Source mountain range from the very beginning. They had witnessed everything that had transpired, yet none intervened to stop Jiang Hao's actions, allowing him to bully and beat Su Yu without consequence. If they had chosen to remain indifferent, that would be one thing. After all, Su Yu had already prepared to retaliate. Yet, just as he was about to act, these powerful beings stepped in to obstruct him. Jiang Hao and Jiang Han could strike others, yet he was not permitted to fight back. To Su Yu, it was evident that these individuals were deliberately favoring the Jiang family. If that were not the case, they would have intervened at the first opportunity. Despicable. You will all pay for this. I vow that one day, I will make you all suffer a terrible price. I, Su Yu, swear that if I cannot achieve this, may heaven and earth bring their wrath upon me. Su Yu was acutely aware that his current strength was still far too weak to contend with these formidable beings. However, he has now joined the Chaos sect, receiving the esteemed cultivation of the sect leader. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Chaos Blood Scripture, he is confident that he will rise swiftly within a short period. The upcoming Blood Moon secret realm presents an opportune moment for him to eliminate Jiang Hao. Once the Blood Moon secret realm opens, these formidable individuals will be unable to enter. He has ample time to deal with Jiang Hao at his leisure. Once the crowd fell silent, Tang De continued, "You are all the elite of various sects and families, the promising youth of this generation. I understand that young people can be hot-tempered. Yet, I advise you all to remain calm. The Blood Moon secret realm is far more perilous than you can imagine. Instead of squabbling here, it would be wiser to contemplate how to survive once we enter the realm." Tang De cast a serious gaze over the assembly. The Blood Moon secret realm would remain open for a full 7 days. During this time, you may roam freely within its confines. Anything found within the realm is considered unclaimed and can be contested without regard for life or death. He emphasized this point, clearly warning the impetuous cultivators present that anything could occur within the secret realm. The dangers posed by fellow cultivators often surpass those of the beasts within the realm. Historically, every opening of the Blood Moon secret realm has resulted in numerous casualties. It is commonplace for cultivators to engage in fierce battles over chances and treasures. The assembly understood the inherent dangers of the Blood Moon secret realm, yet none displayed any signs of fear. The more perilous the location, the more likely it is to harbor rare treasures. The Blood Moon secret realm is rife with opportunities, and they would not let this rare chance slip away. After surveying the crowd, Tang De continued, "Due to the unique nature of the Blood Moon secret realm, you will likely be transported to different locations upon entry, even if you travel in pairs. Thus, all of you must be prepared to fend for yourselves. Regardless of the fortunes or treasures you acquire during this expedition, you must reach the central teleportation array of the Blood Moon secret realm within 7 days. Only then can you be transported out of the realm. Otherwise, You will be forcibly erased by the terrifying restrictions within the Blood Moon's secret realm. Is that understood? Tangda is not only the general of the Scarlet Flame Army, but also the overseer of this Blood Moon's secret realm expedition. He must ensure that everyone is thoroughly acquainted with the conditions of the realm. After all, those qualified to enter and vie for opportunities are often the outstanding disciples from various sects and factions. Even the elite of the Scarlet Flame Army are participating in this venture, and there can be no room for error. Understood. Upon hearing the words, the crowd erupted in unison. Well then, let us prepare to enter the Blood Moon secret realm. As Tangda's voice faded, the crimson rift before them, resembling a vigilant eye, began to tremble violently. The immense surge of spiritual energy emanating from it caused the entire Star Source mountain range to subtly quake. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, the sanguine fissure gradually opened, forming a passageway into the Blood Moon's secret realm. Subsequently, numerous cultivators surged forth like a tidal wave, eager to seize the opportunities that lay within. The Blood Moon's secret realm was rife with chances for fortune, and no one wished to lag behind. Initially consumed by wrath, Suyu cast aside his animosity upon witnessing the opening of the secret realm. In an instant, he dashed into its depths. In contrast, Jiang Hao remained unperturbed, leisurely escorting Jiang Han toward the entrance. Sister, you must have encountered numerous fortuitous events in these past 3 years. I recall when you departed from the Jiang family. You were merely at the Qi condensation stage. Now, you have astonishingly reached the 5th layer of the spirit transformation stage. Jiang Han, upon hearing this, smiled with a sense of pride. Of course, after all, I aspire to become the foremost female general of the Great Flame Dynasty. How could I not strive diligently? Moreover, I have taken General Tang as my mentor. Once the Blood Moon's secret realm concludes, I shall request a brief leave from General Tang to return home and rest. At that moment, Jiang Han's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Brother, that Suyu clearly harbored intense murderous intent toward you. Given how we have humiliated him, you shall not let this matter rest. Perhaps we should join forces to eliminate him once we enter the secret realm. A fierce glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. After 3 years of rigorous training in the military, she had become resolute and decisive in her actions. Jiang Hao, smiling gently, shook his head. There is no need for such measures, sister. This individual is my prey, and your involvement is unnecessary. He is not worthy of our combined efforts. Once we are inside the secret realm, you should focus solely on seeking your own fortunes. If I have defeated him once, I can certainly do so countless times. Chapter 41. Suyu's Dark Transformation, the terrifying chaotic blood scripture. Having previously unlocked a hidden quest, Jiang Hao realized that by slaying Suyu, he could not only strip him of his fortune, but also acquire a substantial amount of malevolent points. Although the system did not specify the exact amount, the task of eliminating the destined child was evidently arduous, and the rewards would undoubtedly exceed Jiang Hao's expectations. It was a missed opportunity not to have slain Suyu in the mine. Now, he was eager to see who else might come to Suyu's aid within the Blood Moon secret realm. Even if unforeseen events occurred, it would not deter Jiang Hao from humiliating Suyu. After all, humiliating the destined child would still yield a wealth of malevolent points. Seeing Jiang Hao's resolute demeanor, Jiang Han refrained from further comments. She had already discerned that Jiang Hao possessed the cultivation of the 4th layer of the spirit transformation realm. Although slightly inferior to her own prowess, his rapid ascension from a state of stagnation to such formidable strength within a brief period undeniably attested to his remarkable potential. Brother, do take care of yourself, she advised, before leading several soldiers of the Crimson Flame Army into the Blood Moon secret realm. Jiang Hao followed closely behind, stepping into the enigmatic domain. After a moment of disorientation, he gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself amidst a dense jungle. The flora surrounding him was peculiar, with every plant enveloped in a cloak of black. Additionally, a nauseating odor pervaded the entire area. Is this the Blood Moon secret realm? He pondered, surveying his surroundings before retrieving a map. He spread the map on the ground, confirming his current location. It soon became evident that he was in the Black Shadow Jungle, classified as a region of moderate danger within the Blood Moon secret realm. The map he possessed was a detailed depiction of the Blood Moon secret realm, crafted over the years by countless cultivators who had ventured into this mystical domain. To facilitate the journeys of future disciples, they often created maps upon their return. As a top-tier sect of the Great Flame Dynasty, the Jiang family had no difficulty in obtaining a comprehensive map of the Blood Moon secret realm. This realm resembled an isolated microcosm, with vast and boundless internal space. To exit, one must reach the center of the Blood Moon's secret realm within 7 days. The map clearly indicated the location of Yueling Peak, the very heart of the realm. Although it was the central point, it was not particularly perilous. With the map in hand, Jiang Hao felt no urgency, confident he could find Yueling Peak at any moment. He wondered where Suyu had been transported. After a brief observation of his surroundings, he decided to explore the Black Shadow Jungle. He was eager to discover whether the legendary opportunities within the Blood Moon's secret realm truly existed. With a determined direction in mind, Jiang Hao ventured deeper into the jungle. Meanwhile, in a vast desert within the Blood Moon's secret realm, Suyu clutched a weathered map, quickly pinpointing his location. This desert lay at the outermost fringes of the realm, expansive yet categorized as a low-danger area. Typically, the most perilous locales harbored the rarest treasures. Finding himself transported to this desolate expanse was quite vexing for Suyu. Curse it, why couldn't they have sent me directly to a high-risk area? He fumed, gritting his teeth in frustration. Though he claimed to desire the death of Jiang Hao, his true aspiration lay in uncovering the greatest opportunity within the Blood Moon's secret realm. After being rescued by Ling Yu, the leader of the Chaos sect, Suyu learned a secret from him. For all these years, the greatest opportunity in the Blood Moon's secret realm had never been seized by anyone. It was said to have been left behind by the realm's master himself. Those who obtained this opportunity might ascend to immortality in the future. According to Ling Yu, this opportunity was concealed in the most perilous area of the Blood Moon's secret realm. Currently, Suyu found himself in a desert quite distant from that location. Furthermore, the humiliation he had endured outside the Blood Moon's secret realm had left him seething with rage, on the verge of losing his sanity. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed behind him. I didn't expect to encounter you so soon. Suyu, I still need to settle the score with you." Turning to face the voice, Suyu beheld Ma Changyuan of the Dominant Fist sect, a wicked grin plastered across his face. Earlier, outside the Blood Moon's secret realm, Ma Changyuan had already intended to teach Suyu a lesson. However, due to the strict regulations of the Great Flame Law, he could not act outside the realm. He had to suppress his anger and wait until they entered the Blood Moon's secret realm to deal with Suyu. Yet, to Ma Changyuan's astonishment, upon being teleported into the realm, he immediately encountered Suyu. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for him to unleash his pin-up fury. With a scoff at Ma Changyuan's appearance, Suyu let out a derisive chuckle. He had been searching for an outlet for his frustration, and now Ma Changyuan had conveniently presented himself. He could not let this chance slip away. Additionally, Suyu had come to truly comprehend the formidable power of the Chaos Blood Scripture, and now he could test it against Ma Changyuan. "Brother Ma, have you ever heard the saying? When there is a path to heaven, you refuse to tread it. When there is no door to hell, you come seeking it. Encountering me, your fate is destined to be most tragic." Suyu spoke coldly. Ma Changyuan seethed with rage at Suyu's words. "You arrogant fool. How dare you speak to me like that? Today, I will make you witness the might of my iron fist." With that, Ma Changyuan's shirt exploded, revealing his muscular physique, which began to emanate a faint golden light as his blood energy surged rapidly. Destruction Fist. In an instant, Ma Changyuan lunged towards Suyu, granting him no opportunity to react, and unleashed a powerful punch. The techniques of the Dominant Fist sect primarily focused on honing the physical body, essentially emphasizing brute strength. As the foremost disciple of the Dominant Fist sect, Ma Changyuan possessed an exceptionally robust physique. Having entered the spirit transformation realm, his physical body had become even more formidable. Moreover, Ma Changyuan's cultivation level was inherently superior to Suyu's. He was convinced that Suyu would be utterly incapable of withstanding his blow. Everything unfolded precisely as Ma Changyuan had anticipated. His powerful annihilation punch struck Suyu's chest with tremendous force. Yet, an inexplicable event occurred. This formidable strike failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Suyu. It was as though it had collided with an impenetrable barrier. Suyu remained utterly unfazed. "Is this all?" Suyu remarked with a cold smirk. "Is this the full extent of your prowess, Brother Ma? It appears that the Dominance Fist sect is nothing extraordinary after all." As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson light ignited in Suyu's eyes as he deftly seized Ma Changyuan's right hand. In an instant, he activated the Chaotic Blood Scripture, unleashing a torrent of dark red radiance that enveloped Ma Changyuan. Before Ma Changyuan could comprehend what was transpiring, an eerie force surged into his body. The next moment echoed with his heart-wrenching screams. When the dark red light dissipated, the once robust Ma Changyuan had been reduced to a horrifying, lifeless husk. Chapter 42. 3 Blades Slay the Beast, Ambushed. How exhilarating. So this is the true essence of the chaotic blood scripture. Haha. Suyu reveled in the tidal wave of blood energy coursing through him, his heart brimming with ecstasy. Previously, he had believed that the chaotic blood scripture was merely a technique focused on refining the physical body, strengthening his blood energy. However, after encountering Ling Yu, he grasped the true power of the chaotic blood scripture. Just as Ling Yu had previously stated, one must first dismantle to rebuild. Only by destroying his own Dantian and relinquishing his entire cultivation could he truly comprehend the mysteries of the chaotic blood scripture. Thus, with the aid of its power, he could reconstruct a uniquely extraordinary Dantian within himself. This Dantian was unlike any ordinary Dantian. It resembled a spirit-gathering formation, capable of voraciously devouring the essence of heaven and earth, expediting his cultivation. Moreover, it possessed an astonishing devouring force, enabling him to forcibly absorb the blood energy of others for his own benefit. In doing so, his physical form would be significantly enhanced, ultimately forging an indestructible body. Empowered by this formidable technique, Siyu was resolutely confident in his ability to vanquish Jiang Hao. Furthermore, he could utilize the chaotic blood scripture's strength to drain Jiang Hao dry and exact his vengeance. Jiang Hao, you better brace yourself. I, Suyu, vow to personally slay you. Standing atop Ma Changyuan's corpse, a fierce killing intent flickered in Siyu's eyes. He then moved swiftly, racing forward at breakneck speed to escape the desert. At that moment, Jiang Hao, concealed within the shadowy forest, suddenly sneezed. What the heck is happening? Suddenly feeling a sense of unease? Furrowing his brow, Jiang Hao halted, warily surveying his surroundings. Although the shadowy forest was merely a region of moderate danger, it was still within the Blood Moon's secret realm. Apart from the ever-present possibility of encountering monks, the more imminent threat lies in the presence of beastly creatures. As anticipated, the moment Jiang Hao halted his steps, a shadow darted past him. In the next instant, a colossal wolf, cloaked entirely in black, leaped forth from the dense thicket. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a streak of black lightning, as it lunged towards Jiang Hao. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had already perfected his spirit wind steps to an extraordinary level. His agility surpassed imagination. Even the velocity of this dark giant wolf could not match his swiftness. With a graceful sidestep, Jiang Hao effortlessly evaded the wolf's fierce attack. The black wolf, taken aback by the unexpected miss, let out a series of furious howls. It was then that Jiang Hao discerned the true nature of this creature. It was a shadow wolf, currently possessing mid-level cultivation of the 3rd tier. A 3rd-tier beast is equivalent to a practitioner at the spirit transformation stage. The creature's mid-level 3rd-tier cultivation was formidable enough to rival a practitioner at the 5th level or higher of the spirit transformation realm. Due to the unique restrictions of the Blood Moon's secret realm, practitioners beyond the 5th level of spirit transformation are unable to set foot in this domain. Similarly, the most powerful beasts residing within the Blood Moon's secret realm cannot exceed the mid-level of the 3rd tier. Beasts surpassing this cultivation level would be forcibly eradicated by the realm's prohibitions. This means that the mid-level 3rd-tier Shadow Wolf before him is indeed the most powerful beast within the Blood Moon secret realm. No wonder I have felt a sense of unease. It seems this creature has been fixated on me all along. Jiang Hao regarded the Shadow Wolf with no hint of trepidation, but rather with a series of mocking smiles. To him, this wolf was hardly a challenge. However, just as he was about to take action, he suddenly noticed a black stone hanging from the wolf's neck. Could it be another stone? He never expected that such a rare treasure, so elusive in the outside world, would be draped around the neck of a shadow wolf. It appears that the Blood Moon's secret realm is indeed teeming with opportunities. The nether stone, as Jiang Hao referred to it, is an immensely precious type of spirit stone. Its composition is exceptionally hard, adorned with peculiar runes that emit a faint, eerie glow. When kept nearby during cultivation, it forms a shield of ethereal protection, safeguarding the practitioner from external disturbances. Moreover, it can accelerate the circulation of spiritual energy, significantly enhancing the cultivation speed. Such a valuable item was something Jiang Hao had never possessed. He truly did not anticipate acquiring such a rare treasure upon entering the Blood Moon's secret realm. Though he could easily grow stronger by merely relying on the evil deeds system, the ethereal shield formed by the netherstone is remarkably resilient, serving as an excellent protective artifact. With a gleam of greed flashing in his eyes, Jiang Hao mused, "Little wolf, your cultivation has already reached the limits of the Blood Moon's secret realm. To be honest, this netherstone holds little significance for you. Regardless, you can no longer continue your cultivation. It would be better to hand it over to me. As long as you obediently surrender the netherstone, I assure you I shall not lay a hand on you." Jiang Hao spoke to the Shadow Wolf as if coaxing a small puppy. However, his words utterly infuriated the Shadow Wolf. After all, it was a formidable beast, the sovereign of this shadow forest, and here it was being regarded as a mere dog by a human? Hell, the Shadow Wolf let out a roar, dark energy swirling around it like rolling ink clouds. Shortly thereafter, it opened its mouth and unleashed a black ray that shot towards Jiang Hao like lightning. Humph. A foolish creature. Jiang Hao's expression darkened. A flash of light appeared in his hand as the dragon blood frenzy blade materialized. With a casual swing, a crimson flame blade sliced through the air, instantly shattering the black ray. At that moment, a fierce killing intent surged in Jiang Hao's eyes. Just as I have recently mastered the 9 nether flame blade technique and have yet to unleash it, I shall practice on you, beast. The spiritual energy within Jiang Hao roared to life, the essence of the 9 nether flame blade technique circulating in his heart. With a swift movement, he dashed towards the beast like a wraith. Beast, receive my blade. Jiang Hao shouted, swinging the dragon blood frenzy blade fiercely. A blade of fiery brilliance tore through the air, aimed directly at the Shadow Wolf's head. The Shadow Wolf immediately sensed the immense power behind Jiang Hao's strike. It hastily activated the power of the nether stone, summoning a protective shield that glimmered to ward off this lethal blow. However, the dragon blood frenzy blade was a heavenly artifact, and the 9 nether flame blade technique was a celestial skill. Furthermore, with the true dragon's power coursing through Jiang Hao, the might of this strike was beyond comprehension. The clash between the blade light and the nether shield resulted in a thunderous explosion. The sturdy nether shield began to crack under the relentless assault of the blade light. The Shadow Wolf's eyes widened in utter horror. Yet before it could react, Jiang Hao's blade light descended once more. This time, the blade light was even more ferocious, resembling an enraged fire dragon, clawing and snapping as it lunged at the Shadow Wolf. The nether shield shattered completely, leaving the Shadow Wolf defenseless, and it was hurled backward. Not only was its body severely burned, but it also bore a deep gash that exposed bone. Jiang Hao granted the Shadow Wolf no respite, raising his hand to deliver a strike that severed its head. In merely 3 strikes, he effortlessly dispatched the mid-tier 3rd stage Shadow Wolf, a testament to his formidable strength. Moreover, this Shadow Wolf bore the nether stone, a treasure of immense value. Such a precious artifact adorning a beast like you is sheer waste, Jiang Hao proclaimed, removing the nether stone from the corpse of the Shadow Wolf. Yet at that very moment, Jiang Hao suddenly sensed an impending danger. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding an arrow that shot towards him like a bolt of lightning. Who goes there? Chapter 43. The unknown powerhouse's attempt to seize Jiang Hao's true dragon strength within the Blood Moon secret realm. Being ambushed by others is not an uncommon occurrence. After all, the nether stone is exceedingly precious, and it is only reasonable for individuals to contend for it. However, what astonished Jiang Hao was the remarkable ability of his assailant to conceal themselves so effectively. Had it not been for the sudden surge of murderous intent that alerted him, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to evade that lethal arrow entirely. Perhaps what has truly unsettled him from the beginning is not the lurking shadow of a wolf, but rather the enigmatic figure shrouded in darkness. Oh, you managed to evade my attack. A mocking chuckle shattered the silence. Who would have thought that the once derided scion of the Jiang family harbored such unfathomable strength? Jiang Hao, I must concede that you have indeed garnered my respect. As the words fell, a cultivator clad in a cerulean robe emerged from the shadows, materializing like a wraith. Alas, you shall ultimately meet your demise here today, just as your father did, an exceedingly tragic end. Initially, Jiang Hao was taken aback by the identity of this individual. However, upon hearing those words, a fierce blaze of rage ignited within him. Who are you? What connection do you have to my father's death? If you refuse to speak, I assure you that I will make you wish for death. Jiang Hao had assumed this person was after the nether stone, but it now appeared that was not the case at all. This individual had been targeting him from the very beginning and was aware of the circumstances surrounding his father's demise. In that moment, an overwhelming murderous intent enveloped Jiang Hao as a phantom of a crimson dragon sword behind him, exuding an air of majesty. He recalled vividly that 2 years prior, a multitude of demonic cultivators had emerged within the jurisdiction of Tianyan City. These fiends hailed from a sinister sect known as the Bloodthirst Hall, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent and razing nearby villages to the ground with their brutal tactics, instilling widespread panic. As the Lord of Tianyan City, Jiang Bin could not stand idly by. Thus, he personally led an army to quell the Bloodthirst Hall, ultimately uprooting the organization and executing all the demonic practitioners. Just when he thought the turmoil had subsided, an unforeseen calamity struck. On his return journey, Jiangbin inadvertently discovered a hidden cave containing precious spiritual mines. To ensure there were no dangers lurking within, he chose to enter the cave for reconnaissance. However, he never emerged again. The entire cave reportedly collapsed, and Jiangbin perished within its depths under mysterious circumstances, leaving no one privy to what transpired inside. Over the years, the Jiang family has dispatched countless experts to investigate. Even the venerable ancestor Jiang Ming took to the field personally, yet they uncovered not a single clue. Jiangbin was a pinnacle cultivator at the law manifestation stage, merely a step away from the harmonization realm. Such a formidable powerhouse met his demise within a cave, causing an immense uproar at the time. Some speculate that a terrifying beast resided within the cave, leading to a mutual destruction with Jiangbin. Others assert that a dreadful restriction within the cave directly obliterated Jiangbin. In any case, a multitude of conjectures emerged. Now, an unidentified cultivator has suddenly mentioned the death of Jiang Hao's father. Undoubtedly, this individual possesses knowledge of the events that transpired back then. Remarkable, truly remarkable. It is surprising that even your father could not fully awaken the true dragon power of the Jiang family, yet you have managed to do so. Observing the ethereal crimson dragon manifesting behind Jiang Hao, the cloaked cultivator displayed no hint of alarm. Instead, a glimmer of insatiable greed shone in his eyes. Jiang Hao, do you truly believe that slaying a shadowy wolf will suffice to confront me? You are far too naive. As for the cause of your father's demise, there is no need for you to rush to uncover it, for I shall soon send you to the underworld to reunite with your father. With that, the cloaked cultivator summoned a tempest of thunderous power. He raised his right hand, and lightning transformed into numerous arrows, aimed directly at Jiang Hao. To enter the Blood Moon secret realm, he was willing to employ secret techniques, sacrificing his cultivation to descend to the 5th layer of the transformation spirit realm. It can be said that he paid an exceedingly painful price. However, as long as he could vanquish Jiang Hao, it would all be worth it. For others, the Blood Moon secret realm is a place of treasure and destiny. Yet for the cloaked cultivator, Jiang Hao represents the ultimate opportunity. He must slay Jiang Hao here and seize the true dragon bloodline of the Jiang family. Initially, he believed that locating Jiang Hao within the Blood Moon secret realm would require several days. Little did he expect to encounter Jiang Hao so swiftly. In the cloaked cultivator's eyes, it was as if fate itself was assisting him in claiming the true dragon bloodline of the Jiang family. However, just as he believed Jiang Hao could not evade his assault, he witnessed Jiang Hao employing a dreamlike, ethereal technique to nimbly weave through the lightning arrows, effortlessly avoiding each one. It was as if he had anticipated the trajectory of every lightning arrow, allowing him to evade with remarkable composure. This scene astonished the cloaked cultivator, disbelief flooding his eyes. How is this possible? What manner of technique is this? Although Jiang Hao had previously evaded him while concealed, the cloaked cultivator assumed it was merely due to Jiang Hao's heightened vigilance. After all, Jiang Hao is the sole prodigy in millennia to have fully awakened the true dragon bloodline of the Jiang family. Evading a single lightning arrow seemed hardly remarkable. Thus, he decisively unleashed countless lightning arrows, leaving no opportunity for Jiang Hao. Yet who could have imagined that Jiang Hao would evade them all? Before the cloaked cultivator could react, Jiang Hao's spectral figure appeared before him in an instant. In that moment, Jiang Hao summoned the entirety of his fiery power, igniting his blade in a fierce blaze. With a single stroke, the flames surged forth like a dragon, tearing through the heavens, causing even the earth to tremble. This was the celestial destruction slash from the 9 nether fiery blade technique. The azure-robed cultivator hastily conjured a bronze cauldron to defend himself, yet it proved insufficient to shield him completely. He was thrust back several dozen meters, his outer garments charred and tattered, his body blackened and in utter disarray. The ground bore a profound crack, a testament to the astonishing might of Jiang Hao's strike. This was the 9 nether fiery blade technique, a technique of the heavenly tier. How could you possibly have mastered it? Blood trickled from the corner of the azure-robed cultivator's mouth as he gazed at Jiang Hao in utter astonishment. In this world, martial arts and treasures are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The higher the tier, the more arduous the path of cultivation for an ordinary cultivator. Even if fortunate enough to obtain a heavenly tier technique, it would take decades of relentless training to master, and many may never achieve it in a lifetime. He found it unfathomable that a mere cultivator at the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm could grasp the 9 nether fiery blade technique. Not to mention, Jiang Hao was still so young. Even if he were only at the threshold of mastery, such talent was extraordinary. Observing the azure-robed cultivator's disheveled state, Jiang Hao let out a derisive cold laugh. You, a mere wretch, dare to speak of killing me? The audacity is laughable. Jiang Hao could discern that this azure-robed cultivator was no ordinary foe, possessing a significant background. But regardless of who he was, upon entering this Blood Moon's secret realm, his cultivation would surely be limited to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Even the Shadow Wolf, which bore the Netherstone, had been slain by his 3 strikes. Now, what was there for him to fear from this azure-robed cultivator? The azure-robed cultivator was thoroughly enraged by Jiang Hao's words. The bronze cauldron he had summoned radiated a dazzling golden light, accompanied by a tempestuous surge of thunderous power. You little brat, if we were in the outside world, with your meager strength, I could easily erase you from existence. Though my cultivation is now reduced to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm, I am not someone you can easily insult. The azure-robed cultivator bellowed, his right hand forming a seal, causing the cauldron to respond with a cacophony of crackling lightning. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning, akin to a golden dragon, descended with apocalyptic force, crashing down upon Jiang Hao. To ensure a decisive blow, he conjured dozens of lightning arrows, surrounding Jiang Hao in an impenetrable barricade, attempting to leave him with nowhere to escape. Yet this time, Jiang Hao harbored no thoughts of evasion. He stood firm, motionless, allowing the rampant lightning to strike him. Chapter 44. Defeating the azure-robed cultivator and demanding answers about his father's demise. Ha! You boy, you cannot escape. Your death is certain. Once you meet your end, the true dragon bloodline within you will become mine. The azure-robed cultivator gazed upon Jiang Hao, who was engulfed by the might of thunder, and burst into unrestrained laughter. In his eyes, Jiang Hao was at the end of his rope, having despairingly surrendered all hope of resistance. The treasure he wielded, known as the Thunder Cauldron, was a lower-grade heavenly artifact. Although his cultivation had diminished to the 5th layer of the spirit transformation realm, rendering him unable to fully unleash the Thunder Cauldron's overwhelming power, it was more than sufficient to slay Jiang Hao. He could not fathom that Jiang Hao could withstand the devastating blow from a heavenly artifact. Even with protective armor adorning his body, survival was impossible. However, as the lightning dissipated, the smile on the azure-robed cultivator's face abruptly froze. Jiang Hao stood before him, completely unscathed, as if the earlier cataclysmic thunder had not touched him in the slightest. Even more astonishing was the golden aura enveloping Jiang Hao, shimmering with brilliance. This was none other than Jiang Hao's protective spiritual light. The foundational technique of the heavenly profound sect, the everlasting technique, grants such spiritual light only upon reaching mastery. Yet, Jiang Hao had not practiced the everlasting technique, but rather the superior grade heavenly everlasting technique. This elevated his protective spiritual light to an unprecedented level of strength. Moreover, he had recently acquired the Netherstone from the Shadow Wolf, merging the Nether Shield with his protective spiritual light, resulting in an astounding defense. The reason Jiang Hao did not evade the earlier attack was not due to an inability to do so, but rather because there was no need to evade at all. How could this be possible? The azure-robed cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. While he was aware that Jiang Hao had seized the Netherstone, it was clear that what enveloped Jiang Hao was not the Nether Shield. Could it be the protective spiritual light of the everlasting technique? Yet that could not be. The everlasting technique was merely a mysterious grade technique. How could it yield such formidable protective spiritual light? The azure-robed cultivator's thoughts spiraled into terror, causing him to instinctively retreat 2 steps. Initially, he had been completely confident in eliminating Jiang Hao and seizing the true dragon bloodline within him. Yet now, it appeared that the reality was quite different. Jiang Hao's strength far exceeded his expectations. Is this all you have? I expected your full assault to be formidable, Jiang Hao remarked, observing the azure-robed cultivator's astonishment with a sense of derision. Soon, however, his expression turned grave. What did you mean when you spoke of taking my true dragon bloodline? Could it be that my father's demise is linked to this? If you divulge everything, I might consider granting you a swift death. Impertinent. The azure-robed cultivator bellowed in fury. Jiang Hao, I admit, I have indeed underestimated you. But do you truly believe you can kill me? I will never allow you to leave the Blood Moon's secret realm alive. Before entering the Blood Moon's secret realm, the azure-robed cultivator's cultivation had reached the realm of Dharma manifestation. Such cultivation is sufficient to obliterate any practitioner at the spirit transformation stage. Even though he sacrificed most of his power to enter the Blood Moon's secret realm, leaving him with merely the strength of the 5th layer of spirit transformation, he is not someone Jiang Hao can easily humiliate. The blue-robed cultivator clenched his fist in the void, and the thunderous force emanating from the thunder cauldron instantly coalesced into a shimmering long sword of lightning. Even the air around the blue-robed cultivator was entwined with raging thunder. Then, he gripped the lightning sword tightly and charged fiercely at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, prepare to meet your demise. The blue-robed cultivator roared repeatedly, swinging the lightning sword with relentless precision. The power of thunder rampaged, as if it sought to tear this world asunder. Yet, to Jiang Hao's eyes, it was riddled with flaws. No matter how formidable the blue-robed cultivator's original power was, stepping into the Blood Moon's secret realm meant he was left with only the 5th layer of spirit transformation. To Jiang Hao, this individual was but a fragile target. Although the wind spirit step he had mastered was merely a technique of the Xian rank, his cultivation had elevated it to an extraordinary level, surpassing its original classification. Furthermore, the Changchun heavenly art allowed Jiang Hao to harness the forces of nature, not only enabling him to sustain an unending flow of spiritual power, but also significantly enhancing his physical prowess. Regardless of how the blue-robed cultivator attacked, Jiang Hao effortlessly evaded. No, this cannot be happening. The blue-robed cultivator, increasingly horrified, found his assaults becoming increasingly chaotic. He could hardly fathom being cornered by an insignificant insect he could crush with ease. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of icy determination flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes, akin to a leopard seizing upon its prey's fatal weakness. He surged forward, launching a counterattack. The 9-nether blade technique, Void Shatter. Jiang Hao bellowed, the dragon blood frenzy blade igniting with blazing flames, as the ethereal red dragon behind him melded into the blade, releasing a series of thunderous roars. This strike, imbued with the power to rend space itself, cleaved toward the blue-robed cultivator with an intensity far beyond his imagination. His expression turned to one of sheer terror, instinctively attempting to evade, only to find his movements utterly constrained by Jiang Hao's wind spirit step. He could not budge an inch. Boom! The clash of blade light and thunder erupted in a deafening roar. The blue-robed cultivator felt an unprecedented force surge toward him, shattering the lightning sword he held tightly. Blood spattered. A deep gash, revealing bone, was carved into his chest by the dragon blood frenzy blade, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. How could this be? I have been defeated by a mere spirit transformation cultivator. He attempted to rise, only to see the blade flash once more. His legs were severed by Jiang Hao's strike. Ah, my legs, my legs. The blue-robed cultivator emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Who could have imagined that a once mighty figure of the wood meet such a tragic end? Speak. How did my father die? Otherwise, I shall ensure that you find no solace in life nor in death. Jiang Hao, enveloped in flames, resembled a fiery deity as he approached the cloaked cultivator. With but a single stroke, he could easily slay him, yet he refrained. For he needed to extract the truth of what transpired in that cave years ago. You dream. Even if I perish, I shall never divulge the truth. Before the cloaked cultivator could finish, Jiang Hao raised his hand and severed his right arm. The agonizing pain nearly shattered the cultivator's resolve. Defeated by a mere practitioner was already unbearable. How could he endure such humiliation and torment at Jiang Hao's hands? Jiang Hao, you shall never learn the cause of your father's death. Just wait. The awakening of your true dragon power will lead you to a grave without rest. You will surely die at the hands of those closest to you. Ah. In a fit of rage, the cloaked cultivator chose to self-destruct. Jiang Hao attempted to intervene, but he was a moment too late. Chapter 45, Bearing the Sinister System, Is It Wrong to Act Immorally? Damn, this fellow was indeed decisive in his self-detonation. Rather than reveal the truth, he preferred death. What truly happened all those years ago? The more Jiang Hao pondered, the graver his expression became, his fists clenching involuntarily. Although the cloaked cultivator had perished in his explosion, the words he spoke had allowed Jiang Hao to keenly grasp a pivotal piece of information. The cause of his father Jiang Bin's death must be intricately linked to the true dragon power of the Jiang family. This cloaked cultivator, willing to sacrifice everything and obliterate his own cultivation, sought to invade the Blood Moon's secret realm for the sake of seizing Jiang Hao's true dragon bloodline. This was ample proof that his uncle Lin Mo's conjecture was indeed correct. There were no fearsome beasts lurking within that cave. Rather, it was an unknown powerful entity that ambushed Jiang Hao's father. They had believed they could extract the true dragon bloodline from Jiang Bin, but alas, he had not fully awakened the complete true dragon power of the Jiang family. Thus, their target shifted to Jiang Hao. When I awakened the true dragon power, I was within the Tianxian sect. During this period, Aside from my family, I disclosed this matter to no one. In fact, my uncle even issued orders to seal all information to prevent leaks. Yet, how could that cloaked cultivator be aware of the true dragon power residing within me? As this thought crossed his mind, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. The members of the Jiang family are his closest kin. They would never betray him. After all, with the true dragon bloodline of the Jiang family coursing through his veins, their fates are intertwined. Thus, there remains but one possibility. There is a traitor within the Tianxian sect. Once I emerge from the Blood Moon secret realm, I shall meticulously root out each and every one of you. I am eager to uncover who covets the true dragon power of the Jiang family. A flicker of boundless murderous intent gleamed in Jiang Hao's eyes. Yet, at present, his strength remains insufficient. The green-robed cultivator earlier, with his constant proclamations of this seat, undoubtedly possessed cultivation beyond the Dharma manifestation realm. Such formidable beings would be insurmountable to Jiang Hao in the outside world. His victory over the green-robed cultivator was solely due to the latter's self-destruction of his cultivation in order to enter the Blood Moon secret realm. Now, enemies lurking in the shadows have set their sights upon him. Jiang Hao cannot afford to remain idle. He must swiftly elevate his prowess. Since the Blood Moon secret realm permits the seizing of others' fortunes and allows for reckless actions, how could I remain indifferent? This is a fortuitous opportunity to amass a wealth of malevolent points. A slight smirk graced Jiang Hao's lips, revealing a classic villain smile. He then promptly collected the storage bag from the green-robed cultivator, along with the Thunderfire Cauldron, and hastily departed from the shadowy mountain forest. Within the Blood Moon secret realm, there exist 3 perilous locations: the Bloodwater Abyss, the Phantom Labyrinth, and the Blood Moon Altar. It is widely acknowledged that the most dangerous places often harbor extraordinary treasures and opportunities defying fate. Those who step into the Blood Moon secret realm are undoubtedly the cream of the crop among the younger generations of various sects and powers. This signifies that these 3 treacherous sites will undoubtedly gather countless cultivators vying for rare opportunities. If Jiang Hao wishes to rapidly accumulate malevolent points, it would be wise to engage in misdeeds at these locations. Furthermore, based on his understanding of Su Yu, he is certain that this individual will also venture toward the most perilous areas of the Blood Moon secret realm. Should Jiang Hao fail to amass a substantial amount of malevolent points during this venture, it would be a considerable loss. Currently, the closest location to the shadowy mountain forest is the Phantom Labyrinth. It is said that the Phantom Labyrinth is a crypt composed of countless intricate passages and chambers. The walls and floors of the crypt are cloaked in a thin layer of black crystal, which emits a faint ghostly glow, forming various eerie patterns. The air is perpetually filled with low howls and anguished wails, creating a chilling atmosphere. He is eager to discover what rare treasures may be concealed within this terrifying Phantom Labyrinth. Just as Jiang Hao departed the shadowy mountain forest and stepped into an ordinary valley, he suddenly beheld a robust figure engaged in a fierce battle with a crimson wild boar, wielding a flying sword. Though the struggle was arduous, the man ultimately triumphed, slaying the wild boar with his sword. Following this, he astonishingly extracted a holy red jade token from the boar's belly. Upon seeing this, the man exclaimed with excitement, "Could this possibly be the Flame Spirit Jade token? What a treasure of the low-grade heavenly tier this is! How could it be found within the body of a crimson fire boar? My heavens, my luck is extraordinary. This must be my destined opportunity." The man held the Flame Spirit Jade plate tightly, his hands trembling with excitement. However, just as he was engulfed in euphoria, Jiang Hao slowly emerged from the side. He first scrutinized the man from head to toe, then his gaze settled upon the Flame Spirit Jade plate. "I'm afraid not. That opportunity does not belong to you. It rightfully belongs to me," Jiang Hao declared, raising his hand at the man. "Be quick and hand it over." "Why should I?" The man immediately stowed the Flame Spirit Jade plate into his storage pouch. Although he was not a fire-type cultivator and the jade plate did not hold significant value for him, it was still a heavenly tier treasure. Even if he could not utilize it himself, he could sell it for a substantial amount of spirit stones or trade it with other fellow cultivators for a heavenly tier treasure he desired. There was no way he would let Jiang Hao take it from him so easily. In that moment, the man's aura became intensely ferocious, and the winds around him began to howl. "If I recall correctly, you must be Jiang Hao, the young master of the Jiang family. Do you really believe that your family's background can threaten me? Such delusions. I am Lu Qingyu, the chief disciple of the Qingfeng sect, and today I shall teach you a lesson for your arrogance." With Lu Qingyu's furious shout, He brandished his long sword and charged towards Jiang Hao like an arrow released from its bow. In his view, with his cultivation at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm, how could he possibly fear a mere 4th level cultivator? What did it matter if the opponent was the young master of the Jiang family? In the Blood Moon secret realm, no Jiang family guards would be able to protect Jiang Hao. Here, strength reigned supreme. Only those with the might could claim the opportunities of others. Yet, as Lu Qingyu rushed towards him at breakneck speed, Jiang Hao remained completely unperturbed, merely smiling faintly. He casually drew out the Dragon Blood Fury blade and a crimson dragon sword behind him, exuding a tremendous aura. This terrifying presence instantly left Lu Qingyu trembling in fear, causing him to falter in his attack. In less than a moment, the once boisterous Lu Qingyu found himself battered and bruised, kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Young Master Jiang, I am blind to not recognize your worth. Please, take the Flame Spirit Jade Plate. Lu Qingyu did not dare to hesitate, promptly retrieving the Flame Spirit Jade Plate and offering it to Jiang Hao. Why go through all this trouble? Wouldn't it have been easier to hand it over willingly and avoid a beating? Jiang Hao accepted the Flame Spirit Jade Plate without hesitation, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Forcibly seizing another's opportunity. Evil Deed Value, 300. Jiang Hao felt no surprise at the system's awarded evil deed value. After all, it was an evil deed system. Committing wrongful acts to seize others' opportunities was entirely reasonable. However, just as Jiang Hao was about to depart, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He cast a cold glance at Lu Qingyu and inquired, "Have you seen Suyu? If you know his whereabouts, I might be inclined to offer you a reward." Chapter 46. Suyu feels invincible. Suyu? Are you referring to that Suyu from Tianxin's sect? Lu Qingyu, having lost the Flame Spirit Jade Medal to Jiang Hao, was seething with anger. Alas, he stood no chance against Jiang Hao. Now, with Jiang Hao mentioning Suyu, he recalled an encounter from his time in the Boundless Desert, where he had indeed seen Suyu. The prospect of receiving a reward from Jiang Hao lightened his spirit somewhat. Yes, it is he. Jiang Hao nodded slightly. So, you have seen him? Jiang Hao was genuinely surprised that a mere passerby could provide information on Suyu's whereabouts, rather than venturing into the Ghost Shadow Maze. Jiang Hao preferred to deal with Suyu first. Indeed, I saw him. Lu Qingyu slowly rose and solemnly stated. I caught a glimpse of Suyu in the Boundless Desert. If my memory serves me correctly, he seemed to be heading towards the Ghost Shadow Maze. Moreover, he specifically mentioned that you should seek him out there, claiming that old grievances and new grudges would be settled together. At that moment, Lu Qingyu had just entered the Blood Moon secret realm and was transported to the outskirts of the Boundless Desert. Not long after, he witnessed Suyu bursting forth from the sands. Initially, Suyu passed by without acknowledging him, but for reasons unknown, he suddenly turned back. At first, Lu Qingyu thought Suyu intended to confront him. However, that was not the case. Suyu inexplicably conversed with him, saying, Kid, if you encounter Jiang Hao in the Blood Moon secret realm, tell him to come find me in the Ghost Shadow Maze. Let us settle our scores, old and new. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu felt utterly perplexed. However, considering the prior conflict between Jiang Hao and Suyu outside the Blood Moon secret realm, it was not surprising that harsh words had been exchanged. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Qingyu's recounting, Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Ha! This is too amusing. He actually dares to provoke me? Coincidentally, he had intended to visit the Ghost Shadow Maze as well, and he was eager to see how this fellow would confront him. With that, Jiang Hao decisively turned to leave. Lu Qingyu, witnessing this, hurriedly shouted, But you said you would reward me. Reward? Jiang Hao turned back, a seemingly harmless smile gracing his face. Did I ever utter such words? If you insist on a reward, I wouldn't mind giving you a good beating. Before his words could fully settle, Jiang Hao had already summoned the Dragon Blood Mad Blade and, riding the blade, sped towards the Ghost Shadow Maze. Inconsistency and mockery. Evil Acts Value, 100. Watching Jiang Hao's retreating figure, Lu Qingyu was utterly dumbfounded. Not only had he lost the Flame Spirit Jade Medal to Jiang Hao, but he had also been subjected to such mockery. Even if he possessed exceptional endurance, he could no longer contain his rage and roared out loud. I am furious. Jiang Hao, you shall wait for me. If this grudge remains unavenged, I shall forsake my lineage. Ignoring the furious shouts echoing behind him, Jiang Hao remained unfazed. Having bound himself to the system of malevolence, he aspired to become a formidable villain. Thus, what harm was there in committing acts of wrongdoing? In this fantastical realm, the law of the jungle prevailed. The strong were meant to mercilessly humiliate the foolish weaklings. This sentiment resonated deeply with Jiang Hao, serving as his guiding principle. As he traversed the land, whenever he encountered cultivators, he wasted no time in seizing the treasures they possessed. The Jiang family was one of the foremost clans of the Great Flame Dynasty. To him, these treasures were but fleeting whispers of the wind. What he truly valued was the accumulation of malevolent points. Once he exited the Blood Moon's secret realm, he would undoubtedly experience a significant boost in power. However, his actions inevitably incited the ire of numerous cultivators within the Blood Moon's secret realm. That night, amidst the pitch-black sky and howling winds, many cultivators gathered in a secluded valley, engaged in fervent discussions. How outrageous! What gives Jiang Hao the right to act in such a manner? As the young master of the Jiang family, he lacks for nothing. Why must he steal our belongings? This is clearly a manifestation of his habitual wickedness. No wonder Suyu bears such deep-seated hatred for him. I initially thought the issue lay with Suyu, but it seems Jiang Hao's transgressions are far more egregious. We are all elite representatives of our respective sects and powers. How can we endure such humiliation from Jiang Hao? Indeed, we cannot tolerate this indignity. We must show Jiang Hao the consequences of his actions. But what if, once we leave the Blood Moon's secret realm, the Jiang family seeks revenge against us? What is there to fear? The Blood Moon's secret realm is a domain governed by the survival of the fittest, where the contention for treasures and opportunities is permitted. As long as we do not seek to end Jiang Hao's life, it is of little consequence. Well said. We must unite and teach Jiang Hao a lesson. The assembly quickly reached a consensus, united in their cause. Among them were those who had previously suffered humiliation at Jiang Hao's hands in the Jiang family's mind. They had long harbored grievances, and now, having had their treasures snatched away by him within the Blood Moon's secret realm, their anger surged to new heights. In that moment, they spontaneously allied and made their way toward the Ghost Shadow Maze. Meanwhile, deep within the Blood Moon's secret realm, in the Ghost Shadow Maze, Suyu unleashed a swift strike with his sword, the Crimson Sword energy gravely wounding a cultivator before him. A deep gash, revealing bone, appeared on the cultivator's chest, blood gushing forth, leaving him in a state of extreme weakness. Spare me, spare me. I can offer you anything you desire. Please, allow me to live. The gravely injured cultivator looked at Suyu with palpable terror. He could never have anticipated encountering such a madman as Suyu within the Ghost Shadow Maze. In fact, he did not even recognize Suyu, yet inexplicably found himself ambushed by him. What do you desire? I can provide anything for you. Very well, then. Surrender your life to me. In an instant, a peculiar dark red aura erupted from Suyu, enveloping the cultivator before him, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. The previously wounded cultivator was reduced to a horrifying, lifeless husk. After absorbing the opponent's blood energy, Suyu experienced a remarkable enhancement in both his physical strength and overall power. He has now ascended to the fourth layer of the spirit transformation realm. One cannot deny the addictive nature of the power derived from the chaotic blood scripture. Yet, I am willing to pay any price, as long as it leads to greater strength. The reason Suyu chose to unleash his wrath within the Ghost Shadow Maze was precisely because he could slaughter without fear of being discovered. After all, the Ghost Shadow Maze is known to be the most perilous location within the Blood Moon's secret realm. Moreover, the internal environment of the maze is exceptionally unique and complex, rife with terrifying illusions. Who could possibly suspect Suyu engaging in a spree of murder while simultaneously enhancing his prowess? What a delightful endeavor. Jiang Hao, oh Jiang Hao, I hope you arrive soon. I assure you, I will make this Ghost Shadow Maze your tomb. Ha. Chapter 47. The Ghost Shadow Maze, a landscape of corpses. Suyu made his way from the boundless desert straight to the Ghost Shadow Maze, continuously hurling provocations at Jiang Hao along the way. His goal was to incite Jiang Hao's fury, compelling him to recklessly charge into the Ghost Shadow Maze. In Suyu's eyes, Jiang Hao has always been inferior to him. Whether in innate talent or the techniques he practiced, Suyu believed he utterly eclipsed Jiang Hao. Were it not for the illustrious status of the Jiang family, what would Jiang Hao amount to? Merely an ordinary individual. Previously, in the mine, Jiang Hao had not only lost his cultivation but also all semblance of dignity. Suyu harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, dreaming of the day he could take Jiang Hao's life. Now that Suyu has unlocked the true potential of the chaotic blood scripture, his strength has surged. He is brimming with confidence in his abilities. Should Jiang Hao dare to step foot into the Ghost Shadow Maze, it would surely be his demise. Jiang Hao, with your arrogant demeanor, I can confidently assert that you will come to the Ghost Shadow Maze. I am eager to see how you will escape this place. Perhaps you won't even make it past the first trial of the maze. Siyu was already aware of the secrets within the Ghost Shadow Maze. He believed that Jiang Hao would undoubtedly become trapped within, flailing about like a headless fly. However, despite his confidence, to ensure he could eliminate Jiang Hao without fail, he resolutely began a frenzied hunt for human cultivators. For him, each human cultivator represented an exceptional source of nourishment to enhance his power. By defeating them, he could absorb their blood energy, further augmenting his strength. As fortune would have it, one could thoroughly explore the Phantom Maze and perhaps uncover the legendary treasure spoken of by Ling Yu. By the time Jiang Hao arrived at the Phantom Maze, it was already the dawn of the following day, marking the second day since he had entered the Blood Moon's secret realm. True to the rumors, the so-called Phantom Maze was, in fact, a vast underground palace. Jiang Hao had yet to set foot inside, merely standing at the entrance. He could already hear the chilling wails emanating from within. It was as if countless spirits were whispering in hushed tones, or perhaps ferocious beasts were lurking in the shadows, sharpening their fangs in anticipation. How intriguing! They say that the three perilous locations within the Blood Moon's secret realm conceal immense opportunities. I am eager to witness what treasures lie hidden within this Phantom Maze. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao hoisted the dragon blood blade upon his shoulder and strode boldly into the depths of the palace. The instant he crossed the threshold, a wave of icy dread washed over him, as if countless frigid fingers caressed his skin. Surrounding him was an oppressive darkness, punctuated only by faint, ghostly glimmers emanating from unknown corners. The air was thick with the stench of decay and dampness, provoking an involuntary urge to retch. Coupled with the occasional low howls and piercing wails echoing in his ears, the entire underground palace exuded an aura of sinister terror. However, to Jiang Hao, this atmosphere was inconsequential. He disregarded the macabre surroundings and pressed onward into the maze's depths. Soon, 3 stone doors materialized before him, each leading to a different path. No wonder they dubbed it the Phantom Maze. Only one of these doors could possibly lead in the right direction. Jiang Hao surveyed the 3 stone doors with a slight smile. Well, no need to overthink it. After all, my primary objective here is to locate Su Yu. Since this fellow is hiding within the Phantom Maze, I am determined to flush him out. With that thought, Jiang Hao proceeded toward the door on the far right. Upon entering, he found himself in a long, narrow passage, shrouded in mystery. Perhaps sensing the presence of a human, a shadow suddenly darted out from the depths of the corridor as he stepped inside. It was a black rat, its size akin to that of a tiger. Its eyes glowed a menacing red, and its fearsome fangs made for a terrifying visage. Its cultivation level had already reached the early stage of the 3rd tier. How absurd. I was expecting a fearsome beast, yet it turns out to be just a foul rat. I could easily dispatch even mid-tier beasts with 3 swift strikes. Why would I fear this repugnant rodent? With a mere flick of his wrist, Jiang Hao effortlessly dispatched the large black rat. However, the surge of spiritual energy from the ensuing battle, along with the pungent stench of the beast's blood, attracted a horde of creatures from the depths ahead. Their strength was not particularly formidable, all comparable to the black rat, if not slightly weaker. The only challenging aspect lies in the overwhelming numbers and the excessively narrow passage, making it nearly impossible to unleash his full potential. Otherwise, with Jiang Hao's prowess, he could effortlessly send these demonic beasts to their demise with just a few strikes. Fortunately, Jiang Hao possesses exceptional agility. Even in the constricted terrain, he deftly evades the onslaught of these creatures. He cleaves through the demonic beasts, advancing from the entrance of the passage to its very end, leaving a path of devastation in his wake. Upon entering a chamber reminiscent of a crypt, the demonic beast finally ceased to appear. However, Jiang Hao was profoundly shaken by the sight before him. On the ground of this sepulchral chamber lay several desiccated corpses of human cultivators. What could have transpired? Why did these individuals meet their end here? And how did they become such withered remains? If memory serves him right, the demonic creatures that had appeared in the passage moments ago were predominantly rat demons. These rat demons lacked the capacity to forcibly drain a cultivator's life force to the point of desiccation. Presently, this chamber held nothing but an empty space, save for a lone coffin at its center, devoid of any treasures imbued with special powers. Not even a trace of the demonic beast could be found. How then? Did these individuals perish? Moreover, if there were so many rat demons previously, why had they not feasted upon the human corpses? Furthermore, those who dared to enter the Blood Moon's secret realm were undoubtedly the elite youths of various sects and factions. Their audacity to venture into the Ghost Shadow Maze suggested a profound confidence in their abilities. surely possessing cultivation at least at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Yet, these individuals met such a tragic fate here, leaving Jiang Hao utterly astonished. The Ghost Shadow Maze, indeed, is fraught with enigmas. Jiang Hao did not dwell excessively on the matter, as the lives or deaths of these individuals were of no concern to him. Upon confirming that the chamber offered no further exits and was merely a dead end, he resolved to retrace his steps. However, upon stepping back into the passage leading to the chamber, a bizarre occurrence transpired once more. The multitude of demonic beast corpses that had littered the ground had vanished without a trace. Even the nauseating stench of blood had dissipated entirely. It was as if those demonic beasts had never existed at all. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, Jiang Hao's expression shifted drastically. While he was confident in his own strength, he could not deny that he had underestimated the Ghost Shadow Maze. The abrupt disappearance of the numerous demonic beasts could only imply one thing. Perhaps, from the very beginning, those creatures had never existed. Everything had merely been an illusion. Chapter 48. Everything was just an illusion. Upon realizing that all that had transpired was but a figment of his imagination, Jiang Hao finally comprehended why the demonic beasts had not feasted upon the corpses of the cultivators. After all, for these beasts, the flesh and blood of cultivators would be a tremendous source of nourishment. They could not possibly ignore such bodies. No matter, even if I am ensnared in an illusion, it shall have no bearing on me. Jiang Hao exhibited not a trace of panic. He swiftly gathered his thoughts and maintained his composure. In that moment, he activated the launch on heavenly art. Instantly, a golden protective aura enveloped him, shimmering with brilliance. This protective light not only served to shield Jiang Hao effectively, but also eradicated any negative states afflicting him. Furthermore, it ensured that Jiang Hao remained perpetually alert, impervious to external disturbances. This was indeed the most formidable aspect of the Longchun heavenly art, a state of natural tranquility. As the art commenced, Jiang Hao gradually perceived his vision becoming clearer. It dawned upon him that the very source of his unknowing descent into illusion was the layer of peculiar black crystals adorning the walls and floor of the underground palace. These crystals emanated a faint, eerie glow, profoundly strange. Prolonged exposure to this spectral light would inevitably plunge one into an inescapable illusion. At the moment he extricated himself from the mirage, Jiang Hao swiftly returned to the 3 stone doors he had encountered earlier, only to find them transformed entirely. The rightmost door he had previously traversed was now black, as was the central door. Only the leftmost door exhibited a distinctive bronze hue. Undoubtedly, the central and right doors led to an inescapable demise. Had Jiang Hao not freed himself from the illusion in time, he might have been eternally ensnared within. How intriguing! I had not anticipated that the phantom maze would be so entertaining. I am now quite curious about what might transpire should I enter through the normal stone door. With that thought, Jiang Hao resolutely approached the leftmost door. Yet, just as he prepared to step through, a furious voice erupted behind him. Halt! Jiang Hao, you shameless wretch! Return our treasures at once. Otherwise, you shall not take a single step beyond the phantom maze today. As the voice faded, a multitude of cultivators surged forth like a tidal wave, encircling Jiang Hao completely. It then struck him that these individuals were none other than those he had forcibly robbed of their treasures. Ah, so it is you all. Quite bold of you to pursue me into the phantom maze. Observing their stance, it seemed they intended to join forces against him. Jiang Hao surveyed the surrounding cultivators, a smirk of disdain curling at his lips. Ants are ultimately just ants. What significance does their number hold? Indeed, Lu Qingyu, from whom Jiang Hao had taken the flame spirit jade tablet, bellowed, Jiang Hao, if you do not return our treasures today, do not blame us for being rude. After all, this is the Blood Moon's secret realm. To put it bluntly, even if we were to slay you, it would pose no issue at all. Do you truly believe that you, alone, can contend with so many of us? Lu Qingyu and his companions were seething with rage over Jiang Hao's actions. Today, we must compel Jiang Hao to surrender all those treasures, exclaimed one with great fervor, instilling an undeniable sense of intimidation in me. I must flee. Jiang Hao, after uttering his words, swiftly turned towards the black stone door on the far right. The labyrinthine depths of the Ghost Shadow Maze were fraught with peril. He could not be allowed to escape. It was imperative to intercept him immediately. Without hesitation, the crowd pursued him, unconcerned about what lay beyond the stone door. Their numbers were ample, and their strength formidable. Even should they encounter a ferocious beast, they could vanquish it collectively. However, as they rushed through the stone door, Jiang Hao emerged leisurely from the black gate. Those who had chased after him seemed to have vanished into thin air, failing to appear alongside him. They were ensnared in an endless illusion, caught in a fierce struggle against the beasts within the maze, influenced by its peculiar power. Jiang Hao had discerned the eerie black glow tainting them the moment he spotted them, indicating their unwitting subjugation to the maze's mystical force. Upon stepping through the stone door, this power activated completely, plunging them into a phantasmagoria, deliberately luring others into a trap. Evil deeds value 300. For someone of Jiang Hao's caliber, dealing with these individuals would have been a mere trifle. Yet, entangling with them served no purpose and would impede his quest within the ghost shadow maze to locate Su Yu. In Jiang Hao's estimation, Su Yu, as the destined child endowed with the power of the heavenly Tao, could never meet the same untimely demise as those unfortunate cultivators who perished inexplicably within the maze. Surely, he would manifest his protagonist's aura and evade various dangers. Most likely, Su Yu had already extricated himself from the illusion and entered the normal bronze door. To avoid wasting time, Jiang Hao decisively led them into the black stone door, leaving them to their fates. He then promptly pushed open the normal bronze door and strode inside. Upon entering the bronze door, he found yet another narrow corridor. However, this passageway bore no signs of beasts, and Jiang Hao proceeded forward. Along the sides of the corridor, numerous black crystals emanated a ghostly light. Clearly, prolonged passage through this corridor would also lead to the onset of illusions. None of the three doors could be deemed absolutely safe. Yet, in comparison to the two black stone doors, the bronze door offered a slight semblance of tranquility. The moment Jiang Hao exited the corridor, a vast and solemn hall unfolded before him. In the center of the hall stood a black throne. At this moment, Su Yu sat upon it, regal as a king, surrounded by several ghastly, withered corpses. As Su Yu beheld Jiang Hao entering the grand hall, his expression transformed dramatically. You have arrived here so swiftly? Su Yu found himself in the very depths of the ghost shadow labyrinth, a place he knew intimately, fully aware that it was suffused with an ethereal light capable of ensnaring one's mind in illusions. Initially, even he had nearly succumbed to its effects. Fortunately, the power of the chaotic blood scripture allowed him to maintain clarity at all times, preventing him from becoming ensnared in the mirage. He had anticipated that someone as inept as Jiang Hao would undoubtedly fall victim to the black ethereal light, becoming lost in the illusions for an extended period. Su Yu lingered here solely to hunt those human cultivators who dared to enter the grand hall. Yet, to his astonishment, Jiang Hao had somehow reached the innermost sanctum of the ghost shadow labyrinth so rapidly, appearing completely unharmed and brimming with spiritual energy. This was truly beyond Su Yu's belief. Ah! Jiang Hao sneered contemptuously at Su Yu seated on the throne. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out to be you, this useless wretch. If even you could venture here, then how could I possibly be trapped? At this juncture, Jiang Hao's gaze fell upon the desiccated corpses strewn across the hall's floor, and his brow furrowed in realization. So these wretches were all slain by you? Initially, Jiang Hao had assumed that within the ghost shadow labyrinth lurked fearsome beasts. The gruesome corpses must surely have been the work of such creatures. However, it now appeared that the reality was far different. Within the vast expanse of the ghost shadow labyrinth, there might not be any genuine beasts at all. Everything was merely a figment of illusion. This revelation became undeniably clear to Jiang Hao once he broke free from the shackles of the mirage. Throughout his journey, he had encountered no beast whatsoever. Even within the grand hall where he currently stood, there was no trace of any creature. The cultivators who had once surrounded Jiang Hao had been cleverly lured into the black stone door and were now unable to escape for the foreseeable future. At this moment, only Su Yu remained within the grand hall. The tragic demise of those cultivators could not be dissociated from Su Yu. What's this? Your tone suggests you intend to seek justice for these fellows. Although Su Yu was taken aback by Jiang Hao's appearance, it did not instill fear within him. After all, Jiang Hao was the esteemed young master of the Jiang family, undoubtedly possessing treasures capable of countering illusions. It was evident that Jiang Hao had activated the power of such a treasure in a timely manner to extricate himself from the mirage. The faint golden aura radiating from Jiang Hao further corroborated Su Yu's deduction. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Jiang Hao scoffed dismissively. No. You misunderstand me. Their fates are of no concern to me. I am merely curious about the kind of fortune you have encountered. To possess such a cruel power is truly astonishing. Are you not afraid that excessive slaughter will bring upon you the retribution of karma? Upon first laying eyes on Su Yu, Jiang Hao immediately sensed something amiss. Not only had Su Yu's strength grown exponentially, but he also emanated an astonishing aura of bloodlust. Moreover, it was evident that Su Yu, who had previously been rendered powerless, had instantaneously regained his abilities. Undoubtedly, the enigmatic figure who rescued him from the mines had bestowed upon him an extraordinary fortune. However, Jiang Hao felt no surprise whatsoever. The system had already proclaimed that Su Yu was the chosen one, endowed with the blessings of the Tao. It was entirely reasonable for this individual to escape death and receive such a fortuitous opportunity. Regardless of how formidable Su Yu had become, Jiang Hao was utterly confident in his ability to defeat him. Karma? At Jiang Hao's words, Su Yu erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha ha! Jiang Hao, do you take me for a mere child? What nonsense is this karma you speak of? I care only for power. In this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, might is the ultimate authority. As he spoke, a fierce killing intent gleamed in Su Yu's eyes. Jiang Hao, I can see that your strength surpasses my expectations. In the past, I could not have matched you. But now, I am no longer the same. Today, not only you, but even your despicable sister, cannot hope to be my match. If you wish to avoid death, come and grovel at my feet. The more you demean yourself, the more likely I am to spare your life. Otherwise, I assure you, your fate will be no different from those before you. Just as Jiang Hao had once humiliated Su Yu, he was now prepared to return the favor 100-fold. After thoroughly tormenting Jiang Hao, he would decisively strike him down and drain his bloodlust, rendering him a mere husk. Only then could Su Yu's hatred be alleviated. However, as soon as Su Yu's words fell, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. Ha ha, you crack me up. Who granted you the audacity to utter such words? A coward who only dares to lurk in the shadows and kill. With a sneer, Jiang Hao raised his middle finger at Su Yu, his eyes filled with contempt. Huh, you remain as arrogant as ever. Since you insist on courting death, I shall not hold back. Su Yu bellowed, and in an instant, a black longsword materialized in his hand. At the hilt of this sword was embedded a dark red gem, the Blood Soul Sword. A treasure bestowed upon him by Ling Yu, the master of the Chaos sect. Its quality had reached the low tier of the heavenly grade. The greatest power of the Blood Soul Sword lay in its ability to channel Su Yu's immense bloodlust, thereby augmenting the various techniques within the Chaos Blood Scripture to unprecedented heights. At this moment, Su Yu's pupils transformed into a dark crimson hue, emanating a faint yet ominous aura. His entire demeanor appeared exceedingly bizarre. Wow, I never anticipated that in just a few days of absence, you would learn to transform. Jiang Hao remarked mockingly. Do you think that by adopting this ghastly, half-human, half-ghost appearance, you could frighten me? In my eyes, you remain nothing more than a worthless dog, an entity easily vanquished. Come, I shall offer you a single strike first. Fury surged within Su Yu as Jiang Hao's derisive words pierced his resolve. Today, I shall make you experience the most excruciating death this world has to offer. With that declaration, Su Yu brandished the Blood Soul Sword, summoning a torrent of sanguine energy that coalesced into a blood-colored skeleton behind him. Blood Soul's heavenly wrath. The skeletal figure unleashed a terrifying roar that reverberated through the heavens, a strike capable of directly assaulting the opponent's soul. A moment's negligence could result in catastrophic damage to the spirit, potentially rendering one insensible. In Su Yu's estimation, a pampered scion like Jiang Hao would be utterly incapable of withstanding such an attack. He envisioned Jiang Hao clutching his ears, wailing in agony. However, the anticipated outcome failed to materialize. Jiang Hao appeared completely unperturbed. Is that all you have? He scoffed with a condescending laugh. I expected a truly earth-shattering display. Yet all I see is a mere skull wailing in the void. Su Yu, are you jesting with me? Although Su Yu's previous attack was indeed formidable, it was rendered ineffectual against Jiang Hao, akin to a mere tickle. Protected by the radiant aura of the Changchun heavenly technique, such a soul-striking spell was effortlessly nullified. Unless Su Yu's power could shatter that protective barrier, his efforts would be in vain. Furthermore, under the influence of the protective aura, Jiang Hao's physical strength was remarkably enhanced. This is impossible. How can my Blood Soul's heavenly wrath have no effect on you? Moreover, the Blood Soul Sword in my hand is a heavenly tier treasure. Even clad in heavenly tier protective armor, you should not emerge unscathed. Su Yu gazed at Jiang Hao, astonished and incredulous. Before Su Yu could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Hao materialized before him in an instant. Kneel before me, he commanded, forcefully pressing Su Yu's head down towards the ground. Boom! With a resounding crash, Su Yu's knees buckled, and his face struck the earth with great force. With absolute power, disregarding the Chosen One's attack, and adding insult to injury. Evil Deeds Value, 1000. Chapter 50. Su Yu, your thick-headedness is astonishing. Ah, Su Yu lay face down, utterly disheveled, his figure appearing especially woeful amidst the swirling dust. Although the cultivation of the chaotic blood scripture had rendered his physique remarkably resilient, Jiang Hao's strike had not inflicted any substantial harm. Yet, for Su Yu, this was an immense humiliation. A fiery rage ignited within him. He yearned to rise immediately and wield his blood-soul sword to cleave Jiang Hao asunder. However, as he lifted his head, Jiang Hao's foot came crashing down upon it with tremendous force, as heavy as a mountain. Su Yu felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered him utterly incapable of resistance. His face was slammed back into the ground with a dull thud, causing the entire hall to tremble. "Ah, your thick skull is surprisingly resilient, isn't it? Not even a drop of blood?" Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity. "I shall see just how many times your hard head can endure." Behind him, a phantom of a crimson dragon materialized. Jiang Hao concentrated his strength into his right leg, mercilessly stomping on Su Yu's head again and again. Each strike was accompanied by Su Yu's muffled groans of agony and the quaking of the hall, his dignity being relentlessly hammered down like a fragile object beneath a heavy hammer. After a relentless assault of dozens of strikes, the floor of the grand hall had caved in. Su Yu's head was already bloodied and battered, a sight too grim to behold. Repeated beatings, humiliating the son of destiny. Evil points, 500. Jiang Hao, I will kill you. So you could no longer contain himself, unleashing a deafening roar. In that moment, a dense crimson mist enveloped him. Swirling violently, a surge of immense energy erupted, akin to a tempest, sweeping ferociously outward, forcing Jiang Hao to stagger back several meters. Then, with eyes aflame, Su Yu rose abruptly. His visage was smeared with blood, twisted in a grotesque manner, a stark contrast to his former arrogant self. He could never have imagined that despite his newfound strength, he would endure such indignity at Jiang Hao's hands. Even more unbearable was the realization that Jiang Hao's power surpassed his own. Su Yu had forsaken his past cultivation path in pursuit of greater strength, becoming a merciless killer. Yet, even so, he found himself bloodied and humiliated by Jiang Hao. How could he possibly endure this, even at the cost of depleting his own vitality? He would break free from Jiang Hao's grasp. Observing Su Yu's current state, Jiang Hao scoffed derisively. "Come on. Show me how you intend to kill me." Before his words had fully dissipated, Su Yu surged forward like a bolt of crimson lightning, charging directly at Jiang Hao. Die. Su Yu's blood-soul sword transformed into a colossal, blood-hued python, lunging wildly at Jiang Hao with ferocity. This move was known as the soul-devouring blood python. Su Yu attempted to strangle Jiang Hao with this maneuver. The blood python, conjured from the blood-soul sword, tightly ensnared Jiang Hao. In that very moment, it opened its gaping maw and viciously lunged for Jiang Hao's neck. Ha ha ha. Witnessing this, Su Yu erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Jiang Hao, you have ultimately succumbed to my hand." In his eyes, once the blood python latched onto Jiang Hao, his demise was inevitable. Even the peculiar golden light membrane that enveloped him would provide no sanctuary. However, just as Su Yu reveled in his triumph, he was astounded to discover that the Jiang Hao bound by the blood python had abruptly vanished into thin air. It was merely an ephemeral shadow. How could this be possible? Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could react, he felt a chilling sensation creeping up his back. Following that, a roar reminiscent of a dragon's echoed from behind him. Su Yu had no time to respond as he was hurled away by a searing blade of flame. He crashed heavily onto the black throne he had previously occupied, which shattered into countless fragments upon impact. Su Yu collapsed to the ground, a ghastly knife wound marring his chest. Flames continued to scorch his body, eliciting a series of heart-wrenching wails. Even with the enhancement of the Chaos Blood Scripture, which significantly fortified his physical prowess, he could not withstand the scorching heat of Jiang Hao's true dragon flames, severely injuring the Chosen One. Evil value 1000. With your tortoise-like speed, do you truly think you can harm me? Do you really believe my pinnacle spirit windstep is merely for show? In the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Today, I shall witness who can save you. Observing Su Yu, engulfed in flames, Jiang Hao instantly recognized this as a prime opportunity to eliminate him. If he could slay this foe, he would immediately strip Su Yu of his destined power. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao surged forth like lightning. He concentrated his immense true dragon flame energy at the tip of his blade, instantaneously manifesting an illusory flame dragon that coiled and ascended with formidable might. As the flame dragon reached its zenith, Jiang Hao struck down with ferocity. The flame dragon, imbued with the cataclysmic power of the true dragon, roared as it charged towards Suyu. This technique was the blazing flame dragon slash from the 9 nether fiery blade art. As long as no unforeseen events transpired, Suyu was undoubtedly doomed. Yet, just as the flame dragon was poised to strike Suyu, the entire hall trembled violently, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The ground beneath them fissured, revealing an abyss of unfathomable depth. Jiang Hao and Suyu plummeted into this endless chasm. What the hell? Is this even possible? Jiang Hao never anticipated that as he was about to slay Suyu, the hall would collapse. After a disorienting free fall, Jiang Hao eventually landed in a cramped stone chamber. He initially believed that Suyu would fall alongside him into this place. However, much to his dismay, Suyu had vanished. In Jiang Hao's eyes, it was evident that Suyu had seized the opportunity to flee as they plummeted into the depths. This child of destiny truly was like an indomitable cockroach, able to escape even when he was so close to being struck down. It was a tremendous pity. Jiang Hao's heart burned with fury, and he struck the ground with a powerful fist, venting his frustration. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this stone chamber was not devoid of contents. Before him stood an unassuming stone platform, upon which rested a jet-black orb. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, emanating a faint, ethereal glow, strikingly similar to the black crystal within the phantom maze. The instant Jiang Hao reached out to touch the orb, he was overcome by a wave of disorientation, as if some bizarre force were forcibly drawing him into an illusion. Fortunately, Jiang Hao reacted swiftly, activating the everlasting spring technique to steady his mind. After a fierce struggle, it seemed that this force had been entirely subdued by him. The strange aura that had erupted gradually dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Subsequently, Jiang Hao picked up the black orb and examined it closely. As his peripheral vision casually swept across the stone platform, he discovered an inscription engraved upon it. This orb is named the Orb of the Ethereal Abyss, a top-tier heavenly treasure, to be claimed by the fated. Chapter 51. If you label me a demon, then I shall be compelled to eliminate you all. This was unexpectedly a top-tier heavenly treasure. Jiang Hao gazed at the Orb of the Ethereal Abyss in his hand, his expression one of profound astonishment. It was then that he comprehended the source of the illusory power that enveloped the entire phantom maze. It originated from this very orb. Undoubtedly, this treasure represented the greatest opportunity within the phantom maze. What a delightful surprise it was to have acquired such a pinnacle treasure so effortlessly. Jiang Hao reminisced about the fierce battle with Suyu. Initially, his ferocious attacks had even caused the ground of the Grand Hall to cave in. Yet, despite this, the Grand Hall did not collapse. All of this was due to the fact that in his assault on Suyu, he had inadvertently shattered the Black Throne within the hall. This act had triggered the collapse of the Grand Hall, leading them into this secret chamber. It implied that the Black Throne was, in fact, the key to unlocking this chamber. He had actually fallen into this place alongside Suyu. In a sense, he had shared in the light of the child of destiny. It was utterly amusing. Suyu had fled in terror, missing out on such a powerful treasure. One could only wonder how furious he would be upon learning of this. Although Suyu's escape had incited Jiang Hao's ire, acquiring this treasure had far exceeded his expectations. In the realm of the Great Flame Dynasty, treasures of the heavenly tier are exceedingly rare. Even though Jiang Hao, as the scion of the Jiang family, possesses only the Dragon Blood Mad Blade, all other artifacts at his disposal fall short of such lofty standards. The Phantom Realm Pearl, while lacking in tangible lethality, is an immensely powerful artifact of control. When activated, it ensnares its victim in an illusion from which escape is impossible. Ah, Suyu, I am eager to see whether you can elude me when we next cross paths. Jiang Hao felt no urgency to depart this place in pursuit of Suyu, for they were ensconced within the Blood Moon's secret realm, where Suyu could not possibly escape before the passage of 7 days. In Jiang Hao's estimation, Suyu, driven by vengeance, would undoubtedly venture into 2 other perilous locations in search of opportunities. Rather than chase after him, it would be wiser to familiarize himself with the Phantom Realm Pearl. Before proceeding, Jiang Hao opened the system panel. Current cultivation progress: Changchun Heavenly Art, Beginner, 0, Void Blade Technique. Major Achievement, 0, 9 Nether Fiery Blade Technique. Beginner, 0, Spirit Windstep, Pinnacle, 0. Current evil value, 4230. Alas, I have unwittingly amassed such a substantial amount of evil value. Perfect. In this secluded chamber, I am undisturbed. Let me invest this evil value into the Changchun Heavenly Art. Ding. Consuming 4230 points of evil value. The Heavenly Tier Technique. Changchun Heavenly Art has reached Proficiency 7. Ding. During your retreat, you have gained profound insights, elevating your cultivation realm to the 5th layer of Spirit Transformation. Remaining evil value, 0 points, incredible. A heavenly tier technique indeed. All my evil value has merely sufficed to achieve proficiency. In this world, mastery of any technique or martial art is categorized into stages: beginner, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, and ultimately, pinnacle. The higher the mastery, the more formidable the technique or martial art reveals itself to be. Although Jiang Hao has not yet attained major achievement in the Changchun Heavenly Art, he can already sense his extraordinary transformation. Notably, his protective spiritual light has grown increasingly potent. Should he encounter the previous blue-robed cultivator again, even without the aid of the nether stone, he could effortlessly withstand the latter's onslaught solely through the strength of his protective light. Furthermore, under its influence, Jiang Hao's physical resilience has become remarkably formidable. Additionally, his cultivation realm has ascended to the 5th layer of Spirit Transformation. It is no exaggeration to assert that with his current strength, he can disregard all adversaries within the Blood Moon secret realm. It is time to depart the Ghost Shadow Maze. Jiang Hao surveyed his surroundings, yet found no trace of an exit. Thus, he unsheathed the Dragon Blood Mad Blade and soared into the air, departing from this place. Before long, Jiang Hao returned to the previously collapsed Grand Hall. As soon as he landed, a throng of cultivators surged into the passage ahead, swiftly encircling Jiang Hao. These individuals were the very same who had been lured by Jiang Hao into the ominous black stone door, only to find themselves ensnared in an illusion. Now, with the Soul Phantom Realm Pearl having been taken by Jiang Hao, the Ghost Shadow Maze had lost all its power, allowing them to break free from the illusion that had ensnared them for so long. Jiang Hao, you are truly despicable. You were fully aware of the malevolence concealed within that stone door, so why did you deliberately entice us inside? You caused us to be trapped in a nightmare, nearly costing us our lives. The countless tragic corpses we witnessed along the way must surely be the result of your cruel slaughter. Today, we shall act as avengers, eliminating you, this scourge. Having escaped the illusion, they finally comprehended the truth of the Ghost Shadow Maze. It turned out that within this so-called maze, there were no beasts at all. The internal passages were not as convoluted as they had seemed. It was all merely an illusion. Yet, they had seen numerous corpses of cultivators in ghastly states. Presently, aside from themselves, only Jiang Hao remained within the Ghost Shadow Maze. While they had been trapped in the illusion, Jiang Hao had been unaffected. Thus, it was only natural for them to assume that he was the one who had mercilessly hunted down the cultivators. They regarded themselves as righteous cultivators, dedicated to subduing demons and vanquishing evil. Now that they had uncovered Jiang Hao, this great villain, they were determined to unite and eradicate him. TCH. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just you worthless fools, Jiang Hao scoffed, surveying them with disdain. So, you believe that by joining forces, you can slay me? I'm afraid you are sorely mistaken, since you all perceive me as a remorseless fiend. Allow me to oblige your wishes and demonstrate the methods of a true demon. Jiang Hao had no intention of explaining himself to these miscreants. He immediately summoned the Soul Phantom Realm Pearl he had acquired earlier. An invisible yet formidable power enveloped the entire hall in an instant. Everyone present, except for Jiang Hao, felt an inexplicable chill penetrate their very souls. Their consciousness began to blur, leading them into a state of disorientation. Before they could react, they were astonished to discover that Jiang Hao had vanished without a trace. What is happening? Where's Jiang Hao? The crowd looked around in horror. Just then, a chilling roar of demonic beasts echoed from the side. In the next moment, a tide of beasts surged into the grand hall. A beast tide. It's a beast tide. Were there not no beasts here? Where did they come from? Panic surged through them. Oh no, it seems we have fallen into the illusion once more. Chapter 52. Good people don't live long. It's more comfortable to be a villain. While the crowd found themselves ensnared in the depths of the illusion, Jiang Hao had long since departed the Ghost Shadow Maze in a leisurely manner. At this moment, a voice echoed in his mind, by wielding a formidable artifact, causing so many innocent cultivators to become ensnared in illusions and meet their demise. You have committed a grave sin. Maleficence value, 1,500. Ah, so this is how it works. It appears that committing acts deemed malevolent by the system is not as arduous as one might think. Initially, when Jiang Hao first acquired this system, he attempted to oppress passers-by or ordinary folk, but did not trigger any rewards. It seems that it can only be activated against cultivators. In other words, only by subjugating and humiliating cultivators can one earn the system's rewards. In these times, being a good person is indeed a challenging endeavor. I have avenged those wrongfully slain by delivering a severe lesson to Su Yu, yet I find myself branded as a murderer? How utterly absurd. Good men do not live long. Only by embracing the role of a villain can one survive in this merciless world. Jiang Hao listened to the wails emanating from the ghost shadow maze behind him, feeling no turmoil within. After consulting his map to confirm his direction, he set forth towards the second perilous location within the Blood Moon's secret realm, the Bloodwater Abyss. Meanwhile, not far from the ghost shadow maze, in a dense thicket, Su Yu lay on the ground, his face contorted in horror, gasping for breath like a bull. His body was extensively burned, leaving him exceedingly weak. Why? Why is it that even with mastery over the true chaos blood scripture, I am still unable to defeat Jiang Hao? I refuse to accept this. How can he, a mere wastrel devoid of knowledge, surpass me? Su Yu recalled the fierce battle with Jiang Hao in the ghost shadow maze, feeling an overwhelming rage. If not for the life-saving talisman given to him by Ling Yu, which allowed him to teleport away at a critical moment, he would have perished beneath Jiang Hao's blade. Yet, even after narrowly escaping, he bore grave wounds from Jiang Hao's strike. What infuriated him further was that his seemingly invincible physique could not withstand Jiang Hao's flames. All of this was due to Jiang Hao having fully awakened the true dragon power of the Jiang family. This was the most intolerable fact for Su Yu. A useless being. How can he possess such an immensely powerful true dragon bloodline? And how dare he fully awaken it? Jiang Hao, I am determined to kill you. To seize your true dragon power. You, a worthless wretch, do not deserve such potent bloodline strength. He is mine. Mine. In the throes of rage, Su Yu gradually lost his reason, emitting a series of furious roars. Even his pupils began to turn crimson. Perhaps it was due to Su Yu's earlier outburst and the sin of blood emanating from him that attracted a multitude of demon beasts surrounding him. These creatures gazed at Su Yu with greedy eyes, drooling in anticipation. To these demon beasts, any human cultivator represented a sumptuous feast. Moreover, it is a severely injured human cultivator, nearly devoid of any capacity for resistance. How dare you? Do you truly believe that I, Su Yu, would descend to the depths of being devoured by you beasts? Absolutely not. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted from Su Yu, igniting like flames. In an instant, the wounds scorched upon his body began to heal. He then summoned the Blood Soul Sword, effortlessly dispatching the surrounding monstrous beasts. The reason Su Yu was able to heal his wounds so rapidly was due to the power of the chaotic blood scripture. In his relentless pursuit to eliminate these beasts, he did not hesitate to deplete his own essence blood, invoking the blood sacrifice. Although his injuries have now mended, Su Yu has suffered a significant loss of essence blood, leaving him increasingly feeble. His complexion has turned ashen, devoid of color, rendering him a ghastly figure. This is also a side effect of the chaotic blood scripture, instilling within Su Yu an insatiable craving for blood. He must swiftly find a suitable cultivator to vanquish and siphon their blood energy. Only in this manner can he restore his own strength and become even more formidable. With only a few days remaining before the Blood Moon's secret realm closes, Su Yu is resolute in his determination to slay Jiang Hao at any cost. He has thoroughly scoured the ghost shadow maze, inside and out, and found no sign of any powerful treasures. This suggests that the greatest opportunities within the Blood Moon's secret realm, as stated by the sect leader, lie beyond the ghost shadow maze. Thus, only the Bloodwater Abyss and the Blood Moon altar remain. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Yu chose to venture toward the Bloodwater Abyss to uncover its mysteries. In the blink of an eye, it was the third day of the Blood Moon's secret realm. Jiang Hao, guided by the map in his possession, arrived at a dimly lit valley. Deep within the valley lay an exceedingly eerie pool of water. The water was not clear and transparent, but rather thick and dark red, resembling congealed blood. It emanated a nauseating odor. The sight of white skeletal remains scattered about rendered the place even more terrifying. This was indeed the Bloodwater Abyss, one of the 3 perilous locations within the Blood Moon's secret realm. The atmosphere here starkly contrasted with that of the ghost shadow maze. The latter was filled with dreadful wails, creating an illusion of numerous beasts within. In contrast, this location was devoid of sound, lacking even the presence of a single beast. However, this does not imply that there were no beasts lurking around the Bloodwater Abyss. On the contrary, it undoubtedly harbored ferocious and powerful creatures. Otherwise, The abundance of skeletal remains, including those of cultivators, would be inexplicable. Stop. Are you seeking death? Just as Jiang Hao was about to approach the bloodwater abyss for a closer inspection, a sudden voice of fury erupted from behind him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao halted in his tracks and turned to see a woman in a long green robe with flowing hair standing not far behind him. Did you not notice the skeletal remains surrounding us? Beneath this pool of water lies a formidable beast. The young woman in the blue robe furrowed her brow as she approached Jiang Hao. My master once informed me that within the bloodwater abyss resides a ferocious creature. This entity is not an ordinary beast, but an ancient remnant. What did you say, an ancient remnant? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. The term ancient remnant refers to beasts possessing a portion of the bloodline of primordial divine creatures. Their strength often surpasses that of typical beasts, and any ancient remnant could easily become a sovereign of its domain. Moreover, these remnants are treasures in themselves. Undoubtedly, if what the young woman claims holds true, then this ancient remnant represents the greatest opportunity in this vicinity. Why would I deceive you? The reason I have been waiting here is to find a worthy adversary to slay this beast alongside me. Might you have any interest? Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Hao resolutely shook his head. I'm afraid I am not interested. I have never been fond of teaming up with others. I can handle this ancient remnant on my own. With that, Jiang Hao decisively leapt into the blood abyss. The young woman stood in stunned silence, taken aback. Has this fellow lost his mind? Is he rushing headlong into reincarnation? Chapter 53. Instantly slaying the scorpion-tailed serpent, Jiang Hao surrounded. The blood-water abyss is one of the 3 most perilous locations within the Blood Moon secret realm. Hidden within this water lies a ruthless ancient remnant. Although the laws of the Blood Moon secret realm restrict the local beasts from exceeding the mid-threshold of the 3rd tier, the ancient remnants are no ordinary creatures and possess immense power. The young woman had not anticipated that someone would dare to take such a risk, plunging headlong into the depths of that abyss. Wait a moment, that individual looks somewhat familiar. I remember now, he seems to be Jiang Hao, the young master of the Jiang family. But this does not seem right. Wasn't Jiang Hao at the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm when outside the Blood Moon secret realm? How has he now reached the 5th level? Could it be that he has achieved a breakthrough in just 2 short days within the secret realm? The more she pondered, the more astonished she became. At that moment, several cultivators emerged, around 5 or 6 in number, all of whom were her companions. What is happening? Did someone just leap into the blood abyss? Is that young man intentionally courting death? Though these cultivators had banded together in the secret realm, they were essentially strangers to one another. Their purpose in forming a team was to hunt the ancient remnant residing here. The remnants are treasures in their own right. Even a single drop of their blood would be worth the effort. They could not fathom why anyone would dare to provoke such a powerful ancient remnant alone. That fellow is Jiang Hao, the young master of the Jiang family. I truly did not expect him to be such an arrogant fool. The Jiang family, despite being among the foremost clans of the Great Flame Dynasty, has shockingly allowed this fool to become the heir, indicating a dire lack of successors. It is only a matter of time before the Jiang family descends into decay. Upon hearing the words of the woman in the azure robe, the onlookers scoffed at Jiang Hao. Humph, most so-called heirs of esteemed families are nothing but inept wastrels. Jiang Hao, without a doubt, fits the mold of a foolish and clumsy dandy. He dares to leap into the waters alone to provoke that ancient creature, a reckless act tantamount to courting death. Since he is the heir of the Jiang family, he must possess a multitude of treasures. After we slay that ancient beast, we might just find Jiang Hao's corpse. At that moment, we shall divide the spoils of that fool. Ha ha ha. The crowd believed Jiang Hao was doomed, laughing uproariously. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the blood pool, reverberating like thunder. The once tranquil waters now boiled like a cauldron, bubbles churning and steam rising. Boom. With a thunderous crash, a colossal creature sprang forth from the blood pool. It was a massive python, entirely crimson, with an unusual scorpion tail. Could it be the scorpion-tailed serpent? Its size is truly astonishing. Moreover, its aura far surpasses that of an ordinary Tier 3 beast, although it is merely at the mid-tier of the 3rd rank. Its presence is alarmingly close to that of a 4th-tier creature. No wonder this place is dubbed a land of extreme peril. It is home to such formidable beasts. So, has that fellow already met his demise? Undoubtedly, he must have perished without a burial site. The onlookers saw the scorpion-tailed serpent emerge from the waters. But Jiang Hao's figure was nowhere to be found, leading them to believe he had been devoured whole by the serpent. Since he has already succumbed to death, and the scorpion-tailed serpent has been roused. Now is the opportune moment for us to strike. Though this creature possesses great strength, it is constrained by the Blood Moon secret realm, rendering it only a mid-tier Tier 3 beast. With so many of us, can we not contend with it? If we unite our efforts, we can surely bring this beast down. I have heard that the serpent's gallbladder is exceedingly precious. We shall share the spoils and take what we need. The crowd eagerly prepared their magical artifacts, ready to launch an assault on the scorpion-tailed serpent. The leader, the woman in azure, nodded in agreement. Yet, just as they were about to act, the scorpion-tailed serpent emitted an agonizing wail. Its abdomen split open, revealing a gruesome gash. Blood and entrails spilling forth, a scene too horrific to behold. Then, illuminated by a golden radiance, Jiang Hao emerged, shouldering the dragon bloodblade. Striding out from the belly of the scorpion-tailed serpent. With his appearance, the serpent lost its vitality and collapsed into the pool of blood. What? The scorpion-tailed serpent is dead? The spectators were left in utter astonishment. The gazes directed at Jiang Hao were akin to those one might cast upon a specter. How could this be? How had that fellow survived? Moreover, he had emerged unscathed from the belly of the scorpion-tailed serpent. Could it be that after being swallowed whole, he not only survived, but also vanquished the creature? My heavens, how did he accomplish such a feat? When did the young master of the Jiang family acquire such astonishing prowess? The astonishment etched on the faces surrounding him went entirely unnoticed by Jiang Hao, who had no desire to engage in conversation with him. With a casual flick, he retrieved a storage pouch and employed a spell to absorb the massive corpse of the scorpion-tailed serpent into it. The remains of an ancient species are immensely valuable. Jiang Hao would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. Furthermore, this particular serpent was of the fire element, and its gallbladder was an exceptional material for crafting potent fire-based elixirs. Jiang Hao intended to return to the Jiang family and enlist their help in refining it to enhance his own flame powers. Jiang, don't you think your actions are rather selfish? After all, it was my timely warning that made you aware of the ancient species' presence here. Yet now, you intend to abscond with the entire corpse, leaving us with nothing for our efforts? Moreover, were it not for our encirclement of the scorpion-tailed serpent, diverting its attention from you, would you have so easily slain it? The defeat of the scorpion-tailed serpent is not solely your achievement. We also contributed. Therefore, you ought to share it with us. Upon witnessing Jiang Hao seizing the entire corpse, a lady clad in blue rushed forward to block his path. His companions followed suit, encircling him. Indeed, we too played a role in the defeat of the scorpion-tailed serpent. Without our distraction, could you have dispatched it so effortlessly? Why should you alone claim the entire corpse of this ancient species? Jiang Hao, do not presume that your status as the young master of the Jiang family grants you license for such egregious behavior. If you do not share the scorpion-tailed serpent's remains with us today, you shall not leave this place. In the Blood Moon's secret realm, anything could transpire. The demise of the young master of the Jiang family here would be entirely justifiable. Chapter 54. I do enjoy your unyielding stance. Their purpose for venturing into the Bloodwater Abyss was to slay the scorpion-tailed serpent. Yet now, Jiang Hao had claimed it entirely for himself. Could they simply acquiesce? Even if Jiang Hao possessed extraordinary strength, capable of single-handedly defeating the serpent, what of it? In their eyes, after battling the creature, he must surely be exhausted and weary. At this moment, as they contended for the serpent's corpse, regardless of Jiang Hao's displeasure, what could he do? They held no belief that he would dare to challenge them all, risking everything after slaying the scorpion-tailed serpent. Though this pursuit may seem somewhat dishonorable, the remains of an ancient species were far too precious to overlook. Regardless, they must seize it. Even a single drop of essence is better than returning empty-handed. Huh, did I hear that correctly? Are you actually claiming that the slaying of the scorpion-tailed serpent was not solely the achievement of Jiang? This is truly the most absurd joke I have ever heard in my life. Do you not feel a profound sense of shame when uttering such words? Jiang Hao cast a cold gaze around the room, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. He truly did not anticipate that these individuals could be so shameless. Enough of your nonsense. Will you comply or not? The woman in the blue garment understood that this action was indeed dishonorable. However, she had ventured into the Blood Moon's secret realm solely for the essence and marrow of the scorpion-tailed serpent. No matter what, she must compel Jiang Hao to relinquish a portion of the serpent's remains. As her words fell, the crowd summoned their magical artifacts, their cold light flickering. They intended to threaten Jiang Hao, forcing him to submit. Marvelous, truly splendid. I relish this unreasonable demeanor of yours. In that case, I shall deal with you as I please. With that, a playful smile crept onto Jiang Hao's lips, and he posed a question. When you entered the Blood Moon's secret realm, did you ever contemplate the possibility of meeting your demise here one day? At these words, the expressions of those present changed dramatically, their anger palpable. Jiang Hao, what do you mean by that? Do you truly intend to confront us all single-handedly? You are far too arrogant. No matter how powerful you are, it is impossible. Moreover, you have just fought the scorpion-tailed serpent. Your spiritual energy must be severely depleted. I advise you to calm down. Otherwise, you will surely meet a tragic end here. The crowd had thought that their numerical advantage would intimidate Jiang Hao into surrendering the serpent's remains. Yet, they never imagined that Jiang Hao would display such tenacity. Instead, he began to threaten them. Listening to their words, Jiang Hao erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Just a bunch of insignificant insects. Do they truly believe themselves formidable? I have already offered you an opportunity. Since you do not cherish it, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy erupted from Jiang Hao, enveloping him in a radiant protective aura that shone brilliantly. This made Jiang Hao's presence even more formidable, instilling a sense of dread. How is this possible? This fellow has just battled the scorpion-tailed serpent. How can his spiritual energy still be so abundant? And what is that golden aura surrounding him? Why do I sense an unprecedented danger? Even though Jiang Hao had yet to make a move, everyone present, including the woman in blue, felt a chill creeping in, a foreboding sense of dread. Just then, Jiang Hao casually summoned the spectral abyss pearl he had acquired earlier. In an instant, a powerful force of the underworld surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the surroundings, as if enveloped by a dense shroud of black mist. The merciless force threatened to consume all present. What on earth is happening? What kind of artifact is that person wielding? Why has this place suddenly transformed into such a sinister and terrifying locale? Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the once tranquil blood pool began to roil again, surging with tumultuous waves. A deafening roar erupted, and from the depths of the blood pool, a massive scorpion-tailed serpent sprang forth. This serpent was even larger and exuded a more formidable aura. What is this? There are two scorpion-tailed serpents in the blood pool? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. Alas, we may have fallen victim to that young man's illusion. Despite the fact that the crowd had discerned the falsehood of the scorpion-tailed serpent before them, the overwhelming presence and pressure it exerted felt all too real, instilling a profound sense of dread. Undoubtedly, if they did not confront this serpent, even if it were merely an illusion, they would still be doomed. To their further indignation, Jiang Hao had inexplicably vanished without a trace. With no other option, the group could only join forces to slay the scorpion-tailed serpent. They believed that by defeating it, they could dispel the illusion. Yet, upon slaying one serpent, another would emerge without end. Little did they know, at this moment, Jiang Hao was observing the spectacle with great amusement. How delightful indeed. Ever since acquiring the illusory nether domain pearl, combat had become effortlessly enjoyable. Such lowly adversaries dared to steal from him? It was nothing short of a death wish. Jiang Hao paid no heed to those ensnared in the illusion and coldly turned away. As for the scorpion-tailed serpent that had just appeared, while it seemed formidable to others, in Jiang Hao's eyes, it was woefully weak. In a brief bout at the bottom of the pool, he was swallowed by the infuriated serpent. However, Jiang Hao's protective spiritual light was far too powerful. Neither its venom nor its gastric acids could dissolve him. Consequently, Jiang Hao wreaked havoc within the serpent's belly, continuously executing the 9 nether fiery blade technique, slicing through its internal organs. At last, with a final stroke, he opened its belly and vanquished it. And yet, these individuals dared to claim credit for slaying the scorpion-tailed serpent? What utter nonsense! It was nothing more than greed, a desire to seize the serpent's corpse. Initially, Jiang Hao had no intention of engaging with them, but as they thrust themselves forward, he had no choice but to eliminate them all. Regrettably, this time, the malevolent act system did not reward him. Clearly, the system deemed that Jiang Hao's actions were not malevolent. After all, those individuals had brought this upon themselves. Jiang Hao bore no blame. Such a pity. Jiang Hao had scarcely taken a few steps when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Swiftly pivoting to evade a flurry of blood-red flying swords that streaked toward him like lightning. Just as he was about to turn and investigate, a crimson cage descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. In the next moment, a maniacal laughter erupted from the nearby thicket. Ha ha, Jiang Hao, you have ultimately fallen into my grasp. I shall ensure that you find no solace in life nor peace in death. Chapter 55. Falling into Su Yu's trap? Jiang Hao, have you ever imagined that one day you would be ensnared in my web? Ha ha. Su Yu laughed heartily, striding forth from the underbrush. Observing Jiang Hao trapped within the sanguine cage, Su Yu's expression grew increasingly triumphant. In truth, he had stealthily infiltrated this valley long before the conflict between Jiang Hao and the azure-clad woman had commenced. Yet, he refrained from revealing his presence, opting instead to conceal himself and quietly observe the unfolding events. He had never anticipated that Jiang Hao, all alone, would vanquish the serpent with a scorpion's tail that dwelled in this area. This revelation further impressed upon Su Yu the formidable strength Jiang Hao possessed. Astonishingly, his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, he had assumed that the azure-clad woman and her companions could successfully collaborate to besiege Jiang Hao. Even if they failed to kill him, he would seize the opportunity to strike a lethal blow. In doing so, he could also eliminate the azure-clad woman and her associates, draining their vital energies completely. This would undoubtedly lead to a surge in Su Yu's own power, potentially allowing him to seize Jiang Hao's true dragon energy. However, fortune often eludes careful planning. Jiang Hao, faced with the onslaught of his adversaries, appeared to maneuver with effortless grace. Merely summoning a magical artifact, he effortlessly controlled his foes, drawing them into a realm of illusion. Su Yu, who had been lurking nearby, nearly fell victim to the influence of the illusory nether pearl, teetering on the brink of a terrifying hallucination. Yet, through the power of the chaos blood scripture, he swiftly broke free from the grips of the illusion and regained his clarity. Had an ordinary person witnessed Jiang Hao's prowess, they would likely have been paralyzed with fear, deterred from launching any further assaults. Yet, Su Yu held a different perspective. In his view, Jiang Hao, in this moment of triumph, was bound to become overconfident, presenting the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. His ambush was indeed successful, and he had effectively ensnared Jiang Hao within the blood-red cage, rendering him a prisoner. Jiang Hao, let us make a deal. Hand over the black orb you summoned earlier, and I shall consider granting you a comfortable death. Otherwise, I assure you, I will make your existence a living hell. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, this blood-red cage is incredibly resilient. You shall never shatter it. Your life and death lie solely in my hands. As Su Yu uttered these words, his pupils transformed into a blood-red hue, radiating a chilling brilliance. In an instant, his aura erupted, revealing the formidable strength of his cultivation at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. The crimson prison that ensnared Jiang Hao pulsated with ominous crimson lightning, akin to furious blood serpents swirling around, exuding an overwhelming intimidation. This technique was named Blood Thunder Prison. Not only could it confine foes, but it also unleashed astonishing crimson lightning by infusing his own blood. If Su Yu so desired at that moment, he could immediately torment Jiang Hao. At that juncture, no matter how robust Jiang Hao's physique was, or the high-grade protective armor he donned, he would still be unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the Blood Thunder. The sole drawback of this technique was that utilizing the Blood Thunder Prison would incessantly deplete Su Yu's vital energy. Over time, he would become exceedingly weak. Yet, this flaw was negligible for Su Yu at present. He had traversed a long path, vanquishing numerous cultivators and absorbing a vast reservoir of vital energy. In his eyes, Jiang Hao was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. My life and death hinge upon your whims? Is that truly the case? Come. I am most eager to witness how you intend to kill me. Even trapped within the Blood Thunder Prison, Jiang Hao exhibited no hint of fear, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. He had been pondering who dared to ambush him, only to discover it was the fool Su Yu. At that moment in the Ghost Shadow Maze, Jiang Hao had regrettably failed to slay this imbecile. Now, this fool had unwittingly delivered himself unto him. Jiang Hao was keen to see how Su Yu would evade his grasp this time. As for the ostensibly formidable Blood Thunder Prison, in Jiang Hao's view, it was utterly feeble. Jiang Hao, I concede that your prowess surpasses my expectations. But what of it? You have now fallen into my clutches, and it is certain you shall meet your demise today. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to die easily. I will make you experience the most excruciating death this world has to offer. Su Yu, having previously endured humiliation at Jiang Hao's hands, losing all dignity and becoming a laughingstock, was determined to savor this moment. Having finally captured Jiang Hao, he would not simply kill him. He must torture him slowly, until Jiang Hao succumbed to despair and death. Only then could he vent his pent-up resentment. With a furious roar, Su Yu commanded the blood thunder to strike. The prison erupted in a dazzling crimson glow as countless bolts of blood-red lightning, like frenzied blood serpents, rained mercilessly upon Jiang Hao. Ha! Jiang Hao, let us see how you withstand my blood thunder assault today. So you envision the pitiful scene of Jiang Hao writhing in agony. However, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. In the blood prison, Jiang Hao remained unscathed, even amidst the relentless onslaught of blood lightning, as though these violent strikes held no sway over him. How could this be? Su Yu was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was then that he noticed a radiant golden membrane enveloping Jiang Hao, effortlessly deflecting the countless strikes of blood lightning. No, this is utterly impossible. Even if one had mastered the eternal spring art and possessed a protective artifact, it would be inconceivable to withstand such an unending barrage of blood lightning. Su Yu gazed at Jiang Hao within the blood prison, his expression increasingly filled with dread. An inexplicable sense of profound unease surged within him. Before he could gather his thoughts, he beheld Jiang Hao slowly raising his right hand. In an instant, the dragon blood blade materialized in his grip. You claim this blood prison is indestructible? Very well, let me put it to the test. With that declaration, a fierce blaze ignited around Jiang Hao, and he swung the blade with ferocious intent. The crimson blade aura, imbued with cataclysmic power, struck the blood prison with tremendous force. A deafening explosion resounded. Su Yu's prideful blood lightning prison shattered in an instant. Even Su Yu himself was hurled backward by the overwhelming shockwave. Gasping, he coughed up a mouthful of blood mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground. As he attempted to rise, Jiang Hao mercilessly denied him any chance. In that moment of his fall, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the air. The next instant, the dragon blood blade descended from above, piercing straight into Su Yu's chest. Chapter 56. Su Yu's Death and Resurrection? Su Yu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Blood gushed forth from his chest like a fountain, his life force flickering like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Did you truly believe I would afford you another opportunity to flee? Had you chosen to escape and hidden away, perhaps I would have been unable to find you. But you, fool that you are, have delivered yourself right to me. Since you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Jiang Hao approached Su Yu with an air of disdain. Observing the dying Su Yu, he could only find the situation laughable. Did he truly think himself powerful? How audacious to repeatedly attempt to take his life. It was nothing short of folly and arrogance. The Dragon Blood Blade, a top-tier celestial artifact, wielded immense power. Now, with Su Yu pierced through the chest, his demise was inevitable. This cannot be happening. Su Yu gasped, his eyes brimming with terror and indignation. How could your strength be so absurdly formidable? You are but a frivolous scion without any real skill. As he felt his vitality waning, an overwhelming tide of fear washed over him. Death. At this moment, Su Yu truly experienced the terror and despair of death. He could hardly fathom that despite his immense strength, he could still be defeated by Jiang Hao. Throughout the entire ordeal, he found himself utterly powerless. In light of your impending demise, I might as well reveal a secret to you. Jiang Hao crouched down with a sinister grin, producing the ethereal nether pearl. This gem, discovered within the Phantom Maze, is a treasure of celestial grade. It is precisely due to the power of this pearl that cultivators entering the Phantom Maze unknowingly succumb to illusions. To be honest, I owe my discovery of this celestial treasure to you. Had it not been for our battle, I would not have inadvertently triggered the mechanism that led me into the secret chamber beneath the maze. Su Yu, had you been a bit braver at that time, perhaps the pearl would have been in your possession. Alas, you chose to flee, and thus this celestial treasure fell into my hands. So, I owe you my gratitude. Ha. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Su Yu was initially filled with rage, only to be swiftly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. How could this be? He murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with regret and unwillingness. When Su Yu entered the Phantom Maze, he had thoroughly searched every nook and cranny within. Yet he had failed to uncover any precious treasures. He never imagined that the rarest of gems hidden within the Phantom Maze would lie at the very bottom of that grand hall. If he had not chosen to flee at the first opportunity, but instead descended into the stone chamber, he might have discovered that celestial treasure before Jiang Hao. With the life-saving talisman given to him by Ling Yu, he could have escaped unscathed. If he had obtained that celestial treasure, he would not have found himself in such dire straits now. Reflecting on these thoughts, Su Yu's expression grew increasingly despondent. He then coughed up a mouthful of blood and breathed his last. So this is how it ends? Jiang Hao looked disdainfully at the lifeless Su Yu. His eyes filled with contempt. I thought the chosen one would be formidable, yet this is all there is? A mere wisp of resistance. According to the previously issued task, shouldn't the system reward me now? I can hardly wait to usurp this fellow's destined fortune. As Jiang Hao spoke, he reached for the dragon blood mad blade embedded in Su Yu's body. He had anticipated that the system's voice would immediately resonate. However, the system remained utterly silent. What is happening? I have completed the task and slain the chosen one. Why do I not receive my reward? Just as Jiang Hao was preparing to confront the system, he suddenly sensed something amiss and spun around to gaze at Su Yu's corpse on the ground. In a shocking turn of events, the seemingly deceased Su Yu erupted in a dazzling crimson light. In an instant, his body transformed into a pool of blood, burrowing into the earth and vanishing from sight. What the hell is happening? Where is that fellow's corpse? Su Yu's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that he actually did not die? Yet that couldn't be right. He had clearly drawn his last breath moments ago, devoid of any signs of life. Moreover, my dragon blood mad blade possesses astonishing power, having pierced through his body entirely. How could he possibly still be alive? This is utterly absurd. Is the son of destiny truly so difficult to kill? Jiang Hao was left utterly speechless. He had seen Su Yu take his last breath with his own eyes, and yet this fellow somehow had the capability to escape. The prolonged silence from the system's voice was ample proof that Su Yu had not indeed perished. Either he possessed a rare treasure that could resurrect him, or he practiced an ominous technique known as the Chaotic Blood Sutra. Otherwise, it was inconceivable for a deceased individual to inexplicably come back to life. Injured the son of destiny, shattered his will, nearly killed him. Evil deed value, 3,000. Wow, 3,000 evil deed points. Alright, although I couldn't completely eliminate that fellow, at least the evil deed points are substantial. Listening to the system's voice resonating in his mind, Jiang Hao's previous anger dissipated. After all, he possessed sufficient strength to crush Su Yu. He could hardly believe that this young man could consistently evade death. Next time he encountered Su Yu, Jiang Hao would ensure a decisive strike, even obliterating the body to thoroughly eliminate any chance of resurrection. Subsequently, Jiang Hao did not linger in the blood-water abyss and hurriedly departed. His next destination was the Blood Moon Altar, the final site of great peril within the Blood Moon Secret Realm. Meanwhile, deep within a tranquil forest of the Blood Moon Secret Realm, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion. I'm still alive? How is that possible? Was I not killed by Jiang Hao? Su Yu recalled the events that had transpired. He vividly remembered being pierced through the chest by the dragon blood mad blade, leaving no possibility for survival. And yet, here he was, still alive. He had even inexplicably been transported to another location, though he now felt extremely weak, devoid of any strength. And his cultivation had regressed to less than the third layer of the spirit transformation realm. Just as Su Yu was grappling with his astonishment, a vast amount of crimson energy began to emanate from his body. This blood-red aura gradually coalesced in midair, manifesting into a figure. Upon witnessing this, Su Yu was momentarily stunned. Then, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Master, how could you be in the Blood Moon Secret Realm? Chapter 57. Su Yu's Origins Revealed. It turns out I am not an ordinary person. There's no need for alarm. The Blood Moon Secret Realm is fortified with powerful, prohibitive barriers. My true form cannot set foot in this place. What stands before you now is merely a projection of my essence. Ling Yu gazed around at the surroundings, unable to contain his admiration. So this is the fabled Blood Moon Secret Realm. It closely aligns with my imagination. Alas, my true form cannot grace this place. Otherwise, everything within this secret realm would belong to me. He then cast a cold glance at Su Yu, who lay on the ground, urging him to rise quickly. Everything you have encountered is already known to me. Jiang Hao is indeed a formidable presence. His strength surpasses your expectations. Yet, there is no need for despair. The power of the Chaos Blood Scripture is sufficient to grant you rebirth. Even Jiang Hao cannot utterly vanquish you. Moreover, were it not for Jiang Hao, your unique constitution would not have fully awakened. Upon hearing this, Su Yu, who had previously appeared despondent, suddenly brightened with curiosity. Master, what do you mean? Do I possess some special constitution? Why am I unaware of this? Su Yu found himself at a loss regarding the changes in his body. He could not fathom why he had been able to rise from the dead. The Chaos Blood Scripture did not record such miraculous spells. Ha ha ha. Ling Yu could not help but erupt in laughter. See you. Do you truly believe that the Chaos Blood Scripture is something anyone can learn? I shall tell you candidly. Within the Chaos sect today, the only ones who truly grasp the Chaos Blood Scripture are myself and you. You, like me, have awakened the Chaos Blood Body. It is precisely because of this awakening that you have been granted a second life. What? Su Yu's face was a mask of astonishment. The Chaos Blood Body. When did I acquire such a constitution? Why was I oblivious to it? To Su Yu, he was merely an ordinary person with no notable background. Hailing from a humble village, his parents possessed no cultivation abilities, they were simply common rural folk. After a tragic incident where his parents were killed by a beast during a hunting trip, he became an orphan. Over the years, he struggled to survive in a chaotic world. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter that led him to consume a spirit fruit and awaken his spiritual root, he would still be an ordinary person. Now, however, Ling Yu claimed that he possessed the Chaos Blood Body, which was beyond Su Yu's belief. You see, this is entirely reasonable. After all, before the awakening of the Chaos Blood Body, one is indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Well then, since we still have some time, I shall elaborate. Ling Yu spoke gravely. In this vast world, the spiritual roots awakened by cultivators vary greatly. Beyond the conventional 5 elemental roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, there exist some exceedingly rare spiritual roots. For instance, the thunder root, the wind root, and even the exceptionally rare universal heavenly root. The so-called Chaos Blood Body refers to cultivators who have awakened the blood root. However, not everyone has the opportunity to awaken this blood root. Only those of the Ling clan bloodline are granted such a chance. Those cultivators endowed with the blood spiritual root possess an innate and formidable vitality, accompanied by an insatiable thirst for blood. They have the ability to expend their own blood to unleash astonishingly powerful blood-based techniques. However, when their own blood supply is depleted, they are compelled to forcibly absorb the blood of others to restore themselves. At this juncture, Ling Yu cast his gaze upon Su Yu, asserting that possessing a blood spiritual root signifies a trace of the Ling clan's bloodline within him. Long ago, at the Jiang family's mine, he had sensed the power of bloodline within Su Yu. Before Ling Yu could finish his declaration, Su Yu interjected vehemently, "This is impossible. How could I be a member of the Ling clan? Moreover, I do not possess a blood spiritual root. I merely have a metal spiritual root." Su Yu recalled vividly that after mistakenly consuming a spirit fruit, he awakened to the metal spiritual root, which excels in manipulating metallic elements and can sense and guide the chi of gold present in the world. Consequently, he flourished in his swordsmanship practice and made rapid progress. Yet now, Ling Yu claimed he possessed a blood spiritual root, which was utterly incomprehensible. Ling Yu laughed heartily, stating, "Indeed, your awakened spiritual root is the metal spiritual root. This is due to the fact that the Ling bloodline within you has become exceedingly thin. Nevertheless, you still possess the power of the blood spiritual root. This grants you a natural vitality that far surpasses that of others, a fact you must have sensed within yourself. The full awakening of the blood spiritual root is attributable to your fortuitous acquisition of the chaotic blood scripture. With the aid of the chaotic blood scripture, the power of your blood spiritual root has gradually been unlocked. When Jiang Hao struck you down, the power of the blood spiritual root was fully activated. Coupled with the divine might of the chaotic blood scripture, you awakened the chaotic blood body, thus achieving rebirth. The principle of without destruction. There can be no creation has always been the essence of the chaotic blood scripture. Although Ling Yu's words left Su Yu in a state of profound shock, he could not deny the reality of his rebirth. He could distinctly perceive the extraordinary changes occurring within his body. Moreover, Ling Yu's assertion that he possessed a formidable innate vitality was undeniably true. Even before embarking on the path of cultivation, Su Yu's physique and strength far exceeded those of his peers. He had once believed himself to be gifted with divine strength, but now it seemed that was not the case. All of this stemmed from the hidden talent of the blood spiritual root within his bloodline. "Is there still a chance for me to defeat Jiang Hao?" Su Yu inquired tentatively. Ling Yu responded with unwavering certainty, "Of course. In the face of the chaotic blood body, Jiang Hao is but a trifling opponent. Years ago, when the chaotic sect was annihilated, the Ling clan suffered a merciless slaughter. In this world, those with a pure Ling bloodline have become extinct. Yet, by a series of fortuitous circumstances, you have become the second person, aside from myself, to awaken the chaotic blood body. Your current regression in cultivation is merely temporary. As long as you continue to absorb the vitality of others, you shall rise again. One can swiftly restore their cultivation, and even experience a significant enhancement in strength, far surpassing their previous capabilities. As he spoke, Ling Yu's form became increasingly ethereal. For the power of this avatar was nearly depleted. Before vanishing, there was one crucial matter I must impart to you. The last treacherous locale within the Blood Moon's secret realm conceals a treasure of utmost significance. If my judgment is accurate, it is certainly not of the mortal realm, but rather a spiritual treasure imbued with celestial energy. You must, by all means, seize this treasure. Upon hearing these words, Su Yu's expression was one of disbelief. Spiritual treasures, truly? Do such entities exist in this world? Chapter 58. The final treacherous land, the Blood Moon Altar. Gazing across the vast expanse of the mortal realm, the pinnacle of magical artifacts is undoubtedly the top-tier heavenly grade. Beyond the zenith of the heavenly grade lies the realm of spiritual treasures, an existence steeped in legend. It is said that spiritual treasures are infused with immensely potent celestial power, and thus are also referred to as celestial instruments. So you could hardly fathom that within this Blood Moon secret realm, a spiritual treasure might be hidden. Yet, something felt amiss. If such a treasure indeed resided here, why had it not been claimed until now? The Blood Moon secret realm has existed for a considerable duration since its inception, although it opens only once every decade. Each occasion witnesses an influx of cultivators. After all these years, could that spiritual treasure still remain? In response, Ling Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. Rest assured, I have already scanned the entirety of the Blood Moon secret realm with my divine consciousness. Deep within this realm, the aura of the spiritual treasure remains vibrant. I am certain that the treasure still awaits its destined possessor within the Blood Moon secret realm. In the past, when Ling Yu aided Su Yu in restoring his cultivation, he had discreetly left an avatar on him. This act was intended for the opportunity that has now arisen, allowing the avatar to infiltrate the Blood Moon secret realm in search of the spiritual treasure. As he had anticipated, this legendary artifact, having weathered countless storms, remains unclaimed by others. This is the most precious opportunity within the Blood Moon secret realm. If Ling Yu could seize this chance, his power would undoubtedly soar, even potentially breaking through to the Unity realm and entering the Venerable realm. At that time, he would exact vengeance upon those who had once annihilated the Chaos sect, eliminating them entirely. He could even overthrow the entire Great Flame dynasty, establishing the Ling clan's dominion. Thus, harnessing the fortune of the dynasty, he would ignite the divine fire, becoming the sole deity in this world. Merely contemplating this filled Ling Yu with immense excitement. It is for this reason that he candidly revealed the secret of the Chaos bloodline to Su Yu. As Su Yu carries the blood of the Ling clan, he is indeed a member of his lineage. Ling Yu has long regarded Su Yu as his disciple, and it is imperative that he assists Su Yu in claiming this extraordinary treasure. Very well. If that spiritual treasure still resides within the Blood Moon secret realm, I vow to seize it. Moreover, I shall eradicate Jiang Hao within the realm. With that, a chilling murderous intent flickered in Su Yu's eyes, as piercing as ice. In his eyes, he had already experienced death once, returning from the abyss as a demon reborn. He vowed not to rest until vengeance was exacted. Moreover, he had awakened the chaotic bloodline, significantly enhancing his power, akin to a tiger gaining wings. Although his cultivation had temporarily regressed to the third tier of the transformation realm, this was merely a fleeting predicament. With 4 to 5 days remaining until the Blood Moon's secret realm closed, he firmly believed that during this period, he would surely restore his full prowess. In the final realm of calamity, he would eradicate Jiang Hao entirely. Based on his understanding of Jiang Hao, it was certain that Jiang Hao would head to the last site of malevolence, the Blood Moon Altar. There, it would become Jiang Hao's final resting place. Nodding slightly, Ling Yu felt his avatar becoming increasingly ethereal, on the verge of dissipating. He seized the moment to look at Su Yu, urging him, remember, from this moment onward, you must proceed with utmost caution. Anyone who has witnessed your true strength must not be spared. The secret of your blood spirit root must remain concealed at all costs. If this information were to spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Furthermore, regarding that legendary spiritual treasure, which has remained untaken through the ages, there must be a reason for its endurance. Perhaps the master of the secret realm has established exceedingly powerful prohibitions, or perhaps there are special traps laid in wait. In any case, you must exercise great caution and refrain from impulsive actions. The Chaos Blood Sutra may save you once, but it cannot guarantee your safety on every occasion. With that, Ling Yu's avatar gradually faded, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Rest assured, Sect Master, I shall remember your words and will not betray your trust, Su Yu said respectfully, bowing deeply in the direction where Ling Yu had vanished. To him, Ling Yu was undoubtedly the benefactor who altered his fate. Had he not encountered Ling Yu, he might have perished at Jiang Hao's hands long ago. Even his former master, Deng Hao, paled in comparison to Ling Yu's current significance. He swore he could not let Ling Yu down. He must seize that spiritual treasure. After taking a moment to recuperate, Su Yu set off toward the Blood Moon altar. However, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he sought prey along the way. His targets were those cultivators who had entered the Blood Moon secret realm. Only by draining these individuals could he significantly augment his strength. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. It was now the 6th day since the Blood Moon secret realm had opened. At this moment, deep within the secret realm, atop a towering peak that pierced the clouds, numerous cultivators had already gathered. This place was known as Cloud-Piercing Peak, the highest point within the Blood Moon secret realm, where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. Originally, this peak was teeming with ferocious beasts. However, it had now been thoroughly cleared by the cultivators, leaving no trace of the beasts behind. The reason so many cultivators congregated here, even going so far as to exterminate the beasts, was due to the hidden, enigmatic altar at the summit of Cloud-Piercing Peak. By day, the altar remained shrouded in invisibility. Only when the night descends and the moon hangs high in the sky does this enigmatic altar gradually reveal itself. At that moment, the bright moon above will also be influenced by the altar's power, transforming into a blood-red moon. Hence, this altar is aptly named the Blood Moon Altar. The crowd awaited in silence until the moonlight graced the scene, at which point the altar finally unveiled its true form. It was an immense circular platform, at the center of which stood a dark red stone tablet radiating a dazzling crimson glow. As the altar emerged, the moon in the sky gradually became tinged with blood-red hues. Is this truly the legendary Blood Moon Altar? It appears devoid of danger. This place is not one of the 3 perilous realms within the Blood Moon secret realm. Why does it seem so unremarkable? Not a single beast can be seen. Indeed, I had anticipated a flood of terrifying creatures upon the altar's manifestation. Yet, it is merely an altar, nothing more. The onlookers gazed at the Blood Moon Altar, their minds brimming with curiosity and uncertainty. It is said that the greatest opportunities lie within this Blood Moon secret realm. Could the fortune be concealed within that dark red stone tablet? I am eager to discover what dangers this altar might harbor. At that moment, a brawny man, bare-chested, stepped forward, wielding a golden 9-ring broadsword, exuding an intimidating presence. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he swaggered boldly into the altar. Along his path, he encountered no formations or restrictions, effortlessly reaching the stone tablet. Is this all? What great danger could this place possess? Watch as I cleave this stone tablet in two and unveil its secrets. The brawny man, with fierce determination in his eyes, swung his sword down upon the tablet. Boom! With a resounding crash, the stone tablet trembled violently. Just as the onlookers believed the tablet was on the verge of shattering, the entire altar was suddenly enveloped in a blood-red light. The once arrogant brawny man was engulfed by the crimson glow, vanishing into thin air in an instant. Chapter 59. Unraveling the Secrets of the Blood Moon Altar. What? The gathered crowd, witnessing the brawny man's instantaneous obliteration, staggered back in fright. What just transpired? Where did that power originate? My heavens, a cultivator of the 5th layer of the spirit transformation realm, just like that, gone? No wonder this place is deemed a land of great peril. It clearly harbors exceedingly formidable restrictions. That man acted far too impulsively. How could he dare to strike at that mysterious stone tablet? As they recalled the harrowing scene, the crowd grew increasingly vigilant towards the Blood Moon altar before them. No one dared to step into the altar again. Perhaps the brawny man had triggered some kind of restriction. At this moment, the Blood Moon altar quaked once more, as if some force were awakening. Instinctively, the crowd summoned their magical treasures, bracing themselves for any potential combat that might arise. However, this time, no danger descended upon them. Instead, 2 stone statues quietly materialized around the altar. The 2 stone statues are identical in appearance, both clad in armor with resolute expressions, resembling valiant and fearless generals. They exude an aura of authority without anger. Merely standing there instills an intangible sense of oppression. Furthermore, in the center of each statue's abdomen, there lies a distinct indentation. This groove appears intentionally crafted, seemingly designed to accommodate a specific object. What could this signify? What are these statues? If we were to recklessly approach the altar now, would these statues attack us? Do you not find these 2 statues rather eerie, both gazing intently at the dark red stone tablet at the altar center. For some reason, an unsettling chill pervades the air. This place truly feels profoundly sinister. Sinister it may be, yet it is said to conceal the greatest opportunity within the Blood Moon secret realm. Indeed, I have heard the Grand Elder of our sect mention that the treasure hidden here contains a trace of celestial power. Yes, I too have heard of this. A magical artifact infused with celestial energy is indeed a treasure of the highest caliber. However, where exactly is this artifact concealed? And what does the indentation in the statue's abdomen signify? Must we find a key to unlock them? The crowd gathered around the altar, scrutinizing every detail of the statues while engaging in animated discussions, each expressing their thoughts. Suddenly, a remarkably handsome young man stepped forth from the crowd. Under the gaze of onlookers, he strode toward the altar with determination and composure. Goodness, has he lost his mind? The burly man who just recklessly entered the altar was reduced to ashes. How can this fellow dare to proceed? Wait, he looks somewhat familiar. I believe he is Jiang Hao, the young master of the Jiang family. As the crowd recognized Jiang Hao's identity, shock washed over their faces. Brother, please, do not act impulsively. Jiang Han, the young mistress of the Jiang family, hurriedly rushed forward and grasped Jiang Hao's sleeve. Brother, when did you arrive? You must not recklessly step into the altar. Just moments ago, someone entered and was instantly obliterated. Even if this place harbors a treasure, we cannot afford such recklessness. Jiang Han had arrived early to await this moment. She had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power exhibited by the Blood Moon altar, leaving her deeply unsettled. She could not allow Jiang Hao to carelessly approach the altar, lest an accident occur. After all, Jiang Hao's status is that of the young master of the Jiang family. Little sister, do you think I am the kind of person who seeks death? Fear not. I have already seen through this so-called Blood Moon altar. Jiang Hao spoke with unwavering confidence. Although he had only just arrived at the Blood Moon altar, he had clearly observed the entire process of the burly man being reduced to ashes. Indeed, there exists a formidable array of prohibitions within this Blood Moon altar. Yet, despite this, Jiang Hao felt no fear whatsoever. He had indeed seen through it all. If his judgment proved correct, the greatest opportunity in this place would soon be within his grasp. Brother, are you serious? You have perceived the Blood Moon altar? Jiang Han exclaimed, her expression one of utter astonishment. Of course, do you think I am jesting? Jiang Hao initially smiled faintly, but then his expression grew solemn. Leaning close to Jiang Han's ear, he whispered, no matter what occurs, do not step onto the blood altar. Heed my words, do not act impulsively. With that, Jiang Hao strode purposefully toward the altar. Under the astonished gazes of all present, he reached the center of the altar. Before him stood the stone tablet, emanating a dark crimson glow. It was here that the previously obliterated brawny man had met his end. Even the ground bore remnants of blood. Yet, this did not instill fear in Jiang Hao. Instead, he slowly reached out to touch the tablet before him. Incredible! He dares to touch that tablet, murmured the onlookers. Has he lost his mind? It seems this Jiang Hao is destined to be erased by the altar's power. The scion of the Jiang family is likely to fall. Whispers of disbelief echoed among the crowd, who deemed Jiang Hao's actions exceedingly foolish. The gruesome lesson from the brawny man was fresh in their minds. Yet Jiang Hao still dared to touch the tablet. Standing nearby, Jiang Han instinctively clenched her fists, her expression fraught with tension. Despite Jiang Hao's insistence that she should not approach the altar under any circumstances, she remained deeply concerned for his safety. If anything perilous were to befall him, she would risk her own life to save him. However, the situation did not unfold as everyone had anticipated. Despite Jiang Hao's touch upon the tablet, no prohibitions were triggered. He remained unscathed at the center of the altar. What is happening? Why is he unharmed? They wondered. Could it be that merely touching the tablet would not activate the restrictions? As it appeared, that was indeed the case. One had to admit, Jiang Hao possessed remarkable audacity. Witnessing this, the crowd began to gather closer to the altar. Since touching the tablet posed no danger, they naturally wished to observe the altar more closely. After all, it was widely known that the greatest opportunity within the Blood Moon's secret realm lay hidden here. Such a treasure, who could resist? Yet, just as they were about to enter the altar, it trembled violently, startling everyone present, prompting them to retreat. Only Jiang Hao remained steadfast at the altar's center. But this time, the altar did not emit its terrifying crimson light. Instead, the gazes of the two stone statues turned toward Jiang Hao. Moreover, the depressions in their midsections glowed with a crimson light. Jiang Hao glanced at them and smiled faintly. randomly retrieving the previously acquired Phantom Nether Domain Pearl. It was placed within the left stone statue's abdominal compartment. Subsequently, the crimson glow emanating from the abdomen vanished, and the pearl disappeared as well. In contrast, Jiang Hao deposited a drop of the scorpion tail serpent's essence into the compartment of the right stone statue. In an instant, the altar trembled violently once more, illuminating with a chilling red light. However, this time, Jiang Hao, situated at the altar's center, was not obliterated. On the contrary, the dark red stone tablet shattered into countless fragments before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. A blood-red teleportation array materialized prominently before them. Observing this, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a cold smirk, confirming his suspicions. This was indeed the path to enter the true Blood Moon altar. Without allowing the others a moment to react, Jiang Hao swiftly entered the Crimson Array. Chapter 60, Fierce Battle with Shadows, Acquiring the Supreme Treasure. Witnessing Jiang Hao step into the blood-red array, his figure was instantly engulfed in invisibility. The crowd immediately realized that Jiang Hao had unraveled the ancient mystery of the Blood Moon altar. My heavens, how on earth did he achieve this? And what were those two items he placed in the statue? Regardless of their nature, the blood-red array had already manifested. This signified the potential to discover the legendary ultimate opportunity. What are we waiting for? Let us rush in. I certainly do not wish to return empty-handed. Once the realization dawned upon them, the crowd hurriedly surged towards the blood-red array. As they successively stepped into the array, their figures gradually faded from view. Jiang Han intended to join the blood-red array and explore its mysteries. However, just as she was about to advance, she recalled Jiang Hao's warning. Under no circumstances should one enter the blood-red altar. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to heed Jiang Hao's counsel. Remaining outside the enigmatic blood-red altar, she quietly awaited developments. Unbeknownst to her, while Jiang Han stood vigil outside, a pair of scarlet eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated upon her. Time passed, though she could not tell how long. Jiang Hao gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself transported to a venue reminiscent of an arena. So this is the true Blood Moon altar? Jiang Hao pondered, surveying his surroundings with keen scrutiny. Yet, he discovered nothing amiss. Aside from himself, there was no other presence in this place. This is illogical. I just unlocked the mechanism of the Blood Moon altar and activated the teleportation array. It's impossible that I was the only one to step into it. Surely others must have ventured in as well. But where have they all gone? Could it be that they were transported elsewhere? The more he contemplated, the more perplexed he became. Although he had decrypted the secrets of the Crimson Altar, he was now utterly baffled by his current location. If there is nothing here, how shall I find my way out? How, then, can the ethereal gem of the Phantom Netherworld, ensconced within the stone statue, be retrieved? Initially, when Jiang Hao arrived at the Blood Moon altar, he was utterly perplexed. It was only upon the striking emergence of two stone statues that he caught a glimpse of the truth. These statues exuded a familiar aura. One was that of the ethereal gem of the Phantom Netherworld, and the other emanated the essence of the scorpion-tailed serpent. Furthermore, the varying shapes of the recesses on the statues' abdomens left no room for doubt in his mind. Jiang Hao deduced that the ethereal gem and the scorpion-tailed serpent were the keys to unlocking the true Blood Moon altar. He had anticipated that unraveling this mystery would grant him the greatest fortune within the Blood Moon secret realm. However, he never imagined he would be inexplicably transported to this wretched place. At that moment, the once-dim arena suddenly illuminated. Subsequently, a bronze mirror materialized before Jiang Hao, gradually revealing his own reflection. Just as he intended to investigate further, the mirror emitted a sanguine glow. To his astonishment, a shadow that bore an exact resemblance to him emerged from the mirror. What is the meaning of this? Before he could comprehend the situation, the doppelganger unleashed an overwhelming intent to kill and brandished the dragon blood mad blade, striking mercilessly towards Jiang Hao. What in the world? This fellow even possesses my artifact? Jiang Hao's expression shifted to one of shock as he hastily summoned the dragon blood mad blade to engage in combat. Initially, the mere appearance of the doppelganger wielding the dragon blood mad blade left him utterly astounded. However, what transpired next rendered him speechless. The shadow not only replicated his artifact, but also mirrored any other artifacts he wielded. Even his combat habits were indistinguishable from Jiang Hao's. It was as if he were truly battling himself. No matter the techniques he employed, the shadow countered effortlessly. Likewise, Jiang Hao was able to evade the shadow's attacks with ease. For a time, he found himself utterly unable to contend with this enigmatic figure. Thus, To attain the greatest opportunity in this realm, must he vanquish his own shadow? Though Jiang Hao was bewildered by his current predicament, it was clear that, in order to survive, he must first eliminate this strange shadow before him. Fortunately, this shadow was not invincible. It too could be wounded. Its current state was identical to Jiang Hao's. After nearly half an hour of fierce combat, both Jiang Hao and the shadow had expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, sustaining varying degrees of injuries. Am I truly destined to be worn down by this fiend today? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden realization sparked in his eyes. Wait, who said this fellow is exactly like me? I possess a most repugnant system. How could I have forgotten such a crucial matter? The shadow before me, regardless of its artifacts or techniques, bears an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Hao. But what if Jiang Hao were to suddenly elevate his prowess during battle? As this thought crossed his mind, a cold smirk crept upon Jiang Hao's lips. He promptly abandoned the notion of a direct confrontation with the shadow and instead relied on the spirit wind step to evade its assaults. In that moment, he summoned the system interface. Current technique progress. Changchun Heavenly Art. Proficient 7. Void Cleaving Blade Technique. Mastered 0. 9 Nether Fiery Blade Art. Novice 0. Spirit Wind Step. Pinnacle 0. Current Evil Value 4,500. Excellent. With such a substantial amount of evil value, I have more than enough. Let me fully invest in the 9 Nether Fiery Blade Art. Ding. Consuming 4,500 points of evil value, the Celestial Grade Martial Technique, 9 Nether Fiery Blade Art, has been cultivated to Proficient 75. Ding. During the period of closed-door cultivation, you have gained profound insights, and your cultivation realm has ascended to the 6th layer of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Warning, the Blood Moon Secret Realm contains formidable restrictive barriers. Exceeding the set cultivation limit will result in immediate annihilation. Thus, the host's cultivation will be temporarily suppressed to the 5th layer of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Current remaining evil value, 0 points. To think that my cultivation could be temporarily suppressed. This surpasses my expectations. Jiang Hao had assumed that the system would be constrained by the Blood Moon Secret Realm's restrictions, and once reaching the 5th layer of the Spirit Transformation Realm, further advancement would be impossible. Unexpectedly, his cultivation could still progress. Although his cultivation remains constrained to the 5th layer, the 9 Nether Fiery Blade Art has achieved proficiency. Meanwhile, the shadow before him remains at the novice stage. This signifies that Jiang Hao's prowess now far exceeds that of the shadow. I shall see how you withstand my assault. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes as he swung his blade toward the shadow. Initially, Jiang Hao and the shadow were evenly matched, resulting in mutual injuries. However, as the 9 Nether Fiery Blade Art reached proficiency, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The shadow stood powerless against Jiang Hao's relentless onslaught. With a resonant dragon's roar, Jiang Hao severed the shadow's head with a single strike, obliterating it completely. The shadow's corpse gradually dissipated into a haze of blood. Simultaneously, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens. Before Jiang Hao, a black-red talisman gradually materialized. Chapter 61. Acquiring the Devouring Immortal Talisman. What is this? Jiang Hao gazed in astonishment at the black-red talisman before him. It is said that this place conceals the greatest opportunity within the Blood Moon's secret realm, perhaps even containing a trace of celestial power. Yet, what now appears before Jiang Hao is merely an unremarkable talisman. If there is any uniqueness to this talisman, it lies in the incantation depicted upon it, resembling a swirling black vortex. Could it be that this is the legendary treasure spoken of by the masses? A myriad of doubts surged within Jiang Hao's heart as he could not resist the urge to reach out and touch the talisman. However, the moment his fingertips grazed the charm, an astonishing force of devouring power erupted from the seemingly inconspicuous piece of paper. It felt as though it could consume and refine everything in its path. Even the spiritual energy within Jiang Hao was forcibly drawn out by this overwhelming force. Alarmed, Jiang Hao quickly retreated several meters, maintaining a safe distance from this enigmatic talisman. At that moment, a tumultuous black and red aura emanated from the charm. This aura gradually coalesced into a figure, suspended in midair. It was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, and upon closer inspection, Jiang Hao noticed that he possessed dual pupils. Astonishingly, the talisman had seemingly come to life. Jiang Hao was taken aback, but he soon realized that this was not the talisman gaining sentience. Rather, someone had infused a fragment of their consciousness into it. Could it be that this individual is the master of this secret realm? Before Jiang Hao could finish his thought, the figure floating in the air let out a hearty laugh. Ha! It has not been easy. The 3 trials I set have finally been overcome by a descendant. Young one, do you realize the monumental fortune that awaits you? The figure's gaze fell upon Jiang Hao, scrutinizing him with evident admiration. Monumental fortune? Jiang Hao furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Old senior, though I do not know your esteemed identity, what exactly do you mean by monumental fortune? Is this black and red talisman truly the legendary treasure? Upon hearing this, the elder with dual pupils scoffed disdainfully. Treasure? In my presence, what does treasure even amount to? Listen closely, young one. This talisman before you is one of the 3 ancient divine talismans, known as the Devouring Celestial Talisman. As the name suggests, the bearer of the Devouring Celestial Talisman wields terrifying devouring power, capable of absorbing and refining all things in the universe. Even the spiritual energy of others can be ruthlessly consumed and transformed into one's own. In simpler terms, possessing this talisman will propel you to great heights. After speaking, the elder with dual pupils swiftly approached Jiang Hao, gently tapping his index finger on Jiang Hao's forehead. Jiang Hao felt an extraordinarily unique force being forcibly infused into his body. A special mark slowly emerged on his forehead, only to vanish into thin air as if it had never existed. Although Jiang Hao was uncertain of what the elder with dual pupils had done, he could distinctly sense that the previously hostile devouring celestial talisman was no longer resistant to him. In fact, it even flew to Jiang Hao's side, exhibiting an unusually endearing demeanor. So, it has acknowledged me as its master? Upon realizing this, Jiang Hao attempted to harness the power of the devouring celestial talisman. In that instant, from his being erupted an exceedingly terrifying power of devouring. It was entirely akin to the prior circumstances, as if it could consume everything in existence. The sole distinction was that this devouring celestial talisman was no longer absorbing Jiang Hao's spiritual energy. Excellent. You are even more astute than I had anticipated. Your innate talent and comprehension are remarkably high, enabling you to effortlessly master the devouring celestial talisman. I, an old man, bestow this talisman upon you. And it is indeed worthwhile. The elder with the gazed at Jiang Hao skillfully wielding the power of the devouring talisman, feeling increasingly satisfied. In an ephemeral moment, he seemed to perceive the shadow of his younger self within Jiang Hao. Thank you, esteemed senior, for this treasure. Jiang Hao's thoughts stirred, integrating the devouring celestial talisman into his very being, and then he bowed respectfully to the elder with the, Do not mention it. You have passed my trial. This devouring celestial talisman rightfully belongs to you. Subsequently, the elder's expression turned gravely serious. Young one, although you have acquired this unparalleled treasure of the world, possessing such formidable power, you must comprehend the adage of possessing a jewel brings calamity. The devouring celestial talisman is a supreme treasure, coveted by countless top-tier powerhouses. In the eyes of those formidable beings, the realm you inhabit is naught but an ant's domain. Therefore, you must conceal the fact that you possess the devouring celestial talisman. No one must know, not even your closest kin. Should this be revealed, what awaits you is utter annihilation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao solemnly nodded. Initially, he believed the greatest opportunity within the Blood Moon's secret realm was merely a spiritual treasure imbued with celestial energy. However, at this moment, he realized the truth was far from that. It surpassed his wildest imagination. He never anticipated that he could attain the devouring celestial talisman within the Blood Moon's secret realm. The power that the elder had infused into him unveiled numerous secrets. This devouring celestial talisman was not merely a spiritual treasure. It was a legendary ancient artifact of unparalleled significance. Ancient artifacts surpass spiritual treasures, and this object was a tier beyond even ancient artifacts. Even within the celestial realm, it would instantly incite a commotion. Moreover, it could potentially ignite a cataclysmic upheaval. Such a formidable treasure, once exposed, would not only spell doom for Jiang Hao, but could obliterate the entire Jiang family in an instant. He must meticulously conceal the devouring celestial talisman. Just then, the figure of the elder with the began to grow increasingly ethereal. Young one, the fragment of power I left within the devouring celestial talisman is on the verge of dissipating. The strength I previously infused into you was, in truth, a seal. It not only aids you in concealing part of the aura of the devouring celestial talisman, but also assists you in suppressing its power. Otherwise, with your current cultivation, you would be wholly incapable of activating the devouring celestial talisman. As your cultivation continues to ascend, the power of the devouring celestial talisman will also grow stronger. In this manner, you can ensure that your possession of the devouring celestial talisman remains undetected by those celestial beings. Having received the devouring immortal talisman from the venerable elder, you are now regarded as my disciple. Are you willing to kneel and address me as master? Without hesitation, Jiang Hao knelt respectfully before the elder with dual pupils. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple, Jiang Hao. The elder, upon witnessing this, erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. At last, I have a worthy successor. Jiang Hao, heed my words. My name is the devouring immortal sovereign. Ha ha. With the elder's jovial laughter echoing in the air, his figure began to fade away, leaving behind a blood-red fissure that suddenly appeared before Jiang Hao. Chapter 62. Suyu captures Jiang Han. Threatening Jiang Hao bowed thrice in reverence towards the direction where the elder had vanished, firmly imprinting the name of his master in his mind, the devouring immortal sovereign. Merely hearing this title suggests he must have been an unparalleled master of yore, for only such a figure could possess such a treasure. It was truly unexpected that entering the Blood Moon's secret realm would yield such an extraordinary opportunity. Jiang Hao did not rush to leave, but instead retrieved the devouring immortal talisman once more. Although the seal imposed by the devouring immortal sovereign currently concealed the fact that Jiang Hao possessed the talisman, this was not a sustainable solution. After all, the sovereign had already indicated that as Jiang Hao's cultivation progressed, the seal would gradually dissipate. At that time, the aura of the devouring immortal talisman would undoubtedly erupt, attracting countless otherworldly demons. He needed to devise an exceptional plan to completely conceal the talisman. After a brief moment of contemplation, a brilliant idea struck him. He then stored away the talisman and stepped into the blood-red fissure ahead. Before long, Jiang Hao found himself back at the Blood Moon altar. The items he had used to activate the altar earlier, including the ethereal Netherrealm Pearl and a drop of scorpion-tailed serpent blood, had all been safely stored in his spatial pouch when he departed from that mysterious space. Now, within the Blood Moon altar, there was nothing left. Both the dark red stone tablet from the beginning and the two statues that had subsequently appeared had vanished. Even the moon hanging in the sky had reverted to its normal hue. This signified the dissolution of the Blood Moon altar, as the grand opportunity it once harbored had been seized by Jiang Hao, rendering the altar devoid of purpose. Furthermore, no one could be seen in the vicinity of the Blood Moon altar. Clearly, when the blood-red fissure had manifested, all those present had rushed inside. If that moment had constituted a trial, it implied that all who entered the Blood Moon altar would have to battle their own shadows. Only by vanquishing their shadows could they pass the assessment, while those who failed would perish alongside their shadows. Now, with no one around, it was evident that those individuals were either dead or still engaged in a struggle with their shadows. Wait, where is my sister? She wouldn't have just entered the Blood Moon altar, would she? A wave of dread washed over Jiang Hao at this thought. If that were indeed the case, Jiang Han would be in grave danger. Just as he pondered how to rescue Jiang Han, a sudden burst of laughter pierced the air. Ha ha, Jiang Hao, we meet again. With that, Suyu swaggered out from the side. I see you're searching for Jiang Han. No need to look further. I shall deliver her to you. With a casual wave of his hand, a crimson cage materialized, revealing Jiang Han, bloodied and unconscious within, barely clinging to life. I had thought the young lady of the Jiang family would possess considerable strength, yet she crumbles so easily. Suyu sneered at Jiang Hao. If you wish for your precious sister to survive, you must forfeit your cultivation and kneel before me. Otherwise, I can reduce Jiang Han to ashes at any moment. In truth, while Jiang Hao and the others were gradually entering the Blood Moon altar, Suyu had already arrived. However, he chose not to enter the altar, but rather to observe from the shadows. After the lessons learned from previous encounters, he recalled Ling Yu's advice: never act impulsively. He must be certain before taking action against Jiang Hao. Based on his understanding, the greatest opportunity within the Blood Moon altar had likely already been seized by Jiang Hao. This was corroborated by the current state of the altar. Since Jiang Hao had claimed the prize, Suyu decided to pursue a different strategy, setting his sights on Jiang Han. In Suyu's eyes, Jiang Hao's greatest vulnerability was Jiang Han. If he could capture her, Jiang Hao would be left with no choice but to surrender. At that point, not only could he reclaim everything he had lost, but he could also eliminate Jiang Hao in one fell swoop. With Jiang Han now in his grasp, Suyu felt victory was all but assured. As he gazed at the near-lifeless form of Jiang Han, a fierce glint ignited in Jiang Hao's eyes. Just as Suyu had anticipated, Family was of utmost importance to Jiang Hao. He could not tolerate seeing his sister so grievously harmed. Yet, rather than lose his composure and recklessly attack Su Yu, he observed him quietly. He recalled vividly the moment he had personally slain Su Yu near the blood-water abyss. Yet, inexplicably, Su Yu's body had vanished. The system had not even indicated that he had successfully killed the Chosen One, only that he had severely wounded him. Thus, upon witnessing Su Yu's unscathed return, Jiang Hao was not overly astonished. Given that Jiang Han had entered the Blood Moon altar and now found herself in Su Yu's hands, she was perhaps even safer than before. After all, to Jiang Hao, Su Yu was merely a defeated foe. Moreover, he has now acquired the devouring celestial talisman. In his eyes, Su Yu is utterly defenseless. What? Are you so frightened that you have lost your wits? Su Yu scoffed, since you are terrified. You should promptly do as I say. Abandon your cultivation and kneel before me. Only then will your sister have a chance to survive. As he spoke, Su Yu's pupils glimmered with a crimson light. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted from his being, even more formidable than before. Jiang Hao could distinctly perceive that the blood-colored cage conjured by Su Yu was far superior to its earlier incarnation. Undoubtedly, after Su Yu's body transformed into blood and vanished, something extraordinary had transpired within him. Truly, the child of destiny lives up to his title. How remarkable it is that he could resurrect after being dead. Jiang Hao initially scoffed at this notion, then fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Su Yu, incredulous that this young master would voluntarily forsake his own cultivation. Kneel before you willingly? Su Yu, have you lost your mind? Could it be that the blade you received previously inflicted such damage to your intellect that you have become a fool? If that is the case, I would not hesitate to slay you once more, to spare you the shame of existence in this world. Upon hearing these words, Su Yu was instantly enraged. Jiang Hao, how dare you speak to me in such a manner at this juncture? Very well, I shall torment Jiang Han before your very eyes. Let her be reduced to ashes. With that, the blood-colored cage beside Su Yu erupted with a dazzling crimson light. Blood lightning, resembling serpentine creatures, surged forth under Su Yu's command, striking towards Jiang Han. Given Jiang Han's current state, she could not possibly withstand it. However, just as Su Yu anticipated that Jiang Hao would disregard everything to save Jiang Han, an inexplicable event occurred. Those serpentine-like blood lightning bolts suddenly vanished. Even the entire blood-colored cage dimmed and lost its brilliance. Chapter 63. Su Yu is a demonic cultivator. What is happening? Su Yu gazed in horror as the power of the blood lightning cage dissipated. It was as if an immensely terrifying force was forcibly siphoning the energy from the blood lightning cage. Before Su Yu could react, the proud blood lightning cage he had conjured collapsed instantaneously. Subsequently, Jiang Hao executed the spirit wind step and, in a heartbeat, rescued Jiang Han. Even as Su Yu sought to intervene, it was already too late. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly, catching Su Yu completely off guard, leaving him in a state of shock. At that moment, Jiang Hao swiftly retrieved a healing elixir for Jiang Han to consume. Once her injuries were stabilized, Jiang Hao cast a mocking glance at Su Yu. Is this all you've got? Such unimpressive tactics, and you dare threaten me? Su Yu, after all the times you have been defeated, have you still not grasped the disparity between us? You still wish to coerce me into self-dismantlement? How foolish you are. In truth, the blood lightning cage Su Yu had just conjured was indeed powerful. Even the aura emanating from Su Yu was evidently stronger than before. Alas, Jiang Hao had acquired the devouring celestial talisman, granting him the extraordinary ability to consume and refine all things. Moments ago, Jiang Hao had merely invoked the power of the talisman casually, effortlessly dissolving the blood prison. Simultaneously, he refined the blood energy within, transforming it for his own use. In Jiang Hao's eyes, Su Yu was utterly insignificant. As for the concern of revealing the secret of the devouring celestial talisman, Jiang Hao was entirely untroubled. At this stage, the majority of the talisman's power and aura were sealed. As long as Jiang Hao did not directly summon it, no one would discern its presence. Moreover, Su Yu was completely unaware of the true nature of the talisman. After all, even the initial Jiang Hao had been oblivious to it. Had it not been for the devouring celestial sovereign's guidance, he would have thought it merely a peculiar piece of talisman paper. What have you done? Su Yu initially believed Jiang Hao had employed some means to forcibly dismantle the Blood Thunder prison. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The Blood Thunder prison had not been dismantled. It appeared to have been forcibly absorbed by Jiang Hao. He could even distinctly sense the enhancement of Jiang Hao's blood energy. Jiang Hao had actually absorbed his own blood energy, leaving Su Yu utterly astonished. To him, Jiang Hao lacked such capability. There must be some treasure Jiang Hao had obtained from the Blood Moon altar. Do I really need to explain what I have done to you? Jiang Hao declared. If I could kill you once, I can certainly do it again. With that, he surged towards Su Yu in an instant, revealing the dragon blood-frenzied blade in his hand, and swung it down fiercely. Su Yu reacted with remarkable speed, conjuring a blood-red shield in an attempt to block the strike. However, the moment the shield materialized, he immediately sensed an overwhelming force of devouring energy. The shield, which he had so carefully formed, vanished once again. Furthermore, Jiang Hao's blood energy continued to rise. Even more astonishing was that the emergence of that devouring power caused Su Yu's own spiritual energy to spiral out of control, as if his very essence was being consumed as well. In a state of panic, Su Yu was unable to withstand Jiang Hao's strike and was sent flying. A deep gash, exposing bone, appeared on his chest, and blood gushed forth. Su Yu crashed heavily to the ground, grievously wounded by a single blow. Reflecting on the strange occurrences that had just transpired, his expression grew increasingly horrified. He became more convinced than ever that Jiang Hao must have obtained a terrifying treasure from the Blood Moon altar. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such an extraordinary devouring power. Jiang Hao, you will pay for this. Su Yu vowed one day, I will personally end your life. With that, he immediately activated his blood escape technique, transformed into a pool of blood, vanishing without a trace. Although after this escape, Su Yu would no longer have the opportunity to slay Jiang Hao within the Blood Moon secret realm. If he did not flee now, he would inevitably repeat the same tragic fate and be killed by Jiang Hao once more. The bloody lesson from before had instilled in him a profound understanding. Only with the certainty of absolute victory could he dare to confront Jiang Hao. Presently, with Jiang Hao having acquired the mysterious spiritual treasure of the Blood Moon secret realm, and even the hostage Jiang Han rescued, Su Yu found himself devoid of any chance of triumph. His only choice was to retreat completely. Once he had departed from the Blood Moon secret realm, he would discuss how to eliminate Jiang Hao with the sect leader, Ling Yu. Su Yu had a foreboding sense that if their chaos sect obtained this supreme treasure, they would undoubtedly become invincible across the lands. He had to leave this place at the earliest possible moment to inform Ling Yu of this matter. This fellow certainly runs quite swiftly. It is strange. When did he master such bizarre blood techniques? I recall that the Chaos Blood Scripture Su Yu possessed did not include such abilities. Furthermore, the blood escape technique he just demonstrated was remarkably impressive. Not at all an ordinary skill. Observing Su Yu dissolve into blood and disappear, Jiang Hao felt genuine perplexity. Although Jiang Hao was not overly familiar with the so-called Chaos Blood Scripture, Su Yu had never exhibited such unique techniques during their previous encounters at Tian Shin's sect. Even in their battle before the Ling Chong Tian stage, he had not displayed anything of the sort. All these changes seemed to have occurred only after Su Yu was rescued by that mysterious figure in a black cloak. In Jiang Hao's view, that enigmatic figure could not have rescued Su Yu without cause. Even if Su Yu's destiny as the chosen one had been ignited, there must have been a reason. It was highly probable that this mysterious figure also possessed the Chaos Blood Scripture. It was precisely due to this individual that Su Yu underwent such a tremendous transformation. Intriguing. It appears that after leaving the Blood Moon secret realm, I must thoroughly investigate the Chaos Blood Scripture. At that moment, Jiang Han, who had been unconscious, gradually opened her eyes. Where did that guy go? The first thing Jiang Han sought upon awakening was to find Su Yu. Had it not been for Su Yu's sudden attack, she could never have sustained such severe injuries, nor would she have been imprisoned within the Blood Thunder cage. Sister, that fellow has long since fled. But do not worry, I shall avenge you. Once we depart from the Blood Moon secret realm, I will certainly eliminate him. Before Jiang Hao could finish speaking, Jiang Han hurriedly interjected, Brother, that fellow's identity is quite extraordinary. He must not be allowed to escape the Blood Moon secret realm even a single step. If I am not mistaken, he possesses a blood spiritual root. He is a demon cultivator. Moreover, the techniques he employs are related to the Chaos sect that was annihilated thousands of years ago. If we allow this person to go unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Han's master was General Tang De of the Crimson Flame Army. The matter concerning the Chaos sect was divulged to her through Tang De. Little did she anticipate that a demonic sect, which ought to have been eradicated entirely, would once again manifest in the realm. Chapter 64. A spiritual treasure infused with devouring power? At this moment, Jiang Hao found himself utterly bewildered by Jiang Han's words. What on earth is this? The Chaos Sect? Blood Spiritual Root? Could there be a misunderstanding? Jiang Hao was entirely ignorant of the Chaos Sect that Jiang Han mentioned. That rascal Su Yu has been affiliated with the Tianxin sect from the outset. Aside from those years spent in the abyss of the infinite, he has virtually remained within the Tianxin sect. When did he become associated with the Chaos Sect? As for the Blood Spiritual Root, he had indeed heard of it. Yet, to his knowledge, Su Yu had awakened a golden spiritual root. When did it transform into a blood spiritual root? No, brother, I am not mistaken. That fellow must be linked to the Chaos Sect. You are unaware that this Chaos Sect was, thousands of years ago, an exceedingly fearsome demonic sect. At that time, to eradicate the Chaos Sect, various righteous sects banded together, including people from the Great Flame Dynasty, to participate in the campaign against the Chaos Sect. After a fierce battle, they finally uprooted the Chaos Sect. All members of the Ling clan possessing blood spiritual roots were slain on the spot. This demonic sect was destined to fade into obscurity with the passage of time. Yet, astonishingly, it has resurfaced. As she spoke, Jiang Han's face was unmistakably marked by fear. Brother, I have heard my master mention that the former leader of the Chaos Sect, in pursuit of demonic cultivation, did not hesitate to transform an entire city's populace into desiccated corpses. While I am uncertain whether Su Yu possesses such demonic powers, he undoubtedly bears a blood spiritual root. Otherwise, he could not possibly wield such terrifying blood techniques. Before Jiang Han could finish, Jiang Hao interrupted her. Wait, you mean the leader of the Chaos Sect also turned people into dried corpses? Indeed, it is said to be an extraordinarily dreadful demonic art. Although I am not clear on the specifics of this demonic technique, the methods employed by Su Yu are certainly not those of a normal practice. That fellow must be a remnant of the Chaos Sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was instantly reminded of the events that transpired within the Ghost Shadow Maze. There, he had witnessed a landscape littered with horrifying dried corpses, all of whom had been slain by Su Yu. Jiang Hao had previously been puzzled as to why Su Yu would commit such acts. Given his past understanding of Su Yu, there was no need for such brutality. Even if one were to kill, it would be swift and decisive. Why drain the life essence, leaving only dried corpses? Now, after hearing Jiang Han's words, Jiang Hao comprehended everything. The demonic art of the Chaos Sect is none other than the Chaos Blood Cannon, and the catalyst for Su Yu's drastic transformation must be that figure in the black robe. Thus, the individual who rescued Su Yu from the mine must undoubtedly be a remnant of the Chaos Sect. How delightful it is. I had long harbored a fervent desire to eliminate Su Yu, and now I have been granted yet another compelling reason to do so. Jiang Hao recollected the brief time after he had first entered the blood-red secret realm when he encountered a peculiar cultivator clad in green robes. This individual forsook his cultivation in the law manifestation realm to forcibly penetrate the blood-red secret realm, intent on seizing the true dragon power that resided within him. In Jiang Hao's estimation, this enigmatic green-robed cultivator might well have been affiliated with the chaotic sect. Brother, is it still possible to capture Su Yu? Jiang Han inquired urgently. It seems unlikely. That fellow possesses an exceedingly sinister blood escape technique. The Blood Moon's secret realm is vast, and if he does not choose to reveal himself, no one shall be able to apprehend him. Furthermore, the Blood Moon's secret realm is on the verge of closing. We must hasten to gather at Yuchuan Peak. Once we exit the Blood Moon's secret realm, we shall deal with Su Yu at our leisure. We shall also unearth the chaotic sect lurking behind him. Having spoken, Jiang Hao swiftly departed the Blood Moon altar, supporting the injured Jiang Han. As for those ensnared within the altar, their fates were of no concern to Jiang Hao. Yuchuan Peak, located at the very heart of the Blood Moon secret realm, loomed high into the clouds. This place harbored no dangers nor any demonic beasts. All who had survived within the Blood Moon secret realm had convened here, awaiting their exit. Initially, hundreds had entered the Blood Moon secret realm. Yet now fewer than 1/10 remained. Many among them were grievously wounded, having narrowly escaped with their lives. This starkly illustrated the perilous nature of the Blood Moon secret realm. Nevertheless, for the sake of the opportunities it offered, many would still venture forth into its depths. Regrettably, even when the Blood Moon secret realm reopens, the so-called three great perilous lands will no longer exist. The greatest opportunity in this realm had long since been seized by Jiang Hao. He would not need to return to this cursed place. Jiang Hao initially intended to remain here and observe whether Su Yu would make an appearance. However, even as the 7 days of the secret realm drew to a close and the blood-red fissure opened, Su Yu did not show himself. With the opening of the blood-red fissure, all those gathered at Yuchuan Peak began to gradually teleport away. Just as the blood-red fissure was about to close, a crimson figure darted into the rift. It was none other than Suyu. Upon escaping the Blood Moon's secret realm, he immediately utilized the blood escape technique, returning to a lightless valley shrouded in terrifying restrictions. This place was impenetrable to anyone outside the chaotic sect, and even the existence of this valley remained undetectable. It was a precautionary measure set by sect leader Ling Yu, ensuring that news of the chaotic sect's resurgence would not leak into the world. At this moment, within the innermost grand hall of the valley, Suyu entered with an expression of profound displeasure. So, has the mission failed? You failed to retrieve the divine treasure. Did you not? Ling Yu questioned coldly, observing Suyu's despondent demeanor. I lost my chance. That brat Jiang Hao was far too swift. He entered the Blood Moon altar before I could. I never imagined he would actually acquire that legendary artifact. However, although I could not seize it, I have discerned its unique capabilities. It seemingly possesses a terrifying ability to devour everything. Suyu succinctly recounted his encounter with Jiang Hao outside the Blood Moon altar to Ling Yu. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu's expression transformed, revealing sheer astonishment. What did you say? That treasure can devour everything. Suyu affirmed with a nod. Although I did not witness it firsthand, Jiang Hao indeed possesses such power. He is even capable of siphoning the blood energy from me, converting it into his own strength. Ling Yu's initial shock gradually morphed into exhilaration and unrestrained joy. He had contemplated countless possibilities, yet he had never envisioned that the treasure would possess such devouring powers. If he could obtain such a priceless artifact, he would truly be invincible in this world. Yet now, it had been snatched away by Jiang Hao, which undoubtedly incensed Ling Yu. Jiang Hao, how dare you seize what belongs to me? I shall ensure you are ground to dust. Chapter 65. Ling Yu's Fury, Suyu's Narrow Escape. Master, are you implying that you will take action personally? Suyu exclaimed, utterly astounded. To him, if Ling Yu were to intervene directly, Jiang Hao would surely be obliterated. Even the formidable master of the Jiang family would stand no chance against Ling Yu. No, I absolutely cannot reveal myself so easily. The risk I undertook when I went to the Jiang family mine to rescue you was already considerable. If I were to confront Jiang Hao head-on, my identity would be entirely exposed. At this juncture, Ling Yu suddenly recalled something, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual pressure. Suyu was instantly forced to kneel, his entire body trembling violently. Master, what do you mean by this? The unexpected turn of events left Suyu completely bewildered. I have repeatedly instructed you to eliminate anyone who has witnessed the true techniques of the Chaos Blood Sutra. Why did you not do so? You may have been unable to kill Jiang Hao, but why did you not promptly eliminate Jiang Han? Do you understand that Jiang Han is a disciple of General Tangda of the Crimson Flame Army? And Tangda is far more than just a general. He bears the bloodline of the illustrious Tang royal family. He undoubtedly possesses knowledge regarding the matters of the Chaos sect. Your failure to dispose of Jiang Han indicates that your identity may have been compromised. Upon hearing this, Suyu was left speechless. Master, it was not my intention. In my plan, Jiang Han was merely a pawn to threaten Jiang Hao. I believe that by utilizing Jiang Han, I could subdue Jiang Hao and eliminate both of them in the process. Who would have thought that the treasure within the Blood Moon altar could possess such formidable power? Suyu has already faced death once, experiencing the profound agony it entails. Consequently, he harbors a greater fear of death than anyone else, dreading the possibility of Ling Yu striking against him. A single blow from a master of the Unity realm leaves him with no chance of defense. Observing Suyu kneeling on the ground, a flicker of murderous intent passed through Ling Yu's eyes. Failing to reclaim the treasure was one matter, but having his identity exposed was another. How could Ling Yu not feel a surge of anger? Nevertheless, Suyu, despite the circumstances, is still a member of the Ling clan, and with the awakening of his blood spiritual root, it would be a tragic loss to eliminate him so easily. After a brief silence, Ling Yu spoke coldly. Very well, I shall spare your life for now. However, your identity is compromised, and you can no longer remain within the Heavenly Xian sect. You must immediately depart from the sect and stay within this Chaos Valley. Without my permission, you shall not step beyond its confines. Thank you, sect master, for your mercy, Suyu said respectfully, bowing before hastily exiting the great hall. At the moment he left, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He despised his own weakness. Had it not been for his lack of strength, he would not have been repeatedly defeated by Jiang Hao, nor would he be threatened by a powerhouse like Ling Yu. His life and death lay in the whims of others. In his heart, Su Yu silently vowed to become the strongest in this world. Only then could he trample everyone beneath his feet. After Su Yu's departure, a purple-haired woman appeared within the hall. Sect Master, do you truly intend to keep this individual around? He is full of rebellion, and his presence could lead to endless troubles. Upon hearing her words, Ling Yu chuckled dismissively. What of his rebellious nature? He is merely a practitioner at the spirit transformation stage. Should I desire it, I could easily erase him with a mere gesture. However, keeping him close serves more benefit than harm and provides me with a contingency plan. After all, he is the only other individual besides myself who has awakened the blood spiritual root. At this point, Ling Yu turned toward the purple-haired woman. You must have heard what Su Yu just mentioned. The greatest opportunity within the Blood Moon secret realm is a treasure possessing devouring power. If I can obtain this treasure, I shall ascend to the realm of the revered. At that time, no one within the Great Flame Dynasty will be able to impede my restoration of the Chaos Sect. Thus, you should understand what needs to be done. The purple-haired woman smirked coldly. Sect Master, do you mean for me to eliminate Jiang Hao? Precisely, Ling Yu replied slowly. Not only do we need to seize that treasure imbued with devouring power, but we must also claim Jiang Hao's true dragon bloodline. However, remember to keep the whereabouts of the Chaos Sect concealed and proceed with utmost caution. Despite Jiang Hao's immaturity, he is backed by the entire Jiang family. Rest assured. The purple-haired woman confidently declared, he is merely Jiang Hao. I possess numerous means to eliminate him. With that, she transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in Tianyin City, within the Jiang residence, Jiang Hao returned home with the injured Jiang Han immediately after leaving the Blood Moon secret realm. Accompanying Jiang Hao were not only the Jiang family's guards, but also General Tang De of the Crimson Flame Army. It was indeed unexpected to encounter remnants of the Chaos Sect within the Blood Moon secret realm. Regrettably, that individual managed to escape. Otherwise, he would have been captured and subjected to rigorous interrogation. Tang De had no intention of visiting the Jiang family, eager to return to the Crimson Flame barracks. However, he never anticipated that his beloved disciple, Jiang Han, would be gravely injured by a remnant of the Chaos Sect. To ascertain what transpired in the Blood Moon secret realm, he decided to accompany Jiang Hao to the Jiang residence. This news was truly alarming. A demonic sect that had been annihilated for thousands of years had resurfaced. Moreover, this remnant of the Chaos Sect was none other than the former saint son of the Tianxin sect. This is a dereliction of duty on my part, Jiang Hao asserted. General, please rest assured, I shall unearth Su Yu even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. The Tianxin sect indeed requires a thorough cleansing. Upon learning of this situation, Jiang Feng, the city lord of Tianyun, was also greatly astonished. Fortunately, Jiang Hao did not disappoint him. Not only did he emerge unscathed from the Blood Moon secret realm, but he also managed to save Jiang Han in time. You need not blame yourself, city lord, he reassured. If anyone is to be held accountable, it would be the current sovereign, who could not have foreseen this either. I cannot remain here any longer, Tang De declared as he stood. The resurgence of the Chaos Sect is a matter of great significance. I must report this to the sovereign at once. Jiang Han should stay here and recuperate for a while. Tang De clasped his fists in respect towards Jiang Feng and the Jiang family before hastily departing. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Jiang Hao, his expression betraying admiration. With such an outstanding young master, the Jiang family would undoubtedly thrive for centuries to come. After Tang De's departure, Jiang Feng tended to the injured Jiang Han, while Jiang Hao made his way directly to the Tianxin sect. At this moment, within the grand hall of the main peak of the Tianxin sect, Jiang Hao recounted the events that transpired in the Blood Moon secret realm to sect master Lin Mo. For Jiang Hao, Lin Mo was not only the leader of the Tianxin sect, but also the individual he trusted most. It was imperative to inform him of the infiltration of Chaos Sect spies within the Tianxin sect. Third uncle, the events unfolded as follows. Although the specific identity of that blue-robed cultivator remains unclear, he is undoubtedly linked to the Chaos Sect. The awakening of my true dragon bloodline remains an enigma to outsiders. Yet, this matter has inexplicably leaked, attracting assassins into the Blood Moon secret realm. This signifies that there must be a spy from the Chaos Sect within the Heavenly Xin sect. Listening to Jiang Hao's words, Lin Mo's expression darkened considerably. Damn it. I never anticipated that a spy from the Chaos Sect would infiltrate my Heavenly Xin sect. Even more shocking is the revelation that the once honored holy son of our sect is a remnant of the Chaos Sect. Lin Mo clenched his fists. I should have foreseen that the Chaos Blood Scripture is indeed the nefarious technique of the Chaos Sect. Had I realized this sooner, Suyu would not have escaped from the Heavenly Shin Sect. However, you speak the truth. There must be a spy from the Chaos Sect within our ranks. However, I have urgent matters that require me to temporarily depart from the Heavenly Shin Sect. Thus I entrust this matter entirely to you. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, consult with the second elder and the third elder. Before Lin Mo could finish, an angry voice erupted from outside the Grand Hall. Sect Master, I believe there is more to this matter than meets the eye. Suyu is in no way affiliated with the Chaos Sect. His acquisition of the Chaos Blood Scripture was merely a matter of fortuitous circumstances. Furthermore, both you and I have examined the Chaos Blood Scripture he obtained. It contains no terrifying blood techniques, but rather a unique method to enhance one's blood vitality. As the voice echoed, the Grand Elder, Deng Hao, strode into the Grand Hall. Initially bound by Lin Mo's orders, he had remained in seclusion atop the Liyun Peak and had not intended to appear again so soon. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Suyu, after visiting the Blood Secret Realm, had inexplicably become a remnant of the Chaos Sect. In Lin Mo's eyes, Suyu is his only direct disciple, one he has painstakingly nurtured, and there is no way he could be a remnant of the Chaos Sect. To vindicate Suyu, he defied the Sect Master's command and forcefully entered the main hall. Ha! Jiang Hao scoffed, a light laugh escaping his lips. Grand Elder, does your remark imply that I am slandering Suyu? Is it not so? Deng Hao retorted sharply. I have watched Suyu grow. How could he possibly be a remnant of the Chaos Sect? I do not deny that there may indeed be demonic spies within the Heavenly Shin Sect, but it cannot possibly be Suyu. At this point, Deng Hao pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Hao. You claim to have witnessed Suyu committing murder in the Blood Moon Secret Realm. Pray, do you have any evidence? To slander my beloved disciple without proof is clearly born of your jealousy towards him. At these words, Jiang Hao burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. How utterly ridiculous. Deng Hao, have you lost your wits during your seclusion? Do you think I, the young master of the Jiang family, would harbor jealousy towards a waste like Suyu? You are, after all, a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Shin Sect. I refuse to believe you have not noticed Suyu's decline. I will speak plainly. At the Jiang family's mining site, Suyu had already been rendered powerless. A few days later, he appeared once more, seemingly unscathed. And even his cultivation had returned to its former glory. Who could possibly fathom the events that transpired during those days? Who could truly comprehend what occurred after Suyu fell into the endless abyss? Jiang Hao cast a cold glance at Deng Hao. Since the Grand Elder believed I was slandering Suyu, why not summon him forth? If Suyu is willing to return to the Heavenly Profound Sect with you, then I shall admit my defamation. Otherwise, the Grand Elder should be aware of how to deal with Suyu in such circumstances. At present, with Suyu's whereabouts shrouded in mystery, it seems only Deng Hao himself could entice Suyu out. After all, they share a master-disciple bond. Very well. This is your assertion. Deng Hao then turned to Lin Mo, Sect Master. May I be permitted to leave the Heavenly Profound Sect in search of Suyu? Of course. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Regardless of the outcome, Suyu must be returned to the Heavenly Profound Sect. Rest assured, my disciple, I will undoubtedly bring him back alive. When that time comes, I shall ensure that all who have slandered Suyu kneel and apologize. With that, Deng Hao stormed out of the Heavenly Profound Sect in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao complied with Lin Mo's directive, fully embracing the investigation into the traitor within the Heavenly Profound Sect. With the cooperation of the second and third elders, they began to cleanse the sect. Days later, within a secluded valley in the realm of the Great Flame Dynasty, Deng Hao had tracked Suyu's aura to this very location. As Suyu's master, he had bestowed upon him many treasures, embedding special restrictions within them, intending that one day, should Suyu encounter peril, he could manifest at a moment's notice to protect him. It was this unique aura that had guided him here, yet to his astonishment, the aura abruptly vanished upon entering the valley. How could this be? Did Suyu actively erase the restrictions I had set? That seems improbable. Deng Hao had intended to thoroughly investigate the valley when suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sensation and spun around. To his surprise, the figure that emerged was none other than Suyu. Excellent. At last, I have found you. Deng Hao exclaimed, his anxious heart finally at ease upon seeing Suyu. I know you have endured much in the Blood Moon Secret Realm. This is all part of Jiang Hao's cunning scheme to drive you away. But do not worry. I will not allow him to succeed. Come, return to the Heavenly Profound Sect with me, and I shall ensure Jiang Hao apologizes to you. As Deng Hao spoke, he moved closer to Suyu, determined to bring him back to the sect. However, just as he approached, a figure clad in black robes emerged beside him. At the moment Deng Hao laid eyes on this individual, he immediately sensed the terrifying aura of the harmonization realm emanating from him. What in the world? Deng Hao's expression was one of utter shock. How could a strong entity of the unity realm be present here? Su Yu, what is your relationship with this individual? Relationship? The man in the black robe let out a cold laugh before turning to Su Yu. This fellow has discovered our lair. So, what fate do you believe he deserves? Of course, you could choose to let him go. I do not wish to impose. The decision lies entirely with you. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, a fierce killing intent flickered in Su Yu's eyes. He cannot leave. He must die. Chapter 67. The Fall of Elder Deng Hao. What? Deng Hao could hardly fathom that Su Yu would utter such terrifying words. Disciple, what do you mean by this? What is your connection with this man in black? Who do you wish to see perish? At that moment, for reasons unknown, Deng Hao felt an overwhelming strangeness in Su Yu's demeanor. Heh! Listening to Deng Hao's words, Su Yu chuckled coldly. Who else could it be but you? Deng Hao, do you still believe you are my master? Let me be frank. I have long since severed ties with the Tianxian sect. I am now a disciple of the Chaos sect. Only by remaining within the Chaos sect can I grow stronger. Meanwhile, you will only continue to make me endure, incapable of standing up for me. If I were to stay in the Tianxian sect, I would inevitably be killed by Zhang Hao. What help can you provide me? Upon hearing this, Deng Hao's expression turned to one of horror. You have truly become a disciple of the Chaos sect. Su Yu, how could you be so foolish? Do you not realize that the Chaos sect is a demonic sect? How can you squander your future by descending into darkness? It was only now that Deng Hao believed everything Zhang Hao had said was true. He could scarcely imagine that his once most favored disciple had transformed into such a terrifying figure. If Su Yu had indeed joined the Chaos sect, it meant he was the one responsible for the rampant killings within the secret realm. At this moment, Deng Hao's aura surged violently. After all, Su Yu was his disciple. How could he simply stand by while Su Yu committed such heinous acts? What? Do you intend to kill me? Su Yu laughed dismissively. Heh, can you truly accomplish that? Master, I have said all that I needed to. This man is no longer of any concern to me. With that, Su Yu leisurely made his way deeper into the valley. Deng Hao intended to pursue him, to eliminate Su Yu and cleanse the sect. However, he was stopped by Ling Yu. So, you are the current Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect? It appears that even the Unity realm has not been attained. It seems the Tianxian sect has indeed declined with each generation. Dare to intrude upon the territory of the Chaos sect? You shall not leave today. As soon as Ling Yu finished speaking, he engaged Deng Hao in battle. With his astounding strength, he swiftly dispatched Deng Hao, utilizing the power of the Chaos Blood Scripture to drain him into a desiccated corpse. All of this was observed by Su Yu, marking the first time he witnessed Ling Yu in action. The Grand Elder, Deng Hao, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Dharma manifestation realm, was utterly unable to withstand even a single strike from Ling Yu. This revelation made Su Yu acutely aware of the immense strength that could be attained by mastering the Chaos Blood Sutra to its utmost limit. He increasingly felt vindicated in his choices. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, where the weak are destined for elimination. In his pursuit of strength, he saw no fault in climbing to greater heights at any cost. The true error lay with Deng Hao, who had exhibited such foolishness. Meanwhile, within the Tianxian sect, a thorough purge had been conducted. Aside from Su Yu, 2 unidentified disciples were discovered. Although they intended to interrogate them rigorously, both chose to end their lives instead. While no clues about the Chaos sect were uncovered, at the very least, the Tianxian sect was now devoid of any hidden threats. Zhang Hao had initially planned to return to the Zhang family, but just then, Lin Mo unexpectedly returned from his errands. In addition to summoning Zhang Hao, he also called upon the other 2 elders of the Tianxian sect. Everyone, there is something of utmost importance that I must share with you. Lin Mo's expression was grave as he produced the soul lamp of Grand Elder Deng Hao. The once flaming lamp had now extinguished. This signified the demise of Grand Elder Deng Hao. How could this be? Brother Deng, despite his shortcomings, was a peak expert of the Dharma manifestation realm. How could he fall so easily? Both Second Elder Chen Yulian and Third Elder Zhong Huai were struck with disbelief. Although Deng Hao had made some reckless decisions, he was nonetheless a revered Grand Elder and their senior brother. They had never anticipated his death. Needless to say, this is undoubtedly the doing of Su Yu. I had forewarned you all that Su Yu has become entangled with the Chaos sect, and he was bound to seek him out. If not Su Yu, Then who else would be responsible for this? Jiang Hao had foreseen these events unfolding. Clearly, the one who had slain Deng Hao was the enigmatic figure in the black robe from the mine. That individual was a master of the Unity Realm. Deng Hao's confrontation with Su Yu was, in essence, a venture into certain doom. After all, Su Yu was a chosen one, surely under the protection of formidable allies. Though the specifics of the Grand Elder's demise remained unclear, Jiang Hao's assertion that the matter was linked to Su Yu is indisputable. Lin Mo's gaze flickered with a fierce intent. Despite having punished Deng Hao for the conflict with Su Yu, he could not help but feel a sense of rage at the unjust and mysterious death of his senior brother. By the command of the sect leader, I hereby issue a warrant for Su Yu. All disciples of the Tianxian sect are to kill him on sight. Such a traitor who betrays his own master and ancestors is not worthy of pity. As Lin Mo's words fell, the second and third elders immediately sprang into action. Jiang Hao, initially intending to depart, was halted by Lin Mo. Please wait a moment, he urged. Third uncle, is there something else? Jiang Hao inquired. During this period, you must devote yourself to rigorous training. In due time, the 100 sect competition will commence. As the strongest disciple of the heavenly profound sect, it is only natural that you represent us in battle. What is this 100 sect competition? Jiang Hao paused, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly grasping the significance. The 100 sect competition is a grand event held once every decade on the central continent. At that time, the finest prodigies from all sects across the continent will participate. Though it is termed the 100 sects, the reality is quite different. The central continent is vast, and merely within the Great Flame Dynasty, there exists a multitude of sections. Moreover, those esteemed families will also send their kin to compete. Thus, while it is nominally a competition of 100 sects, the actual participants include countless sects, factions, and even members of royalty. Hence, the 100 sect competition is also known as the Battle of Prodigies, comprising preliminary rounds, initial matches, and finals. The preliminary rounds entail distinguishing oneself among the many geniuses of the Great Flame Dynasty. Only by excelling here can one gain entry into the true 100 sect competition of the central continent. Must I participate, third uncle? Jiang Hao harbored little enthusiasm for the 100 sect competition. Frankly, he merely wished to relax and search for Su Yu's whereabouts. The fate of the chosen one cannot be fulfilled if he remains unscathed. After all, of course you must. Lin Mo, sensing Jiang Hao's reluctance, grew displeased. You must compete. Initially, Jiang Hao held no interest in this so-called 100 sect competition. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that participating was indeed imperative, not for any reason other than for Su Yu alone. Such a grand event, and as the chosen one. How could he stand idly by? Even though Su Yu had now betrayed the heavenly profound sect, becoming a remnant of the chaos sect, Jiang Hao believed that Su Yu would have devised clever means to conceal his identity and quietly register. Moreover, there was still no concrete evidence linking Su Yu to the chaos sect, aside from the suspicions surrounding Su Yu. The individuals associated with the chaos sect had vanished without a trace. The two unidentified spies previously captured within the heavenly profound sect could not be definitively connected to the chaos sect either. The more Jiang Hao contemplated, the more convinced he became that Su Yu would indeed appear in this competition. After all, the rewards of the 100 sect competition were immensely generous, presenting an unparalleled opportunity for fame. As the chosen one, how could he easily let such a chance slip away? Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao smiled slightly and said, very well. Since third uncle wishes for me to compete, I shall respectfully comply. I declare this. I will surely advance through the preliminary rounds. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo promptly cautioned, you must not take this lightly. The difficulty of the 100 sects competition far exceeds your imagination. Setting aside other nations, do you have any idea how many participants will represent our Great Flame Dynasty? In the past, when the Blood Moon secret realm was opened, many young talents from various sects perished. However, not everyone dares to step into the perilous Blood Moon secret realm. The true paragons of heaven are meticulously nurtured by their sects. They would not easily venture into such dangerous places. The 100 sects competition, however, is entirely different. At that time, all the geniuses of the Great Flame Dynasty will gather in one place, including members of the imperial family. If you wish to successfully pass the preliminary round, you must rank among the top 10 of the Great Flame Dynasty. Only then can you stand out and advance to the initial contest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao remained unconvinced. So, does my uncle believe that I cannot make it into the top 10? Lin Mo observed Jiang Hao's nonchalant demeanor and sighed helplessly. Ah, Hao, It is not that your uncle underestimates you, but rather that the 100 sects competition is indeed exceedingly challenging. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Profound sect, we have participated in the 100 sects competition numerous times, yet we have never once entered the top 10. Even your uncle, or your father, has not achieved this feat. The best result we ever managed was merely breaking into the top 20. Although Lin Mo was a formidable practitioner at the Unity realm, the Heavenly Profound sect was merely considered a second-rate sect within the entire Great Flame dynasty. There are many sects that surpass the Heavenly Profound sect in strength. Moreover, competing against the heirs of prominent families and members of the royal lineage for just 10 slots is indeed an arduous endeavor. Is it true that the Heavenly Profound sect has never passed the preliminary round? Jiang Hao was genuinely astonished. He had thought that someone of his uncle Lin Mo's caliber would surely succeed in the preliminary round. After all, Lin Mo was a Unity realm cultivator who had reached such heights at a relatively young age. Is that not the definition of a genius? Furthermore, Jiang Hao's father, Jiang Bin, was also renowned as a talent of great repute, possessing formidable strength in his own right. However, Jiang Hao is utterly unprepared for the revelation that neither Lin Mo nor his father had achieved such a milestone. Jiang Hao was compelled to acknowledge that he had indeed underestimated the entirety of the 100 sects competition. How could your uncle deceive you? Even your father and I, in our youth, were unable to accomplish this. The talents in this world are far more formidable than you can imagine. Even though the 100 sects competition has an age restriction, prohibiting those over 30 from participation, there remains an abundance of prodigious talents. In fact, within this age group, there are already cultivators who have comprehended miraculous powers and successfully entered the realm of miraculous powers. Such innate abilities among those under 30 are nothing short of monstrous. Your uncle hopes that you participate in the 100 sects competition, not solely for the purpose of advancing through the preliminary round. Let us act within our means. The primary purpose is to seize this opportunity for growth. Just as Lin Mo finished speaking, Jiang Hao suddenly erupted into laughter. Uncle San, fear not. Since I have committed to participating, I shall undoubtedly advance through the preliminaries. In fact, I intend to vie for the championship. I am keen to witness just how formidable those so-called hidden geniuses truly are. With that, Jiang Hao decisively turned and departed. In the past, he would never have dared to make such bold claims. Yet, the present circumstances were entirely different. Jiang Hao not only possessed the malevolent system, enabling rapid cultivation, but also wielded the unmatched devouring celestial talisman. Not to mention the preliminaries, he was confident in his ability to secure victory even in the finals. Now, his task was to devise a flawless method to conceal the devouring celestial talisman, ensuring that no one would suspect a thing during the 100 sects competition. Watching Jiang Hao's hurried figure fade into the distance, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. You impudent brat, still so arrogant. Very well. Uncle San shall see how you plan to navigate the preliminaries. After Jiang Hao's departure, Lin Mo's expression turned grave. Although the 100 sects competition was imminent, the Tianxian sect was currently facing tumultuous times. The demise of the elder would undoubtedly cause a stir within the entire sect. He needed to locate Su Yu without delay. Meanwhile, in the Valley of the Chaos sect, Su Yu had suffered significant setbacks after being repeatedly defeated by Jiang Hao in the Blood Moon secret realm. However, this had ignited an insatiable drive for cultivation within him, coupled with the complete awakening of his blood's spiritual root and the formidable Chaos blood scriptures. Su Yu's cultivation speed had accelerated dramatically, reaching the 6th layer of the spirit transformation realm. He had initially intended to continue in seclusion to hasten his progression into the divine ability realm. Yet, at that moment, the sect leader, Ling Yu, unexpectedly summoned him. Su Yu, you should be aware of the 100 sects competition, correct? Upon hearing this, Su Yu's brow furrowed. Sect leader, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that I participate in the 100 sects competition? That seems unwise. If I compete, wouldn't it expose my identity? Su Yu was acutely aware of the implications surrounding the 100 sects competition. Had he remained within the Tianxian sect, he would have certainly chosen to participate. However, having already defected and even plotted against Elder Deng Hao, revealing his identity would spell disaster. How could he dare to expose himself under the guise of the Chaos sect? Haha. Ling Yu laughed heartily at his concerns. Who says you will be exposed? Rest assured, if I intend for you to compete, I have ways to conceal your identity. Oh, and there is one more matter to inform you of. Jiang Hao is destined to perish in the coming days. Chapter 69. Is Jiang Hao trapped in a deadly predicament? Sect leader, what do you mean by that? Jiang Hao will die in the coming days? Upon learning of this situation, Su Yu was greatly alarmed. Although he harbored a profound hatred for Jiang Hao, dreaming of his demise, he yearned to be the one to exact vengeance upon him, rather than Jiang Hao meeting an unexplained end. Should Jiang Hao die now, Su Yu would lose his motivation. Why do you speak as if you do not wish for Jiang Hao's demise? Ling Yu coldly interjected. Listen closely. Jiang Hao has stolen the most vital treasure of our chaos sect. Thus he must inevitably perish. I understand your thoughts. You merely desire to enact your revenge personally. However, with your current strength, you are far from capable of achieving that. Su Yu, you must recognize the reality. Cultivation is not for the sake of another, but for oneself. If you cannot kill Jiang Hao, I shall seek someone else. Hearing Ling Yu's words, Su Yu felt an intense fury rising within him. Yet he was powerless to contest. Ling Yu spoke the truth. His current strength was indeed inadequate, and he needed to devote himself to arduous training. The astonishing might exhibited by Jiang Hao in the Blood Moon secret realm had left him deeply shaken. He had even been slain by Jiang Hao once. Not to mention, Jiang Hao had acquired that formidable treasure. In this context, it was impossible for him to be a match for Jiang Hao. After a brief silence, Su Yu slowly replied, Very well, I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently. But must we truly participate in the 100 sects competition? Are you not concerned about exposure? Upon hearing this, Ling Yu burst into laughter. Ha! Su Yu, do you truly believe I would allow you to participate under the Chaos Sect's banner? Fear not. I shall grant you a completely new identity. At this point, Ling Yu presented Su Yu with a token prominently inscribed with the name Yunlan Sect. The master of Yunlan Sect is already one of us from the Chaos Sect. Though it is merely a third-rate sect, it is sufficient to conceal your identity perfectly. From now on, you shall be the secretly nurtured direct disciple of the Yunlan Sect's master. Go forth and set out immediately for Yunlan Sect. Upon your arrival, the master will arrange everything for you. Ling Yu would not have acted so if it were a regular competition, as there would still be risks of exposure. However, the 100 sects competition was extraordinary. Should one emerge victorious, not only would they receive substantial rewards, but they might also have the opportunity to step into the legendary Sacred Realm. The Sacred Realm is a unique area within the celestial realm that, for reasons unknown, suddenly appeared in the human realm 3 millennia ago. It is said that celestial beings intentionally orchestrated this to select outstanding talents from the human realm, assisting these prodigies in ascending to the celestial realm. It is precisely for this reason that the 100 sects competition exists. Ling Yu's intention in having Su Yu participate in the 100 sects competition was to enter the sacred realm and uncover its mysteries. At this moment, Su Yu's expression was one of utter astonishment. He truly did not anticipate that the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect would, in fact, be a member of the Chaos sect. Although the Yunlan sect is merely a third-rate sect, it nonetheless commands considerable respect in its region. This revelation underscores the formidable strength of the Chaos sect, far exceeding his expectations. Su Yu increasingly felt that his decision was indeed correct. Only by joining the Chaos sect could he enhance his own strength. Subsequently, he heeded Ling Yu's command and departed from the valley, making his way directly to the Yunlan sect. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, after leaving the Tianxin sect, intended to return straight to the Jiang family. Although the competition among the 100 sects was imminent, theoretically, all participants should engage in secluded cultivation to shine in the upcoming contest. Jiang Hao found no such necessity. Rather than retreating into seclusion, he preferred to contemplate how to swiftly accumulate malevolent points during this period, as this was the most efficient method for his cultivation. However, as Jiang Hao journeyed home, he suddenly sensed that he was being followed. He even discerned that he seemed to be ensnared by some form of magical artifact. Despite the Tianxin sect being relatively close to the Jiang family in Tianyin City, he found himself seemingly stagnating in place, unable to catch sight of the city. It was evident that he had fallen into some sort of illusion. In truth, Jiang Hao could easily break free by activating his protective spiritual light, harnessing the power of the Changchun heavenly art, which granted him immunity from all negative states. Yet, such an action would lack excitement. Jiang Hao was curious to uncover who had stealthily targeted him. Feigning terror, he plunged into the nearby thicket. Before long, a cacophony of mocking laughter echoed behind him. Is this truly the renowned young master of the Jiang family? I see you are nothing extraordinary. With merely a slight trick, I have managed to ensnare you. As the taunt lingered in the air, a pale-skinned, seemingly delicate young man emerged slowly. Though he appeared as a frail scholar, the aura he exuded was overwhelmingly potent. At least at the third level of the godly power realm, Jiang Hao was certain he had never encountered this individual nor harbored any enmity towards him. Yet, this person had employed sorcery to trap him here, undoubtedly indicating a significant connection to the Chaos sect. Jiang Hao, I can hardly be bothered to waste more time with you. Before you lie only two choices. First, obediently surrender that artifact imbued with devouring power, and I shall grant you a swift end. Second, I shall subject you to 1,000 tortures, rendering you desperate before taking your life. Which path will you choose? The individual standing before Jiang Hao is named Yu Yuan, a disciple under the elder of the Chaos Sect Esulon branch. To him, his third-level godly power cultivation made killing Jiang Hao as effortless as reaching into a pocket. Even with Jiang Hao's bloodline of the true dragon, his protective spiritual treasure. What does it matter? In the face of such a vast disparity in cultivation, he stands no chance of victory. With but a mere lift of the hand, he could be vanquished in an instant. Furthermore, if Jiang Hao were truly as formidable as he claims, how could he be so easily ensnared? Humph. Upon hearing Yu Yuan's words, Jiang Hao merely scoffed in disdain. Are there only these two paths? I think not. There is clearly a third option, such as, for instance, my immediate act of slaying you here and now. As soon as the words left his mouth, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Jiang Hao's being, accompanied by the protective spiritual light of the Changchun heavenly art. In that moment, any discomfort he had felt vanished entirely. His aura, bolstered by the protective light, began to soar. What? Yu Yuan's brow furrowed in disbelief. How is this possible? You have broken my illusion? Could it be that your earlier struggle within the illusion was merely an act? Chapter 70. The terrifying power of devouring instantly subdues a divine transformation realm cultivator. Observing Yu Yuan's astonished expression, Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh coldly. Do you truly believe your illusions are formidable? Let me tell you the truth. I had sensed something amiss long ago. The reason I did not immediately dispel the illusion was merely to draw out the cowardly rat that you are. Is the third level of the divine transformation realm truly powerful? To me, you are utterly weak. Jiang Hao was neither feigning calmness nor attempting to bluff. He possessed complete confidence. Even if his opponent's cultivation far surpassed his own, what of it? As long as he possessed the devouring immortal talisman, Yu Yuan would never triumph over him. Jiang Hao was eager to see what capabilities this divine transformation cultivator truly possessed. Very well, you insolent brat. You have thoroughly provoked my ire. Yu Yuan had initially intended to grant Jiang Hao a swift death, but at this moment, he altered his resolve. He swore to make Jiang Hao experience the most excruciating death imaginable. In an instant, the aura of the third level of the divine transformation realm surged from Yu Yuan like a tidal wave. Centered around him, a dark red shield suddenly expanded, enveloping both him and Jiang Hao tightly. Jiang Hao, had you chosen to flee at the moment you broke free from the illusion, you might have had a chance to escape. But now, with the Chaos Blood Shield activated, not only can you not flee, but it also isolates all energy signatures from escaping. You are undoubtedly doomed today. With that, a black longsword materialized in Yu Yuan's hand. In the blink of an eye, he thrust the sword towards Jiang Hao. How intriguing. I did not anticipate you possessed such a delightful toy. If it can isolate all energy signatures, does that mean I can play with you at my leisure? The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth curled upwards, showing no intention of evading as Yu Yuan's blade bore down upon him. Humph, Jiang Hao, have you forgotten to flee, preoccupied only with verbal bravado? Or are you so terrified that your legs have turned to jelly, rendering you unable to move? If that is the case, I shall sever your legs first. Yu Yuan sneered, raising his sword to deliver a sweeping strike, the black sword energy surging forth like a dragon, aimed directly at Jiang Hao's legs. However, just as Yu Yuan believed that Jiang Hao's legs were destined to be severed, a peculiar event unfolded. His strike failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon Jiang Hao. At that moment, Yu Yuan realized that the protective spiritual light surrounding Jiang Hao was not merely capable of dispelling illusions. It also possessed astonishing defensive power. Could this be the protective spiritual light of the Changchun formula from the Tianxin sect? Yet, that seemed implausible. The Changchun formula was merely a. How could it wield such formidable power? Surely, there must be other protective treasures on Jiang Hao. As this thought crossed his mind, a sinister expression crept onto Yu Yuan's face, and he gritted his teeth, saying, So you possess a protective spiritual treasure, do you? I shall see how many of my strikes you can withstand. With that, he unleashed a flurry of dozens of sword strikes, the sword energy soaring like a rainbow, exuding an overwhelming momentum. Yet, without exception, all were thwarted by Jiang Hao's protective spiritual light. Before Yu Yuan could react, Jiang Hao had already closed the distance between them in an instant. The dragon blood-mad blade materialized in his hand, and with a devastating strike, he unleashed a heaven-burning earth-splitting slash. Though Yu Yuan hastily raised his sword to defend, he was astonished to discover that his spiritual power was uncontrollably draining away, as if being forcibly siphoned by an immensely powerful force. No matter how hard he tried to stabilize his spiritual energy, it was all in vain. How could this happen? Could it be that the spiritual treasure you possess has the ability to forcibly absorb another's spiritual power? As this realization dawned on him, the pride that once adorned Yu Yuan's face vanished entirely, replaced by profound terror, due to the uncontrollable loss of his spiritual energy. Compounded by the immense power of Jiang Hao's strike, Yu Yuan, a third-layer practitioner of the divine power realm, found himself unable to fully withstand the blow. The formidable fiery blade energy sent him crashing backward. Even the black long sword in his hand was cleaved in two by the dragon blood-mad blade. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood upon hitting the ground, Yu Yuan mourned the destruction of his treasure, as a ghastly wound appeared on his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably. As a practitioner of the divine power realm, he had never imagined that one day he would be gravely injured by a practitioner of the spirit transformation realm. He never anticipated that he wouldn't even have time to employ his divine power. This is impossible. It cannot be happening. I am a practitioner of the divine power realm. How could I be defeated by you? Just as Yu Yuan attempted to rise, Jiang Hao forcefully stomped down on his chest. In that moment, a sinister black aura emanated from Jiang Hao, coalescing into what resembled a terrifying black hole. This darkness starkly contrasted with the shimmering golden protective spiritual light surrounding him. As the black hole manifested, Yu Yuan felt both his vitality and spiritual energy rapidly dissipating. It seemed as though he had been mercilessly consumed by the dreadful black mist. All the spiritual energy and blood vitality that had been devoured continuously flowed into Jiang Hao's body, rendering him increasingly formidable. Even now, Yu Yuan found any attempt at resistance utterly futile. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the devouring celestial talisman. Jiang Hao had not even unleashed a tenth of its power, yet had already subdued Yu Yuan, stripping him of all capacity to resist. Should Jiang Hao desire, he could instantly take Yu Yuan's life. However, he had no intention of doing so, for Yu Yuan might be a rare individual from the chaotic sect. Wouldn't it be a pity not to interrogate him thoroughly? What exactly is that treasure you possess? How could it possibly wield such terrifying power? As Yu Yuan felt his spiritual energy and blood vitality waning, his expression grew increasingly alarmed. Clearly, the treasure Jiang Hao possessed was far more fearsome than Su Yu had described. Heh, Jiang Hao scoffed disdainfully. Why should I divulge anything to you? However, I must express my gratitude. If it weren't for your activation of that chaotic blood shield, I would not have dared to use it so recklessly. At this point, Jiang Hao's gaze turned lethal. The tables had turned. Now, I shall present you with two choices. First, reveal all information regarding the chaotic sect and Su Yu's whereabouts, and I may spare your life. Second, I will torment you mercilessly until you speak, and I assure you, I will not let you die before then. So, how will you choose? Jiang Hao refrained from directly employing the power of devouring to drain Yu Yuan completely. Instead, he allowed him to retain a minuscule fraction of his spiritual energy and blood vitality, ensuring that this man was neither dead nor capable of resistance. I swear I will tell you everything. Yu Yuan had ascended to such a level of cultivation with great difficulty. He could not resign himself to death so easily, nor did he wish to endure endless torment at Jiang Hao's hands. However, just as Yu Yuan was about to disclose the situation of the chaotic sect, he suddenly froze, as if ensnared by an invisible force. With a chilling scream, Yu Yuan's head exploded instantaneously, resulting in his immediate demise. Chapter 71. The Binding Word Forbidden Spell. The Terrifying Methods of the Chaotic Sect. What just happened? He died just like that? Jiang Hao stared at Yu Yuan's grotesque corpse on the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. He could be certain that aside from himself and Yu Yuan, no one else was present. This was sufficient evidence that no third party had intervened to take Yu Yuan's life. The reason for Yu Yuan's sudden death lay in the presence of a horrifying constraint hidden within him, triggered by his attempt to reveal the secrets of the chaotic sect. This also implies that even if one were to capture a member of the chaotic sect, it would be utterly futile. The mere mention of the chaotic sect would invoke the lethal power of their prohibitions. How infuriating! These individuals are indeed exceedingly cunning. No wonder, for so many years, no one has been able to trace their whereabouts. Jiang Hao sighed deeply in lamentation. With the death of Yuan, the chaotic blood shield that had previously enveloped the surroundings dissipated into nothingness. Jiang Hao returned Yuan's corpse and all his belongings to the Jiang family. However, after meticulous examination by the family members, they failed to uncover any valuable clues. What a pity! It is truly regrettable. Jiang Feng gazed at Yuan's lifeless body, shaking his head in sorrow. Initially, upon learning that a remnant of the chaotic sect had attacked Jiang Hao, he was filled with dread. Fortunately, Jiang Hao possessed formidable strength and managed to retaliate against this remnant. He had hoped to unearth clues regarding the chaotic sect, only to find himself utterly empty-handed. Second uncle, although this individual bore no valuable clues, I believe these fiends will not rest easy. They will undoubtedly strike against us again for that spiritual treasure. Jiang Hao had not disclosed a word about the devouring immortal talisman to the Jiang family, not even to his closest kin. The gravity of the matter dictated that the fewer who knew, the less perilous it would be. He merely informed them that he had acquired a special talismanic treasure within the Blood Moon secret realm. To them, a spiritual treasure was the most precious artifact in existence. Jiang Feng remained silent for a moment upon hearing this. Then, with a grave tone, he remarked, "In truth, capturing them is not exceedingly difficult. The challenge lies in how we can eliminate the prohibitions upon them. Otherwise, even if we pry open their mouths, they will reveal nothing concerning the chaotic sect." Jiang Feng felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had never anticipated that the followers of the chaotic sect would be so utterly deranged. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from outside. "Who claims it is impossible to eliminate the prohibitions? I can accomplish it." As the voice echoed, a powerful white-haired elder gracefully entered the Jiang residence. It was none other than Jiang Ming, the esteemed elder of the Jiang family, and also Jiang Hao's second uncle, currently the strongest member of the clan. "Second uncle, how did you return from the mine?" Jiang Hao rushed forward to inquire. "Of course, it is because of your predicament. You insolent young man, being pursued by the chaotic sect, how could I remain indifferent? I will not allow those filthy rodents to harm the pride of the Jiang family." Although Jiang Ming had been in seclusion for his cultivation, he had made an appearance once during Su Yu's disturbance at the mine. However, he was well aware of the events that had transpired during this period. He was astonished that the chaotic sect, thought to have been eradicated for millennia, had resurfaced once more. Little did he anticipate that the enigmatic figure clad in black he encountered at the mine would belong to the Chaos sect. Jiang Hao had awakened his complete true dragon bloodline and mastered the celestial level technique, the eternal spring art. How could Jiang Ming remain idle while the Chaos sect plotted to assassinate Jiang Hao? In such a dire situation, Jiang Ming had no choice but to intervene. If my observations are correct, the restriction within that youth's body must undoubtedly be the binding word curse. This restriction is insidiously malicious. Once infused into the body, any mention of the Chaos sect would immediately trigger the binding word curse, resulting in the victim being swiftly consumed by a torrent of overwhelming power. However, it is not entirely impossible to lift. Jiang Ming spoke solemnly. As long as one's cultivation is sufficiently robust, one can forcibly suppress the binding word curse within the opponent's body and then, with the aid of magical artifacts, eliminate it entirely. If my conjecture holds true, the black-clad person who appeared at the mine must be the current leader of the Chaos sect. At that time, I did sense a trace of blood spirit root emanating from him. Regrettably, I did not investigate further, otherwise I would have never allowed him to depart. Reflecting on this matter, a wave of regret surged within Jiang Ming. Had he recalled the Chaos sect's affairs at that moment, he would have spared no effort to detain that black-robed powerhouse. At that time, the black-robed individual's cultivation had yet to reach the esteemed realm. With my strength, subduing the binding word curse he had set would have been a trivial task. Having spoken, Jiang Ming turned his gaze toward Jiang Hao, declaring that if the Chaos sect dared to invade, he would certainly capture them one by one. He would unearth all those foul rats hiding in the shadows. With Jiang Ming's words, Jiang Hao's concerns were instantly dispelled. He then spoke, "Since Uncle has confidence in capturing those individuals, why don't we lure the snake out of its hole?" A cold smile crept across Jiang Hao's lips. Did they not wish to kill him and seize his treasures? Then he would grant them that opportunity. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Ming seemed to recall something and immediately gestured for all Jiang clan members to withdraw, leaving only himself, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Hao. However, what exactly is the spiritual treasure you obtained in the Blood Moon secret realm? Jiang Ming inquired. The Chaos sect had concealed themselves for thousands of years. Yet now they were willing to risk exposure to seize this treasure. Could this spiritual artifact be of paramount importance to the Chaos sect? Not only was Jiang Ming filled with curiosity, but so was Jiang Feng, who was eager to inquire about the nature of this spiritual treasure. To ensure that the aura of the treasure would not leak, Jiang Ming even cast a barrier to isolate all emanations. Observing this, Jiang Hao did not hesitate and unleashed a terrifying devouring power. The black mist radiating from him coalesced into a black hole. Simultaneously, a black-red talisman slowly materialized in Jiang Hao's hand as he took out the devouring immortal talisman. Previously, the devouring immortal sovereign had imposed numerous seals upon the devouring immortal talisman. Now, the remaining power of the talisman is but a fraction, equivalent to merely the aura of a spiritual treasure. Furthermore, with Jiang Ming's incantation isolating all traces of energy, he can effortlessly retrieve it for the time being. Just when he seeks to conceal the devouring immortal talisman perfectly, he requires Jiang Ming's assistance. Chapter 72. Elder Yolan's Misstep. Ling Yu's Fury. At the moment Jiang Hao extracted the devouring immortal talisman, both Jiang Ming and Jiang Feng exhibited profound astonishment. They had never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable piece of paper concealed such astonishing power. The dreadful devouring force was felt as an unprecedented threat, even by Jiang Ming, who had reached the pinnacle of the harmonization realm. Though he managed to suppress the restless spiritual energy within him due to his profound cultivation, it was sufficient to prove the extraordinary nature of that talisman. The power emitted by the devouring immortal talisman was enough to place Jiang Hao in an invincible position among peers. He could even effortlessly engage in battles beyond his level. Unable to resist, Jiang Ming reached out to touch the talisman, only to be met with an even more ferocious surge of devouring force. Even he could no longer respond with the same composure as before, feeling as if his spiritual energy and vitality were being ruthlessly stripped away by this power. He swiftly withdrew his hand, his face a mask of horror. Truly, it is a spiritual treasure. Such might is astonishing. Even my pinnacle harmonization realm cultivation cannot fully withstand its power. Recalling the perilous moment, Jiang Ming was still filled with trepidation. At this moment, he finally comprehended why the members of the Chaos sect would go to any lengths to seize this treasure. Should it fall into their hands, the consequences would be unthinkable. However, from now on, you must not reveal this treasure before anyone. It is best to minimize its display even within the Jiang family. Standing nearby, Jiang Feng had witnessed the entire unfolding of events. His own spiritual energy had been uncontrollably drawn away. With such a remarkable spiritual treasure in Jiang Hao's possession, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless individuals. The only way to ensure their safety now was to keep this treasure hidden. Jiang Ming nodded repeatedly in agreement, acknowledging Jiang Feng's words. Indeed, he must conceal this treasure well. It contains celestial energy, and not only the Chaos sect but any faction would covet it fiercely. Although Jiang Hao had revealed the devouring immortal talisman, shocking Jiang Ming and Jiang Feng, they still regarded it merely as a precious spiritual treasure. They were entirely unaware of the existence beyond spiritual treasures. Thus, Jiang Hao dared to display the devouring immortal talisman with confidence. Second uncle, second elder, I am not concealing anything from you. I truly need to hide this treasure well. I urgently require your assistance. Jiang Hao expressed his intentions openly, detailing his plans with earnestness. Initially, Jiang Ming and Jiang Feng displayed skepticism. However, this doubt was swiftly dispelled by Jiang Hao's cunning strategy, which was soon replaced by profound admiration for his intellect. In essence, Jiang Hao intended to unite Jiang Ming, Jiang Feng, and other skilled members of the Jiang family to collaboratively forge a powerful artifact. Within this creation, he planned to seal the devouring celestial talisman. Consequently, when he later sought to wield the power of the talisman, he would merely need to summon this artifact, thereby concealing its true nature flawlessly. Thus, the members of the Jiang family immediately set to work, dedicating their utmost efforts to the crafting of this extraordinary artifact. Simultaneously, within the valley of the Chaos sect, a violet-haired woman, who had been meditating in her cave dwelling, suddenly opened her eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? The binding incantation on Yu Yuan had actually been triggered? This was inconceivable. The violet-haired woman was none other than Elder Yuan, one of the 4 esteemed elders of the Chaos sect. She was well aware of the binding incantation residing within her disciple, Yu Yuan. Not only did Yu Yuan bear this curse, but even Elder Yuan herself was bound by a similar incantation personally set by the sect leader, Ling Yu. Such measures were necessary to ensure that the secrets of the Chaos sect remained undisclosed. Under normal circumstances, as long as the secrets of the sect were kept, the binding incantation would have no adverse effects on the cultivators themselves. Over the years, as the Chaos sect discreetly assembled, not a single disciple had triggered the incantation. She never anticipated that the first to do so would be her own disciple. This could only signify one thing. Yu Yuan had failed. Damn it, this useless fool. Elder Yuan was consumed by rage and profound disappointment towards Yu Yuan. After all, he was a cultivator at the 3rd tier of the divine ability realm. How could he not handle a mere 5th tier of the spirit transformation realm, Jianghao? He had even been compelled by Jianghao to contemplate divulging the secrets of the Chaos sect. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have allowed Yu Yuan to undertake such a task. At that moment, Elder Yuan suddenly sensed something, her expression transforming into one of sheer terror. Overcome with fear, she collapsed to her knees, trembling uncontrollably. Just then, the sect leader, Ling Yu, entered the cave with an icy demeanor. Before Elder Yuan could utter a word, Ling Yu waved his hand, summoning a colossal hand of blood energy that firmly grasped her. As one of the 4 elders of the Chaos sect, with her cultivation at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm, she found herself utterly incapable of resistance at that moment. Her life and death hung precariously on Ling Yu's whim. "Please, spare me," Elder Yuan implored, her voice trembling with fear. "I instructed you to eliminate Jianghao. Is this how you go about it? Why did you not take matters into your own hands? If that useless Yu Yuan had succeeded, it would have been one thing, but he has actually leaked the secrets of the Chaos sect. Do you understand the magnitude of the repercussions this could have on our sect?" Ling Yu roared in uncontrollable fury. Although the power of the binding word forbidden spell instantaneously obliterated Yu Yuan, it also stirred the grass and startled the snake. From his perspective, the Jiang family must be aware of the existence of the binding word forbidden spell. Soon, this matter would become common knowledge. At that point, if any members of the Chaos sect were captured again, they would undoubtedly devise various means to erase the binding word forbidden spell. Consequently, the secrets of the Chaos sect would be completely unveiled. Initially, Ling Yu regarded Elder Yuan as the most astute among the 4 elders. However, it now seemed that Elder Yuan was profoundly foolish. He implored the sect leader to show mercy, considering his years of dedicated service to the Chaos sect. If granted another opportunity, he vowed he could eliminate Jianghao. He guaranteed he could reclaim that spiritual treasure. Otherwise, he would accept death as penance. Elder Yuan was acutely aware of Ling Yu's formidable strength and the cruelty of his methods. Under such circumstances, she could only plead for mercy. Having already stirred the grass and startled the snake, did she think it would still be effective to act against Jianghao now? Jianghao had certainly prepared for this, ready to lure the snake from its hole. Even Jiang Ming would undoubtedly be guarding Jianghao's side. How could he possibly kill him? "I am deeply disappointed in you." With that, Ling Yu unleashed a fierce palm strike, severely injuring Elder Yuan. Initially, he intended to kill her in a fit of rage. However, given that Elder Yuan had just entered the Unity realm and was quite powerful, her death would be a significant loss for the Chaos sect at this juncture. Thus, he had to suppress his fury and spare her this time. "Thank you, sect leader, for granting me my life." Elder Yuan struggled to rise, repeatedly bowing to Ling Yu. Nevertheless, Ling Yu ignored her and swiftly turned to leave. At present, continuing to send members of the Chaos sect into action posed too great a risk. To slay Jianghao and seize the spiritual treasure, he would have to seek alternative methods. Just then, Ling Yu suddenly had an idea, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that he would have to act during the 100 Sects competition. Chapter 73. Su Yu confronts his inner demons. Throughout the history of the 100 Sects competition, casualties were inevitable. Contestants would stop at nothing to secure the championship title. Even though the competition rules prohibited lethal force, accidents still occurred. In Ling Yu's view, this was the only viable opportunity to eliminate Jianghao. If he could have Su Yu defeat Jianghao on the competition stage, he could then take the chance to kill Jianghao and seize that spiritual treasure. However, at present, Jianghao's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Even before entering the divine ability realm, he could already defeat practitioners of that realm. Given Su Yu's current capabilities, it was impossible for him to contend with Jiang Hao, and there was even a risk of being killed in return. Therefore, he must ensure Su Yu rapidly grows stronger before the 100 Sects competition, powerful enough to rival Jiang Hao, in order to secure the spiritual treasure. As things stand, he had no choice but to utilize that artifact. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ling Yu transformed into a swirl of black smoke and vanished. Several days later, within the territory of the Great Flame Dynasty, in the region of Mu Prefecture, there stood a towering and ethereal mountain enveloped in spiritual energy. This place was none other than the renowned Yunlan Mountain. At the summit of Yunlan Mountain lay the destination of Su Yu's journey, the Yunlan sect. For thousands of years, the Yunlan sect had been a prestigious sect, though regrettably, each generation had diminished in prowess, and it had now fallen to the ranks of a third-rate sect. Nonetheless, the foundation of Yunlan Mountain still retained the essence of a great sect. A person of Su Yu's ambiguous status could hardly set foot within the Yunlan sect. At the mountain gate, he was immediately obstructed by numerous disciples of the Yunlan sect. Who goes there? How dare you trespass upon our Yunlan sect? The disciples surrounded Su Yu. However, at that moment, a voice of immense authority resonated throughout Yunlan Mountain. Do not be disrespectful. This is my closed-door disciple. Release him at once. With the utterance of these words, the disciples of the Yunlan sect were struck with astonishment. What? When did the sect leader have a closed-door disciple? Why have we never seen this individual before? Could it be that the sect leader has been secretly nurturing him during his years of seclusion? Does this mean he is our Yunlan sect's chief disciple? No one dared to impede Su Yu any longer, allowing him to enter the Yunlan sect unchallenged. Before long, Su Yu arrived at the grand hall of the Yunlan sect. The instant he stepped into the hall, an invisible force enveloped the entire space, isolating all breath and sound. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with grizzled hair slowly emerged from the side. I never expected that besides sect leader Ling, there would be another with awakened blood spirit roots in this world. It appears that sect leader Ling intends to cultivate you as his successor, the old man remarked, stroking his beard while his gaze scrutinized Su Yu before him. The aura emanating from the old man had reached the Unity realm. This man was none other than Imo Qing, the current leader of the Yunlan sect. Prior to this, Imo Qing had remained at the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm for an extended period, unable to break into the Unity realm. He had even sensed that his vitality was waning. Without a breakthrough into the Unity realm, he would undoubtedly face death, having almost succumbed to despair. He was then graced by Ling Yu's arrival. It was Ling Yu who assisted him in overcoming the barrier to the Unity realm, significantly enhancing his strength and allowing his vitality to flourish anew. For Imo Qing, Ling Yu was a savior, a benefactor who had given him a second chance at life. It was from that moment onward that Imo Qing pledged his allegiance to Ling Yu and joined the Chaos sect. Now, having received a command from Ling Yu, he would undoubtedly assist Su Yu without hesitation. After all, during these years, Imo Qing had been in closed-door cultivation, detached from worldly affairs. Not only had the disciples of the Yunlan sect not seen Imo Qing, but even the elders had not laid eyes on him. In this context, it is entirely reasonable for Imo Qing to secretly cultivate a closed-door disciple. I pay my respects to you, esteemed sect leader, Su Yu said, bowing deeply to Imo Qing. There is no need for such formalities. From this moment onward, you are to address me as your master. Imo Qing continued, moreover, there is an exceedingly important matter I must disclose to you. Jiang Hao is not dead. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Jiang Hao is alive. Was it not the sect leader who proclaimed his imminent demise? Su Yu was filled with confusion. After all, he was well aware of the formidable strength possessed by the leader of the Chaos sect. Even his former master, Ding Hao, had been obliterated in an instant. How could it be that Jiang Hao had not been dealt with? Imo Qing spoke slowly. If the sect leader were to intervene personally, Jiang Hao would have no chance of survival. However, due to the sect leader's sensitive status, it is imperative that he remains undisclosed. Thus, a direct confrontation with Jiang Hao is unfeasible. The task of eliminating Jiang Hao has been entrusted to Elder Yulan of the Chaos sect. Unfortunately, Elder Yulan was overly complacent and did not take matters into her own hands, instead allowing her disciples to engage. This negligence resulted in the failure of the mission and even exposed certain confidential matters regarding the Chaos sect. Consequently, the sect leader was incensed and decided to assign you the task of eliminating Jiang Hao. At this point, Imo Qing waved his hand, revealing a copper mirror radiating a crimson light before Su Yu. This treasure, known as the Heart Demon Mirror, is a prized possession of the Chaos Sect. It has the capability to manifest your inner demons in their truest form. Should you manage to conquer your own heart demon, your strength will experience a tremendous enhancement. However, should you fail, you will be vanquished by your own inner turmoil and reduced to ashes, with only 1 year remaining until the 100 Sects competition. This year represents your final opportunity. If you wish to defeat Jiang Hao, you must confront your heart demon directly. This heart demon mirror had been entrusted to Mo Qing by Ling Yu, with the intent of facilitating Su Yu's rapid ascension in strength. Although this course of action bore great risks, and a single misstep could lead to Su Yu's irrevocable downfall, Ling Yu believed that if Su Yu could not surmount this challenge, he would ultimately prove to be a mere waste. Gazing into the heart demon mirror, Su Yu was reminded of his initial defeat to Jiang Hao within the Tianxian sect. It was at that moment that his heart demon had taken form, Jiang Hao himself. Almost every time he closed his eyes, Su Yu would envision Jiang Hao's face. The memory of being pierced through the chest by Jiang Hao's blade during the Blood Moon's secret realm remained vivid in his mind, causing even his previously healed wounds to throb with pain. While he could use this as motivation to spur his growth, the burgeoning power of his heart demon would inevitably exert its influence, damaging his resolve. The sect leader was correct. If I wish to grow stronger, I must eradicate my heart demon. At this moment, Su Yu's pupils ignited with a crimson light, brimming with murderous intent. Subsequently, under Mo Qing's watchful gaze, Su Yu stepped into the heart demon mirror, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 74. The Celestial Source Cave, the legendary essence of immortal blood. Days later, within the Jiang family of Tianyun City, Jiang Hao initially believed that venturing alone to some secluded locations would lure out the members of the Chaos Sect. However, he found himself disappointed, as he had yet to encounter any of them. This rendered Jiang Hao's scheme to draw them out a failure. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao was not overly surprised, for the Chaos Sect was inherently cunning, and they had likely sensed that the binding word's forbidden spell had been uncovered. Thus, regardless of Jiang Hao's temptations, the Chaos Sect members remained elusive. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's endeavors were not entirely fruitless. He had successfully refined a magical artifact in collaboration with many adept members of the Jiang family. Heir, since this artifact was your suggestion, it shall be named by you. In the grand hall of the Jiang residence, a black square cauldron stood prominently in the center, exuding waves of dark energy. This cauldron was the result of Jiang Ming and several skilled practitioners of the Jiang family, who had sequestered themselves for days, expending a wealth of precious materials in its creation. Under normal circumstances, this cauldron would rank at most as a low-grade heavenly artifact. Yet, the spiritual energy emanating from it had long surpassed the heavenly tier. The insatiable force it radiated was truly formidable. Any member of the Jiang family attempting to approach the cauldron would be affected by its overwhelming power of absorption. All was attributed to Jiang Hao's placement of the absorbing immortal talisman within the inner layer of the cauldron. The source of this incredible power lay within this very artifact. In certain respects, this cauldron could indeed be deemed a spiritual treasure that transcended mere magical artifacts. Jiang Hao paced back and forth before the cauldron. After a moment, his eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Since those from the Chaos Sect believe that I possess a spiritual treasure with absorbing capabilities, let us name this cauldron the Absorbing Spiritual Cauldron. A cold smile crept across Jiang Hao's lips as he spoke. Although he had affixed the absorbing immortal talisman within the cauldron, should he wish, with just a thought, the talisman would instantly vanish and return to his body. This implied that even if the cauldron were to be seized by the Chaos Sect, they would obtain nothing more than a powerless relic. The individuals present nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. Jiang Hao then stored away the absorbing spiritual cauldron. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ming, with a grave expression, turned to Jiang Hao. Heir, there are merely around 10 months remaining until the 100 Sects competition. Although you currently possess a cultivation level of the 6th layer of the spirit transformation realm, such prowess is surely insufficient to stand out in the preliminary rounds of the competition. The hidden geniuses of the Great Flame Dynasty are far more formidable than you can imagine. In the days to come, you must retreat and cultivate, striving to achieve the realm of divine powers. At this juncture, the young lady of the Jiang family, Jiang Han, burst into the room, exclaiming, "Second uncle, why not let my brother venture into the Immortal Source Cave?" Although Jiang Han had previously suffered grave injuries in the Blood Moon's secret realm, she had long since recuperated during this period of rest. The Immortal Source Cave she mentioned is situated within the Longzhou region of the Great Flame Dynasty. Originally, this so-called cave did not exist until an unexpected event caused a thunderstorm to shatter a mountain, revealing a peculiar cavern. Within this cavern, the spiritual energy is exponentially stronger than that of the outside world, continuously replenishing itself. This phenomenon is attributed to a skeletal remains found deep within the cave. Despite the age of this skeleton, it still emanates a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Remarkably, within this skeleton lies a single drop of essence blood. After a millennium, this drop of essence blood has yet to dissipate. Verified by numerous powerful beings, it has ultimately been confirmed to be the blood of an immortal. The skeletal remains belonged to an immortal in its past life. Thus the cave was aptly named the Immortal Source Cave. At that time, mighty figures from all corners of the Great Flame Dynasty flocked to seize this drop of immortal blood. Yet, none succeeded in carrying it away. Even the immortal skeleton itself could not be removed. Even more astonishingly, although the spiritual energy within the cave is hundreds of times stronger than that of the outside world, cultivators cannot remain there to practice. It seems as if a terrifying restriction exists within the cave, driving away any who dare to enter. Even those with formidable cultivation, capable of suppressing the restriction, eventually find themselves exhausted. To this day, that incredibly precious drop of immortal blood remains safeguarded within the Immortal Source Cave, unattainable by anyone. This is the greatest opportunity for the Great Flame Dynasty, awaiting the arrival of a truly fated individual to claim it. The Immortal Source Cave? Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, the many members of the Jiang clan present were taken aback, their faces filled with alarm. This is utterly unwise. The Immortal Source Cave is exceedingly perilous. How could the young master recklessly enter? Despite the legendary essence blood of an immortal residing within the cave, no one has managed to obtain it over the years. Even those at the Unity Realm who attempted to forcibly extract the blood were gravely injured by the power of the immortal. The young master is a peerless genius of our Jiang family. We cannot allow any mishap to befall him. I have also heard that numerous powerful demonic beasts lurk near the Immortal Source Cave. The young master must not be permitted to take such risks. The crowd was abuzz with dissent, each voice echoing opposition. I understand the dangers of the Immortal Source Cave, but I believe my brother will surely find a way to retrieve the immortal blood. Do not forget, he possesses an unparalleled spiritual treasure. As Jiang Han finished speaking, Jiang Hao erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! The Celestial Source Cave. How could I have forgotten such a significant opportunity? You are absolutely right, dear sister. I must pay a visit to this Celestial Source Cave. Jiang Hao possesses a general understanding of this location, which is indeed fraught with peril. However, for him, the situation is quite different. He is endowed with an ancient treasure of immense power, capable of devouring all and refining anything. Even the blood of celestial beings can be consumed and transformed. Jiang Hao is determined to ascertain the true nature of the Celestial Source Cave. Initially, Jiang Ming, the esteemed elder of the Jiang family, was opposed to Jiang Hao's expedition to the Celestial Source Cave. In his younger years, Jiang Ming had ventured into this very cave and found it to be exceedingly treacherous. He himself was unable to seize even a single drop of celestial blood and nearly perished within its depths. Yet, Jiang Han was correct. Jiang Hao is no ordinary individual. With such a formidable spiritual treasure, he might indeed succeed. Should he manage to refine that drop of celestial blood, he would become invincible. However, if you truly intend to venture into the Celestial Source Cave, you must exercise utmost caution. Jiang Ming cautioned gravely. There is also something of great importance I must share with you. In the deepest recesses of the Celestial Source Cave lies the celestial blood. Do not approach it without absolute certainty. Countless individuals have attempted to forcibly acquire this precious essence, only to meet their demise. Jiang Ming was not merely trying to frighten Jiang Hao. He spoke from personal experience. Years ago, he too had entered the Celestial Source Cave, believing that his strength and talent would enable him to claim the celestial blood. However, his audacious attempt nearly cost him his life. Anyone who dares to touch the celestial blood will be met with a formidable backlash. The consequences can range from being violently thrown back, suffering grievous injuries, to instant annihilation. The more forceful the attempt to seize the celestial blood, the greater the retaliatory force. Thus, this legendary drop of celestial blood has never been claimed by anyone. Even though Jiang Hao possesses a spiritual treasure, he must not let his guard down. However, one more thing I must remind you of. The restrictions within the celestial source cave are exceedingly powerful, and you may encounter phenomena beyond your comprehension. Jiang Ming's tone was serious. To ensure your absolute safety, I will provide you with discreet protection. Understood. I know what I must do. That drop of celestial blood shall be mine. Jiang Hao declared resolutely before turning to leave the Jiang family and head towards the territory of the Great Flame Dynasty in Longzhou. With Suyu currently untraceable, it stands to reason that the fated child will undoubtedly be presented with various extraordinary opportunities. Jiang Hao must swiftly seize this opportunity at the Celestial Source Cave to prevent Suyu from getting there first. Even though he does not believe Suyu possesses the capability to refine the celestial blood. However, prompt action is imperative to avert unforeseen calamities. Meanwhile, within a secluded chamber of the Yulan sect, a mirror emanating a faint crimson glow stood silently. Ever since Suyu entered the Heart Demon mirror, he had vanished without a trace. Although Mo Qing remained composed, he could distinctly sense that Suyu's presence still lingered within the mirror. In recent days, the Heart Demon mirror had continued to emit astonishing fluctuations of spiritual energy, evidencing that Suyu is still locked in a fierce struggle against his inner demon. Only Suyu himself could vanquish this demon. Mo Qing could not intervene. All he could do was place the Heart Demon mirror in a secure location, ensuring that no one would disturb Suyu. Simultaneously, within the Heart Demon mirror, Suyu knelt bloodied on the ground, facing his Heart Demon. It was a shadow that bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Hao. Suyu, is this truly the extent of your strength? You are woefully weak. You could never conquer me. In this lifetime, you are destined to be trampled beneath my feet. I can kill you once, and I can kill you countless times. The Heart Demon laughed maniacally. As he beheld Jiang Hao's arrogant laughter, Suyu was consumed by rage, despair crashing over him like a tidal wave. Could it be that I truly have no means to defeat Jiang Hao? Am I destined to remain in this powerless state for eternity? The Heart Demon cackled incessantly. Indeed, you will never triumph over me. I am invincible in this world, and you, a mere wretch, dare to oppose me? How about this? Why not take your own life? Spare yourself the humiliation of existing in this realm. Listening to such derogatory taunts, Suyu's fury intensified as he fixed his gaze upon the shadow that mirrored Jiang Hao. The bitterness within him blazed like an inferno. He understood all too well that this was not the true Jiang Hao, but merely a manifestation of his Heart Demon. If he could not overcome this challenge today, how could he hope to grow stronger and ultimately slay Jiang Hao? No, Suyu bellowed with righteous indignation. I will not concede defeat so easily. Jiang Hao, I shall personally take your life. With that declaration, Suyu gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through his body and slowly rose to his feet. Though his physique was battered and weary, his resolve grew increasingly steadfast. At that moment, it felt as if powerful forces surged within his meridians, striving to break free from all constraints. Suyu's aura began to ascend continuously. How is this possible? The Heart Demon's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had never anticipated that Suyu could unleash such formidable strength even in the depths of despair, even achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation realm. Yet, the Heart Demon did not cower. Instead, he laughed even more boisterously. Ha! Suyu, do you truly believe this will enable you to defeat me? You are utterly naive. I am invincible. As he spoke, the Heart Demon swung his large blade and lunged fiercely at Suyu. With an expression of indifference, Suyu met the onslaught without a trace of fear, once again engaging in a desperate struggle against the Heart Demon. However, this time, Suyu found himself not at a disadvantage. Instead, he grew increasingly resolute with each confrontation. The Heart Demon, once an invincible foe, now appeared increasingly feeble, battered and bruised by Suyu's relentless assault. How could this be? This is impossible. How have you become so powerful? The Heart Demon's previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by boundless terror. In such a state, his chances of defeating Suyu were utterly non-existent. Finally, after a fierce clash, Suyu discerned the Heart Demon's fatal weakness. With a swift motion, he wielded the Blood Soul Sword and pierced it through the Heart Demon's chest. The Heart Demon let out a horrific scream as his form began to grow increasingly ethereal. Ultimately, before Suyu, he dissipated into nothingness. Suyu stood there, panting heavily. Despite being covered in wounds and drenched in blood, his eyes betrayed no hint of pain. Rather, they sparkled with exhilaration. He had successfully vanquished the Heart Demon, conquering the fears and weaknesses within himself. In Suyu's eyes, he had now acquired the strength to stand against Jiang Hao. At that moment, having triumphed over his inner demon, Suyu felt a surge of power, elevating his cultivation to the 8th layer of the spirit transformation realm. He believed that this remarkable progress was entirely due to the potential awakened by the heart demon. With the demon now eradicated, Su Yu felt an unparalleled sense of liberation. Even when recalling the humiliations and tortures inflicted upon him by Jiang Hao, including the moment of his own demise, he felt no turmoil. Jiang Hao, in my current state, you stand no chance against me. Haha. With a hearty laugh, Su Yu strode confidently forward, departing from the heart demon mirror. Meanwhile, Mo Qing, stationed beside the heart demon mirror, suddenly observed the mirror's calmness and was struck with profound astonishment. What is happening? Why has the heart demon mirror become so tranquil? Mo Qing was acutely aware of the heart demon's terrifying nature. In his view, it was impossible for Su Yu to defeat the heart demon in such a short time. This was a battle of endurance. Under normal circumstances, it would continuously exude powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. Why had it suddenly fallen silent? Before Mo Qing could fully comprehend the situation, he saw Su Yu striding out from the heart demon mirror. All of Su Yu's wounds had completely healed upon his exit from the mirror. Mo Qing, witnessing this miraculous occurrence, was left utterly astonished. You have defeated the heart demon so swiftly? My heavens, this is simply incredible. No wonder the sect master designated you as the heir. With such extraordinary talent, Jiang Hao stands no chance against you. Chapter 76. Contending for the opportunity of the immortal source cave. Merely a trifling inner demon, how could it possibly hinder my ascent to power? Now that I have vanquished my inner turmoil, I shall undoubtedly become invincible in this world. Master, I intend to enter seclusion for cultivation and strive to reach the realm of divine powers. In Su Yu's perspective, his current cultivation at the 8th layer of the spirit transformation realm is still far from sufficient. He must comprehend the power of divine abilities before the commencement of the 100 Clans competition and step into the realm of divine powers. Su Yu, I must concede that your potential surpasses my wildest imagination. It is no wonder that the sect master holds you in such high regard. However, if you aspire to enter the realm of divine powers before the 100 Clans competition, mere seclusion may prove inadequate. Perhaps you should consider a visit to the celestial source cave. Upon hearing this, Su Yu was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes widened in realization. Indeed, how could I have forgotten about the magnificent opportunity that the celestial source cave presents? If I could obtain that drop of celestial blood and refine it, my strength would surely increase tremendously. I might even gain the inheritance of the celestial being. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his fists clenched tightly. Having conquered his inner demon, he was brimming with confidence, believing he could achieve anything. Even the fearsome celestial source cave posed no trepidation for him. Given your demeanor, it seems you possess some knowledge of the celestial source cave. In that case, I shall refrain from elaborating further. From this moment forth, you are a disciple of Yunlan's sect. Immediately, as a disciple of Yunlan's sect, proceed to the celestial source cave. Remember, the 100 Clans competition is imminent, which means many will flock to the celestial source cave in pursuit of opportunities. Regardless of the circumstances, you must suppress the power of your blood spirit root and avoid exposure. Upon hearing this, Su Yu nodded slightly. Master, rest assured. I am now a disciple of Yunlan's sect. I also know how to conceal myself. With that, Su Yu donned the attire of the chief disciple of Yunlan's sect and made his way to the celestial source cave. Meanwhile, within the imperial city of the Great Flame Dynasty, Tangda, upon learning of the remnants of the Chaos sect resurfacing, promptly returned to the palace. In addition to being the commander of the Crimson Flame Army, he is also the younger brother of the current sovereign. Thus, Tangda faced no obstacles entering the palace. And under the guidance of the eunuchs, he arrived at the imperial study. There, he immediately informed the sovereign of the matters concerning the remnants of the Chaos sect within the Blood Moon's secret realm. At that moment, seated upon the dragon throne in the imperial study was a refined middle-aged man. His features bore some resemblance to Tangda, yet he appeared even more handsome. In stark contrast to Tangda's imposing presence, he resembled a delicate scholar. This man was none other than the current emperor of the Great Flame Dynasty, Tang Ze. Younger brother, did you witness the remnants of the Chaos sect with your own eyes? Upon learning of the Chaos sect's resurgence, Tang Ze's brow furrowed, and he immediately inquired. As the emperor of the Great Flame Dynasty, Tang Ze was well aware of the Chaos sect's history. In the past, the Chaos sect had even attempted to overthrow the entire Great Flame Dynasty, committing heinous crimes. Fortunately, The Great Flame Dynasty united with various righteous sects to completely annihilate the Chaos Sect. Now, several millennia have passed. He never anticipated that the Chaos Sect, long thought to be eradicated, would actually resurrect. Brother, I have not personally witnessed any remnants of the Chaos Sect. However, my disciple Jiang Han has seen a cultivator who appears to have awakened a blood spirit root. This individual was originally a disciple of the Tianxian sect, but later betrayed the sect due to unforeseen events. Tang De did not conceal anything, briefly explaining Su Yu's situation to Tang Ze. After a moment of contemplative silence, Tang Ze slowly spoke, "Second brother, the matter concerning the resurgence of the Chaos Sect must be suppressed. We cannot allow this to incite panic among the populace. As for that Su Yu, I find it hard to believe that he has genuinely awakened a blood spirit root. After all, the primary condition for awakening a blood spirit root is to possess the Ling bloodline, which has been extinguished for millennia. Even if some branch members survived, their bloodline power has dwindled significantly over the ages. Under such circumstances, the complete awakening of a blood spirit root is nearly impossible." At this point, a flicker of murderous intent suddenly flashed in Tang Ze's normally gentle gaze. However, this individual does pose a potential threat. I would rather mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than let one slip through. Regardless, capture this boy for me. I wish to personally ascertain whether he possesses a blood spirit root. In Tang Ze's view, the Great Flame Dynasty currently enjoyed peace and prosperity, and he would not allow anyone from the Chaos Sect to disrupt this tranquility. Rest assured, brother, I know what must be done. After respectfully bowing, Tang De hurriedly departed. Before long, a poised young woman strode into the imperial study. "Father, I wish to participate in the 100 Sects competition, and I want to venture into the Celestial Source Cave." The speaker was none other than Princess Tang Lingyu, the only daughter of the Great Flame Dynasty, whom Tang Ze doted upon immensely. Hearing her declaration, Tang Ze could not help but smile wryly. "Lingyu, I cannot permit such folly. While your desire to compete in the 100 Sects competition is negotiable, the Celestial Source Cave is fraught with peril. You absolutely must not enter." Before he could finish, Tang Lingyu interjected, "I refuse. Why were my brothers allowed to enter the Celestial Source Cave before me? Father, whether you agree or not, I am determined to explore the Celestial Source Cave." With that, Tang Lingyu turned on her heel in a fit of anger. This girl remains as stubborn as ever. Watching her retreating figure, Tang Ze let out a deep sigh. He then clapped his hands, and an elderly eunuch with graying hair appeared before him. "I entrust Princess Lingyu's safety entirely to you. Remember, under no circumstances must she encounter any misfortune. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the elderly eunuch respectfully replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. With me around, Princess Lingyu shall not come to any harm." Following this, the eunuch promptly accompanied Tang Lingyu as they exited the palace. A few days later, in a remote valley within the territory of the Great Flame Dynasty in Longzhou, there lay a cave that radiated a faint golden light. This was none other than the renowned Immortal Source Cave. With the impending 100 Clans competition, numerous impetuous young cultivators flocked to the Immortal Source Cave. For within it was said to reside the fabled blood of immortals. Securing even a single drop of this essence would undoubtedly propel one to extraordinary heights. However, the perils of the Immortal Source Cave were well known to all. At that moment, no one dared to tread lightly into its depths. Rather, they pondered ways to seize that drop of immortal blood. Just then, a strikingly handsome young man stepped forth, and under the gazes of all present, he calmly entered the Immortal Source Cave. Ah, what an arrogant fool! How dare he so brazenly step into the Immortal Source Cave? He clearly has no notion of the dangers within. I wager within a quarter of an hour, he shall be fleeing in utter disarray. Chapter 77. The terrifying Immortal Source Cave. The dangers of the Immortal Source Cave were a shared understanding among those gathered. Thus, no one dared to venture inside lightly. Those who had come with intentions of claiming the immortal blood were all paragons of their respective factions. Each was either accompanied by devoted guardians or protected by formidable elders. Even so, they dared not take a single step into the cave without thorough preparations. The sight of one individual boldly entering the Immortal Source Cave left all astounded. But who was this person? Who could possibly know? It was astonishing that anyone would dare to venture alone into the Immortal Source Cave. Did he not have family elders to escort him? Had he not inquired about the cave's dangers before his arrival? The cave was laden with formidable restrictions. Could one person possibly overcome them? Moreover, this individual was merely a 6th-tier cultivator in the transformation realm. How utterly ludicrous. I doubt he can survive the Immortal Source Cave. While the crowd outside engaged in hushed discussions, Jiang Hao, situated within the Immortal Source Cave, remained entirely composed. The scornful remarks from the outside world held no weight in his mind. His decision to enter the cave alone stemmed from unwavering confidence. At first glance, the Immortal Source Cave appeared no different from an ordinary cavern. There were no signs of any beasts lurking within. The sole distinction was the extraordinarily rich spiritual energy that permeated the air. As far as Jiang Hao knew, there was no other place in the world that could compare to the spiritual essence found here. Regarding the rumored restrictions, he had yet to detect any signs of them. However, as Jiang Hao delved deeper, he not only sensed the increasingly dense spiritual energy, but was also met with an overwhelming sense of oppression that bore down upon him. It felt as if an immensely heavy object was pressing against him. Could this be the barrier of this place, designed to repel intruders? Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings with a grave expression. He was acutely aware that if it were merely this, those from the outside world would not be deterred. This indicated that there were even more formidable barriers awaiting him. This sense of oppression was merely the tip of the iceberg, just as Jiang Hao anticipated. As the feeling of oppression intensified, he found his mind beginning to wander. This sensation immediately reminded him of the various experiences he had endured within the Phantom Maze. This is bad. The barrier here possesses hallucinatory capabilities. Jiang Hao reacted swiftly, activating the Changchun heavenly art. The protective spiritual light flickered to life, and the disorienting feeling dissipated in an instant. Even that formidable sense of oppression was significantly alleviated. It was only then that Jiang Hao realized he had gradually fallen into an illusion since the moment he entered the cave. Furthermore, the barrier here was exceedingly powerful. Even those with profound cultivation could easily fall prey to its effects. Fortunately, Jiang Hao possessed the high-tier heavenly technique, the Changchun heavenly art, which was sufficient to counter the illusions of this place. Why do these so-called immortals always delight in manipulating such bizarre illusions? It truly left him speechless. However, although the illusion had been dispelled, the powerful sense of oppression remained. While it had slightly lessened when the illusion faded, it surged back with even greater ferocity, akin to a tidal wave. With every step Jiang Hao took, it felt as though he was bearing an immense burden, each movement fraught with difficulty. It was as if the Immortal Source Cave was actively repelling him, attempting to expel him. If the illusion was the first trial, then what lay ahead was the second. It was no exaggeration to say that the weight of that oppression felt like a mountain pressing down upon him. Just then, the previously dim Immortal Source Cave suddenly erupted with brilliant light. An unprecedented surge of powerful spiritual energy burst forth, sweeping in all directions like a tempest. This spiritual energy coalesced into shimmering flying swords, weaving through the air as if to warn Jiang Hao not to take another step forward. Should he force his way ahead, these flying swords would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. Even if he managed to evade them, the oppressive weight akin to a mountain would be sufficient to crush him. This was the true terror of the Immortal Source Cave. Is this an attempt to force me to retreat? Absolutely not. Jiang Hao had ventured this far. Not only had he not seen the blood of immortals, but he had seen nothing at all. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly turn back? Devouring Spirit Cauldron! Jiang Hao shouted in fury, immediately summoning the Devouring Spirit Cauldron. In an instant, from the depths of the Devouring Spirit Cauldron, an extraordinarily potent force of absorption erupted. To Jiang Hao, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the spiritual energy in this place was palpable. Thus, he resolved to harness the power of the Devouring Spirit Cauldron to consume all this spiritual energy. With the emergence of the cauldron, the weighty sensation, akin to a mountain, dissipated instantaneously. Even the flying swords vanished into nothingness. A cold smile graced the corner of Jiang Hao's lips as he strode boldly into the depths of the cave. Before long, a terrifying skeleton loomed into view. Even from several dozen meters away, Jiang Hao could distinctly sense the chilling fluctuations of spiritual energy radiating from the bones. Truly, it was the bone of an immortal. Despite having perished for millennia, it still harbored such astonishing energy. What could have led such a powerful being to its demise here? Although Jiang Hao felt a twinge of curiosity, he dismissed it. After all, this entity was already deceased, and his sole aim was that drop of immortal blood. His gaze fixated on the drop of blood suspended above the skeleton, exuding a faint golden glow. In comparison to the residual energy emanating from the skeletal remains, this drop of blood was genuinely formidable. It even invoked an involuntary urge to kneel in submission. Could this be the pressure of an immortal? Jiang Hao scoffed softly. Had you been alive, I might have shown you some respect. But now that you are utterly lifeless, how could I be compelled to kneel? Absolutely not. Empowered by the capabilities of the devouring spirit cauldron, Jiang Hao disregarded the terrifying pressure of both the immortal skeleton and the blood's energy. Braving this daunting force, he advanced towards the drop of immortal blood. Previously, Jiang Ming had cautioned him repeatedly against touching this blood lightly, warning that it could lead to utter annihilation. This signified that within this drop of immortal blood, there must lie even more formidable restrictions. Even a peak practitioner like Jiang Ming at the Unity Realm found it impossible to seize it. This alone attested to the terrifying nature of the restrictions surrounding the blood. Thus, for thousands of years, no one had been able to claim it. Yet, as Jiang Hao gazed at the immortal blood before him, his expression bore no trace of trepidation. Strong restrictions? I shall see how long the remnants of your immortal power can endure before the ancient treasure of transcendence. Chapter 78. Seizing the immortal blood, encountering an assault. Jiang Hao fixated coldly on the immortal blood suspended in midair. He then summoned the full might of the devouring spirit cauldron. The hidden absorption talisman within seemed to awaken, unleashing an unprecedented force of consumption. This power was so formidable that it gradually coalesced into a massive black hole in the air. Both the once mighty spiritual energy within the immortal source cave and the astonishing energy released by the immortal blood were forcibly drawn into this vortex, unable to escape. The drop of celestial blood, suspended in midair, seemed to sense an unprecedented peril. It flickered with golden radiance, striving to unleash its full power to expel Jiang Hao from its presence. Even the entire celestial source cave trembled, as if on the verge of collapse. Yet, all of this was ultimately in vain. The devouring celestial talisman is an ancient treasure of immeasurable might. Not even a fallen celestial being, let alone one in their prime, could withstand the force of such a treasure. Even when the devouring celestial talisman had most of its power sealed, it remained terrifyingly formidable. After a fierce struggle, the celestial blood gradually dimmed, the terrifying surge of spiritual energy it had unleashed completely dissipating. Undoubtedly, this was Jiang Hao's opportune moment to seize the drop of celestial blood. Come to me. At the instant the celestial blood lost its capacity to resist, Jiang Hao swiftly drew it into the devouring spirit cauldron. As the celestial blood vanished, the vast celestial source cave seemed to lose its very soul. The once oppressive aura and rich spiritual essence evaporated completely. What a pity, Jiang Hao mused. I had hoped to cultivate here. It appeared that opportunity had slipped away. He raised his right hand slightly, and the devouring spirit cauldron instantly shrank several times, landing securely in his palm. The precious drop of celestial blood was now safely contained within the cauldron's body. His initial plan had been to harness the abundant spiritual energy of this place to refine the drop of celestial blood while cultivating. However, with the celestial source cave now devoid of all power, remaining here held no significance. Moreover, there were many outside who were watching with keen interest. Jiang Hao needed to return to the Jiang family swiftly to gradually refine the celestial blood. Just as Jiang Hao turned to exit the celestial source cave, he suddenly noticed the skeletal remains of the celestial being. Though the skeleton held no intrinsic value, he had taken the being's blood. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao decided to also collect the skeletal remains into the devouring spirit cauldron. Once he departed this place, he would seek out a favorable location to bury the remains, thus repaying a debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, outside, the onlookers anxiously awaited Jiang Hao's emergence, perplexed by his prolonged absence. What is happening? Why has he not yet appeared? They wondered. Surely, that fool has triggered the cave's restrictions. It was audacious for a mere spirit transformation realm practitioner to venture into the celestial source cave alone. I can guarantee that he is dead. Perhaps he has already turned to ashes. As the crowd speculated about Jiang Hao's fate, the celestial source cave, which had been emanating violent spiritual energy, suddenly fell into tranquility. At this moment, the crowd was not only unable to perceive any force, but even the ethereal energy emanating from the cave had completely vanished. What had transpired? Had the spiritual essence of the immortal source cave dissipated? In the past, even before stepping into the cave, one could sense the incredibly rich spiritual energy. Why was there nothing now? Could it be that a significant disturbance had occurred within the immortal source cave? Or had that young man absconded with the blood of the immortals? The expressions of the onlookers turned increasingly alarmed. They were well acquainted with the conditions of the immortal source cave, and under normal circumstances, such an occurrence was utterly impossible. This could only imply that the individual who had just entered the cave must have done something to provoke such a drastic change. In light of this situation, the crowd could hardly afford to wait. They surged into the Immortal Source Cave. Their purpose was to seize the blood of the immortals. How could they let such a monumental opportunity slip away? No one was willing to relinquish this once-in-a-lifetime chance. However, just as the crowd prepared to step into the cave, Jiang Hao emerged leisurely from within. He was alive. This young man had not perished. Thus, the cataclysmic change within the Immortal Source Cave was indeed his doing. You insolent brat, what have you done? Where is the blood of the immortals? I care not who you are. If you truly possess the blood of the immortals, you shall not take a single step away from here today. Do not blame us for our ruthlessness. After all, that is the blood of the immortals. In an instant, the crowd encircled Jiang Hao. Others, however, rushed into the depths of the Immortal Source Cave. To their astonishment, they discovered that at the very core of the cave, both the immortal blood and the remains of the immortals had vanished. This further confirmed that the coveted opportunity they had longed for had been seized by Jiang Hao. I anticipated that you would act in this manner, Jiang Hao thought, surveying the crowd with a cold smile. So you believe that sheer numbers can compel me to surrender the blood? I regret to inform you that even if your numbers doubled, you could not achieve that. The weakest among these individuals possessed strength exceeding the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, many were formidable beings whose cultivation surpassed the divine ability realm, reaching the level of the Dharma aspect realm. After all, these individuals were the elites of various sects and factions, and they required ample protection. Yet despite being encircled by such a multitude of powerful figures, Jiang Hao remained unperturbed. His audacity in claiming the blood of the immortals suggested he possessed a means of safe departure. Presumptuous. You are far too arrogant. At that moment, a furious voice erupted from the crowd. The blood of the immortals had long been reserved by this princess. What are you, to dare seize what belongs to the princess? Young man, I advise you to surrender it promptly. Otherwise, this princess shall end your life today. As the voice echoed, a magnificently dressed woman stepped forth from the side. She regarded Jiang Hao with a look of utter disdain, showing no sign of acknowledging his presence. The onlookers around her were equally insignificant in her eyes as she strode directly to Jiang Hao and extended her right hand. Could this woman possibly be Princess Lingyu? What could have brought the esteemed Princess Lingyu to this place? Was it conceivable that she too coveted the essence of the immortal? The identity of the woman was swiftly discerned by those present, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Although they were all distinguished figures from various powerful sects, in the presence of the princess of the Dian dynasty, their statuses appeared as insignificant as that of ants. Moreover, Princess Lingyu was the sole daughter of the Dian Emperor, cherished beyond measure. Who would dare provoke her? Chapter 79, The Arrogant and Overbearing Princess of Dian. Upon realizing her identity had been uncovered, Tang Lingyu ceased to feign modesty. Indeed, I am the Dian princess, Tang Lingyu. Now, hand over the essence of the immortal at once. With an air of haughtiness, Tang Lingyu directed her gaze at Jiang Hao, asserting that she was not requesting but commanding him. If you obediently surrender the essence of the immortal now, I might be in a generous mood and bestow upon you a bountiful reward. Otherwise, I shall take your life this very moment. Everything within the Dian dynasty belongs to me. As the beloved daughter of the Dian Emperor, Tang Lingyu had become accustomed to a life of privilege. Cultivating her arrogant and imperious demeanor, she believed that anything she desired within the Dian dynasty was hers for the taking. Furthermore, with her cultivation having reached the first level of the divine realm, she regarded Jiang Hao, a mere cultivator at the spiritual transformation stage, as inconsequential. Initially, the gathered crowd had contemplated vying for the essence of the immortal. However, with Tang Lingyu's appearance, they swiftly abandoned this notion. How could they dare to challenge someone of her exalted status? It was evident that this drop of immortal essence would undoubtedly fall into Tang Lingyu's hands. Who would dare oppose such a formidable figure? If we were to act against her, we would surely face annihilation at the hands of the Dian army. Moreover, did you not notice the elderly eunuch standing beside Tang Lingyu? He is a powerful being at the unification stage. Alas, it seems the essence of the immortal is destined to elude us. If this young man wishes to preserve his life, he must surrender the essence immediately. In their eyes, Jiang Hao, now in Tang Lingyu's sights, could only resign himself to his fate. No one dared to provoke this young matriarch. Tang Lingyu overheard their murmurs, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. She had not anticipated that the essence of the immortal could be obtained so effortlessly. eager to behold the essence. She impatiently reached out her right hand toward Jiang Hao. Hurry, I can hardly wait. Yet, in the face of Tang Lingyu's threats, Jiang Hao felt no fear whatsoever. Rather, he found the situation to be quite amusing. Why should I, a mere mortal, part with the celestial blood I have acquired? Who do you think you are? Amusing. Isn't it? Jiang Hao mocked, pushing aside Tang Lingyu's hand as he strode forward. Initially, he was puzzled by the identity of this foolish woman, only to discover that she was none other than the illustrious princess of the Great Flame. Jiang Hao had long heard tales of her domineering disposition, and upon meeting her today, he found the rumors to be entirely accurate. Tang Lingyu had been prepared to seize the celestial blood, but Jiang Hao's words left her momentarily stunned. How dare he insult me? I am furious. Someone stop him. Tang Lingyu shouted in exasperation. The elderly eunuch, who had remained silent by her side, swiftly positioned himself before Jiang Hao. Although Tang Lingyu's actions were indeed inappropriate, her status as the princess of the Great Flame afforded her certain privileges. The eunuch, known as Lu Feng, had once received great favor from the Emperor of the Great Flame and had vowed lifelong loyalty to the dynasty. Not only a drop of celestial blood, but even if Tang Lingyu desired stars from the heavens, Lu Feng would gladly procure them for her. At that moment, Lu Feng cast a cold gaze at Jiang Hao, declaring, I shall grant you 10 breaths to consider. Either surrender the celestial blood or face obliteration. As he spoke, a terrifying aura of the unity realm emanated from Lu Feng. A mere cultivator of the spirit transformation realm stood no chance. With a mere wave of his hand, he could erase him from existence. The overwhelming pressure of Lu Feng's aura caused nearly everyone present to recoil, none daring to take a step closer. In such a dire situation, to intervene on Jiang Hao's behalf would be tantamount to seeking death. Lu Feng, there is no need for further words with this wretch. Kill him at once. Tang Lingyu shouted in a fit of rage. As the exalted princess of the Great Flame, the insults from a commoner were utterly intolerable to her. No matter the cost, she was determined to have Lu Feng eliminate Jiang Hao. Since the princess commands it, I shall obey, Lu Feng replied. You have chosen the wrong adversary. With that, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, just as he prepared to strike. An equally formidable surge of spiritual energy surged forth, crashing over him like a tidal wave. Lu Feng's brow furrowed. Who dares to interfere? Before he could finish speaking, an invigorated, white-haired elder emerged from the side. Lu Feng, have you truly forgotten me after all these years? Who permitted you to lay a hand on the young master of the Jiang family? As the voice resonated, Jiang Ming strode confidently to Jiang Hao's side, unleashing the unrestrained aura of a pinnacle Unity Realm cultivator. Even Lu Feng, a fellow Unity Realm practitioner, felt the pressure mount. You are Jiang Ming. Lu Feng's brow furrowed in realization. So, this is the young master of the Jiang family? How could this be? If he were merely an ordinary person, his demise would be inconsequential. Little did he expect that the young man who had seized the essence of a celestial being would turn out to be none other than the heir of the Jiang clan. The events surrounding the Blood Moon secret realm had long since circulated throughout the entire Dian dynasty. It was common knowledge that Jiang family's young master, Jiang Hao, was exceptionally gifted and immensely powerful, having acquired numerous rare treasures from the Blood Moon secret realm. The Jiang clan, renowned across the Dian dynasty, stood as one of the most illustrious families. Presently, the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Feng, also served as the lord of Tianyuan City, commanding a formidable military force. Had Jiang Hao been slain moments ago, the consequences would have been dire. What? That fellow is Jiang Hao, the young master of the Jiang family? I heard that he entered the Blood Moon's secret realm when it opened, and obtained the greatest fortune within. Indeed, I have also heard this. It is said to be the legendary spiritual treasure. This individual has acquired the spiritual treasure, and now possesses the essence of a celestial being. His luck is simply extraordinary. The crowd was utterly astonished by Jiang Hao's identity, and simultaneously felt a wave of dread. Had Tang Lingyu not appeared just now, they would have clashed fiercely with Jiang Hao over the essence of the celestial being. If Jiang Ming were to show up at this moment, with his peak cultivation at the Unity Realm, all present would have faced annihilation. In a way, Tang Lingyu's appearance had diverted their attention from him. At this moment, the true reason behind Jiang Hao's audacity became evident. However, Tang Lingyu was utterly unfazed by Jiang Hao's identity. She bellowed angrily. What nonsense about being the young master of the Jiang family. I am the princess of Dian. What does he amount to? Lu Feng, why are you still standing there? Kill him for me. Chapter 80. Jiang Ming appears, instilling fear in all. The purpose of Tang Lingyu's visit was to obtain the essence of the celestial being. She sought to prove herself as the most exceptional child of her father, not inferior to her brothers. This drop of essence was something she must acquire at all costs. What if the opponent is the young master of the Jiang family? No matter how powerful the Jiang family may be, they are still mere subjects of the Dian dynasty. Your Highness, please calm down. Lu Feng rushed to Tang Lingyu's side and advised in a low voice, I understand your fervent desire for that essence. However, the essence has already been taken by the Jiang family. You are well aware of their strength. The relationship between His Majesty and the Jiang family is quite amicable. Should I act rashly now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Before Lu Feng could finish, Tang Lingyu interrupted him with an angry retort, Silence. You are merely a dog raised by my father. Who permitted you to instruct me on my actions? She glared fiercely, I command you to kill him. Are you deaf? Act now. Tang Lingyu shouted furiously. Despite Lu Feng's formidable prowess as a Unity Realm expert, in Tang Lingyu's eyes, he had always been nothing more than a eunuch. Had it not been for her father's timely intervention in the past, Lu Feng would have long since perished. In this moment, it was astonishing that a mere eunuch dared to defy her command, inciting great ire within Tang Lingyu. As Lu Feng listened to Tang Lingyu's derogatory remarks, a wave of indignation surged within him. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, concealing any trace of displeasure. Suppressing his anger, he turned to Tang Lingyu and said, Your Highness, I would never dream of disobeying your orders. If you wish for me to eliminate Jiang Hao, I can certainly do so. However, I must caution you that Jiang Hao is under the protection of Jiang Ming, a peak practitioner of the Unity Realm. Should I attempt to take Jiang Hao's life, it would inevitably lead to a fierce confrontation with Jiang Ming. The clash between two experts of the Unity Realm would be nothing short of cataclysmic. In such a scenario, I may be unable to ensure your safety, as the Jiang family boasts numerous formidable experts. Engaging in battle with a peak Unity Realm master would leave me unable to assist you. Upon hearing this, Tang Lingyu, who was poised to express her anger, found herself momentarily speechless. It was then that she caught sight of Jiang Hao's icy gaze, sending a jolt of alarm through her. Very well. You Jiang family members dare to usurp what belongs to this princess. Rest assured, I will ensure you pay dearly for it. Just wait, with a mere word. My father will annihilate your clan. Though Tang Lingyu felt that Lu Feng was disrespectful, she could not deny the validity of his words. She had already sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Ming, one that surpassed even Lu Feng's. If Lu Feng were to be detained by Jiang Ming, how could she, alone, contend with the formidable Jiang family experts? This realization filled Tang Lingyu with profound regret. Had she known, she would have brought the Qian army with her, allowing her to effortlessly seize the essence of the immortal. As the princess of the Great Flame, now threatened by the Jiang family, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She vowed that Jiang Hao and his kin would pay an excruciating price. With this determination, Tang Lingyu stormed away, taking Lu Feng with her. After their departure, Jiang Ming showed no restraint in exuding his peak Unity Realm aura, casting a cold glance over the gathered crowd. The essence of the immortal already belongs to my Jiang family. If anyone present covets it, they must first contend with me. Jiang Ming's paramount objective was to ensure Jiang Hao's absolute safety. The moment Jiang Hao entered the immortal source cave and fell silent, Jiang Ming was filled with dread. Fearing an unforeseen calamity might befall him, he had intended to rush into the cave to retrieve Jiang Hao. Yet to his astonishment, Jiang Hao had succeeded. Today, even if it meant slaying everyone present, Jiang Ming would not relinquish this drop of immortal essence. He understood that if Jiang Hao were to refine this essence, the Jiang family would give rise to an unparalleled genius, one who might even ascend to the celestial realm in the future. With the future of the Jiang family at stake, Jiang Ming would not yield. If it were only Jiang Hao alone, they might have risked an attempt to seize it. Though Jiang Hao possesses extraordinary talent, he remains merely a practitioner of the transformation realm, yet to fully realize his potential. In contrast, Jiang Ming stands as a renowned master of the Jiang clan, the last surviving member of the esteemed Golden Generation. His strength is nearly on par with that of a sage, marking him as an unparalleled expert. Such an entity commands respect. Who would dare to provoke him lightly? Although the celestial blood is a treasure of immense value, one must possess the means to acquire it. After a brief moment of hesitation, the crowd surrounding them swiftly retreated, unwilling to linger any longer outside the fabled celestial source cave. From this moment forth, this legendary cave would fade into history. The celestial blood had been seized by the Jiang family, and this news would swiftly spread throughout the entire Great Flame dynasty. However, we must return immediately. You bear the celestial blood, which will undoubtedly attract countless powerful individuals coveting it. We must hasten back to the Jiang family to refine this drop of celestial blood. Jiang Ming urged, his concern for Jiang Hao's safety palpable. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the Unity realm, with 1 foot already in the Sage realm, the value of the celestial blood was too great. Should those ancient beings become aware of it, he feared he might not even be able to protect Jiang Hao. They had to return to the Jiang family at once. Once there, even if those ancient beings came to seize it, it would be futile. The Jiang family's protective array could withstand any crisis. Second uncle, I understand the significance of this drop of blood and the necessity of returning to the Jiang family promptly. However, I have a more pressing matter at hand, Jiang Hao replied, handing the celestial blood from the devouring spirit cauldron to Jiang Ming. Please take this back to the Jiang family. I need to find a suitable burial site for the celestial skeleton. Ever since leaving the celestial source cave, I have sensed the lingering obsession of the celestial skeleton. If it is not properly interred, I fear I may not be able to fully refine this drop of blood. Jiang Hao was not speaking idly. During his earlier argument with Tang Lingyu, he had sensed the unique energy emanating from the devouring spirit cauldron. It was not the celestial blood that was restless, but rather the energy radiating from the celestial skeleton. In Jiang Hao's view, there was certainly something amiss. Jiang Ming fell silent for a moment, intending to voice a concern, but Jiang Hao preemptively spoke. Second uncle, I am well aware of your worries. My objectives are modest, making it less likely for me to be discovered. If you accompany me, it may draw more attention. With a deep sigh, Jiang Ming conceded, very well. But do exercise caution. Although he remained somewhat uneasy, he could not deny that Jiang Hao's reasoning held merit. As a master of the Unity realm, his presence alongside Jiang Hao would indeed attract attention. Jiang Hao would be safer on his own. Moreover, the celestial blood required prompt delivery to the Jiang family for proper safekeeping. After offering a few words of caution to Jiang Hao, Jiang Ming departed first. As Jiang Hao soared in a different direction, he sensed once more the restless aura emanating from the skeletal remains of the celestial being. What could be amiss? Why was it that the power of the devouring spirit cauldron could not subdue this celestial skeleton, even if the hidden devouring celestial talisman had been sealed? Rendering most of its strength dormant, it should not be incapable of exerting control. Could it be that the skeletal remains still harbored the might of a celestial being, perhaps even surpassing the drop of celestial blood he had encountered earlier? The more Jiang Hao pondered, the more plausible this notion seemed. Perhaps the theft of the celestial blood, coupled with its removal from the celestial source cave, had awakened the residual power within the bones. If his conjecture held true, this was likely the lingering obsession residing within the skeleton. It was imperative for him to swiftly seek out a place of auspicious geomancy to inter these remains. Otherwise, should the devouring spirit cauldron fail to contain this power, the consequences would be dire. If he recalled correctly, to the southeast of the celestial source cave, there was a peak abundant in spiritual energy. He remembered that within that mountain lay an abandoned Taoist temple, which would serve as an excellent resting place. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao directed his flight toward that mountain. Simultaneously, not far from the celestial source cave, within a thicket, Tang Lingyu sat astride a pristine steed, her expression marred by displeasure. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, she gritted her teeth in anger. How infuriating! That Jiang Hao was utterly despicable for daring to seize what belonged to her. The celestial blood was rightfully hers. How could he claim it? She resolved to persuade her father to eliminate Jiang Hao and eradicate the Jiang clan. Beside Tang Lingyu, Lu Feng, fully aware of the princess's temperament, remained silent, merely providing her protection. Why are you silent? Are you angry with me, your princess? Do you believe I have humiliated you? Tang Lingyu's ire flared as she caught sight of Lu Feng. Your Highness, you jest. How could this humble servant dare to harbor anger toward you? Lu Feng replied with a gentle smile, his tone placating. It would be wise for you to remain calm. Once we return safely to the palace, His Majesty will surely seek justice for you. Though he spoke thus, he did not genuinely believe that the emperor would take action against the Jiang clan. The reasoning was straightforward. The Jiang clan was one of the foremost families of the Dian dynasty, wielding significant military power. The emperor maintained an excellent relationship with the Jiang family, having been friends with Jiang Feng, the current lord of Tianyuan City, since their youth. How could he possibly annihilate the Jiang family for the sake of Tang Lingyu's momentary folly? Furthermore, the Jiang family's profound heritage rendered them impervious to casual destruction. The protective formation of the Jiang family is indeed a source of great vexation. This is hardly a revelation, is it? Tang Lingyu declared with an air of arrogance. My father will certainly seek justice for me. As soon as I return to the palace, I will immediately request an imperial decree. However, before she could finish her sentence, Tang Lingyu suddenly sensed something and abruptly turned her gaze forward. Lu Feng swiftly positioned himself in front of Tang Lingyu, ensuring that no monstrous beast would launch a sudden attack. Yet, instead of a beast, a youthful figure gradually approached from ahead. Princess Lingyu, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to assist you. Suyu calmly addressed Tang Lingyu. Assist me? Tang Lingyu scoffed, her laughter dripping with disdain. Who do you think you are to speak so brazenly before me? Begone. Standing beside Tang Lingyu, Lu Feng seemed to sense Suyu's presence. Although he could discern that Suyu was merely an 8th-tier practitioner of the spirit transformation realm, quite feeble and even inferior to Tang Lingyu, Lu Feng inexplicably detected a hint of danger emanating from him. As a formidable warrior of the Unity realm, Lu Feng regarded spirit transformation practitioners as mere ants. How could he perceive a sense of peril? This left him utterly perplexed. Kid, I care not who you are, but you must leave at once. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you on the spot. Lu Feng's mission was to ensure the absolute safety of Tang Lingyu. He would not hesitate to take action against this unidentified individual should he persist in obstructing him and the princess. Unfazed by Lu Feng's threats, Suyu fixed his gaze upon Tang Lingyu. Your Highness, I now know the whereabouts of Jiang Hao. He has not returned to the Jiang family but is acting alone. Do you not desire to eliminate Jiang Hao? Do you truly believe that upon returning and reporting this matter to His Majesty, he will annihilate the Jiang clan? Let me be frank, this is utterly impossible. At this point, Suyu turned to Lu Feng. As a favored attendant of His Majesty, you must be aware of this. So, why do you deceive the princess? You must have sensed just moments ago that only Jiang Ming is by Jiang Hao's side. You deliberately claimed there are powerful figures nearby to compel the princess to withdraw. In a certain light, you have willingly handed over the blood of the immortal to Jiang Hao. Suyu had witnessed everything that had transpired. His arrival at the immortal source cave was indeed to seize the blood of the immortal. Initially, he believed he could effortlessly acquire it and refine it. Yet, he could never have anticipated that he would be a step too late. Even more unfathomable was the fact that the immortal blood he so desperately coveted had once again been claimed by Jiang Hao, right before his eyes. At that moment, Suyu's first thought was to seize the blood essence of the immortal. However, Tang Lingyu appeared. Subsequently, Jiang Ming, the foremost expert of the Jiang family, also emerged. Under such circumstances, it was implausible for Suyu to seize the immortal's blood. He had no choice but to temporarily relinquish his ambition. Yet this did not signify his capitulation. In pursuit of vengeance and rapid growth in the future, he could only fix his gaze upon Tang Lingyu. She was the sole daughter of the great Flame Emperor, cherished beyond measure. If he could gain control over Tang Lingyu, it would be tantamount to seizing the Emperor's most significant leverage. Currently, Jiang Hao's objective was to abduct Tang Lingyu, for they shared a common adversary, Jiang Hao himself. Lu Feng was taken aback by Suyu's words. Silence. Who permitted you to speak such nonsense here? With that, Lu Feng prepared to strike Suyu. Although he was oblivious to Suyu's true intentions, he would not allow this person to sow discord. As Lu Feng charged towards him with palpable menace, Suyu displayed no signs of resistance or a desire to flee. Against a formidable opponent at the Unity realm, he had no capacity for counteraction. Yet he was confident that he would emerge unscathed today. Everything transpired precisely as Suyu anticipated. As Lu Feng closed in on Suyu, a furious voice rang out behind him. Stop! Who allowed you to harm him? Chapter 82. Entombing the Remains, an Unexpected Incident. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Lu Feng turned in disbelief to Tang Lingyu, perplexed by her sudden involvement. The identity of this individual was unclear. Her inexplicable proximity raised suspicions. You wretched servant. Did you not hear what this princess just declared? Tang Lingyu shouted with ire. How I conduct my affairs is none of your concern. I do not know who this person is, but he speaks the truth. You have been deceiving me all along. Had you acted against Jiang Ming earlier, this princess could have undoubtedly seized the immortal's blood from Jiang Hao. My father treats you well, yet you conspire with the Jiang family against me. I am exceedingly disappointed in you, and upon returning to the palace, I shall demand my father put you to death. Tang Lingyu was filled with fury at Lu Feng's actions. It was outrageous that a dog raised by her father would assist outsiders in seizing her rightful immortal blood. Had her own strength been sufficient, she would have undoubtedly taken matters into her own hands and killed Lu Feng. Your Highness, this matter is not as you perceive it. This scoundrel is deliberately sowing discord. Lu Feng hastily interjected. You are unaware that the Emperor's relations with the Jiang family run deep, and moreover, Jiang Ming's power. Before Lu Feng could finish, Tang Lingyu interrupted sharply. Be silent. From this moment forth, this princess requires no protection from you. The princess cannot abide the presence of a deceiver by her side. Depart at once. I shall reclaim the celestial essence through my own means. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's complexion darkened. Your Highness, I implore you, do not act rashly. Our immediate course of action must be to return to the palace. Return to what palace? I intend to seize the celestial essence. Tang Lingyu vehemently chastised Lu Feng, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You, a mere servant, are incapable of achieving this. I shall undertake it myself. In 3 breaths, vacate my presence, or else I shall end my life before you. With that, Tang Lingyu brandished a dagger, pressing it against her neck. In her eyes, allowing Lu Feng to remain would surely thwart her pursuit of Jiang Hao's celestial essence. It was better to send him away. Desperate for the essence, and knowing Lu Feng would not dare intervene, she contemplated taking Jiang Hao's life herself. After all, Su Yu had just informed her that Jiang Hao had not returned to the Jiang family and was alone without the protection of Jiang Ming. As a practitioner of the Divine Passage realm, how could she fear Jiang Hao? Even if the Jiang family had hidden experts to safeguard him, what of it? She was the Flame Princess, of noble stature. Who among the Jiang family would dare lay a hand on her? Lu Feng felt a mix of fury and helplessness. He understood Tang Lingyu's temperament all too well. If he did not leave now, she might indeed commit an extreme act. Reluctantly, he decided to step away, knowing that her safety was paramount. Even in his anger, he could not truly abandon her. He merely concealed himself from her view, remaining hidden in the shadows. As long as Tang Lingyu was not in mortal danger, he would not reveal himself. Watching Tang Lingyu scold Lu Feng and drive him away, Su Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. The first step of his plan had succeeded. With Lu Feng out of the way, it would be far easier to manipulate this foolish princess. At last, that wretched servant is gone. After Lu Feng's departure, Tang Lingyu approached Su Yu with urgency. You claim Jiang Hao has not returned to the Jiang family. Where is he now? If you dare deceive me, I swear you will find no escape from your fate. Tang Lingyu had already sensed Su Yu's aura. He was merely at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, while she had reached the 1st level of the Divine Passage realm. Dealing with a practitioner of the spirit transformation realm would be a trivial matter. Your Highness, please do not be hasty. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Yu, the foremost disciple of the Yunlong sect. Like you, I harbor a deep-seated grudge against that Jiang Hao, one steeped in blood. If it pleases you, I would gladly eliminate him for you. Before he could finish, Tang Lingyu impatiently interjected, Spare me your words. I care not for your title as the foremost disciple of the Yunlong sect. I do not require your direct intervention. I merely seek to know the whereabouts of Jiang Hao. Su Yu smiled faintly, and since the princess had made such a request, he felt no need for further discourse. Please, follow me, Your Highness. With that, Su Yu swiftly turned and led Tang Lingyu away. Meanwhile, within the remote peaks of Longzhou in the Great Flame Dynasty, not far from the direction of the Immortal Source Cave, lay a secluded mountain. The spiritual energy here was relatively abundant compared to other regions, thus fostering a plethora of demonic beasts. Mortals dared not approach this mountain. However, for Jiang Hao, the creatures here were decidedly feeble. Utilizing his formidable strength, he dispatched the beasts and ascended to the mountainside. There, he discovered a long-abandoned Taoist temple. From the dilapidated sign above, he discerned the faint characters of Qingyuan Temple. This place, once a sect, had long since faded into obscurity over the passage of time. Furthermore, the temple had been thoroughly plundered, leaving behind nothing of value except for some worn-out furniture. Nonetheless, Jiang Hao had not come here to scavenge, but rather to enter the restless remains of an immortal. Upon entering Qingyuan Temple, he conjured the immortal's bones from the devouring spirit cauldron. He could distinctly observe the dark mist emanating continuously from the remains, a clear indication of the lingering obsession that haunted this skeleton in life. Senior, although I am unaware of your identity, having acquired your immortal essence, I owe you a debt of gratitude. While this may not be a true land of fortune, the spiritual energy is still quite rich. and the serenity here ensures that your peace shall remain undisturbed. Jiang Hao utilized his magic to excavate a deep pit within the temple. He then cautiously placed the immortal remains inside, and after interring them, erected a nameless monument, bowing respectfully in its direction. At that moment, Jiang Hao could distinctly sense the prior obsession dissipating into nothingness. This should suffice, he confirmed, preparing to depart. However, at that instant, the ground began to tremble violently. The mound where he had buried the immortal's remains erupted in a blinding golden light, accompanied by a tremendous surge of spiritual power. What is happening? Jiang Hao, intending to leave, found himself immobilized by the overwhelming force of this spiritual energy. Where does this terrifying pressure originate? He was utterly bewildered, as he believed that interring the immortal's remains would have eradicated all traces of their obsession. Why has such a formidable power erupted once more? Jiang Hao endeavored to resist, yet found himself utterly incapable. He was even overwhelmed by this force, unable to summon the devouring spirit talisman. At that very moment, a dazzling golden light emanating from a mound of earth gradually coalesced, forming a silhouette. It was a man of refined demeanor and elegant bearing. With the appearance of this figure, the terrifying pressure of spiritual energy dissipated. I never anticipated that one day I would return to this place. Young man, I thank you for liberating me from that cavern. Do not be alarmed. I shall not harm you, but instead bestow upon you an extraordinary opportunity. However, before that, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qingyuan Taoist, the master of the Qingyuan Temple. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Hao immediately grasped the situation. The immortal who had perished within the immortal source cave was, in fact, the master of Qingyuan Temple. The restlessness of the bones after leaving the Qingyuan cave, and the continuous eruption of a powerful force were all guiding Jiang Hao to this temple. After all, this location was not far from the cavern and was the only tranquil place in the vicinity. Jiang Hao was astonished that an abandoned temple for so many years could harbor an immortal. Nevertheless, doubt lingered in his heart. If the ancestral figure of Qingyuan Temple is indeed an immortal, why has the temple vanished? Logically, with an immortal's protection, Qingyuan Temple should have flourished. Take, for instance, the Zixiu Palace, one of the three foremost sects of the Dian dynasty, whose founding ancestor ascended to the immortal realm. The Zixiu Palace has become one of the strongest sects in the Dian dynasty precisely due to the protection of its immortal ancestor. Moreover, it is said that the Zixiu Palace still maintains contact with that ancestor. If Qingyuan Temple were in a similar situation, there would be no reason for its decline, much less its total annihilation. Unless, just as Jiang Hao was about to speak, Qingyuan Taoist interjected, "You are correct in your thoughts. The transformation of Qingyuan Temple into its current state is the result of human destruction. To be precise, there are those who do not wish for the balance of power in the Dian dynasty to be disrupted. The Zixiu Palace, Huanyue sect, and Jingguang Temple are the culprits behind the fall of Qingyuan Temple." Qingyuan Taoist did not conceal the truth and succinctly narrated the events that transpired years ago. Thousands of years ago, Qingyuan Temple was the most powerful sect within Longzhou. At that time, Qingyuan Taoist was the master of the temple, an unparalleled expert of the era. Even the Zixiu Palace, Huanyue sect, and Jingguang Temple bowed in deference. With a whisk in hand, Qingyuan Taoist swept across the world, invincible. Later, he broke through the limits of the mortal realm and ascended to the immortal realm. He believed he could protect Qingyuan Temple and allow it to flourish under the blessings of an immortal. Yet, he never anticipated that an unexpected calamity would occur. Not long after the Taoist Qingyuan ascended to the celestial realm, he found himself besieged by the three immortals from the Zixiu Palace, the Illusory Moon sect, and the Golden Light Temple. Overcome by their might, Qingyuan Taoist, exhausting every ounce of his strength and losing all of his cultivation, fled back to the mortal realm. However, what awaited him was the tragic sight of all his disciples from Qingyuan Temple being ruthlessly slaughtered by the three major sects, resulting in the annihilation of his lineage. In a state of utter despair, Qingyuan Taoist perished within the celestial source cave. Before his demise, he concentrated all of his remaining power into a single drop of his essence blood, ensuring that it would not dissipate for millennia. The myriad restrictions within the celestial source cave were also left behind by him, with the hope that one day, a fated individual who obtained this drop of blood would exact vengeance on his behalf. Alas, over the years, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of breaking the cave's seals. In his eyes, those unable to unravel the restrictions were destined to be mediocre and unworthy of his essence blood. As time flowed by, several millennia passed in the blink of an eye. After waiting in agony for thousands of years, he finally sensed the arrival of a fated individual. So, you wish for me to annihilate these three sects? Jiang Hao mused for a moment before responding, "Forgive my candor, but with my current abilities, it is entirely beyond my grasp." Setting aside the Zhixiao Palace and the illusory Moon sect, even the Golden Light Temple alone is insurmountable. After all, the Golden Light Temple is a royal sect of the Great Flame Dynasty. To extinguish the Golden Light Temple, one must first dismantle the Great Flame Dynasty itself. Jiang Hao spoke not out of folly, but in accordance with the stark reality. The ancestor of the Golden Light Temple who ascended to the celestial realm was none other than the founding emperor of the Great Flame Dynasty. It is said that this renowned emperor, in pursuit of ascension, severed his ties to the mortal world and entered seclusion. The first generation of disciples at the Golden Light Temple were all from the Tang clan, tasked with safeguarding the emperor's ascension. Once the emperor successfully ascended, the Golden Light Temple subsequently gained protection. To annihilate the Golden Light Temple would undoubtedly provoke the Great Flame Dynasty. As a mere spirit transformation practitioner, Jiang Hao found such an undertaking nearly impossible. Haha. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Qing Yuan Daoist erupted into laughter. "Young man, I indeed desire your aid and vengeance. But not at this moment. I am well aware of the matters you have mentioned." With a grand gesture, Qing Yuan Daoist summoned a radiant golden light that coalesced in the air, ultimately forming a golden mirror, which descended gently before Jiang Hao. This is the domain mirror, not a treasure of the mortal realm, but a spiritual artifact imbued with celestial power. While it lacks any tangible lethality, it possesses the capacity to encompass all of creation. Within this domain, there exists a small world. Before Jiang Hao could fully comprehend the situation, Qing Yuan Daoist activated the power of the domain mirror, transporting Jiang Hao into the small world. Following a disorienting sensation akin to the world spinning around him, Jiang Hao was transported to a serene valley, surrounded by tranquility devoid of any demonic beasts yet infused with an exceptionally rich spiritual essence. The spiritual energy here surpassed that of the previous celestial source cave, a sanctuary of unparalleled vitality, unmatched by any locale in the human realm. To cultivate in such an environment would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Is this the miniature world within the realm mirror? Indeed, it is an exquisite place for cultivation. After surveying his surroundings, Jiang Hao soon noticed a cave not far from him, filled with a plethora of celestial treasures. Most of these treasures were entirely absent from the human realm. Merely possessing one of them would be akin to holding a fortune. At that moment, Jiang Hao was astonished to discover a vividly crimson beast egg within the cave. Chapter 84. The Ancient Divine Beast, the Fire Dragon Sparrow. Jiang Hao examined the egg closely and discerned that its surface bore several obscure and cryptic runes. It was evident that the egg had yet to hatch due to the suppressive power of these runes. Before Jiang Hao could utter a word, the ethereal figure of Qing Yuan Daoist, suspended in midair, began to explain. "This is the egg of the ancient divine beast, the Fire Dragon Sparrow. I discovered it in a cave after my ascension to the celestial realm. Unfortunately, shortly after acquiring the Fire Dragon Sparrow's egg, I was besieged by 3 celestial immortals. I exerted all my strength to escape back to the human realm, but my life was forfeit in the process. To prevent the Fire Dragon Sparrow from hatching prematurely and endangering the human realm, I cast a sealing spell upon it. Little did I anticipate that this seal would endure for thousands of years. Had it been an ordinary beast, such a lengthy period would surely have led to its demise. Yet, the Fire Dragon Sparrow, being a creature of ancient divine blood, possesses an extraordinarily robust vitality. Furthermore, the abundance of celestial treasures in this locale nurtures it, ensuring that the Fire Dragon Sparrow's life force remains vigorous. If I were to lift the seal now, it would not be long before the Fire Dragon Sparrow hatches." As he spoke, Qing Yuan Daoist's figure grew increasingly ephemeral, the aura of the immortal fading as if to vanish entirely. "Young one, this small world, along with all the treasures here and the Fire Dragon Sparrow's egg, is a gift of opportunity for you. While I desire your vengeance on my behalf, I would never wish for you to act recklessly and meet your demise. Utilize the resources available here wisely for your cultivation. The fact that you can break the restrictions I have set and seize these opportunities is a testament to your potential to become unrivaled in the future. Remember, until you have fully matured, you must proceed with caution." With those final words, Qing Yuan Daoist's ethereal form dissipated completely and simultaneously. The runes engraved upon the fire dragon sparrow's egg began to fade slowly. A formidable surge of fire attribute energy erupted from the Li Huolong K egg, illuminating its entire form in a brilliant crimson glow that flickered incessantly. Immediately thereafter, the domain mirror materialized before Jiang Hao. The moment his fingers made contact with the mirror, a torrent of vast information flooded into his mind. He instantly grasped the methods of utilizing the domain mirror and the entirety of the circumstances surrounding him. Rest assured, esteemed predecessor, having acquired these fortuitous opportunities, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance on your behalf. Jiang Hao solemnly bowed to the dissipating specter of Qingyuan Taoist. Initially, he contemplated taking the spiritual treasures from this place with him, but upon reflection, he deemed such an act unwise. The treasures here were far too precious. Carrying them would surely be less secure than leaving them within the domain mirror. After all, Jiang Hao was the only one capable of entering this realm. With Qingyuan Taoist's assistance, the domain mirror had already recognized Jiang Hao as its master, rendering it inaccessible to others. In any case, he could return to this location at any time, utilizing the potent spiritual energy emanating from these treasures to further nurture the Li Huolong K egg. Little one, I hope it won't be long before we meet. I am eager to witness the true strength of you, the legendary ancient divine beast. Jiang Hao gently caressed the Li Huolong K egg and then activated the power of the domain mirror to transport himself away. Upon returning to the abandoned Qingyuan temple, the earlier celestial aura had long since dissipated. The mound, which had continuously radiated golden light, had returned to its normal state. This signified that the once renowned Qingyuan Taoist had completely vanished. Zixiao Palace, Huanyue Sect, Tianyin Temple, you shall wait for me. Once I have grown stronger, I shall obliterate you. Although Jiang Hao bore no deep-seated enmity towards these three sects, he understood that if he wished to ascend to immortality in the future, these sects must be eradicated. Otherwise, his fate would mirror that of the former Qingyuan Taoist, being jointly annihilated by the immortal ancestors of these sects. However, just as Jiang Hao prepared to depart from Qingyuan Temple, he suddenly sensed something and swiftly turned to gaze outside the temple. To his astonishment, the fiery princess Tang Lingyu, who had previously departed, now stood before him. Jiang Hao, I didn't expect to find you here. How wonderful. Without Jiang Ming to protect you, let's see how you escape from my grasp. Today, you must either surrender your immortal blood or face death. Listening to Tang Lingyu's threatening words, Jiang Hao paid her no heed. He didn't even cast her a glance, instead fixing his gaze to her left side. No need to hide. Since you have come, reveal yourself. Su Yu, did you truly believe I had not detected you? In truth, the aura Jiang Hao had sensed earlier was indeed that of Su Yu. The distinct aura that emanated from the blood spirit root was an indelible memory for him. However, Jiang Hao never anticipated that Su Yu would so swiftly establish a connection with Tang Lingyu. The halo of the Chosen One indeed shone with extraordinary brilliance. Aha, Jiang Hao. You remain ever so perceptive, instantly sensing my presence. Could it be inferred that perhaps you harbor a fear of me? Thus, you remain perpetually on guard. Su Yu chuckled coldly, striding forth with determination. He intended to articulate further thoughts, yet at that moment, Tang Lingyu bellowed fiercely, Jiang Hao, you are utterly audacious. I am speaking to you, did you not hear? How dare you disregard me? You seek your own demise. Tang Lingyu was already incensed by Jiang Hao's theft of her celestial essence, and his blatant disregard only fueled her fury. With a swift motion, she summoned a resplendent flying sword, which, under her command, soared through the skies, aimed directly at Jiang Hao. Tang Lingyu believed that with her prowess at the first level of the divine ability realm, Jiang Hao would stand no chance of withstanding her strike. However, at the very moment the sword was about to strike him, a brilliant golden light erupted from Jiang Hao's body. The spring heaven technique was activated, revealing a protective spiritual radiance. Tang Lingyu's strike was as though it met an impenetrable barrier, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon Jiang Hao. Instead, the flying sword was repelled, crashing to the ground. How could this be? You are merely a practitioner of the spirit transformation realm. How could you withstand this princess's sword? Moreover, this is a top-tier treasure of the heavenly grade. How on earth did you achieve this? I refuse to believe it. Tang Lingyu's expression was one of utter disbelief. In stark contrast, Su Yu beside her remained remarkably composed. Your Highness, do not panic. This fellow's strength surpasses your imagination. However, rest assured, I shall eliminate him for you. Chapter 85. Seizing Tang Lingyu's Life Treasure. Tang Lingyu did not appreciate this sentiment, her anger only escalating. Silence. I am a practitioner of the divine ability realm. Why would I require your assistance? A mere practitioner of the spirit transformation realm, I shall undoubtedly shatter him into pieces today. From a young age, Tang Lingyu believed herself to be exceptionally gifted, even surpassing several of her brothers. Now, faced with an inability to breach the defenses of a spirit transformation realm practitioner, how could she accept this? For the sake of her dignity and to teach this arrogant Jiang Hao a lesson, she was determined to seize the celestial essence from him. However, just as Tang Lingyu prepared to retrieve her fallen treasure and launch another assault on Jiang Hao, she suddenly discovered that the previously downed flying sword had vanished without a trace. The flying sword, known as the Golden Shadow Spirit Sword, is a precious artifact of the highest celestial tier. It was bestowed upon Tang Lingyu by the current Emperor of the Great Flame, nurtured by her spiritual energy since childhood. This bond has rendered the Golden Shadow Spirit Sword almost telepathically connected to her. With a mere thought, Tang Lingyu can command the sword to respond instantaneously. Should anyone dare to seize Tang Lingyu, they would undoubtedly provoke fierce resistance from the sword, which would also alert her immediately. Yet, now astonishingly, the Golden Shadow Spirit Sword has vanished right before her eyes. She is utterly unable to sense its presence, as if it has been completely erased. This disbelief is unfathomable to Tang Lingyu. Where has my artifact gone? She exclaimed, glaring at Jiang Hao. With a cold smirk, Jiang Hao retorted, where your artifact has gone is of no concern to me. You are the Great Flame Princess, and we have no substantial grievances. I have no intention of harming you gravely, but if you persist in your folly, do not blame me for being unkind. I offer you one last chance, either depart or face your demise. As he spoke, a terrifying devouring power erupted from Jiang Hao, forcing even the powerful Tang Lingyu to retreat in desperation. How is this possible? How can this man possess such an extraordinary ability? Why is my spiritual energy dissipating uncontrollably? Tang Lingyu was completely awestruck by Jiang Hao's display of power. As she had suspected, the reason for the disappearance of her Golden Shadow Spirit Sword was indeed that it had been taken by Jiang Hao. After acquiring the domain mirror from the Clear Source Taoist, Jiang Hao discovered that this treasure not only allowed him to transport himself into that peculiar little world, but could also teleport any object, including living beings. The Golden Shadow Spirit Sword, having been nurtured by Tang Lingyu's spiritual energy for many years, is virtually her life's artifact. To forcibly seize it would be impossible. However, Jiang Hao did not resort to brute force. Instead, he directly harnessed the power of the domain mirror to transport the fallen sword into its depths. Thus, Tang Lingyu is now unable to sense the sword's existence. In certain respects, the Golden Shadow Spirit Sword is no longer in the human realm. No matter how Tang Lingyu calls for it or casts spells, she cannot summon it back. Theft of another's life artifact. Evil value, 500. The long-awaited system notification echoed in Jiang Hao's mind, fueling his resolve to teach this foolish princess a lesson. Now, with the devouring power unleashed, even if she is a practitioner of the divine transformation stage, she is but an easy target in Jiang Hao's eyes. Are you not arrogant? Did you not wish to kill me and seize the blood of an immortal? Come on, try to kill me. Jiang Hao mocked, his eyes glinting with derision as he gestured dismissively at Tang Lingyu. He relished the opportunity to humiliate such a foolish princess. Jiang Hao, what have you done? I command you to stop immediately, or I shall ensure my father has you executed. I am the princess of the Great Flame Dynasty, and you must obey my commands. Tang Lingyu was genuinely taken aback by Jiang Hao's audacity, so much so that she hesitated to engage him further, attempting instead to leverage her royal status against him. However, her words only elicited laughter from Jiang Hao. Is the princess of the Great Flame truly formidable? You may reign supreme within the palace, where none dare oppose you. But this is not the palace. Throwing a tantrum here is futile. I offered you a chance earlier, and since you squandered it, don't blame me for my lack of courtesy. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Hao charged at Tang Lingyu with incredible speed, a massive flaming sword appearing in his hand, ready to strike. The fiery blade seemed imbued with the power to obliterate everything in its path as it surged toward her. What? Tang Lingyu could scarcely believe that Jiang Hao would actually dare to attack her. Stripped of her magical artifact and unable to control her own spiritual energy, she was acutely aware of the imminent threat to her life. Fear gripped her, and she sank to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. She knew she could not evade the impending blow. Yet, at that critical moment, A brilliant crimson light erupted from Suyu, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of blood energy. A shield, forged from vibrant crimson essence, materialized before Tang Lingyu, successfully blocking the powerful fiery blade. Your Highness, I have already warned you that this individual's strength far exceeds your imagination. Although you possess divine abilities, you cannot hope to match him. This is not a reflection of your weakness, but rather due to his possession of a powerful spiritual treasure. The disappearance of your artifact and your inability to control your spiritual energy are both consequences of his possession of a treasure imbued with devouring power. This treasure originates from the Blood Moon secret realm. In truth, Suyu could have intervened earlier to prevent Jiang Hao from striking, but he deliberately held back, biding his time to save Tang Lingyu at the last possible moment. This act would elicit her gratitude, allowing him to gain leverage over the foolish princess. Just as Suyu had anticipated, Tang Lingyu was indeed terrified, convinced she was on the brink of death. Little did she expect that Suyu would be able to thwart Jiang Hao's attack. Suyu, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. This individual possesses formidable strength. If you have a means to vanquish him, I implore you to act swiftly. Upon our return to the palace, I shall ensure that my father rewards you handsomely. Chapter 86. Suyu's Counterattack. From a young age, Tang Lingyu believed herself to be exceptionally gifted, her cultivation far surpassing that of her peers. Coupled with the flattery of those around her and her father's affection, she gradually became uncontrollable. However, today, she nearly met her demise at Jiang Hao's hands, which undoubtedly fueled her intense hatred for him, wishing to see him utterly destroyed. As for Suyu, though they had only just met and were not well acquainted, he had saved her life, thus becoming her savior. Your Highness, please do not panic. Rest assured, I will eliminate this scoundrel, Suyu said, carefully helping Tang Lingyu to her feet. Upon closer observation, Tang Lingyu found Suyu's visage strikingly handsome. Recalling how he had timely intervened to shield her from Jiang Hao, she suddenly felt a flutter in her heart. Suyu, once you have defeated Jiang Hao, accompany me back to the palace. I will have my father summon you, bestowing upon you a prestigious position and abundant resources for your cultivation. Suyu merely smiled faintly at her words, choosing not to respond but instead resolutely positioning himself before her. Your Highness, we shall discuss these matters later. Just wait and see how I handle Jiang Hao. As she watched Suyu courageously stand before her, his figure appeared extraordinarily tall and imposing in Tang Lingyu's eyes. She found her heart racing. Could this be the sensation of infatuation? It was the first time in her life she experienced such a peculiar feeling. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Hao was observing the entire scene. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. Suyu, though I once considered you a fool, I admired your devotion, at least for your association with Lu Rushua. Yet, to my surprise, you have now turned your affections toward that dimwit, Tang Lingyu. Do you aspire to become the illustrious son-in-law of the royal family? Upon seeing Suyu beside Tang Lingyu, Jiang Hao grasped the situation. He could not deny the undeniable allure of the chosen one's aura. Noticing Tang Lingyu's infatuated gaze, he realized that Suyu had captivated her. However, Jiang Hao dismissed it, growing even more exhilarated. At this moment, Suyu had constructed a heroic image in Tang Lingyu's presence. He was eager to see her expression when he would later humiliate Suyu, shattering the image he had so painstakingly created. He chuckled to himself. In the face of Jiang Hao's current humiliation, Suyu displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he let out a dismissive chuckle, saying, Jiang Hao, do you truly believe this can provoke me? I regret to inform you that I am no longer the Suyu you once knew. The present me has transformed beyond recognition. You stand no chance against me. As Suyu's words faded, he unleashed an aura emanating from the 8th layer of the transformation realm. Though he had yet to reach the divine passage realm, his presence was undeniably far superior to that of Tang Lingyu beside him. Jiang Hao recalled that during their time in the Blood Moon secret realm, Suyu had merely been at the 5th layer of the transformation realm. It had not been long since they exited the Blood Moon secret realm, yet his cultivation had risen at an astonishing pace. Perhaps only a chosen one could achieve such rapid advancement. Nonetheless, Jiang Hao remained unperturbed. With his current strength, dealing with Suyu would be effortless. TSK, I had expected you to be stronger. Yet you remain merely a practitioner of the transformation realm, Jiang Hao sneered. Since you believe I cannot be your adversary, allow me to witness your current prowess. Before Jiang Hao could finish his sentence, Suyu had teleported directly in front of him. Both his speed and the power he exuded were indeed far superior to before. Most crucially, Suyu seemed unaffected by the devouring force. Undoubtedly, he possessed some extraordinary artifact capable of countering this power. Jiang Hao, do you truly think that with that treasure, you are invincible? You remain far too arrogant. Prepare to meet your demise. Su once again summoned the Blood Soul Sword and thrust it toward Jiang Hao's chest. Had it been before, Su would have been vulnerable to Jiang Hao's devouring force. After all, it was this terrifying power that had led to his defeat in the Blood Moon's secret realm. But the circumstances had changed. In addition to the Blood Soul Sword, Su wielded the Heart Demon Mirror, an artifact powerful enough to rival spiritual treasures. This was a top-tier treasure crafted by Ling Yu, the leader of the Chaos Sect, and could almost be considered a half-step spiritual treasure. This artifact allowed Su to overcome his inner demons, significantly enhancing his strength, which was just one of its many capabilities. Moreover, it served as an exceptional protective treasure. Although it could not rival true spiritual treasures, it was sufficient to grant Su temporary immunity to the devouring force unleashed by Jiang Hao. It was precisely for this reason that Su felt so confident. In his eyes, Jiang Hao's strength was solely reliant on the power of his artifacts. After all, Jiang Hao was merely at the 6th layer of the transformation realm. Within the Heart Demon Mirror, Su had already defeated Jiang Hao and obliterated him completely. Now, with his greatly enhanced strength, he faced Jiang Hao without fear. He believed that this strike would undoubtedly deliver a crushing blow to Jiang Hao. However, at that moment, an unexpected event unfolded for Su. The sword he thrust with all his might failed to inflict even the slightest harm on Jiang Hao. The scenario mirrored that of Tang Lingyu. This formidable strike was effortlessly thwarted by the protective spiritual light enveloping Jiang Hao's entire being, standing as an impenetrable barrier that rendered Jiang Hao unscathed. How could this be? Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Before he could gather his thoughts, a powerful surge of spiritual energy sent him staggering back several meters. Su, I have come to realize that you are truly insufferably foolish. Is it only permissible for you to grow stronger in this world while I cannot? Jiang Hao regarded Su with a contemptuous expression. Let me be frank with you. During the Blood Moon altar incident, I did not even utilize 3/10 of my power. I merely unleashed a modicum of devouring force, and you were left trembling in fear. I had anticipated that you would choose to cower in the shadows, too terrified to show your face again. Yet, you, in your stupidity, have dared to emerge once more seeking your demise. Speak, how do you wish to perish today? I assure you, this time, once you are dead, there will be no chance of resurrection. Previously, within the Blood Moon's secret realm, Jiang Hao had already killed Su once. Strangely, Su's corpse had suddenly transformed into a pool of blood and vanished. To Jiang Hao, this was undoubtedly linked to Su's awakened blood spirit root and the chaotic blood sutra. Should he succeed in killing Su again, he would ensure that Su had no opportunity to flee or resurrect, and Jiang Hao had already devised a method to obliterate Su completely. Chapter 87. Absolute Power. Su's disastrous defeat. This turn of events genuinely took Su by surprise. He had believed that after overcoming his inner demons, his strength would surge, granting him the power to defeat Jiang Hao. Furthermore, with the Heart Demon Mirror shielding him, his chances should have been even greater. However, reality struck him like a thunderbolt. Even with all his effort, he could not shake Jiang Hao's indomitable protective spiritual light. Su's expression shifted from initial confidence to a pallor of disbelief and defeat. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers, yet he felt no pain. Let the chosen one lose confidence once again. Malicious deed value, 1,000. Jiang Hao observed coldly, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He strode forward slowly, his tone laced with disdain. What's wrong? Are you too frightened to think straight? Were you not so adamant that you could kill me? Why can't you even breach my protective spiritual light? You truly are pathetic. Su gritted his teeth, flames of fury igniting in his eyes, yet he found himself unable to retort. Each of Jiang Hao's words pierced his heart like a dagger. How about this? Jiang Hao feigned kindness, spreading his hands. If you are truly terrified, why not kneel and beg for mercy? I am, at heart, quite compassionate. Should you prostrate yourself and acknowledge your wrongdoing, pledging to serve as my subordinate henceforth, I might consider sparing your life. Indeed, if you display sufficient merit, I may even offer you guidance to aid in your cultivation. Ha ha. The laughter of Jiang Hao echoed across the desolate battlefield, sharp and arrogant. Su's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, then to crimson, as anger and humiliation nearly suffocated him. Jiang Hao, you go too far. How could I, Su, become a servant to someone like you? Su Yu had already confronted and vanquished his inner demons within the heart demon mirror, believing himself strong enough to defeat Jiang Hao. Moreover, Princess Tang Lingyu stood behind him. In such circumstances, retreat was not an option. No matter what, he must defeat Jiang Hao today. Jiang Hao, prepare to face your demise. Su Yu suddenly summoned all his spiritual energy. A dark red aura surged around him, swiftly coalescing into a fearsome, blood-colored armor. The blood soul sword in his grasp emitted a piercing hum, its blade radiating a fierce crimson light, as if eager to consume everything. Blood soul slash. Su Yu bellowed, unleashing a brilliant sword light aimed directly at Jiang Hao. However, it proved to be in vain. Heh! Jiang Hao merely smiled disdainfully, showing no intention of evasion. With the sheer might of his protective spiritual light, he effortlessly dispelled Su Yu's assault. Is this truly your utmost strike? Jiang Hao shook his head, disappointment lacing his tone. Too weak. Utterly inadequate. Even if I granted you 30 years of arduous training, you could never be my equal. You speak nonsense. Su Yu retorted furiously, refusing to believe he could not breach Jiang Hao's defenses. Unwilling to concede, Su Yu swung the blood soul sword once more, unleashing a barrage of formidable blood techniques. Yet, no matter how fiercely he fought, Jiang Hao's protective light remained steadfast, unmoving as a mountain. Enough. Jiang Hao suddenly ceased his mirth, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Our game has been entertaining, but it is time to conclude. He raised his hand, and the devouring spirit cauldron materialized out of thin air. The cauldron emanated a shadowy glow, and an overwhelming force of absorption instantly engulfed the battlefield. Su Yu felt an oppressive tightening around him, his blood aura uncontrollably dissipating, even his spiritual energy becoming disordered. How is this possible? My heart demon mirror. Why can it not withstand this devouring force? Su Yu's eyes widened in terror as he desperately urged the heart demon mirror to resist. Yet, its power appeared feeble against the overwhelming absorption, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The heart demon mirror? Jiang Hao scoffed. Merely a trifling artifact from the mortal realm. How dare it contend with my devouring spirit cauldron? Truly laughable. Su Yu, do you not realize that this is a spiritual treasure imbued with celestial power? As the devouring power continued to escalate, the heart demon mirror ultimately reached its limit. No matter how fervently Su Yu attempted to harness its strength, it proved futile. Confronted with that overwhelming force, the heart demon mirror was utterly incapable of resistance. Cracks began to mar its surface, and with a final, resounding snap, it shattered completely. Su Yu, who had previously vanquished his inner demons with the aid of the heart demon mirror and thus significantly enhanced his prowess, now found those very demons resurfacing anew. This time, they directly assailed his Tao heart, causing him to cough up blood and plummet to the 5th layer of the spirit transformation realm. Impossible, he cried, collapsing to the ground. His hands pressed against the earth, his eyes filled with despair and indignation. Why? Why can I never triumph over you? Why has every opportunity been seized from me? Why? Su Yu shouted hoarsely, his voice laden with boundless resentment and anguish. Why, you ask? Jiang Hao sneered repeatedly. Because you are simply too weak. Did you truly believe that with your blood spirit root and the chaotic blood scripture, you could defeat me? Su Yu, you remain painfully naive. Today, I shall see how you intend to escape from my grasp. Before Su Yu could respond, Jiang Hao had already moved before him, forcefully pressing Su Yu's head into the ground. With a thunderous crash, Su Yu's skull was instantly bloodied, causing the entire Qingyuan temple to tremble. Already weakened by the turmoil of his Tao heart, Su Yu's cultivation had plummeted, and now, struck by such a grievous blow, he lost consciousness on the spot. Your Highness, do you truly believe that merely summoning a stray dog from the roadside can kill me and seize the essence of an immortal? You underestimate me gravely. Since you care so much for this individual, allow me to eliminate him right before your eyes. Jiang Hao would not let slip any opportunity to extinguish Su Yu's life. Without hesitation, he summoned the devouring spirit cauldron. The cauldron glowed ominously, and the terrifying devouring power enveloped Su Yu entirely. His blood essence, spiritual energy, and vitality were drawn forth as if by a raging flood. Su Yu's body aged visibly, his hair turned white in an instant, and his life force rapidly dissipated. No, no, Tang Lingyu gasped, her heart tightening, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Su Yu is my savior. I cannot allow him to perish like this. Lu Feng, I know you, that wretched servant, are lurking in the shadows. I command you to act immediately and rescue Su Yu. Yet, Silence enveloped the surroundings. No one responded. Chapter 88. Destruction of Su Yu's Blood Spirit Root. What is happening? Tang Lingyu's heart raced in terror, her complexion pale as a ghost. Could it be that Lu Feng, that treacherous servant, has truly abandoned us? She initially believed that despite having expelled Lu Feng, he would never truly abandon her. After all, he was sent by the Emperor to protect her. How could he dare to leave so easily? However, no matter how fervently she called out, Lu Feng remained absent, causing her heart to gradually sink into despair. She recalled the moment she had banished him, and a wave of regret surged within her. At that time, she was infuriated by Lu Feng's interference, deeming him overly meddlesome. As the esteemed princess of the Great Flame, what harm was there in killing a mere commoner like Jiang Hao? Yet Lu Feng had persistently obstructed her, even causing her to miss the opportunity to seize the essence of the immortals. Enraged, she dismissed him, believing he would return in due time. But now, Lu Feng was still nowhere to be found, while Su Yu's life was rapidly waning under Jiang Hao's devouring power. Tang Lingyu gazed at Su Yu's emaciated form, her heart filled with mounting panic. In such a situation, if no one intervened, Su Yu would undoubtedly perish. I understand now. It must be that treacherous servant who cares not for Su Yu's fate. Tang Lingyu gritted her teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. She suddenly drew a dagger from her sleeve, pressing it against her own neck, and cried out, Lu Feng, if you do not show yourself, this princess shall die alongside Su Yu. Her voice echoed within the vast expanse of Qingyuan Temple. Alas, everything transpired just as Tang Lingyu had anticipated. Suddenly, a deep sigh resonated from afar. Jiang Hao, spare where you can. Why must you seek total annihilation? Accompanied by this aged voice, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted, forcefully interrupting the operation of the devouring spirit cauldron. Jiang Hao felt a tremendous force strike him, sending him staggering back several meters, his expression shifting slightly. Then, Lu Feng's figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Originally, Jiang Hao intended to take Su Yu's life, which Lu Feng would have welcomed. Had it not been for this young man's instigation, he would not have been banished by Tang Lingyu. As long as Tang Lingyu remained unharmed, what did it matter if Su Yu perished? However, Lu Feng could never have anticipated that Tang Lingyu would willingly choose to take her own life for Su Yu. This was entirely beyond Lu Feng's expectations. To ensure Tang Lingyu's safety, he had no choice but to step forth and impede Jiang Hao. Damn it! Does this fellow belong to the feline family? How is it that he can never be killed? Truly exasperating. Jiang Hao inwardly cursed, his face darkening considerably. He had been but a step away from completely ending Su Yu's life, yet at this crucial moment, Lu Feng had interrupted him. Lu Feng's cultivation was unfathomable, at least at the 8th level of the harmonization realm. Even with Jiang Hao harnessing the power of the devouring immortal talisman, victory was far from assured. The halo of the Chosen One radiated fiercely, leaving Jiang Hao helpless. Nevertheless, although Su Yu had not been entirely slain this time, he was effectively rendered incapacitated. The power of the devouring immortal talisman had nearly drained Su Yu of all his life force. Even his awakened blood spirit root has suffered severe damage. At this moment, Su Yu resembles a withering rose, utterly bereft of vitality, lacking the brilliance of his former self. Even if Su Yu were to consume vast quantities of elixirs and spiritual treasures in the future, it would be exceedingly difficult to fully restore his damaged spirit root. His path of cultivation has essentially been severed. Jiang Hao, however, was curious to observe how this so-called child of destiny would rise under such circumstances. Inflicted severe damage on the child of destiny, resulting in significant impairment of his spirit root, greatly affecting his cultivation path. Evil value, 5,000. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiang Hao's mind, announcing an astounding 5,000 evil value. This figure caused a slight tremor in his heart. The last time he had severely wounded Su Yu, the system had only granted him 3,000 evil value, yet this time it far exceeded previous instances. Clearly, the damage inflicted upon Su Yu was far more grave, potentially shaking the very foundations of his being. Lu Gonggong truly deserved his reputation as a master of the Unity realm. He could even forcibly repel spiritual treasures. Jiang Hao's gaze remained calm as he stared at Lu Feng ahead, devoid of any fear. Although Lu Feng's power greatly surpassed his own, Jiang Hao was certain that the other would not strike at him lightly. If Lu Feng truly harbored murderous intent, he would have acted long ago, outside the immortal source cave, rather than waiting until now. It turned out that the square cauldron was the greatest opportunity within the Blood Moon secret realm. Lu Feng gazed at the devouring spirit cauldron floating beside Jiang Hao, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Jiang Hao had first seized this devouring spirit cauldron and then acquired the blood essence of an immortal. With these two fortunes, Jiang Hao's future was destined to be boundless. With such a young master in the Jiang family, prosperity could continue for thousands of years. Meanwhile, Tang Lingfeng had rushed to Su Yu's side, anxiously shaking his body. Su Yu, wake up. Don't scare me. Her voice trembled, filled with panic and helplessness. Had it been anyone else, Tang Lingyu would never have lost her composure like this. But Su Yu was different. He was not only her savior, but also the one she admired. How could she bear to watch him fall? Tang Lingyu never anticipated that Jiang Hao's strength would be so terrifying, far beyond her expectations. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the devouring spirit cauldron beside Jiang Hao, and a flash of greed and jealousy crossed her eyes. It must be that spiritual treasure. It is that spiritual treasure that has made Jiang Hao so powerful. Tang Lingyu gritted her teeth, her voice sharp and piercing. She abruptly turned and commanded Lu Feng in a fierce tone. Lu Feng, I command you to kill Jiang Hao immediately. Seize his spiritual treasure. Take his immortal blood essence. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression darkened. With his strength, dealing with Jiang Hao would indeed be quite easy. Even though Jiang Hao possessed a spiritual treasure, Lu Feng could easily subdue him. Whether it was taking the treasure or the immortal blood essence, he could accomplish either with ease. Yet, should he proceed in such a manner, the consequences would be dire. Lu Feng, unable to ascertain whether Jiang Ming lurked in the shadows, quietly observing everything, realized that forcibly eliminating Jiang Hao would undoubtedly summon endless troubles. Given such circumstances, he could no longer allow Tang Lingyu to continue her reckless antics. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Feng executed a swift movement, appearing behind Tang Lingyu and striking her down with a single palm. Jiang Hao, I advise you to return to the Jiang family promptly, he stated coldly, a hint of warning lacing his tone. This time, I shall refrain from taking action against you. But next time, the outcome may differ. With that, Lu Feng hoisted the unconscious Tang Lingyu in one hand and seized the severely injured Su Yu in the other, hastily departing from Qingyuan Temple. Initially, he had intended to take only Tang Lingyu. However, he had witnessed the fierce battle between Su Yu and Jiang Hao in its entirety. Su Yu was the remnant of the Chaos sect, awakened with the blood spiritual root. The Emperor of the Great Flame had issued orders for his capture, and Lu Feng could not let this opportunity slip away. He must take him with him. Observing Lu Feng's retreating figure, Jiang Hao did not dwell on it for long. He too hastily left Qingyuan Temple, returning to the Jiang family. At this moment, his most pressing concern was to refine that precious drop of celestial blood. After Jiang Hao's departure, a silence enveloped Qingyuan Temple. Not long after he left, a shadow silently appeared within the temple, cloaked in black robes. The figure's face was shrouded in darkness, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. He slowly approached the spot where Su Yu had fallen, gazing down at the bloodstains on the ground, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. The damage to the blood spiritual root is, indeed, an unexpected delight. The figure murmured to himself, his voice hoarse and chilling. This development allows for the plan to be advanced. Chapter 89. Establishing the Celestial Step Technique. Upon returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Hao immediately obtained the precious drop of celestial blood from Jiang Ming. Although the obsession of the Qingyuan Taoist had dissipated, this drop of celestial blood still exuded a violent aura. After all, it possessed the power of a celestial being. Refining it remained an exceedingly challenging endeavor. However, with less than 10 months remaining until the 100 Clans Championship, you must conclude your seclusion before the competition begins, no matter what, Jiang Ming advised earnestly. If you are unable to fully refine this drop of blood, do not force it. Jiang Ming was unaware of the events that transpired within Qingyuan Temple. Yet he understood well the overwhelming power contained within the celestial blood. Jiang Hao, still merely a spirit transformation realm cultivator, would likely struggle to completely refine and absorb it. With the 100 Clans Championship looming, there could be no room for error. Beside him, Jiang Feng also expressed deep concern regarding Jiang Hao's endeavor to refine the celestial blood. After all, Jiang Hao is the unparalleled prodigy of the Jiang family, of utmost importance. Rest assured, you need not worry, Jiang Hao replied confidently. 10 months is more than sufficient for me. I shall never delay my participation in the 100 Sects competition. Jiang Hao declared before turning towards a secluded chamber within the Jiang family estate to begin his secluded cultivation. This process of seclusion was primarily focused on refining a drop of celestial blood. However, before embarking on this refinement, Jiang Hao needed to elevate his own cultivation level. The energy contained within the celestial blood was exceedingly potent, and with his current cultivation, it was indeed challenging to fully refine it. Even with the assistance of the devouring celestial talisman, success seemed elusive. He must first elevate his cultivation to the realm of divine powers. With this thought in mind, Jiang Hao promptly summoned the system panel. Current cultivation progress. Changchun Heavenly Art. Proficient, 7. Void-splitting blade technique. Major achievement, 0. 9 Nether Fiery Blade Art. Proficient, 75. Spirit Wind Step. Pinnacle, 0. Current evil value, 6,500. A mere 6,500 points of evil value was insufficient to elevate the Changchun Heavenly Art to a major achievement. And even reaching a minor achievement appeared daunting. However, the 9 Nether Fiery Blade Art could certainly be directly advanced to a minor achievement. This was fortuitous, as enhancing his actual combat prowess was essential for the upcoming 100 Sex competition. Without further hesitation, Jiang Hao infused his evil value into the 9 Nether Fiery Blade Art. Ding! Consuming 2,000 points of evil value, the Earth-tier low-grade martial technique, 9 Nether Fiery Blade Art, has been cultivated to a minor achievement, 0. Ding! You have entered the domain Mirror World for secluded cultivation, during which you experienced profound insights, and your cultivation realm has ascended to the 8th layer of spirit transformation. Astoundingly, it took only 2,000 points of evil value to reach a minor achievement, and his cultivation level surged at such an astonishing pace. While the 9 Nether Fiery Blade Art was categorized as an Earth-tier low-grade technique, it was slightly inferior to the Changchun Heavenly Art. Moreover, with the 9 Nether Fiery Blade Art having already achieved a proficiency of 75, the necessity of only 2,000 points of evil value to elevate it to a minor achievement was indeed reasonable. However, the direct elevation to the 8th layer of spirit transformation exceeded Jiang Hao's expectations. What astonished him further was the remarkable role the previously acquired domain mirror played during his cultivation process. How intriguing! This means my cultivation will progress even more swiftly. Jiang Hao initially considered wagering the remaining evil value on the Changchun Heavenly Art, but reconsidered and abandoned that thought. The Changchun Heavenly Art was an Earth-tier high-grade technique with exceptionally high cultivation difficulty. The remaining 4,500 points of evil value were far too meager. Elevating the 9 Nether Fiery Blade Art to a major achievement would clearly require more than that. At present, the techniques and martial arts Jiang Hao had mastered included the Spirit Wind Step, which was merely of mystic tier quality. Although the Spirit Wind Step had reached its pinnacle, resulting in a qualitative transformation that far surpassed its mystic tier classification, it ultimately remained too weak. Given the assembly of experts at the 100 Sex competition, relying solely on a mystic tier status was evidently insufficient. Suddenly, Jiang Hao was struck by a thought. What would transpire if he continued to cultivate the already perfected Spirit Wind Step? After all, beside the pinnacle achievement of the Spirit Wind Step, there existed a unique progress bar. Ordinarily, the pinnacle represents the utmost limit of a martial art. Yet, the presence of this progress bar suggested that there remained potential for enhancement. Acquiring malevolent points was a straightforward endeavor. Why not experiment to see what transformations the perfected Spirit Wind Step might undergo? Without hesitation, Jiang Hao wagered the remaining malevolent points on the Spirit Wind Step. Ding! Consumed 4,500 malevolent points, delving into the already perfected Spirit Wind Step, successfully uncovering its true potential. You have successfully pioneered a brand new low-grade celestial movement technique. Ding! You have entered a secluded realm for intensive cultivation, during which your insights have deepened, and your cultivation level has ascended to the 10th layer of the spirit transformation realm. As the system's notifications echoed in his mind, an overwhelming surge of profound movement principles flooded Jiang Hao's consciousness. His body seemed to meld with the universe, the surrounding winds, the flow of spiritual energy. Even the passage of time became strikingly clear to his perception. Astonishingly, a mystical movement technique could directly evolve into a celestial technique. Moreover, this newly created technique was not merely an enhancement in speed, but also a resonance with the heavenly spiritual energies. Jiang Hao felt a profound enlightenment. He realized that the Spirit Wind Step had transcended the confines of the realm precisely because, after reaching its pinnacle, It grazed the edges of the laws of wind in the universe. Jiang Hao successfully elevated this realization to a higher level, birthing an entirely new celestial movement technique. This revelation left him utterly astounded. This technique not only originated from the spirit wind step, but also surpassed its limitations. The trajectory of movement became utterly unpredictable, akin to dancing with the wind, leaving no trace behind. Thus, he decided to name it Wind Shadow Formless Step. Jiang Hao closed his eyes, savoring the intricacies of the Wind Shadow Formless Step. He could distinctly feel that his technique had undergone a qualitative leap. Even with a mere preliminary grasp of this technique, his speed and agility had far surpassed his previous capabilities. However, despite being the creator of the Wind Shadow Formless Step, Jiang Hao had only recently attained this enlightenment and required time for practice. Consequently, at present, the Wind Shadow Formless Step was merely at the minor achievement stage. Nevertheless, this was a technique birthed from his own efforts, and he was becoming familiar with its myriad changes and mysteries. In the future, with diligent practice, he would effortlessly reach perfection. In addition to the enhancement of his movement technique, the elevation of his cultivation level also filled Jiang Hao with delight. He was now just one step away from the realm of divine abilities. Chapter 90. Refining Celestial Blood, Unexpected Developments. To smoothly enter the realm of divine powers, one must comprehend the unique abilities that belong solely to oneself. Typically, these divine powers are closely tied to one's familial lineage. For instance, all practitioners from the Jiang family possess a fire affinity, and Jiang Hao is no exception. Furthermore, the bloodline of the Jiang family carries the essence of the true dragon. Consequently, the divine powers understood by all members of the Jiang clan are fundamentally associated with fire and the true dragon's might. If one's awakened true dragon power is sufficiently formidable, their divine powers will likewise be amplified. Take for example the current Grand Elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Ming, whose divine power is known as the Endless Dragon Flame. In essence, any fire-based technique he executes transforms into dragon flame. This is an extraordinarily unique flame, far more potent than ordinary flames, and once it engulfs its target, it becomes nearly impossible to extinguish, persistently incinerating the opponent. It can be regarded as one of the most powerful divine powers in the world today. Yet, despite this, Jiang Ming has not fully awakened the true dragon power of the Jiang family. The only one who has truly awakened this power is Jiang Hao. This signifies that the divine powers Jiang Hao comprehends will undoubtedly surpass the endless dragon flame. However, at this moment, rather than focusing on comprehending divine powers, Jiang Hao must first refine the essence blood of an immortal. After all, his cultivation is still at the 10th level of the spirit transformation realm. To seclude himself and comprehend divine powers, he must at least reach the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. Only then can he wholeheartedly begin to grasp his own divine abilities. Without further contemplation, he resolved to fully refine the drop of immortal essence blood. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao retrieved the precious essence blood. Under his guidance, the spiritual energy in the secret chamber gradually coalesced into a vortex, swirling around him. The drop of immortal essence blood slowly melted in his palm, transforming into strands of golden energy that merged into his bloodline. However, the process of refining the immortal essence blood proved to be far more arduous than Jiang Hao had anticipated. The energy contained within the essence blood was as vast as the ocean and as violent as thunder. Even with the aid of the devouring talisman, Jiang Hao struggled to fully harness this power. Each strand of golden energy that entered his bloodline felt akin to countless blades traversing through his meridians, delivering excruciating pain. This residual power of the immortal is indeed overwhelmingly potent. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Hao felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. He could distinctly sense his meridians enduring unprecedented pressure. Fortunately, having awakened the true dragon power, his physique was inherently robust. Additionally, the cultivation of the eternal spring art significantly enhanced his physical strength. During the refinement of the immortal essence blood, even his protective spiritual light was compelled to manifest. Were it not for this, he would likely have already been overwhelmed by this force. He cannot afford to give up. He must persevere. Jiang Hao steadied his mind, dedicating himself entirely to the refinement and absorption of the celestial blood. Time slipped away unnoticed as his garments became thoroughly drenched in sweat. Though his body trembled slightly, his gaze grew ever more resolute. As an increasing amount of golden energy intertwined with his bloodline, subtle transformations began to occur within his spiritual essence. Just as Jiang Hao believed he could completely refine the celestial blood, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From within that drop of celestial blood, an extraordinarily violent force erupted. Akin to an enraged ancient beast, violently assaulting Jiang Hao's meridians. His complexion turned ashen in an instant, and his spiritual energy teetered on the brink of chaos, resulting in a spurt of fresh blood. What could possibly be happening? The obsession of the clear source Taoist should have dissipated, and I have gained his acknowledgement. Why then does the lingering will of the celestial blood resist me so fiercely? Jiang Hao summoned the devouring spirit cauldron, attempting to harness its formidable devouring power to suppress this celestial will. Yet, he soon realized it was too late. The devouring celestial symbols within the cauldron were largely sealed, rendering it incapable of fully containing the celestial force within the blood. How audacious for a mere practitioner of the spirit transformation realm to covet the blood of a celestial. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated within Jiang Hao's mind. He had no opportunity to react as his consciousness was abruptly drawn into an abyssal void. Surrounding him was utter darkness, save for a vague silhouette standing ahead. As Jiang Hao scrutinized, he recognized this figure to be the clear source Taoist, who had previously dissipated. However, this incarnation of the clear source Taoist was entirely transformed. A malevolent aura emanated from him, radiating hostility and murderous intent towards Jiang Hao. No, this being is certainly not the clear source Taoist. Jiang Hao realized this with dread. Ha, look at you. Do you wish to engage me in combat? The clear source Taoist sneered disdainfully. You are but an ant. Kneel before me. With that, an immensely powerful celestial force enveloped Jiang Hao in an instant. He felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, yet he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand tall. No matter who you are, you shall never make me yield. Jiang Hao roared, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He understood that if he succumbed at this moment, not only would the refinement of the blood fail, but his very will would be utterly annihilated. Perhaps this lingering will within the celestial blood sought to seize control of Jiang Hao. In that moment, Jiang Hao cast aside all reservations, fully activating the devouring celestial symbols hidden within the devouring spirit cauldron. A tremendous force of absorption erupted, surging towards the celestial apparition. Simultaneously, the true dragon power within him was awakened, transforming into a colossal crimson dragon that coiled around him, unleashing a thunderous roar. What in the world? Why do you possess such an overwhelming capacity for devouring? This is simply inconceivable. Furthermore, why do you also bear such pure draconic power? These attributes could hardly belong to a mere mortal. The events unfolding before us far exceed the expectations of the esteemed Qingyuan Taoist. As anticipated by Jiang Hao, his intention is to usurp Jiang Hao's very being. However, this is not the original intent of the Qingyuan Taoist. Rather, it is the remnant power within the blood of the celestial being that has birthed another persona. Unwilling to face complete annihilation, it schemes to seize Jiang Hao, seeking a chance at rebirth. Yet, what it could not have foreseen was the formidable strength of Jiang Hao, particularly that terrifying devouring power, which even he finds difficult to withstand. Given time, he will inevitably be wholly consumed by this force. No, I refuse to die. I seek vengeance. Young one, I will obliterate your will entirely. Chapter 91. I implore the Emperor to annihilate the entire Jiang clan. This lingering will of the Qingyuan Taoist, embedded in his blood, has awaited this opportunity for millennia. He is resolute in his refusal to accept failure, or to be reduced to mere ashes. Thus, he exerts every ounce of strength to resist Jiang Hao's devouring force. Does he dare to resist? Jiang Hao scoffs, thinking such efforts will yield any fruit? It is but a trifling remnant of celestial will. Devour it. With a fierce roar, Jiang Hao channels the power of the devouring celestial talisman to its utmost limit. His form seems to transform into an insatiable abyss, voraciously absorbing the energy surrounding him. The celestial power emanating from the Qingyuan Taoist is forcibly drawn into his being. A tremendous explosion reverberates within Jiang Hao, his meridians nearly torn apart, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Yet his gaze grows ever more resolute, akin to an indomitable beast fixated on the spectral form of the Qingyuan Taoist before him. I shall see how long your celestial will can endure. The true draconic power within Jiang Hao and the devouring force erupt simultaneously, surging towards the Qingyuan Taoist. Under the dual impact of these forces, the specter of the Qingyuan Taoist begins to blur. No, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Qingyuan Taoist, his form dissipates in an instant. Ultimately, He transforms into strands of golden light, completely consumed by Jiang Hao. At last, this celestial will has been eradicated. Jiang Hao exhales a long breath, his consciousness gradually returning to clarity. Reflecting on the recent events, he cannot help but feel a wave of dread. Who could have foreseen that the remnant power of the Qingyuan Taoist within the celestial blood would give rise to another persona, one that even sought to usurp him? Such a scenario would likely have eluded even the Qingyuan Taoist himself. Fortunately, Jiang Hao is safeguarded by the devouring celestial talisman, along with the awakened true draconic power within him. Thus, the will embedded within the celestial blood was successfully eradicated. However, to thoroughly refine the celestial power that had been absorbed, a protracted period of cultivation was still required. Jiang Hao wasted no time and immediately entered seclusion. Meanwhile, in the Grand Flame Palace, within the Imperial Study, Emperor Tangze sat upon the dragon throne, his countenance as dark as water, immersed in silence. "Father, you must stand up for me. Jiang Hao has stolen my celestial blood and even attempted to take my life. Had it not been for Su Yu's timely intervention, I would have perished." Tang Lingyu recounted the events that had transpired, embellishing the details for Emperor Tangze. Yet, he was already well aware of the specifics. He knew all that had occurred outside the Celestial Source Cave and the skirmishes at the dilapidated Qingyuan Temple. Consequently, he remained silent, taken aback by the outrageous actions of Tang Lingyu. "Father, why do you not speak? Do you also believe I am at fault?" Tang Lingyu, witnessing her father's silence, erupted in anger. She had expected that reporting to him would incite his wrath and prompt him to defend her immediately. To her astonishment, the father who had always cherished her remained mute. Just as Tangze was about to utter a word, a voice of reprimand echoed from outside the study. "Fourth sister, do you even comprehend what you are saying? The Jiang clan is one of the most distinguished families in our Grand Flame dynasty. The current head, Jiang Feng, is the lord of the main city of Yunzhu, Tianyuan City. The Jiang family boasts an abundance of formidable figures, including a grand elder who stands at the threshold of the revered realm. Do you understand the consequences of annihilating the Jiang family? How could you be so foolish?" As the voice resonated, a young man, strikingly similar in appearance to Tangze, strode in with purpose. This individual was none other than the crown prince of the Grand Flame dynasty, Tang Lingheng. He was also well informed regarding the events that had unfolded in the Celestial Source Cave. He found himself at a loss for words regarding his sister's actions. In the entirety of the Grand Flame dynasty, the Jiang family was an immensely powerful entity. Although the Jiang family had diminished from its former glory, it was by no means an insignificant clan. Moreover, Jiang Feng commanded significant military strength, embodying a formidable warlord. Should an attack be launched against the Jiang family, rebellion would surely ensue, leading to catastrophic turmoil within the Grand Flame dynasty. In such a scenario, if enemy nations seized the opportunity, the repercussions would be dire. While he could tolerate Tang Lingyu's willful and capricious nature, he would not allow her to engage in actions that jeopardized the Grand Flame dynasty. Even if their father held her in high regard, Tang Lingheng would not hesitate to chastise her. "Elder brother, you dare to scold me?" Tang Lingyu was initially taken aback, her eyes soon brimming with tears. Having grown up, she had never experienced such humiliation, and she broke down in tears on the spot. "Why do you all come to blame me? What have I done wrong? I am the princess of the Great Flame dynasty, and who is Jiang Hao? Merely a commoner. How dare he confront me, and how dare he seize the celestial essence that rightfully belongs to me? I only wished for you to seek justice on my behalf." The more Tang Lingyu spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. "Enough of this nonsense," Tang Lingheng exclaimed in anger. "If you were targeting others, it might be tolerable. Do you not realize that Jiang Hao is the young master of the Jiang family? He has been hailed as the unparalleled genius of the Jiang lineage for centuries. Such talent should be nurtured wholeheartedly by our Great Flame dynasty. How can we dare to act against him?" As he spoke, Tang Lingheng's expression grew increasingly furious. "Moreover, you have brought that disaster, Su Yu, back with you. That individual awakened a blood spirit root. He is a remnant of the chaotic sect. Such a person deserves to be executed immediately, and yet you choose to protect him?" Tang Lingheng grew more incredulous as he continued, turning to Tangze. "Father, my sister's actions are utterly inappropriate. I implore you to issue an immediate decree to execute Su Yu." "No," Tang Lingyu quickly interjected. "Please. Father, Su Yu is my savior. He must not die. If he dies, I shall die with him." She continued fervently. "Besides, who says that those who awaken a blood spirit root are necessarily affiliated with the chaotic sect. Su Yu is clearly just a disciple of Yunlan's sect and has no connection to the chaotic sect. Tang Lingyu seemed possessed, desperately pleading for Su Yu. She could accept the loss of the celestial essence and the absence of punishment for the Jiang family, but she could never accept Su Yu being executed. Enough. At that moment, Tang Zhe, who had always been kind to Tang Lingyu, suddenly shouted in anger. Lingyu, regarding the Jiang family. This is not a matter for you to toy with. As for Su Yu, I may temporarily spare his life, but he must be imprisoned in the Spirit Suppression Prison. Chapter 92. A Deal. The Spirit Suppression Prison, as mentioned by Tang Zhe, was constructed by the founding emperor of the Great Flame Dynasty specifically to confine the most heinous criminals. The entire prison was crafted from special spirit stones that could significantly suppress the spiritual powers of the inmates. Once imprisoned in the Spirit Suppression Prison, even if Su Yu possessed the cultivation of the transformation realm, he would be equivalent to an ordinary person. Initially, when Tang Zhe learned that Lu Feng had brought Su Yu back, he intended to execute him outright, regardless of whether Su Yu was related to the chaotic sect. The mere fact that he bore a blood spirit root warranted his death. After all, it was the blood spirit root that had allowed the Lin clan of the chaotic sect to rise swiftly amidst the chaos they had caused. Su Yu's possession of a blood spirit root implied a connection to the Lin family. However, after careful contemplation, Tang Zhe deemed such a course of action to be highly unwise. The blood spirit root was a type of supreme spiritual root that had long been extinct in the current world. The cultivators who awaken this unique spiritual root possess an extraordinarily potent life, force, and resilience. This fact can be validated by Tang Zhe's observations of Su Yu. Were it an ordinary cultivator who sustained such grievous injuries as Su Yu, they would undoubtedly have perished. Yet, Su Yu remains alive, albeit in a state of unconsciousness. If one could devise a means to forcibly extract the blood spiritual root from Su Yu and transplant it into oneself, Tang Zhe's power might transcend all limits, igniting divine flames and elevating him to the status of a deity among mortals. This was the true reason behind Tang Zhe's decision not to order Su Yu's execution. Father, you must not. Tang Lingyu implored, kneeling before Tang Zhe, tears streaming down her face in defense of Su Yu. So you cannot be imprisoned in the Spirit Suppression Prison. It houses all manner of demons and monsters. However, this time, Tang Zhe turned a deaf ear to his daughter's pleas. He cast a cold glance at Tang Lingyu before turning away, remaining unmoved by her desperate cries. Following Tang Zhe's decree, the unconscious Su Yu was swiftly cast into the depths of the Spirit Suppression Prison. Time passed, though how long he could not ascertain, before Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Weakly, he surveyed his surroundings, discovering himself in a pitch-black dungeon. The atmosphere was cold and damp, filled with the stench of decay. What filled him with despair was the fact that an invisible force suppressed his spiritual energy, rendering him as powerless as an ordinary person. Even lifting his arm felt an arduous task. Were it not for the formidable blood spiritual root that endowed him with extraordinary vitality, he would have succumbed long ago. Yet, even so, you could distinctly sense that his blood spiritual root had sustained severe damage, leading to a drastic decline in his cultivation level. All of this was the result of Jiang Hao's actions. Why did it come to this? Scenes from within the Qingyuan temple replayed in his mind. He had clearly triumphed over his inner demons, his strength having surged, yet he still could not defeat Jiang Hao. The sense of helplessness gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Jiang Hao! Jiang Hao! Su Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling down his fingers onto the ground. Yet, at that moment, he felt no pain. The humiliation and hatred swamped his reason entirely. Why, despite my immense strength, did I still fall to Jiang Hao? Why? Su Yu's voice erupted in a hoarse scream of rage. In his extreme anger, he inadvertently aggravated his wounds, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing weakly to the ground, his expression increasingly despondent. Just then, a low, mocking laughter echoed from the shadows of the dungeon. Hee, how pitiable. Suddenly, Su Yu raised his head and beheld a figure draped in a black cloak, who had appeared beside him unbeknownst to him. The person's features were shrouded beneath the hood, revealing only a pair of eyes glimmering with an eerie light, sending chills down his spine. Initially, Su Yu assumed this individual to be Lingyu, the leader of the Chaos sect, come to rescue him. However, upon closer perception, he realized his grave mistake. The figure before him was not Ling Yu at all, but a complete stranger. Moreover, the aura emanating from this person was exceedingly perilous. "Who are you?" Su Yu asked warily, his voice hoarse and weak. "My identity is of little consequence," the cloaked figure replied, slowly approaching Su Yu. "What matters is that I can assist you. I shall also inform you that this place is the spirit suppression prison of the Great Flame Dynasty. The cultivators imprisoned here rarely escape death." "Heh, the spirit suppression prison?" Su Yu scoffed coldly, confirming his suspicions. The existence of this prison indicated that the most elite forces of the Great Flame Dynasty were undoubtedly stationed here. "You claim to offer help. I am curious to know how you intend to do so. Furthermore, my blood spirit root is damaged, and my cultivation has plummeted, rendering me practically useless." Ever since being defeated by Jiang Hao at the Qingyuan Temple, Su Yu's heart had been shattered, and he had lost all confidence. He believed that revenge would be a distant dream, destined to perish miserably within this spirit suppression prison. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the cloaked figure erupted in laughter. "Ha ha! Useless? A person with a blood spirit root will not so easily be relegated to such a fate. The true secret of the blood spirit root is something even the so-called leader of the chaos sect, Ling Yu, remains unaware of." Su Yu's pupils constricted slightly at this revelation. He fixed his gaze intently on the cloaked figure and asked gravely, "What do you mean by that?" The cloaked figure smiled enigmatically, then raised a hand, revealing a bizarre black flame flickering in his palm. The flame danced as if alive, exuding a heart-stirring aura. The entire cell seemed enveloped by a peculiar force, concealing the events occurring within from the outside world. "Su Yu, I am aware of everything that has transpired in your life. I can fully restore your powers, even making you more formidable than ever before. In due time, you will be able to effortlessly eliminate that Jiang Hao." At this juncture, the cloaked figure's gaze shone with a ghostly glimmer. "But the condition is that you must engage in a transaction with me." Though Su Yu remained uncertain of the cloaked figure's true intentions, he was acutely aware of the immense power possessed by this individual. Perhaps even Ling Yu, the leader of the chaos sect, would not stand a chance against him. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yu turned to the cloaked figure and inquired, "What kind of transaction do you desire?" Hearing this, the cloaked figure leaned slightly forward, the pair of glimmering eyes beneath the hood locking onto Su Yu's own. "It is quite simple. Surrender your corporeal form to me." Chapter 93. I am an immortal. What is this? Upon hearing the words of the figure in the black robe, Su Yu was taken aback. Instinctively, he retreated a couple of steps, questioning the meaning behind such a proclamation. "Are you intending to take my life?" Su Yu was acutely aware of his current predicament. His spiritual roots were damaged. His cultivation had plummeted, rendering him nearly powerless. In this state, he possessed no capability for resistance, though his desire for vengeance burned fiercely. He did not wish to meet an untimely and ambiguous demise. "Ha ha!" The figure in the black robe erupted into laughter. "Young one, do you truly believe I seek your life? You are gravely mistaken. What I desire is your corporeal vessel." At this juncture, a flicker of enigmatic light danced in the black-robed man's eyes. The term corporeal vessel refers to your physical shell. While you are alive, this body remains yours. However, should you perish, your flesh will belong to me. What say you? Is this not a most advantageous transaction? Upon hearing this, Su Yu fell into contemplation. Initially, he had surmised that the black-robed figure intended to kill him and seize his body, akin to a soul possession. Yet, he never imagined that the black-robed man meant to claim his physical form only after his death. At this moment, Su Yu's mind was consumed with thoughts of revenge, particularly the desire to eliminate Jiang Hao. If the black-robed figure could indeed aid him in restoring his cultivation, regaining his spiritual roots, and enhancing his strength, then what harm could there be in relinquishing his body posthumously? Moreover, once his cultivation and spiritual roots were restored, Su Yu could continue to train and grow stronger. With an increase in power, his lifespan would naturally extend, and he might even aspire to ascend to immortality and eternal life. Thus, to Su Yu, the proposed transaction with the black-robed figure appeared exceedingly beneficial. After a brief silence, a faint smile graced his lips. "Very well, I agree to this transaction. However, it is imperative that you assist me in restoring my cultivation and spiritual roots. Furthermore, you must refrain from any actions that might endanger my life before my demise. Otherwise, even in death, I shall incinerate my body, turning it to ashes." Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure scoffed derisively. "What do you take me for? Such underhanded dealings are beneath me. Rest assured, I have no intention of allowing you to perish just yet." At that moment, the dark flames in the black-robed man's hand began to coalesce into a black elixir. He then presented this dark pill to Suyu. "This elixir is known as the Spectral Fire Divine Pill, meticulously crafted by me. Upon consumption, not only will your injuries heal, but you will also regain your lost cultivation. Moreover, this pill will assist in unblocking your meridians and purging all hidden ailments within your body, facilitating a smoother path in your cultivation journey." Upon witnessing this, Suyu furrowed his brows slightly, refraining from hastily accepting the pill. "Merely restoring my cultivation? No, that is far from sufficient. My blood spiritual root is damaged. If it cannot be restored, how can I seek vengeance?" For Suyu, both his personal injuries and the drastic decline in his cultivation could indeed be mended. His despair stemmed from the belief that he had become a waste of life, a notion solely due to the destruction of his blood spiritual root by Jiang Hao. This calamity had affected his Dao heart, resulting in his plummeting cultivation. "Ha ha." The man in the black robe laughed maniacally. "Kid, you are rather too anxious, aren't you? Since I am willing to engage in this transaction with you, I shall naturally fulfill all your needs. Did you not hear me speak moments ago? The true secret of the blood spiritual root is something even you, let alone that so-called leader of the chaos sect, is completely unaware of." Suyu's heart trembled violently at this revelation. The true secret of the blood spiritual root? What do you mean by that? How could Ling Yu, the leader of the chaos sect, possibly be ignorant of the true secret of the blood spiritual root? Suyu regarded the black-robed man's words with skepticism. After all that he knew about the blood spiritual root had been imparted to him by Ling Yu. Were it not for Ling Yu, Suyu would remain oblivious to his own possession of the blood spiritual root and would not have been able to awaken it through the chaos blood scripture. Now, the black-robed figure claimed that even Ling Yu did not comprehend the blood spiritual root, leaving Suyu grappling with disbelief. What nonsense about the leader of the chaos sect. Not only him, but even the founder of the chaos sect from yesteryears was merely a worthless being. The black-robed man spoke disdainfully. "Suyu, the blood spiritual root is far more powerful than you can fathom. It is not merely this spiritual root, nor is it derived from the human realm. The so-called Ling clan is actually a branch of the blood spirit clan that fled to the human realm. Once, the blood spirit clan, bearing a unique bloodline and abilities, suffered a brutal onslaught, leading to the annihilation of their entire lineage. The branch of the blood spirit clan that escaped to the human realm saw their bloodline grow exceedingly thin over the years. It is precisely for this reason that these branch members could successfully escape to the human realm. After thousands of years of propagation and survival, they gradually shed their blood spirit clan traits, transforming into humans. This is the origin of the Ling clan. And the legendary blood spiritual root is the manifestation of the blood spirit clan's bloodline power. Those of the Ling clan who can awaken the blood spiritual root are referred to as returning ancestors. The true blood spiritual root possesses capabilities beyond mere assimilation of others' blood energy. It can also manipulate one's own blood. Its most terrifying ability is the power to devour others' spiritual roots and cultivation. Upon hearing this, Suyu felt as if struck by lightning, his face a mask of disbelief. He did not rashly accept the black-robed man's assertions, but immediately inquired, "How do you know all this? In this vast human realm, it is likely that no one else is privy to such knowledge. How could you have come to learn it? Could it be that he does not hail from the mortal realm, but rather from another place?" The astonishment within Suyu grew ever more profound. The figure cloaked in black smiled faintly, as if to say, "I perceive your thoughts. Indeed, I am not of the human world. I hail from the celestial realm." "What did you say?" Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "The celestial realm? Then you must be an immortal." His heart raced with exhilaration, and he instinctively clenched his fists, his gaze brimming with yearning. Immortals possess not only formidable power but also the ability to achieve eternal life. In the vast expanse of the Great Flame Dynasty, only the founders of the three paramount sects are ascended immortals who have transcended to the celestial realm. To everyone, immortals are an unattainable dream. Who could have anticipated that a living immortal would appear before him? Moreover, this immortal would choose to assist him. However, after a fleeting moment of astonishment, Suyu's expression shifted to one of gravity and caution. Something felt amiss. "This cannot be right. We are strangers. If you are indeed an immortal, why would you offer me your assistance?"